When Nuvan opened his eyes, he found himself in a place called the Kingdom of God. As its name implied, this was the domain of gods. The myths of creation, the origins of humanity, and the gods themselves were not just legends here, they were historical facts, with tangible records and evidence. The gods were fundamental to the development of civilization, with their power woven into the very fabric of the world. In this new world, gods were not merely objects of faith, they had real influence. By praying to them and offering their faith, people could receive blessings, protection, and even the opportunity to transcend the ordinary and become extraordinary. After learning about the world's rules, Nuvan was both surprised and intrigued. So, I didn't get some simple adventure script, I've been thrust into the role of a god behind the scenes. This is even more interesting. He quickly devised a plan. After all, he had experience from his previous life, where gods in myth and legend were able to gather followers, build sects, increase their divine power, and eventually dominate the heavens. This was a system Nuvan was familiar with. Let me see, how many followers do I have right now? What powers do I possess? With his newfound godly abilities, Nuvan quickly realized that he could observe the world through the god's eye, a method that allowed him to view and influence the world through the eyes of his followers. The more followers he had, the more information he could gather, and the more powerful he would become. As Nuvan was pondering his next move, he suddenly sensed a prayer directed at him. In a dark, damp underground cave, dim green candlelight flickered. A grotesque altar stood in the center, surrounded by piles of meat, bones, and blood from unknown creatures. Several cloaked figures knelt around the altar, chanting in low, hushed voices. This was the first vision Nuvan saw through his god's eye. Though he did not yet have a fixed form in this world, Nuvan instinctively assumed a humanoid shape. He was stunned by the dark scene before him. What's going on? Are these my followers? Nuvan was bewildered. He had expected to become a god of justice and compassion, granting life and protection to his followers. But this scene. Am I becoming an evil god? Oh my god. The black-robed figures seemed to sense the attention of their new god. The leader, his voice raspy, began chanting excitedly, very good, very good. Brothers and sisters, the supreme, immortal, and all-knowing Father, the Lord of Enlightenment, has acknowledged our sacrifice. He is preparing to bestow upon us forbidden knowledge, and the true world will soon open its doors to us. Great Lord! Please grant us the power of Hades' thirst. The leader's voice grew louder as the other figures joined in, chanting in unison. The fresh blood dripping from the altar added to the ominous atmosphere. Nuvan, overwhelmed by the situation, felt his vision go dark. It was clear that, despite being reborn as a god, the followers who had chosen him were not the pious, righteous worshippers he had expected. Instead, they seemed to be members of a dark, evil cult. In many stories and movies he had seen, this would typically mark the rise of a villainous god, a being who would destroy the world and spread evil. Who can tell me what to do if I've ended up as an evil god? After many twists and turns, Nuvan's journey into this new world continued. Would he rise to become a force of darkness, or would he find a way to turn the tides? The fate of the world was now in his hands. Nuvan looked at his group of believers through the eye of God with mixed feelings. He felt that the mortals in this world seemed to have some misunderstandings about him. Through the power of faith provided by the prayers of these black-robed people, Nuvan figured out the power of his priesthood. The Hades hunger power requested by the black-robed people is actually a powerful magic called Hades hunger, that is cast by constructing a spell model. Nuvan cast his gaze and received the prayers of the believers, and in an instant he mastered all the knowledge about this spell without a teacher. From its birth to the present, all the variants, optimizations, and advancements are all clear and in his control. Both his understanding and proficiency have reached the top level that is unrivaled in the world. And as long as he consumes a part of his divine power, he can directly pass on the knowledge and power to his believers. Even if the believer is a layman who has never tried to cast a spell, he can immediately become a top master who is proficient in the spell through this divine power. Norman thought that his divine power was ridiculously strong. You know, for ordinary mortals, this is equivalent to skipping the long process of research, learning, and proficiency. It can even ignore various external conditions such as talent. As long as the gods give power, mortals can directly and completely master the relevant skills. But the key to the problem is here. Logically speaking, this kind of cheating-like divine power should be sought after by a large number of mortals. But in Norwan's divine perception, except for those prayer sounds that may have been received by him just by accidentally mentioning information related to him, at this moment, only this group of black-robed people who were watched by him with the eyes of God, who looked like cultists, were praying to him with very clear directions. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Norman felt that something seemed to be wrong, but he couldn't say it for a while. At the ceremony site in the underground cave, the Blackrobe leader felt a wave of divine power that was different from their usual prayers and sacrifices. He was excited and shouted, "Brothers and sisters! Great omniscient Father! He finally responded to us. I felt it. I felt his gaze. For the great Lord, we are willing to give everything. Follow the Lord's guidance. Please lead us to witness the truth of the world." Looking at the pious appearance of the Blackrobed people, Nowan made a decision: cultists are cultists. At least these people can provide me with the power of faith. Only with more sources of faith can the sect expand. Besides, it's not that cultists can't be guided to good, and power itself has no distinction between good and evil. The important thing is definitely how to use it. In this world where gods exist, the relationship between believers and gods is two-way. Gods need faith to maintain their existence, and mortals need the power of God's blessings. Mortals can choose to provide faith to the corresponding different gods, and have the opportunity to receive the blessings of gods through pious prayers or rituals. At the same time, mortals must also obey the guidance or precepts of the gods, otherwise, the gods can choose to take back the divine power he gave at any time and no longer accept the faith of this mortal. Of course, in this two-way choice relationship, there is no doubt that the gods will take more initiative. If the believer's behavior does not meet the requirements of the gods, they can be unilaterally blacklisted at any time. The gods lose only a source of faith power, and the believers may immediately lose most of their power. Norwan had a similar idea at this moment. If the mortals in this world really have any misunderstandings about his image, then he can start by accepting these Blackrobed people, giving them power, and then gradually improve Norwan's reputation by guiding their actions. Start with this leading guy and see the effect of granting divine power. Norwan tried to establish a divine power channel between him and the believers. After a burst of illusory fluctuations, Norwan injected his power into the Blackrobed man in the lead. I have seen it. The reality of this world, yes, I have witnessed everything with my own eyes, When the Blackrobed man was receiving the power from the gods with ecstasy in his voice, something strange happened. His body under the black robe swelled up without warning. His originally thin figure swelled to a height of 4 or 5 meters in just a few seconds. Countless corrupt blood clots and ugly tumors that grew rapidly out of thin air broke through the black robe. With painful screams, blood and flesh piled up layer by layer, and countless eyeballs, mouthparts and tentacles grew on its terrifying body. At this moment, Norman's silence was deafening. He finally realized what he had thought was wrong before. It's bad. It's not that the world has a misunderstanding of me, but that I seem to have a misunderstanding of myself. No wonder only these guys are willing to offer their faith to me. It turns out that I am the evil god. The so-called knowledge and enlightenment of the priesthood can indeed instantly understand and master knowledge and learn skills when the believer's relevant demands are received. But with the transmission of divine power, Nowan can clearly feel that there is a chaotic and disordered breath in his power. As a god, Nowan will not be affected by it, but for mortals, the impact of this chaotic breath is enough to instantly destroy their minds, causing mortals to be severely deformed and become irrational monsters. The Blackrobed people at the ceremony witnessed the scene of the leader turning into a monster, and had two completely different reactions. The emotions of several members closer to the altar became even more crazy, and they shouted enthusiastically, "The great Lord has finally awakened. Return to the embrace of the Father God. All futures will open up to us." Several Blackrobed people shouted at the top of their lungs, while kneeling down enthusiastically to worship the ugly deformed body that had just completed the transformation. There were even some who were completely crazy and took the initiative to rush into the embrace of the deformed body. A creepy sound of bones mixed with flesh and blood being crushed and chewed sounded, and fresh human bodies were integrated into it. The body of the deformed monster became larger, and more tentacles continued to grow from its body, constantly waving around. After tasting the sweetness, it began to look for new raw materials excitedly. As for those Blackrobed people on the periphery, they were howling like ghosts and wolves, trembling with fear, and some timid ones could even see suspicious water stains on their black robes. This scene simply contains all the elements that a villain evil god should have. Those who are scrambling to become monsters, willing to sacrifice their lives to God, are obviously fanatical lunatics who are beyond help. Those who are almost scared out of their wits are most likely a group of unlucky people who are uninformed and are deceived to be sacrificed to Norman. Norman's missionary work has ushered in a standard earth-shattering start. No, let me straighten out this process and find out which step caused the problem. For the first time, something completely unexpected happened to the believers. and Novin tried to review the process. The first step is for believers to send their prayers to me, and I can choose to answer them or ignore them, no problem. The second step is, if I receive the information sent to me by the believer, I can instantly grasp all the relevant information about what the believer wants by virtue of my power. This is no problem. The third step, I can choose to respond to the believers and use the relevant abilities by consuming divine power. Huh? Wait, that's not right. When recalling the steps that led to the mutation, Novin suddenly noticed a problem that he had previously ignored. I originally thought that the effect of divine power was to directly transmit the corresponding abilities to believers, just like the transfer of power through initiation, which can directly turn ordinary people into peerless masters. But, the actual effect is not to allow ordinary people to master relevant abilities instantly like me, but to give them a permission to use it at any time. That's right. The part where believers need divine power in this process should not be learning, but using it. Novin suddenly became enlightened. Relying on the experience of using various technological products in his previous life, Novin realized the difference between the two. The ability Novin bestows on believers is not a face-to-face quick transmission that directly hands the relevant abilities to believers. What he really gives to believers is just a permission certificate that allows believers to use abilities. Even if the believer himself does not master the relevant abilities, with this permission certificate, he can complete the corresponding spell casting by consuming Novin's divine power. To use an analogy to describe it, in the world before Novin, ordinary people did not need to understand the operating principles of mobile phones, but as long as they pressed the corresponding buttons, all the actual calculations were actually completed by the hardware behind the scenes, which was presented to ordinary people. What is in front of you is only the final result. So, in fact, the so-called gods in this world give power to mortals. Perhaps the truth is that mortals only have temporary permission to use it with the help of that god's power, and they do not really gain practical abilities, then, because the divine power of an evil god like me contains a lot of chaotic and dangerous auras. When mortals send me requests to use my divine power to complete spellcasting, the divine power I consume affects the mortals along with this request, so that's why it will cause distortion. If this is the case, there is a way to break the situation. In a messy and gloomy underground cave. Peter Chinner's thoughts at this time were regrets, very regrets. He must have been obsessed before, why couldn't he think about it, and he just believed in the evil man in black robe. A few hours ago, he was a low-level performer in the arcane school of Karen College. He was racking his brains to find a way to master a third-level spell and had a headache. But now why are we suddenly involved in a dangerous situation of life and death? Looking at the terrifying flesh and blood monster in front of me that has grown into a huge monster by continuously devouring humans, full of sarcoma, mouthparts and eyeballs, it is waving its tentacles, as if a cat is playing with a mouse, without directly eating the last few remaining foods, sweeping them away and tearing them apart. They gradually compressed their living space step by step. Peter was not frightened and became incontinent on the spot. He was already very brave. A few days ago, he saw a message on the bulletin board, saying that there was a way for people to quickly master third-level spells and become advanced spellcasters. And the most important thing is, it said that as long as the conditions match, even if you have an affinity with the goddess of magic, it doesn't matter if the degree is not enough. Pet was also ill and went to the doctor in a hurry. He really believed the lies above and followed the contact information left in the message to the meeting place at the corresponding time. There was a mysterious man in black robes who learned of his purpose. Asked him to put on a black robe and took him to the so-called secret meeting. As a result, he now saw with his own eyes that the man in black robe who led him had turned into a body part of the terrifying aberration. How could Peter not know that he was on a pirate ship? Goddess of magic. No, it doesn't matter which god it is, who can come and save me. Peter has a clear understanding of what level he is. It's okay to let him be an academic mage and fool around with the assessment, pretending to do magic research, but really let him go into actual combat? Stop joking. He might not even be able to defeat a first-level monster, let alone the third-level deformed monster in front of him who could suppress Pet with just his aura. A professional with a first-level rating can usually easily defeat a strong adult with a normal physique, let alone a third-level rating. If it is in some small villages where ordinary people live, monsters of this level will threaten to massacre the village, and must be killed. Only by raising large sums of money to invite nearby churches or high-level professionals to attack can they be eliminated. Just when Peter Chinner was heartbroken and ready to think of a decent position to close his eyes and wait for death, a clear voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Bite. It has been detected that believers are facing great danger and are looking for a solution. The search is completed and the task has been released. Task goal: learn the spell, Hunger of Hada, current progress, 0%. Destroy the evil aberrations, current progress, 0 out of 1. The information that suddenly popped up in his mind made Pete overjoyed at first, thinking that some special god really received his request for help, and was pleased with him, so he planned to give him power to help him through the crisis. However, after reading the actual content, Pete's heart sank. No? Me? Let me learn the third level spell right now? Pete had never regretted so much because of his low affinity with the goddess of magic. Although he was a shallow believer of the goddess of magic, he spent nearly 3 years as a magic apprentice, and at most he could only learn to release a few second-level magics, which were all auxiliary magics like Mystic Lock and Detect Thoughts. The only one that could be used in battle was Spider Web spell, but this spell only had the effect of restricting the enemy and was almost not offensive. In this world, for normal mortals, if they want to learn various magics, they need to offer their faith to the legendary goddess of magic. The higher the affinity between the believers and the goddess of magic, the easier it is to mobilize the magic net to release spells. On the contrary, if the affinity is not high enough, the magic net will be vague and elusive in the believer's perception, and the higher the level and complexity of the spell, the more difficult it is to form. Pete is a typical example of insufficient affinity. He has to spend several months to barely find the method to successfully release a second-level magic, and he has no idea about the third level and doesn't know where to try. As a result, the message sent by this unknown god now tries to let him master a real third-level offensive magic now. I don't know which god is above. I also want to save myself as you said, but I really can't do it. Can you please change the method? Pete shouted desperately in his mind. The next moment, more information emerged in Pete's mind. What is this? Believers have been detected asking for help, and the task target has been updated. In Bacon's mind, the original task information for learning the spell, Hada's Hunger, was quietly reorganized, and more detailed content appeared. Task 1, mobilize the magic net. Description: establish a connection with the magic net by sensing the magic energy escaping from the magic net in the surrounding environment. Current progress, 0%. Task 2, construct a spell model. Description: based on the spell feature information, call the energy in the magic net to complete the construction of the spell model. Current progress, 0%. Task 3, maintain stability. Description: form a stable field through the resonance between magic energies and end the spellcasting. Current progress, 0%, with the appearance of 3 new tasks. More importantly, the so-called task information this time also comes with a detailed completion method. As long as Pete concentrates on the corresponding task description, he can see the relevant knowledge with detailed specific steps. Just by quickly going through the step-by-step tutorial of mobilizing the magic net, in his mind, Pete felt that the magic worldview he had established in the past few years had been greatly impacted. What? Can the magic net be mobilized this way? It's no wonder that Pete was surprised. It's because the methods taught in these step-by-step tutorials are very different from the methods he learned to practice magic before. In the teaching of the orthodox spellcaster about the magic net, it can be said that most of the content is related to the affinity of the magic goddess. Before casting a spell, you must pray to the magic goddess, and only after receiving a response can you resonate with the magic net. The temperament of the magic net is not docile, and resonance alone is far from enough. The spellcaster must try to communicate with the magic net and find the magic energy willing to cooperate from it, and then have the opportunity to proceed to the next step, that is, to let the energy build a model according to a specific law. But the information that appeared in Pete's mind provided a completely different method. First, you need to sense the magic energy dissipated in the environment, carefully distinguish it, and find a unique characteristic code from its fluctuations. Decode the characteristic code in a specific format, and then translate the decoded information into a key according to the table. Concentrate your mind, use the key to call the magic network, wait for the magic network to respond and establish a temporary connection with the magic network. Pet mustered up the courage to look at the slowly approaching deformed monster, and tried not to care about the few unfortunate people left in the cave who were scared and cried for their parents and completely lost the idea of resistance, and took a deep breath. Okay, no matter whether this method is true or false, and whether it works or not, I have no other way now. It's better to try it than to do nothing and wait to die. At this critical moment when he could lose his life at any time, Pete's survival instinct finally came into play. He entered the state of meditation and perception at almost the fastest speed, and successfully found those scattered magic energies that were free in the surrounding environment without any autonomous consciousness. Pate remembered that in the textbooks he had studied, a legendary wizard had defined these scattered energies as energy that was separated due to some coincidences during the fluctuation of the magic network. It cannot be actively used, but will be attracted by the spellcaster's spell and passively return to the magic network. In the normal casting process, when establishing a connection with the magic network, believers with higher affinity are more likely to get a response after praying, and only in that state can the magic network be used to complete magic. Although those scattered magic energies can also establish a connection, the fluctuations they respond to can only allow the caster to perceive a series of disordered information. Pate followed the steps in his mind, decoded the disordered information he collected one by one, and then converted it into a new string of information, and then tried to call the magic network carefully. The door to the new world was opened. The world he felt became extremely clear in an instant. The goddess of magic. No, this great god whose name is still unknown. This method is actually useful. It was as if a myopic person suddenly put on glasses with the right degree. Pate had never perceived the shape of the magic network so clearly. So clear. So incredible. If he had begged the magic net master with all his might before, and the other party ignored him like a cold goddess, then the magic net now was responding to Pete's request with great enthusiasm. In the range that Pete could perceive, every vein and every wave of the magic net was within reach. It took only a few seconds to establish a connection with the magic net, which was something Pete had never dared to think about before. The success of the first attempt gave Pete a great boost of confidence. The progress of Task 1, mobilize the magic net, in his mind became 100%. The methods of the next two tasks were also completely different from the spellcasting knowledge Pete had learned in the past. However, with the encouragement of the success of the first step, Pete chose to continue to follow the steps described without hesitation. A few minutes later, Task 2, construct a spell model, current progress, 100%, Task 3, maintain stability, current progress, 100%, the three tasks were completed in sequence. Every time the progress of a step gradually increased to 100%, Pete felt greatly encouraged. Although it was only his first attempt, Pete had a hunch that he was not far from successfully completing the third-level spell. A ball of energy filled with black and cold breath stumbled into shape in his hands, and Pete had to consume a lot of energy to barely maintain the stability of the violent energy in it. With the mental strength of a second-level spellcaster, the third-level spell was forcibly released. The magic took only a few seconds to form, and Pete felt uncomfortable, with a dizzy feeling as if his body was hollowed out and shaky. Finally, he saw the words, task, learn the spell, had his hunger, current progress, 100%, in his mind. He didn't dare to delay any longer. Pete suddenly threw the spell he had constructed in his hand at the aberration approaching him. Monster! Don't get close to me! A cold and dark spherical area that completely enveloped the aberration suddenly opened. Hiss! All the mouthparts on the monster screamed miserably at this moment, and the tentacles waved wildly and lashed around. It was obvious that it was suffering great torture. The rotten flesh on its body, which originally emitted a foul smell, quickly turned blue and black, and then traces of frostbite and acid corrosion began to spread on its body. One by one, its tentacles were completely inactivated by the cold, and its tumors and eyeballs burst one after another under the effect of magic, spewing disgusting yellow-brown pus. The aberration tried to wriggle out of this area, but it seemed to be restrained by something, and its movements were extremely slow, and it was completely unable to stop the pervasive damage. Huff! Huff! The aberration's movements became slower and slower. Petronel gasped and stared at the other party's dying struggle until he heard a ding sound in his mind again. The progress of the task has been changed. Eliminate the evil aberration, 1 out of 1, the tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and Pete's mind was severely exhausted. Pete's eyes went black and he fainted on the spot. At the same time, Nguyen, who was far away in the kingdom of God, also breathed a long sigh of relief. Sure enough, my judgment was correct. The information that appeared out of thin air in Peter Chinner's mind was naturally written and provided by Novan himself, and the purpose was to verify one of Novan's conjectures. As for why it was made to look like a line of task instructions, and even a decent ding, it was a preventive measure that Novan thought of at the last moment. After all, his painting style is obviously an evil god. If he plans to preach seriously and collect believers, it is best to wrap it with a layer of normal-looking skin to make himself look like a serious god in the eyes of mortals. Otherwise, people would think that they were being targeted by some evil god, and if there was any operation like preferring death to surrender, then Nubbin would have no place to cry. Well, although in a sense, the mortals chosen by Norwin are indeed targeted by evil gods, but Nubbin felt that he should not be considered an evil god, at least he was trying his best to make himself less like an evil god. The test conducted on Pat finally achieved results that made Novan quite satisfied. Confirmed. Even the so-called power of gods must follow certain laws, or rules, in this world. At first, I thought that the so-called divine power would directly give believers the ability to cast spells. They don't need to understand how the spell is constructed or how it works. They can successfully release it by consuming the blessed divine power, which is equivalent to the conceptual level of the law of cause and effect. But judging from testing, it's just the opposite. The world is actually quite rigorous. The process of casting a spell does not disappear. Instead, after the god responds to the believer's request, he completes the spell on behalf of the believer at the expense of consuming his own divine power. From my perspective, the process of casting a spell is actually completely transparent. The specific actions and spells required for each step, and even the details of the shape of the spell model, how to arrange the magic energy according to the corresponding rules, and even the various all kinds of advanced knowledge. These things have nothing to do with divine power. They are the most basic knowledge that is common to the entire world. If a mortal can learn this knowledge, then he can completely bypass the steps of offering faith to gods and receiving divine power, and cast spells with his own efforts. Pate's successful release of Hunger of Hata can prove this. But precisely because of the simple and convenient method of praying to the gods, mortals don't need to put in much effort at all. After all, when they encounter difficulties, they only need to call the gods they believe in, and then they can wait for the gods to appear and help them solve the difficulties. Novan realized the key to the huge difference in the development of this world from his previous life. The development of mortal civilization would have encountered many difficulties. The earliest tribal era faced various natural disasters, ferocious beasts, viruses and plagues, and even lack of food and clothing. These were all serious problems that could lead to catastrophe for weak mortals. One mistake could lead to the demise of the entire tribe. In Novan's original world, countless predecessors paid a huge price, worked hard to use their mortal ingenuity, summarized the rules and manufactured tools bit by bit, and finally established a lush technological tree, allowing civilization to survive and develop. But when Novan traveled to this world, the development path of mortals went astray from the beginning. Because if you encounter any difficulties, you can directly ask God for help. And it's true that God is up to something. So if mortal civilization wants to develop and grow, the most worthy of study is undoubtedly how to obtain the response from the gods more efficiently and stably. As for researching knowledge and understanding the world, why waste time and effort doing thankless things when there are obvious shortcuts? TSK. It's hard to evaluate which of the two civilizations' development models is superior. But now that I have come to this world, and there is such a big problem with my divine power, the power obtained by mortals praying to me will only cause them to be polluted and become deformed. Strange, then there is only one option left for me. Novan confirmed his train of thought. I can't teach a man to fish, but I can teach him to fish. As long as believers pray to me, I can obtain the relevant knowledge and information about the things they need, and then I can guide mortals through oracles and other forms, so that they can complete it step by step with their own efforts. Besides, I have a unique advantage. Divine power. Even gods cannot respond to the demands of every his believer without any price or conditions. After all, miracles require payment of divine power to be displayed, and divine power is transformed from the faith of mortals. The faith that mortals can provide when praying is often much less than what is consumed when God gives it. So in order to maintain a certain balance of income and expenditure, other gods cannot respond to every request. They must divide their believers into 3, 6, or 9 levels. Only in this way can the stability of divine power and faith transformation be maintained. And I'm different. All I have to do is package the relevant knowledge in the form of an oracle and pass it on, and then pay attention to the status of the believers, and update the oracle's information at any time based on their progress. This process requires much less divine power than a divine gift. Novan can clearly perceive the difference between the two. If the divine power transformed from the power of faith provided by the black-robed people in the cave when they prayed to him collectively at the beginning is counted as 10 units. So the first time the blessing was given and the black-robed man was deformed, at least 30 units of divine power were consumed. In other words, this gift was a pure negative benefit to Novan. The divine power earned by believers' prayers was not enough, so he had to add a lot of it himself, and only one mortal gained power. But when he later provided Peter China with the oracle about the Hunger of Hata magical knowledge, the whole process only consumed about 1 point of divine power. Theoretically speaking, Norwin even made a net profit. Although my followers cannot gain power as quickly as followers of other gods, I also have my own unique advantages. Nubbin nodded with satisfaction. I am different from other pie-painting gods. As long as the believers are willing to follow the instructions, if you work hard with the methods I provide, they will definitely pay off in the end. Other gods rely on a lot of prayers to gain faith, but in the end they can only cultivate a few high-quality believers, because their divine power is limited and cannot support the consumption of cultivating more believers. Most of the believers can only pick up. You can't enjoy God's special care by eating scraps. I can definitely open up a new, different track. The main focus is to win by quantity. As long as they are willing to provide me with faith, they will get the rewards they deserve from me. Although the initial effect is not as immediate as that of other gods, the advantage is that it is large enough and long-lasting. As for how to find more believers, Novin slowly turned his attention to his only current light believer, Peter China. The oil lamp swayed with dim yellow light, barely able to provide some illumination for the small interrogation room. When Peter China woke up from the coma, he still felt a little headache, but what he saw was finally no longer the nightmarish underground cave, but a small, cramped room with little ventilation. There was an oil lamp that provided light on the table in front of him, and someone was sitting opposite him. However, due to the backlight, it was difficult for Peter to see the other person's specific appearance, and he could only make out the outline of a somewhat muscular body. The cold touch on his skin made Peter realize that he was sitting on a metal chair with armrests and backrest. To be more precise, he should be handcuffed to a chair. Because when Peter tried to move his body, the restraining feeling from his wrists made him realize that his mobility was restricted. Peter turned his head and glanced. 2 pairs of handcuffs made of unknown materials were connected to his wrists on one side and connected to the armrest of the chair on the other. They were fixed quite firmly. The person across the table saw that Peter had made some movement, woke up. It was a deep male voice. The posture as if he was interrogating a prisoner made Peter a little panicked. First, sir, please listen to my explanation. I am innocent. I was taken to their gathering by those men in black robes without my knowledge. I had no idea in advance what they planned to do or their specific identities. I'm really not on the same side as them. Peter couldn't help but not panic. When he faced the aberrant body, he was only thinking about how to survive and had no extra thoughts to think about anything else. Although he has escaped death and survived, looking at the current situation, what if he is regarded as an accomplice of those men in black robes? Belief in evil gods is a major crime recognized by all civilizations. It is a crime that involves killing first and asking questions later. It is better to kill by mistake than to let go of the level. Really, I saw someone posting on the bulletin board before Peter could finish his words, he was interrupted by the man opposite who couldn't see his specific appearance clearly. It's not time for you to explain yet, now I ask and you answer. Hey, okay sir, you can ask. You can ask whatever you want, I promise I will tell you everything. Pet's main focus is to follow one's heart. Name? Pate, Pete China. Belief? Peter hesitated for a moment and replied, I am a believer in the goddess of magic. I also believe in Navarre, the god of radiance, and Proust, the god of wealth. Goddess of magic? Are you a spellcaster? The man opposite lowered his head and quickly recorded something before confirming. Yes, I am a third-year student of the Arcane School of Karen College. Really, I am from the Kingdom of Riak and came here to study. I have a second-level spellcaster certificate and badge issued by the college to prove it. My identity. I am also a victim. The man raised his head. Other victims who survived from that cave told me that you released a very powerful magic they had never seen before to eliminate the monster, otherwise you would all die there. I've seen the corpse of the monster. I don't think ordinary third-level spells can destroy that kind of thing in one blow, but you only used one spell. Moreover, you said that you are still just a Karen. A second-level spellcaster from the academy? Seriously, I'm a little curious, how did you do it? Ha? When the man talked about Karen College, there was obviously a hint of ridicule in his tone. Peter knew why the other party reacted like this. Karen College is located in Greenport, a neutral and free city in Green Bay. It was funded and founded by the famous goblin tycoon Karen Lever. This college is one of the best in the entire Prentice continent, both in terms of scale and reputation. Unfortunately, this so-called fame is not a good one. Because at Karen College, no matter how poor the students are, they can buy an admission spot as long as they pay enough money, and the various professional assessments of this college are also notoriously easy. Use various methods to cheat during the assessment process to reduce the difficulty of passing. Karen College is full of parallel importers and gangsters, and the professional level of graduates is often 1 or 2 levels lower than the default rating. This has almost become a consensus in mainland China. It is inherently difficult for a second-level spellcaster to complete a third-level spell. What's more, Pet is still a parallel second-level spellcaster from Karen College, but he did something that was obviously not something he should be able to do under his normal level. So, Peter, how did you do it? I mean, release that spell? Seeing that Peter didn't respond, the man repeated the question. Peter's throat rolled up and down, and he felt a slight sweat start to form on his back. He wanted to tell the truth. When he was almost desperate, he suddenly received an oracle from an unknown god in his mind, and that god generously gave him a spellcasting method that was completely different from praying to the goddess of magic. At that time, in order to survive, he did it without thinking too much, and successfully released the powerful third-level spell, which really destroyed the monster. But now that he was out of danger, Pet carefully recalled his previous experiences and suddenly realized a very serious problem. Because Pet remembered the 3 characteristics of evil gods that he had learned. First, the evil god does not need specific prayers. As long as you call sincerely, you may attract the attention of the evil god. Second, the power of the evil god has a dangerous influence. Once accepted, there may be no obvious changes at the beginning, and you may even be paralyzed by the powerful power that is easily obtained. However, as time goes by, the evil god's believers will gradually change in both mind and appearance, and eventually completely lose their rationality and become fanatical servants or sacrifices of the evil god. Third, and the most terrifying point, it is easy to establish a connection with the evil god, but it is very difficult to get rid of it. Even if you don't pray to the evil god, as long as you become his believer, the evil god can pay attention to his believers for a long time, and whether the believers are willing or not, they can directly send down oracles or powers containing evil breath to them. Although Pete wanted to convince himself that the one who responded to him might not be the evil god, he was innocent, and he didn't want to have anything to do with the evil god at all. But from the previous experience, the first 2 characteristics seemed to be right. He did not pray to the corresponding gods in a specific format, but some gods received his request and paid attention to him. He did quickly gain powerful strength. He could successfully release the 3-level spell that he could hardly master with his affinity with the magic goddess in just a few minutes. As for the third feature? Pet looked at the bright information that just appeared in his mind and fell into silence. Believers' demands detected. Task updated. Task, gain the trust of Bahamut Konkdan Skrashterden, current trust level, 17%. All 3 characteristics are met. Pete is simply inconsolable. Why do all races unanimously agree to regard the followers of the evil god as traitors of civilization, and if they are found, they will be sentenced to death? They almost completely ignore the possibility that the other party will turn over a new leaf and turn to the light? Because the most troublesome thing about the evil god is that once you are involved, you can't get rid of it even if you want to. Normal gods will not be idle to pay attention to the situation of believers, but will only cast a gaze when the believers pray. Therefore, if a mortal feels that his affinity with a certain god is not high enough, he can completely convert to other gods. The biggest impact of abandoning faith is to lose the blessing of the corresponding god. But the evil god is different. Even if he only becomes a shallow believer, as long as there is the first contact, the evil god can complete the lock. It is too late for the mortal to stop praying at this time. The evil god can take the initiative to establish contact again at any time. Therefore, there is no option for mortals who become followers of the evil god in this world to abandon faith. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, the final outcome is almost certainly to be polluted into a monster that loses its mind, and this kind of monster often has the power bestowed by the evil god, which can easily cause great harm. Pete estimated that if he dared to tell the truth to this man with a long surname, the other party might hang him in the next second. Moreover, if the information in his mind was true 17% trust level, it means that he is likely to be suspected by the other party. The situation is actually like this. Pete's forehead was sweating, trying to think of an excuse to cover up the truth. Sir, I am a believer of the goddess of magic. The situation at that time was actually very critical, yes, very dangerous. Then, because I am a believer of the goddess of magic, right, I don't want to die, so at that time I prayed to the goddess very devoutly, hoping that she could help me through this crisis. As a result, the result may be that my piety really touched the goddess of magic. I felt that for a moment. I suddenly felt very clearly that the magic network was responding to me. With that feeling, I completed the spell. I don't know how I did it. The man sitting opposite Pete raised his head, and Pete noticed that his pupils were golden, slightly bright under the light of the oil lamp. You mean, at the critical moment of life and death, you suddenly improved your affinity with the goddess of magic? The man asked in an ambiguous tone. Pete gritted his teeth and nodded to confirm. Yes. That's what I mean. In order to make his argument more convincing, Pete also gave an example. I remember there was a similar example before. There was a famous great wizard Gangda who broke through the advanced threshold that had troubled him for a long time when his life was in danger, and successfully created the magic of Ganda's hand. He, the man chuckled and nodded slightly. Yes, it is indeed impossible to rule out the possibility that you and the great wizard Gangda are in the same situation. Pet thought that his explanation was a successful trick, but before he could be happy, he sensed the information in his mind, and his heart sank. Current trust level, 13%, not increasing but decreasing. It is obvious that this man named Bahamut did not believe Pete's explanation at all, and his trust level was even lower. Before Pete could come up with a new excuse, Bahamut drew his right hand in the air and took out a delicate crystal ball emitting starlight from somewhere. If the situation is really as you said, and you felt that your piety moved the magic goddess at the critical moment, then let's test your affinity with the magic goddess now. Bahamut's voice was calm as if there was no emotion. Pete felt a drop of cold sweat sliding down his forehead. If he was not mistaken, this should be a 5th level spell, Mystic Pocket, which can store items in the etheric plane space exclusive to the caster and can be used at any time. This means that Bahamut is at least a 5th level caster. This room is a bit stuffy, I'm sweating from the heat. Testing affinity, right, good idea, Looking at the crystal ball pushed in front of him by Bahamut, Pete laughed awkwardly a few times, trying to ease his increasingly tense state. The excuse he made up temporarily might fool others, but it certainly couldn't fool himself. Pete knew very well that his affinity with the goddess of magic had not increased at all. He could only successfully complete the spell of Hades Hunger by relying on the power of that unknown god. If he really had to test his affinity with the goddess of magic, he would definitely be exposed. God, this is the situation now. I can't fool it by myself. If you have any other way, at least let me get through the difficulties in front of me. Bahamut's eyes were more and more suspicious. Pete was almost forced into a dead end. If he told the truth, he would die. If he didn't tell the truth, he would also die. There was no way. He could only pin his last hope on that unknown god, that is, Nowan. Even if the other party was really the evil god, Pete didn't care. If he could gain Bahamut's trust and fool things, he could at least live a little longer, but if the lie was exposed on the spot, he would be dead. On the other side, Norman in the Kingdom of God also realized that the situation was more difficult than he thought. Although Novan has found a way to prevent his dangerous divine power from affecting mortals, he now faces a new problem. He has to find a way to arrange a vest for himself. He can't really use his original image to preach. Otherwise, let alone other mortals, like Pete, even Novan's own believers may not dare to pray to Novan. The knowledge or information that Novan can understand is not omniscient and omnipotent, but will be restricted by his divine power. Only when Novan's believers pray to him can he get relevant information. For example, the black-robed man prayed for the spell, Hades Hunger, before, and Novan fully mastered this magic. For another example, when Pete was in danger, he prayed, and the information Novan received was, destroy the black-robed man's transformed divine evil monster, and Pete can escape danger. In the interrogation room, Pete's idea of leaving was received by Novan, and Novan's divine power gave him feedback. Just gain Bahamut's trust. On the other hand, if Norwin was considered a dangerous evil god, then most mortals would not dare to pray to him, let alone offer their faith. Once he lost his source of faith, Norwin would become blind and might be trapped forever in the foggy kingdom of God. Thinking about the characteristics of his divine power, Norwin began to fabricate a vest identity for himself. I am not the evil god, I am Norwin, the god of knowledge. The god of knowledge is the priestly image vest Novan came up with for himself. When believers encounter difficulties, they can pray to Novan. Although Novan cannot consume divine power and directly help believers solve the difficulties, Novan can convey the method of solving the problem or the progress to the believers. How to do it depends on the believers themselves. What Novan does is only respond to the believers' demands and give them the information they want. This is the image of the God of knowledge envisioned by Novan, a God who is in charge of seeking knowledge and exploring unknown methods. The preparation for the character design of the vest is completed, and the next step is to find a way to draw a clear line between him and the so-called evil god. Novan began to make up his own background. I woke up from a long sleep, and the world now is very different from what it was then. Everything in the old days has evolved into a vicissitudes of life, and the former believers have long been turned into withered bones in the graves. The glory of the past is gone, the glory of the past is no longer there. Helpless mortals, if you need to find the lost direction, please offer your devout faith. The good news is that Peter's act of placing his last hope in Novan can be viewed by Novan's priestly authority as a less than complete prayer. This allowed Norvan to learn some information that would help Pet gain Bahamut's trust. In addition to the orthodox gods that a large number of mortals believe in and the evil gods who have no sense and only cause destruction, there is also an existence in between in this world, which is called outer gods or secondary gods. The priesthoods of external gods are often relatively partial, and their authority can accomplish fewer things than the righteous gods. Therefore, the number of believers they can obtain is very limited, and it is difficult to establish any formal sect, because there are not enough believers. Even the names of outer gods may be lost in mortal civilization, causing the gods themselves to fall into dormancy due to insufficient divine power, or even eventually die. Of course, compared to righteous gods, choosing external gods as the main belief of mortals also has unique benefits. Roughly speaking, phoenix tail and chicken head can be used to describe the states of believers of the two gods. There are a large number of believers in Jiangshan. If the affinity with the gods is not high enough, it will be difficult to obtain the care of more gods. That means it will be difficult to reach a higher level in terms of strength, and you can only become an ordinary believer. The outer gods are different. Since the number of believers is limited, the outer gods often don't pay much attention to affinity. As long as mortals are willing to devote their faith, the rewards they give will be more generous than the true gods, but the upper limit is difficult to reach the true gods. That level. The clergy of some external gods may have certain evil and chaotic tendencies, and their believers may seem to be both good and evil in their actions, but at least they will not directly pollute their believers into loss as exaggeratedly as evil gods. Crazy monster of sanity. The characteristics of the outer god, which is somewhere in between the two, just meet the positioning of the vest identity that Novan urgently needs to fabricate for himself. Going up, he can't get close to the main gods of the orthodox religions. Let alone the sect, he doesn't even have a group of decent believers. At the moment, he only has a single seedling called Pet China. Even if he claims to be an orthodox god, no one will. Letter, moving on, Norwin doesn't want to join forces with the evil god. Otherwise, if he wants to develop his own power, he will have to be sneaky. Even if he can develop it, the church stronghold may have to be raided by righteous brave men as a team copy every 3 days. It will definitely not end well. The identity of the outer god is just in the gray area between the two. Novan set himself up as the name has been lost for a long time. When he woke up, he happened to receive Pet's prayer and showed his divine power to help mortals overcome difficulties. Image. In the interrogation room, the oracle received in Pet's mind relieved his nervousness a lot. He remembered that when he was a child, the priest of the Glow God sect once preached that the evil gods were all evil gods full of madness and madness. They had no reason and would only follow their instincts and spread their dangerous abilities to their believers until mortals are completely polluted and corrupted. The god of knowledge Novan who appeared in his mind was different. He seemed to be a rational being who could communicate. It's just that the evil-filled sacrificial scene of the group of men in black robes and the flesh and blood monsters they transformed were too shocking, and preconceptions prevailed, making Peter think that he had a relationship with the evil god. It seems that maybe Pet was not entangled by the evil god, but just met an outside god who happened to be willing to help him at the critical moment of life and death. The two things happened to coincide with each other, and he had a misunderstanding. Peter convinced himself and hurriedly explained, "Sir. Wait. Please listen to me. I'm telling the truth. I'm really not a believer in the evil god. That's actually the truth. I was in that cave and prayed out of desperation." The oracle appeared in his mind, and he followed the guidance of the god of knowledge, Norwin, to successfully release the spell step by step. Peter quickly recited the process, and finally added, "The god of knowledge just sent an oracle to me, saying that he just woke up from a deep sleep and just happened to receive my prayer message, so he decided to help me. Current trust level, 31%, it finally went up." Peter breathed a sigh of relief. Although Pate couldn't tell Bahamut's attitude from his expression, if the mission progress in his mind was accurate, it meant that his words must have worked and increased the other party's trust. After listening to Pet's description, Bahamut thoughtfully wrote a few more strokes on the paper. "Nowan, the god of knowledge? An outer god just received your strong prayer and gave you power to help you through the danger? Compared with your previous rhetoric about suddenly improving the affinity of the magic goddess, this is indeed much more credible. Tell me more specifically, what is the power of this god of knowledge? If he is really an outer god, your acceptance of his power means that you are willing to become his believer. Show me the gift you have received." Pet organized his words and tried to make his tone more sincere. Well, sir, in the oracle given to me by the God of knowledge, if I understand his meaning correctly, then his power should be to give the information that believers need. How should I show this ability? Needed information? What does it mean? Bahamut was stunned for a moment, and a trace of confusion appeared on his originally expressionless face. It's just, his gift doesn't seem to give me any intuitive power. Instead, if I encounter something I don't know how to do, I pray to the God of knowledge, and he will give me a way to solve the problem. Bahamut pondered for a moment. According to you, because you needed a way to escape from danger at that time, the God of knowledge gave you the third-level spell, Hada's Hunger, so that you can use it to eliminate the aberrations. In that case, you pray again in front of me now. If he can also give me a gift to prove that what you said is true, I will believe you. After hearing Bahamut's request, Pate had no choice but to follow his previous method and try to pray to Novan, the God of knowledge. If you can hear my request, please tell me how to gain Bahamut's trust. Because of the large number of believers in the main gods such as the goddess of magic and the god of radiance that Pet previously believed in, they needed to follow a strict prayer format when praying, otherwise it would be difficult to get a response from the corresponding gods. The outer gods were much more relaxed in this regard, and usually only needed if the name of the god is correct. The prayer is completed and the request can be conveyed to the god. Novan, who was always paying attention to Pet's situation, naturally received the other party's appeal at the first time. Immediately afterwards, Novan felt a similar experience to the one he had previously obtained, the Hunger of Hada spell. A new spell was here for him. Instantly comprehended and fully mastered. Do you know your real name? Novan was a little confused. Because when Pate was being interrogated, Novan had already learned that the way to make Pate leave was to gain the trust of the interrogator, and Mingming also learned that the interrogator's name was Bahamut. As a result, after his power was triggered, he was given a spell called True Name Knowing. This spell is not complicated. In terms of casting difficulty, it is at the level of a level 2 spell. The effect is also very simple. You can use the power of arcane magic to perform a divination-like operation to detect and call out the opponent's true name. Moreover, this spell can see through the disguise of various false names. If you only need to know the other person's name to gain trust, then why do you need magic? Can I just ask Peter to read the name in the oracle? Isn't this unnecessary? Novan didn't understand the relationship between this spell and gaining Bahamut's trust. After all, his power would only provide him with effective solutions at present, which might be a certain magic or something. Let the believer accomplish something, but as to why it solves the problem, his power will not tell the reason. Combining the existing information, Novan tried to analyze. It's definitely not as simple as knowing the true name. In that case, what the clerical authority would give me would be to tell the believer directly and ask him to say Bahamut's name. Now it's given me a new spell. There seems to be only one difference between casting a spell to call someone out and saying it directly, and that is that the former will have the effect of seeing through the opponent's disguise to a certain extent. Novan felt like he had a clue. In other words, this guy named Bahamut may have some disguise that he doesn't want others to know about? The task has been released. Task: learn the spell, True Name Knowing. Progress: 0%. Task: cast the spell, True Name Known, on Bahamut Kankdadi's Graz Sharden, times 0 to 1. It didn't take long for Novan to think about it in the kingdom of God, so Pet soon heard the ding sound that he was already familiar with. Level 2 spell? Fortunately, I should be fine with this. Peter didn't think too much. With Novan as an external brain, he only had to follow the oracle's instructions. With his previous experience of learning Hunger of Hada, Pet became much more proficient this time, and followed the same method and began to try to mobilize the magic net. Perceiving the magical energy escaping in the surrounding environment and decoding the disordered information one by one, Pete noticed a different detail in the process: magical energy in different environments. The results obtained after decoding the disordered information according to the format are different? Although it was different from the first time Peter cast a spell in this way, it did not affect the spell. Peter quickly established contact with the magic network again. Putting these doubts aside for the time being, Peter continued to concentrate on casting spells. Current trust level, 40%, although there was still no expression on the face of Bahamut sitting across from him, but his expression became a little more focused. The level of trust shown by the oracle was not deceptive, and Pet felt happy. The God of knowledge is really reliable. Although I don't know why I can gain Bahamut's trust by casting this magic, but just completing the step of mobilizing the magic network can increase his trust in me, which shows that this method is effective. The complexity of the spell model of level 2 magic is much lower than that of level 3. Although he is a parallel level 2 spellcaster, Peter has mastered several level 2 spells in a decent manner, so this time he completed, true name known, the magic process went smoothly. Without much effort, Peter felt a stream of arcane energy gradually gather at his throat under the restraint of magic. The moment the magic was completed, Peter opened his mouth uncontrollably and made a sound that was obviously different from his normal state. Search for the truth here and call up your true name. Your name is Bahamut Compton. Cough. 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 When Pet began to recite, the calm expression on Bahamut's face, who was sitting across from him, began to look a little wrong. When he read the part about his real name, Bahamut's expression changed on the spot. Without hesitation, he stretched out his right index finger and pointed it at Pete. Counter spell. Pet felt as if someone had suddenly grabbed his vocal cords while he was speaking, but he actually felt worse than that. Not only was the spell he was chanting interrupted, his breathing was blocked, and his throat felt a burning pain, but his head also felt like it was hit hard by something. His ears were full of buzzing hallucinations, and he couldn't concentrate at all. Cough, 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 cough. He, a pure academy spellcaster, had never experienced a real spellcaster battle. He was caught off guard by a spell counter, cast by at least a 5th level spellcaster, which caused this magic, which was originally just used to interrupt others chanting, to be controlled for dozens of seconds. After more than half a minute, Pete barely recovered, his face full of shock. No, sir. I prayed to the God of knowledge as you said, and he responded to me with this spell. I did exactly what you asked. Why, stop me from casting the spell. Bahamut seemed to be concise this time, and said in a very fast tone, no. I believe you have nothing to do with those evil God believers. Pet Chinel, but I haven't completed the spell yet. No, you are good enough, young man. I believe in you very much now. I believe in you very much. Come, just sign your name here. Bahamut handed over the paper he used to record. Somehow, Pete always felt that Bahamut's tone was no longer as calm as before, but became a little urgent, as if he was a little anxious to leave here. He then reacted and checked the oracle again. Current trust level, 77%, mission completed. What happened? He finally gained Bahamut's trust. Although he still didn't understand how he did it, at this time, Pet just wanted to leave the interrogation room as soon as possible and didn't want to have anything to do with the evil god or the man in black robe. The complicated arcane lock runes on the metal rings that originally bound Pet's hands gradually dissipated in the air. After regaining his freedom, Pet hurriedly took the pen and paper and lowered his head to look at the content on the paper. What is written on it? Pete remembered that when the two of them were talking back and forth, Bahamut kept writing on the paper. At this time, there was indeed a lot of things written on the paper with golden paint, but the problem was, Pete discovered that he couldn't understand the language Bahamut spoke. This is not the common language of Prentice Continent, nor is it the rune language that believers in the goddess of magic like to use to record magic knowledge, but a text format that Pete has never seen before. The beautiful cursive characters connect the letters one by one to form different words. They have delicate outlines and smooth transitions. The lines are elegant and elastic, and they look unique and beautiful. It's not important, it's just a simple record document with your information on it and you need to sign for confirmation. Bahamut explained to Pet, although I personally believe that you have nothing to do with those cult lunatics, but according to the regulations of the Green Harbor Police Department, if there are new developments in the relevant investigation in the next period of time, you may need to be summoned to ask some questions. As if he was afraid that Pet would be worried, Bahamut added another sentence after finishing speaking. Don't worry, I won't treat you as a comrade. Other people who survived like you will have to sign the same documents. This is just a necessary process. Peter was surprised and subconsciously said, when did the Greenport Police Department become so dedicated and responsible? Aren't the police departments full of pigs who have to give them money before they move? Oh, no, sorry, sir, please pretend I didn't say anything, I'll sign right now. It wasn't until mid-sentence that Pet realized that the attack range of his words was a bit wide, and it obviously included Bahamut. Bahamut sneered and waved his hand. It doesn't matter. I know what Green Harbor Police Station is like. Don't worry about offending anything. Because of its large-scale free trade and the special position of a neutral port, Greenport is a very developed economy, but it is indeed criticized in terms of public security management. From the courts to the police stations, the common feature of all walks of life is the prevalence of corruption, and the transactions of power and wealth have almost changed from unspoken rules to naked rules. When faced with common fights, neighborhood disputes, searching for lost property, etc., the grassroots level of the police station basically pushes them away and delays them whenever they can. After all, most police officers even paid for their positions. How can we expect them to do a good job without giving them benefits first? Of course, in a sense, this kind of public security management system that relies solely on money to talk about everything is also a unique feature of Greenport. After all, the owner of this city, the hobgoblin Chable Karen Lever, is an out-and-out fanatical collector of wealth. As long as a sufficient price is given, Karen may even dare to hang himself with a rope. Sell. In the same way, if enough money is given, the police department can instantly turn into the most ferocious hyena, obeying the boss's words, staring at the soft persimmons they can bully and pinching them. In comparison, Pet felt that Bahamut was so dedicated that he didn't even look like someone from the Green Harbor Police Department. In Pet's impression, the police officers at Greenport didn't have much patience at all. No matter what the case was, as long as they entered the interrogation room, they would definitely hint to him overtly or covertly to pay him quickly. If the money was not enough, he would be beaten as an evil god. The believers sent him to be hanged to close the case. Only when he had enough money did he have the opportunity to enter the normal questioning process. Originally, he was prepared for a major hemorrhage, but he didn't expect that Bahamut never mentioned asking for money from the beginning to the end, and his unruffled demeanor made Pat so nervous that he didn't even dare to ask for money. Giving bribes. Sir, are you really from the Green Harbor Police Department? Pete couldn't help but ask curiously while signing his name Pete China in common language. Pat noticed that when he signed with this pen, the handwriting was also golden, reflecting the light under the light of the oil lamp. Bahamut did not answer Pet's question directly. When he saw Pet signing his name, he stood up, walked to the door in a few steps, opened the door of the room and shouted outside. It's been confirmed. He is innocent. He is not acquainted with those cult lunatics. Come in and wrap things up and let him leave. As he finished speaking, Pet saw a fat police officer wearing the largest Greenport Police Department uniform and weighing over 200 pounds hurriedly squeezed in and saluted Bahamut in a rather non-standard manner. Yes. Chief Troon. Thank you for your hard work. The opponent was obviously trying very hard to look agile and neat, but unfortunately, his bloated body due to the obvious lack of exercise made his movements look loose. Yeah. Peter nodded when he saw Bahamut, walked around the fat police officer and left the room. As soon as Bahamut left, the fat police officer immediately relaxed, and the expression on his face turned into a lazy state. He walked listlessly to the table and sat down. After signing the paper and pen, he asked impatiently, "The name?" Pet was stunned. Didn't Bahamut already ask this question? Name. Come on, boy, don't waste my time, you know. If the police chief hadn't confirmed that you didn't know, for a guy like you who doesn't know the current affairs, if you ask me, it's probably those crazy evil gods. Lackeys, they should all be sent to the gallows, then I will be at peace. Peter snorted, Sir, but didn't the relevant information already be recorded when I asked the question before? Why do you want to ask again? The fat police officer frowned, raised his hand and raised the paper to Pat. Don't you kid make up lies to fool me, but there is nothing written on it. Hurry up, don't waste time, what am I asking? What do you say, or else I'll lock you up here for a few days, believe it or not. Peter took a closer look. The record document that was signed by him a few seconds ago was completely blank at the moment. Damn it. Wait a minute, sir. Really, I remember it very clearly. There were a lot of things written on it, and I even signed it. It can't be blank. Pat said anxiously, if you don't believe me, you called that gentleman just now. Come on, he can prove it. The fat police officer sneered and said, you can yell if you want. That's Chief Troon. He has a lot of things to do. How can he have time to come back and prove it to you? Peter was confused the first time he heard this title and couldn't help but ask, Chief Tren? But his name is Bahamut, right? Unexpectedly, the fat police officer's expression was even more confused than that of Pat. What the hell? Who is Bahamut? When Pete finally left the interrogation room and saw the long-lost blue sky, he was still confused. After asking Pete again for information, the fat police officer drove him out impatiently. During this period, no matter how Pete asked, the fat police officer always insisted that he had never heard of Bahamut, and there was no such person in the police station. The gentleman who just left the room was obviously his boss, Sheriff Tren. If Pete could not still vaguely feel the discomfort left by the spell counter before, he might really think that he was hit by some illusion magic and imagined a person named Bahamut out of thin air. But the previous memory was so clear, unlike the illusion magic, it was not like the sense of separation from the reality after the spell effect ended. Pete, who did not believe in evil, tried to pray to Nowan again. Great God of knowledge, Nowan, I offer you my sincere faith. Please tell me how to find Bahamut Konkdon Skrasjerdin. This time, Pete did not use the true name knowing, blessing to pronounce this extremely difficult surname, but just tried to recite it in his mind. As a result, the oracle he received not only did not solve Pete's problem, but also made him more confused. Quest, go to Frostfire Plateau, progress 0 to 1, why do I want to find someone I met in Green Harbor, but the God of Knowledge guides me to go to a place as far as Frostfire Plateau? Pat was confused. He had heard of Frostfire Plateau. I learned in the Geography General Education class at Cairn College that the Plantis continent is generally a spindle-shaped structure running from north to south. Green Harbor is a small promontory protruding at the southernmost end. Its special geographical location makes it an excellent sheltered port. To the north of Green Harbor is Pete's hometown, the Kingdom of Riyak. As the most powerful country on the Plantis continent, the Kingdom of Riyak has a very vast territory, bordering Green Harbor in the south, the Dwarf Forge Town in the north, the Misty Sea in the west, and the Dark Forest in the east, occupying more than one-third of the continent's area. As for the Frostfire Plateau, that place is further north than the dwarf's territory. It is covered with snow all year round, but there is hot magma erupting from nowhere, and a strange scenery of ice, snow and fire intertwined. Don't even think about going there. For people like Pete who grew up in the Kingdom of Riyak, the Frostfire Plateau belongs to a place that only exists in various legends. What Pete didn't know was that Norwin, who was far away in the Kingdom of God, was also surprised. When Norwin saw the no true name spell, he had guessed that Bahamut might have disguised his identity, so he was not particularly surprised. What really surprised him was that when Pete prayed to him this time, Norwin felt the upper limit of his current priesthood authority for the first time since he crossed over. The only feedback Norwin received this time was go to Frostfire Plateau. With such a rough goal alone, it is obviously not a solution to Pete's request. Norwin is sure that the information he received is incomplete. To describe it, it is probably that all the information has multiple steps, and Norwin can only receive the goal of the first link at this time. The reason for not being able to obtain all the information is that when Norwin responded to Pete's request this time, he clearly felt the consumption of divine power. Norwin noticed that using priesthood authority also consumes his divine power to obtain the corresponding information. It's just that the consumption of divine power in the previous few times when he used priesthood authority to respond to believers was very small. Compared with the direct granting of power or the transmission of oracles, if Norman does not deliberately perceive it, the consumption is so small that it is difficult to detect. As a result, the information corresponding to Pete's prayer this time, just obtaining the first step of the goal, caused Norman's remaining little divine power to be greatly reduced rapidly. He would be drained of divine power and die before he could get all the relevant information, which frightened Norman and forced him to stop decisively. As for why the difference in divine power consumption is so huge when using the same priesthood authority, Norman has not yet found the specific reason. The sample size is too small, and it is difficult to summarize the rules. If there is only one believer, my source of divine power is too small. Even if the consumption is less than that of other gods, the accumulation efficiency is not good enough. Therefore, the most important task at this stage is to find a way to spread the word and recruit as many believers as possible. For preaching, either mortals take the initiative to call Norman's name in the corresponding format when praying and he receives it, and the two sides establish direct contact, or the believers of this sect must try to introduce and recommend it to others. For now on, the first method cannot be said to have a bright future, and it can be said that it is basically hopeless. The reason is very simple. Nowan has not forgotten that his current identity as the so-called God of Knowledge is just a vest, a fake identity. Non-believers want to establish contact by calling his God's name, and they should use the ones that the black-robed people in the cave said, such as Father of All-Knowing, Lord of Enlightenment. The casual words of mortals such as, whoever it is, come and help me, are not particularly directed. Not to mention Nowan, no God can directly establish contact through such words. This way is blocked, leaving Nowan with only another way, let those who already believe in him preach to others. Commonly known as, recruiting people to join. Pet Kanar pondered for a long time but still couldn't figure out the connection between finding Bahamut and going to the Frostfire Plateau, and no new oracle descended. Forget it, never mind. Pet shook his head vigorously and decided to put these things he couldn't figure out behind him. Too much debt is not a worry, too many lice are not itchy. As long as he doesn't think about it, he can pretend that this thing doesn't exist. He has encountered too many outrageous things in the past 2 days, not just this one. First, because of the desire for the so-called quickly become a level 3 spellcaster, he trusted the Black-Robed Man and was involved in an unknown sacrificial ceremony. Then something went wrong and he almost lost his life there. Fortunately, he was not destined to die. At the critical moment, an outer god who claimed to have just awakened from sleep helped him, and by accident, he really mastered level 3 magic. As for the interrogation as an accomplice of the Black-Robed Man after waking up in the police station, Pete was exhausted. Now that the matter has finally come to an end, he just wants to go back to the dormitory he rented in Karen College to rest for a few days and comfort his injured heart. Just a few steps out of the police station, Pete suddenly heard a crisp and hurried footsteps behind him, followed by a smart and pleasant voice. "Sir. Sir. Please wait a moment." Peter turned around and saw a girl of similar age running towards him. She has thick long brown hair, with slightly curly hair falling smoothly on both sides of her shoulders. Her blue eyes sparkle with passion and excitement, her lips are red and full, and she wears a dress that has been rinsed many times and is a little white. She wore a long gray cotton apron with a wide belt tied around her waist, which highlighted her slender waist. "Sir, thank you very much." Peter didn't react and looked at the girl hesitantly. "Who are you?" The girl hurriedly introduced. "Sir, it's like this, you may not know me. I was deceived by those bad guys in black robes before. They told me that there was a way to solve the difficulties I encountered, and they took me to the cave. When I saw the monster, the Lord of Glow was there. Ah, I thought I was going to die there. Thanks to Sir, you took action in time and used that powerful spell to destroy the monster and save everyone. You seemed to be too tired and fainted at that time. It was me who ran out and found the people from the police station. They said they would take everyone back. The police department confirmed some situations. I wanted to say thank you in person, so after they asked me about things, I have been waiting here for you to come out. Oh. By the way, sir, I haven't told you my name yet. Rena Monia, if you can, just call me Rena." Peter was stunned. The girl named Lena in front of him was an unlucky person like him, and was involved in the ceremony without knowing it. Moreover, the girl does not look like a professional. Peter is at least a level 2 spellcaster. Although he does not know any offensive spells, he is still a professional with a certain ability to protect himself. If he were an ordinary person, facing that situation will only make you more desperate. No, you don't have to be so polite. My name is Peter Chinner. In fact, I'm just like you. I was also obsessed at the time and believed those crazy people's lies, saying that they could learn spells by going there. As a result, they were almost killed. Peter waved his hands repeatedly. Rena's eyes shone with admiration. "Mr. China, you are too humble. I heard from other rescued people that the spell you released at that time was at least the most powerful 3rd-level spell, and everyone was. I was so scared that no one dared to stand up and stop that monster, only you did it." Peter felt his face start to get hot again and subconsciously rubbed the corner of his clothes. He was a little embarrassed by Rena's praise. The actual situation was obviously that he was almost desperate at that time. If Norvan, the god of knowledge, had not helped him at the critical moment, he thought that working hard before dying would be better than lying down and dying. According to Norvan, the oracle released the spell, otherwise his performance might not be much better than others. It's just that at that time, everyone was a little frightened and at a loss. I think when it comes to life and death, everyone should be able to muster the courage. "There is no need to praise me like this," Peter explained with a slight embarrassment. "You just call me Peter, but it makes me feel embarrassed if you call me Mr. China." Rena sighed softly, her tone full of longing. "But even if we want to make any resistance, it will probably be useless. You are a professional and can release powerful spells by raising your hand. These monsters must not be considered at all in front of you." "What, I'm just an ordinary person." If his face was still a little hot before, Peter felt that he might be blushing now. Lena's words were indeed a sincere thank you, but the problem was that these few words of description made him feel a little bit uncomfortable. Well deserved. A strong professional? Can you cast a powerful spell just by raising your hand? If the time goes back a few days, these descriptions have nothing to do with pet. One's own family knows one's own affairs. As a person from the kingdom of Layak, why didn't Peter go to the Layak Palace Academy of Arcanism? Why did he have to travel such a long distance and come all the way to Greenport? Was it because he didn't want to go? It's not because of his affinity with the goddess of magic that the Palace Academy of Arcane Law doesn't like him at all, and he can't even go there if he wants to.
Peter's father, Mr. Chenna, is a baron and a minor nobleman conferred by the royal family of the Kingdom of Riyak.
He is considered to be of minor status. However, according to the inheritance law of the Kingdom of Riyak, as the eldest son of the baron, Peter Chinner, if he wants to inherit the title of baronet, he must meet one of three conditions: believe in the Glow religion and become a true believer, regularly high taxes on inherited rights were paid to the king, become a level 3 professional.
Pat didn't want to choose either of the first two conditions.
True believers are different from shallow believers who can believe or abandon their faith at any time.
Once they become a true believer, it means that they must strictly follow the various teachings and precepts of God's church, which is equivalent to being restricted in their words and deeds. As for paying taxes, Peter's father was just a minor baron, and there were a lot of similar beings in the Kingdom of Riyak. He could usually live a good life relying on the output of the manor, and even had enough money for Peter to come to Greenport to buy a card. Rowan College admissions quota: if he pays money to the king regularly, his quality of life will inevitably drop significantly. As long as he doesn't have no choice, Pat naturally doesn't want to do this. So the only option left for him was to become a level 3 professional.
Compared with warriors, rangers, and monks, which require hard training every day, it is obvious that a mage who does not require physical fitness is more in line with the needs of aristocratic children like Peter.
Of course, his mage training is also half-baked.
He has not reached the level of a third-level spellcaster after staying in Karen College for 3 years. In addition, the aristocrat's physical constitution is not as good as production, so his actual combat power is only a little stronger than that of ordinary people. His real level before was not worthy of the descriptions that Raina praised. In order to avoid further embarrassment, Peter decisively changed the subject. I just heard you talk about the God of Glow.
Are you a believer of the God of Glow? Are you also a Layak?
The religion of Glow is the largest sect in the Kingdom of Layak, and it is also the most mainstream belief. Even the royal family is a light believer of the God of Glow. If someone says that he is a believer of the God of Glow, then he is definitely a believer.
89 are the Layak people. Raina showed a surprised expression. Yes.
I was born in the royal capital of Starash, but my father opened a tavern here in Green Harbor, and I came to help him run it, so I came here. Mr. Pet, so you are also a Layak?
Well, I came here to go to school.
I am now a third-year student at Karen College.
If nothing happens, I will be able to graduate and leave soon.
Who knew I would be involved in such a dangerous thing this time? Tay replied. Seeing that Peter was about to leave after finishing speaking, Raina immediately suggested, how about you go to my pub and sit down? I haven't formally expressed my gratitude to you yet.
At least let me buy you a drink.
For the sake of his fellow countrymen, Peter agreed to Lena's invitation.
Great. The tavern is not far from here, let me lead the way. Raina walked forward happily.
Coming out of the Greenport police station, you will see a prosperous trade bazaar. Traders from all over the Prentice continent will basically gather on this gravel-paved street and place all kinds of goods they bring on the shelves. On the cloth, they are trying to sell their products to potential customers in various languages and techniques. This long street, called the Trade Bazaar by the Goblins, runs roughly east-west along the terrain of Greenport. To the north is the upper city, which is far away from the coast and has higher terrain, and to the south is the lower city, which is close to the coastline and the port. It happens to be stuck at the junction of two urban areas. In the trade fair, goblins who like to do business everywhere are the most numerous, accounting for about 80% of the total. Sometimes dwarves, half-elves, and humans can also be seen. Although Greenport is not far from the southern border of the Kingdom of Riyak, the number of people from the Kingdom of Riyak who come here to make a living is not very large, because not far depends on who you compare it to. On the scale of the entire Prentice continent, this distance is indeed not that far away. It can be reached by walking through the twilight wasteland in the middle. But for humans, if they travel on foot, it would take at least 2 weeks to hike through the twilight wasteland without losing their way.
What's more, the dusk wasteland is not very safe. The gloomy atmosphere spreading from the endless dark forest to the east has affected the dusk wasteland. Even during the day, it is in a gloomy and depressive state. There are also various monsters dormant in the wild. Be ready to attack passing travelers or caravans at any time. The natural physical attributes of the human race are not high, and without training, individual combat effectiveness is also low. If you want to go from the Kingdom of Riyak to Greenport, it is very dangerous to choose the land route. Most of the time, you have to take a merchant ship or an airship. However, the operating rights of these two means of transportation are firmly controlled by the hobgoblin tycoon Karen Lever in Greenport.
Whether it is a boat ticket or an airship ticket, the price is so expensive that it is crazy. The main output of the Ryak Kingdom is a variety of grains and agricultural products, which are very popular within the kingdom due to their high quality and low price. However, if it needs to be transported over long distances, the losses along the way, the cost of storage, and the goblin's shamelessly high-priced ferry ticket might make you pay for it in one trip, but you won't be able to make any money. Therefore, the Layak people who can come to Greenport are either small-scale traders selling special rare treasures that they have received from traveling all over the country, or they have a unique craft and can avoid the Layak Kingdom. Fierce competition to open up new markets in Greenport. No matter how unlucky they would just work as porters. Although Peter has been in Green Harbor for almost 3 years, he spent most of his time wandering around Karen College. Most of the friends he met were young aristocrats who came here to prove themselves as professionals just like him. I have only been to Xiaoqing district a handful of times, and I just walked around the outside without going deep. Lena's Tavern is located in a small street in the lower town of Greenport, relatively close to the port. Most of the buildings on both sides of the road are made of rough stone and wood. In order to adapt to the influence of the climate, the roofs are steep and the windows are narrow. The exterior walls are covered with various brightly colored paints, making this small street look warm and welcoming. The smell of fish mixed with the sewage from the sewers and the sea breeze became stronger and stronger, and the filth and garbage that could be seen everywhere on the roadside made Peter choke and cough twice. He was a little uncomfortable with the port environment. Although his quality of life in the Barren Manor is not as luxurious as it is still considered pampered. He is attended by maids in his daily life. On the Green Harbor side, Karen College, where he usually lives, is also located in Green Harbor. In the upper city area, the environment is cleaned by specialized cleaners, which is much better than in the lower city area. Peter conveniently cast a pure breathing technique trick on himself and Reina. This spell is an introductory trick that all magic apprentices can master. The effect is also very simple. The arcane energy will form a filter in the nostrils of the recipient, which can effectively filter out various odors, leaving only pure air in the end. Feeling that the air she breathed became fresher, Reina's eyes lit up and she asked curiously, "Mr. Pet, what kind of spell is this? I can't smell the unpleasant smell anymore." "No, it's not a spell, it's just a simple trick," Peter corrected. Casting a cantrip is much simpler than a spell. Believers of the goddess of magic need to spend time praying and meditating to the goddess the day before, and inform the goddess of the spells they need to use the next day. Only by doing so can they obtain the corresponding number of spell uses. This rule is called spell slot by spellcasters. Rule: there are not so many restrictions on magic. As long as you can get a response from the goddess of magic in complete communication with the magic network, you can cast it at any time without consuming spell slots. Pet heard that races like elves and half-elves that have a higher innate affinity with the goddess of magic can even perform several tricks by instinct even when they are just born, even without learning. Of course, the tricks themselves will not have any powerful effects, most of them are just small tricks like pure breath technique. Peter stayed at Karen College for 3 years. He didn't learn many formal spells. Instead, he learned a lot of tricks like purifying breathing technique, cleaning technique, and dancing light technique. The main purpose was to make his daily life more comfortable. However, even the simplest trick, which was not even considered a first-level spell, still made Reina look extremely envious. "It's great to be a spellcaster. I also want to work hard to become a mage, but unfortunately I may be too stupid. The goddess of magic thinks that I am not suitable for this path. When I was a child, when I took the test at the Royal Academy of Arcane Law in the royal capital, they said that I didn't have the skills to match the goddess of magic at all. In terms of affinity, even becoming a magic apprentice is difficult." Peter comforted, "The way to become a professional is not just a spellcaster. Your situation sounds very similar to my brother. He also doesn't have much magic affinity, but there are so many cultivation routes that you can take. You can definitely find a path that suits you." Reina smiled and said, "Thank you for your comfort. It is a blessing from a powerful archmage. This should be the best news I have received in this time." While the two were talking, the short street was almost at its end. Standing on tiptoes, you could already see the coastline of Green Harbor and the busy pier in the distance. Reina pointed at a house not far away with a moni hanging on it. "The 2-story building with the signature of Brothers Tavern, we're here." Peter raised his eyes and looked up. The first thing that caught his attention was a few strong men standing at the door of the tavern. Judging from their posture, they looked like they were coming with bad intentions. Seeing those strong men, Reina's originally happy expression suddenly turned ugly. Why are they here again? Before he could ask Lena what happened, Peter saw the leading strong man carrying a thick wooden stick, banging on the wooden door of the tavern menacingly, and shouting into the tavern, "Old Moni, I said I would give you 3 days to think about it. How is your thinking going? Speak! When you and your friends went to make trouble, weren't you quite loud? Now you don't even dare to come out. Sir Desley has given us a death order to compensate you for all your losses during this period. Otherwise, you won't be able to hang out in Greenport any longer." The wooden door was shaking under the strong blows of the strong man. Reina's expression became even more ugly when she saw this, and she muttered in a low voice, "F.A." Peter seemed to vaguely hear the girl curse a word starting with F. What are the backgrounds of these people? Peter's friends at Cairn College mentioned to him that the upper town and lower town of Greenport were almost 2 worlds apart, and the gap could be described as worlds apart. The people living in Shangqing district are basically wealthy businessmen, hobgoblins or high-level professionals, enjoying a luxurious and comfortable life. The residences are surrounded by carefully maintained gardens and courtyards, and are decorated with various rare treasures. You can enjoy delicious food and wine from all over the mainland, and there are various social dances or banquets almost every day. The lower city area is where ordinary people from Greenport gather, living in simple wooden or stone houses. The smell of fish from the fishing boats drying fish in the port lingers all year round, and the environment is synonymous with dirty and messy conditions. Moreover, various gangs are rampant in the lower city, and coupled with the lazy work efficiency of the Greenport Police Department, the security situation is even more chaotic. As soon as he arrived at the door of Lena's tavern, Peter personally felt the chaos in the lower city. Rena frowned and sighed sadly. "It's a long story. Now is not the time to explain. I may not have the chance to buy you a drink. I'm so unlucky to bump into these hateful guys again. Anyway, let's get out of here quickly before they find me. They know that I am Lao Moni's daughter. If I fall into their hands, I will be in trouble." Peter wanted to subconsciously agree to Lena to follow her and leave, but suddenly his heart moved. That's wrong. If I had encountered this kind of thing in Greenport in the past, I would definitely have done more than done less. I would have avoided it if I could. After all, although I was a professional in the past, I actually had no fighting ability at all. If we were to fight, I would definitely be the one who got beaten. The problem is, now that the God of Knowledge is protecting me, I can kill even the level 3 aberrations. Why should I still be afraid of a few gangsters in the lower city? No matter how good they are at fighting, can they still be stronger than that aberration? Looking at those few people, they don't look like professionals. They are probably just stronger guys among ordinary people. When the God of Knowledge didn't come, I was afraid that something similar would happen to me because I couldn't defeat it. Now that the God of Knowledge has come, I can also learn powerful spells. If I was still afraid, wouldn't the God of Knowledge come for nothing? Pat's mentality quietly changed slightly. In the past, he knew very well how high the moisture content of his profession was. Greenport was not the Baron's manor in his hometown, and there were no guards who could make him pretend to be powerful. But after being involved in the sacrificial rituals of those men in black robes, experiencing real battles, and destroying powerful monsters with his own hands, Peter found that he began to become different. When he was at the Green Harbor police station, he was frightened by the aura of the mysterious man named Bahamut. He subconsciously followed his past mentality and his first reaction was to beg for mercy. After leaving the police station, Pat gradually came back to his senses. With his record of killing level 3 aberrant monsters, he felt I am strong for the first time. What's more, the one who is covering him now is not the cold and indifferent goddess of magic, but the God of Knowledge, Norvin. The knowledge given to him by the God of Knowledge is much more useful than that given by the Goddess of Magic. Rena, we don't have to leave. It's just a few gangsters, leave it to me. After his mentality changed, Peter became more courageous. Great God of Knowledge, I need your help. Please teach me the spell that can teach these guys a lesson. The next moment, a familiar voice sounded in Peter's ears, Bite. Receive prayers from believers. The task has been released. Task, learn the spell, Arcane Missile, Level 1, current progress, 0%, mission, defeat the gangster 0/5. Peter patted Rena on the shoulder. You hide aside for a while. Don't forget what you said. I am the Archmage. It's just a simple matter to deal with them. After hearing this, Rena hesitated for a moment and nodded honestly. Then, Mr. Pet, you must pay attention to safety and don't get hurt by them. Peter made a proper gesture, stabilized his mind, and began to build a spell model based on the information in Nubbin's oracle. He was quite proficient in the steps of mobilizing the magic net,
and it only took him a few seconds to successfully hook up with the magic net again. TSK, the method of the god of knowledge is better. I never dared to think that communicating with the magic network would be such a simple matter. Peter couldn't help but sigh when he was building the arcane missile spell model. If he used to pray to the goddess of magic to mobilize the magic network, he was humbly applying and begging the magic network to respond to his request. How much arcane energy he could use depended on the mood of the magic network. Then now Pete seemed to be issuing orders to the magic network. As long as he moved his mind, the flowing arcane energy would be arranged as he needed. Arcane Missile is just a basic 1st level attack spell. The spell model to be built is not complicated. Moreover, there is a ready-made model given by Noun that can be copied, which greatly reduces the difficulty. After the key nodes are arranged, Pete can clearly feel the arcane energy gradually gathering in his hands. Pete learned about the specific effect of this spell when he was looking up information at Karen Academy. The arcane will be constrained into 3 bright and small purple missiles. As the caster specifies the target, the missiles will rush to the target at an astonishing speed and avoid possible obstacles on the road through a variety of flight trajectories. The magic energy contained in the missile will form a powerful impact force when it hits the target, and its strength is enough to knock down an ordinary adult on the spot. Undoubtedly, Arcane Missiles is the most basic and best used 1st level attack magic for mages. Arcane Missiles. Pet chanted the spell, focusing on the sturdy man who was holding a thick wooden stick and smashing the door. He raised his hand suddenly, and 3 missiles emitting bright purple light made a sharp whistling sound, cutting through the air and flying towards the opponent quickly. Swoosh! 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 The sound of breaking through the air sounded, and Pete was more than 50 meters away from the door of the Moni Brothers Tavern, but for the high-speed arcane missile, it only takes less than 2 seconds from leaving his hand to hitting the target. The leading strong man heard the sound and realized something was wrong. When he turned his head and saw the missile, it was too late to dodge. He barely made a sideways movement, but the clever purple missile also changed its flight trajectory, flew out a bright arc, and accurately hit the strong man's chest. Bang! The huge impact force exploded, and the strong man was beaten on the spot. His expression management was out of control, and his face involuntarily revealed a distorted look of pain, as if he had been hit heaten. His eyes turned black, and he vomited blood with a wow, and then he screamed in pain. Although he was not knocked unconscious directly, the impact effect of the missile alone was enough to make him drink a pot. The pain from his chest and abdomen made him unable to stand steadily and almost lost his ability to move. The other 4 who reacted were shocked at first, and hurriedly went up to support him, and looked in the direction of Pete. "Boss! Are you okay? What's going on? There's a mage. He's a mage." The leading strong man endured the severe pain of being hit by the missile and tried to look at Pete from a distance. There were no signs of the gangs in the lower city that he was familiar with, and he didn't look like people from other gangs. And Pete's slightly exquisite clothes showed that he was not mixed in the lower city. He couldn't figure out his origins. You are, from that road, we should have no grudges, right? Is there any misunderstanding? No wonder he was cautious. Although the lower city was full of gangs and mixed with good and bad people, the real level of most of the gangsters was slightly better than ordinary people, and the 1st level professionals could be considered the core force in the gang. After all, if you want to become a professional, it is not enough to have basic talent. You also need to have enough family background to pay fees to the corresponding church. Under the guidance of the church deacon, you can learn the correct methods of prayer, meditation and exercise to truly become a professional. These strong men who came to make trouble were all ordinary people. The strongest leader was barely at the level of an apprentice warrior. He was not a professional, but had secretly learned some basic combat training in martial arts movements. He had not even touched the threshold of mastering anger. Pete could release a serious 1st level spell like Arcane Missile, which meant that he was a real professional. And Pete just started without saying a word, which made several gangsters unable to figure out his background and where Pete came from. If they accidentally offended some big boss, the gangsters who lived in the lower city, would definitely give in decisively. Pete was full of confidence and was not afraid at all. No misunderstanding. "I'm going to hit you. I just came here and saw you smashing someone's pub. Damn it, when I was in my hometown and took the guards out to bully people, I never smashed the farmer's house." The strong man, supported by his men, threatened sinisterly, "Don't blame us for not reminding you. The owner of this pub has offended Lord Disley. If you dare to go against us, you are offending Lord Disley's face. You should know the pros and cons, right? but Pete was at a loss. Who is Disley? The leading strong man's face suddenly turned black. Damn it! Worry in vain. If the other party has a relationship with a respectable gentleman in the upper city, they must have run into a tough guy this time. In Green Harbor, people from the lower city will not end well if they go against the upper city. The upper city people should solve the problems internally. They just acted as thugs to earn some extra money, but they dared not interfere and could only blame themselves for their bad luck. It turned out to be a reckless outsider. Without any scruples, the strong man's voice suddenly became louder. I thought he was someone important, but he turned out to be a rookie. Don't be afraid, brothers, rush over. So what if he is a wizard? As long as he gets close, he can't do anything to us. Whoever can knock him down will get half of the bounty given by Mr. Disley. The strong man shouted, and the other 4 brothers heard that there was money to be made, and they immediately got excited and rushed towards Pete with a roar. Pete had been baptized by the battle with the deformed monster, and now these thugs were just a small scene for him. He quickly outlined the familiar spell model, and 3 new purple missiles quickly took shape in his hands. Arcane missiles. The sound of breaking through the air rang out, and the thugs in the front didn't even have time to dodge, and were hit by the arcane missile on the chin. The whole person was hit into the air, and with a bang, his eyeballs rolled back and he was knocked unconscious on the spot. Mission: defeat the thugs 1/5, hiss. The other 3 thugs took a breath when they saw the huge power of the missiles, and their forward momentum suddenly stagnated. They were blinded by money just now, but the reason why real professionals can open up the gap with ordinary people is because they master real spells and combat skills, which have great power. The leading strongman took a hit, and even if he was not knocked unconscious, he lost his ability to move on the spot. If it fell on these younger brothers, the one who was knocked unconscious just now was a lesson learned from the past, and they would definitely be killed one by one. What's more, the magic construction and chanting of arcane missile are not complicated. With Pete's current proficiency, it only takes 2 seconds from the beginning of casting to the formation of the missile. Although the mage will be very weak when being close to him, he must be able to get close to him. Under the premise that there is a distance between the 2 sides, he might be knocked down one by one before he rushes to Pete. The gangsters are not stupid, and they hesitated for a while. Seeing this, the leader hurriedly shouted, "Don't be afraid. This guy is a beginner spellcaster. I heard that the number of spells a mage can cast every day. He has already cast twice. At most, he will be finished if he casts once more. Whoever captures him will also get my share of the bounty. There must be a brave man under a heavy reward." The 3 gangsters who can still stand looked at each other and continued to rush towards Pete with a howl. If Pete only had one last chance to cast a spell, he would be silenced if he killed one of them at most. In other words, they only had a 1/3 chance of being unlucky. The other 2 would have a chance to get a lot of money. The gangs in the downtown area were not generous, and they spent money lavishly. They were promised a large sum of money after the smashing of the Money Brothers Tavern. If they really got it, it would be enough for them to live freely for a long time. Facing 3 enemies who were still capable of fighting, Pete was not panicked at all. He continued to outline the model of the next arcane missile in a leisurely and familiar rhythm. Arcane missiles. Mission: defeat the thugs 2/5. Another thug was hit hard by the missile and fainted with a scream. The 2 thugs who survived were instantly ecstatic. The boss said, "His spell slots are all used up. He's done. The reward is coming." The boss, who was barely standing with a stick in the distance, also showed a smug expression. Where did this rookie come from? Even if he is a mage, so what? He dares to act alone. This will let you know the dangers of the downtown area. The strong man can be the leader of the 5 people. He must be much better than the other thugs in terms of experience. He had seen the few magicians in the gang before, and the spells they cast were indeed powerful. Whether it was an ice arrow, a fireball, or a missile, as long as it hit, it could basically make the opponent lose combat effectiveness instantly. But the mages are too fragile, so every time they need to take action, they will bring enough men who can provide protection to prevent being attacked. What's more, because of the limitation of spell slots, the number of spells available per day is limited, and most of the low-level mages that the downtown gangs can recruit will be used as a deterrent or decapitation method. As long as they appear in the battle, the enemy leader will be worried, because he may be decapitated by spells at any time. Correspondingly, once the mage is alone, there is no one to protect him, and all the spell slots available for the day are used up. He will fall into a very dangerous situation. When the leading strong man confirmed the identity of Pete's spellcaster, he decisively made the judgment of drowning him with human sea tactics.
If Pete is a traditional mage who believes in the goddess of magic, there are 5 people on the gangster side, and rushing up will indeed be the most appropriate way. Sacrifice a few unlucky guys, use up his spell slots, and then he will be slaughtered. Unfortunately, Pete was no longer the most faithful believer of the goddess of magic a few hours ago. I, Pete Kinar, have always been the most devout believer of the goddess of knowledge, Nowen. Who is the goddess of magic? I don't know her. What era is it? You are still a traditional wizard. After firing 3 full, arcane missiles, Pete still looked energetic, and his hands kept moving. In a blink of an eye, the 4th, arcane missile, was condensed and formed. Arcane missiles. Then, Pete chanted the spell again. Arcane missiles. Bang! Bang! Mission, defeat the thugs 4 out of 5, the 4 men fell to the ground neatly and fell into a not-so-peaceful sleep. The leading strong man was dumbfounded at this time. When he saw the 4th purple missile fired, he realized that something was wrong. When the 5th, arcane missile, was formed, his mouth was so wide that he could stuff a duck egg. You. Me. No. What's going on? The first reaction of the strong man was, he was wrong. A first-level wizard only has 3 chances to cast a first-level spell every day. If he can be promoted to the 2nd level, he will have an extra spell slot that can be used to cast a 2nd-level spell. But even if the 2nd-level spell slot is used to cast the 1st-level, arcane missile, there are only 4 chances at most. Pate did not use any magic scrolls or magic props that he had reserved in advance during the casting, and he chanted the spell himself to complete the casting. 5 times of casting. It means that the other party is at least a 3rd-level spellcaster. The second reaction of the strong man was, he is going to be finished. A 3rd-level spellcaster can have a decent life even in the upper city of Green Harbor, which is completely different from these lower city people. The strong man felt sweaty. Sir, no, sir, well, listen to my explanation. I said I was joking with you before. Do you believe me? Seeing Pete walking leisurely step by step, holding the 6th completed, arcane missile, in his hand, 3 purple missiles were circling and dancing in a small range regularly, dragging out beautiful purple trajectories. Pete felt that he had never been so happy. In the Baron's manor in his hometown, although the maids and guards were also afraid of him, it was because he was the son of the Baron, and his noble identity made the servants and civilians dare not offend him at all. Coming to Greenport, the noble law of the Kingdom of Riyak could not control this place. There were guys of all races in this place, and even swaggering ogre bodyguards, dark elf technicians and so on could be seen on the streets. Not having much combat ability, for the sake of his own safety, Pete originally planned to stay in Karen for 3 years to get the 3rd-level spellcaster certification and then go back to continue his life as a noble heir, so he never experienced a real fight with people. This time, he defeated 5 thugs hidden with his own strength without the protection of others. So the combat experience of a mage is so good. Awesome. This feeling of just standing still and chanting spells comfortably, and then calling out the enemies one by one and knocking them down one by one, is a new and novel experience for Pete that he has never had before. Pete is not a high-level spellcaster as the strong man guessed. His real strength is still at the level of a 2nd-level mage, and he still has 3 1st-level spell slots and 1 2nd-level spell slot. As for the reason for breaking through the spell slot limit and releasing the 1st-level spell, arcane missiles, multiple times? The answer is simple. Thank you, great god of knowledge. When Pete completed the spell, had his hunger, he discovered the huge difference between the magic release method given by Norwin and the magician who believed in the goddess of magic. Now he just confirmed it again. The magic of traditional mages needs to be recorded in the spellbook in advance, and there is a limit on the spell slots every day. After the number is used up, the spell cannot be cast. The same magic, when released using Norwin's method, there is no so-called spell slot limit at all. Pete can feel that the magic consumes his mental power when it is released. Every time he uses arcane missiles, he will become a little tired, and feel sleepy and need to rest. But compared with the few tight spell slots of traditional mages, casting spells at the cost of mental power is undoubtedly much more abundant. Arcane missiles is just a basic 1st-level spell, and the mental power consumption is not much. According to Pete's estimation, in his current state, he can at least release 10 consecutive arcane missiles and still maintain his consciousness, instead of falling into a coma after draining his mental power at once like he did when he released Had His Hunger. If he casts enough spells and is far enough away from the enemy, he will knock down all the enemies one by one. The strong man tried to force a flattering smile on his face, but his smile was uglier than crying. Sir, can you treat me as a fart? I promise I will never appear in front of you again. Pete was about to speak.
Bang! There was a loud noise. A damp stone brick covered with moss hit the back of the strong man's head heavily. The strong man didn't even grunt and fainted on the spot. Mission: defeat the gangster May 5th, mission completed. Pete was stunned when he saw the girl Rena, who had quietly circled behind the strong man at some point and had just completed a fierce backstab and was still holding the stone brick in her hand. Ah! The enthusiastic and lovely girl before was still a little nervous at the moment, but the sneak attack just now was unambiguous. While the leading gangster was trying to beg for mercy from Peter, he hit him with a powerful and heavy blow of justice, knocking him out directly. "Ha, it's okay. Mr. Pet, you are not injured. I was really scared when I saw them rushing towards you." The corners of Peter's eyes twitched slightly. "Scared? You obviously scared me, okay?" That brick shot made Pet scared when he saw it. Not to mention that the strong man had already received an arcane missile. Even a professional would receive such a blow suddenly without being prepared, and not on the spot. Even if the person who was beaten sought his great-grandmother, his head would be strong. Peter felt that there might be some bug in his understanding of Lena. When the two first met, he looked at the polite and gentle look on the other side and thought she was a girl from Lynn's family. When encountering gangsters making trouble, the first reaction is to take Peter away first to avoid it. How did it end up like this? Looking at Reina's proficiency in backstabbing and slapping bricks, Peter seriously doubted that this was definitely not the first time she had done this. As Reina said that, she stretched out her hand and dragged the unconscious gangster up, dragging him and 4 other men to a small alley on the side of the road. "Just let them stay here. Thank you so much. After this lesson, they will no longer dare to make trouble here again in a short time." The girl happily thanked Pet. Peter couldn't help but feel ashamed. Is the environment in the lower city so tough? I thought I was just going to have a drink with the girl at the pub owned by her family, but before I even walked in, I received a small downtown shock. When they wake up, won't they continue to make trouble? Reina shook her head. No, actually these guys don't dare to do anything extraordinary. They just come to cause trouble every once in a while. After all, as long as the door is blocked like this, no customers will dare to come to the tavern. They have been here several times during this period. Because of this, there are almost no customers in the pub now. By the way, also, please don't tell my family about those men in black robes today, okay? If they knew that I encountered such a dangerous thing, they would definitely be worried. Peter naturally nodded in agreement. Everyone has their own difficulties. He himself believed the lies of those black-robed men because of the 3rd-level spell. Although he still didn't know what kind of trouble the girl encountered, so that she was deceived into the ceremony of those black-robed men, the 2 of them did the same stupid thing, so Peter could naturally understand what the other person was thinking. It's best not to let others know about this dark history. The troublemaking gangsters were defeated, and the streets finally returned to silence. The previously closed door of the tavern was quickly opened quietly, and a middle-aged man with brown hair like Reina stuck his head out to look at the situation outside. "Dad! Are you okay?" Reina ran forward excitedly when she saw someone. "Those guys didn't hurt you, did they?" Lena's father, Mr. Money, is a slightly burly middle-aged man with simple and neat clothes, a slightly white beard, and traces of time on his face. "Baby! Where have you gone? I haven't seen you since this morning. Seeing that you haven't come back, I thought something happened to you." When old Money saw Reina, he immediately smiled and stretched out his arms to hug the running girl into his arms. I have something to go out. I forgot to tell you before I left." Reina smiled and naturally changed the topic. "Dad, let me introduce to you, this is Mr. Petterchiner, the man who just took action. Help us get rid of those bad guys." Mr. Pet is a powerful mage. Old Mr. Money was in disbelief. "Master? Mr. China, this, Mr. Master, hello, how can I thank you?" "We are really here." When Reina said that it was Pete who drove away the gangsters, Mr. Money's first reaction was to thank him, but then he thought that ordinary people like them in the downtown area seemed to have nothing that professionals could appreciate. The only thing that can be obtained may be money. The problem is, if you want to recruit a mage, who is also a master among professionals, the amount of gold coins required is quite a lot. After all, being a mage is a costly profession. All kinds of precious magic materials and props cost money. It is not enough for mages who believe in the goddess of magic to have talent and hard work. They must have enough financial resources to embark on this path. Even a first-level mage who only knows one offensive spell needs a commission of at least 50 silver coins before the other party is willing to accept the commission. Ordinary people like Lao Moni who open a tavern in the lower city can earn as much as 200 or 300 copper coins during a normal day's operation. At the best time, the income is equivalent to less than 3 silver coins based on the ratio of 1 to 100. After deducting the cost, the actual real income may be less than 1 silver coin. It would be really hard for him to suddenly come up with such a large sum of money. Pete saw that Old Money was short of money, but he readily said that it was not necessary to bother him. He was not short of money, and he would help when there was an injustice on the road. After hearing this, Old Money was just as enthusiastic as his daughter Reina, and hurriedly invited Pete to at least sit in the tavern for a while. As a thank you, he would take out the best wine to treat Pete well. The space inside the Money Brothers Tavern was not very large. As soon as Pete walked in, the strong aroma of beer hit his nose. The interior decoration was very simple. Various kinds of alcohol were placed behind the wooden bar, most of which were beer in wooden barrels. There were several chairs lined up outside the bar, and several sets of tables and chairs surrounded the fireplace next to it, occupying the rest of the space in the tavern. Because it was not dark yet, the fireplace was not lit, and there was still a comfortable coolness in the house. A tavern of this size is very common in Greenport and the Kingdom of Riyak. It only needs 2 wine waiters and at most 1 chef responsible for grilling meat and bread to operate it, and can receive more than a dozen guests at the same time. Pete found a chair next to the bar and sat down. Lena walked in and took out a wooden wineglass, filled it with beer with fine foam from the barrel, brought it to Pete, and walked to another chair next to Pete and sat down. Please try it, the Money family's specially fermented flavored beer. Pete took the wineglass and took a sip. The mellow and slightly bitter wine bloomed in his mouth, followed by the sweetness of malt, giving him a layered taste experience. Not bad. Very delicious. The two clinked their glasses, and the cold and delicious beer eliminated a lot of the tension caused by the series of events they encountered earlier. So, what's the situation with those troublemakers? What troubles have you encountered? It's all because of that damn Desley. Oh yeah, and the damned Shadow Crumble, 2 bastards. Reina cursed in distress. They really should be sent to hell by the god of light. Scum! Pet heard the name of Desley for the second time, and this time there was another one called Shadow Crumble. The latter didn't sound like a human, but more like a common name for the goblins in Green Harbor. What happened? Reina explained angrily. It's a long story, but this is how it all started. My father was once a member of the Stonemason Association of the Kingdom of Riyak. There have been no major construction plans in the capital in recent years. In order to find a job that can make money, he came to Greenport with his friends in the association to look for any projects that can be taken on. When we first arrived in Greenport, we didn't have any foundation, so we naturally huddled together for warmth and helped each other when we encountered any difficulties. In order to facilitate communication, my father took the lead in organizing a small stonemason brotherhood here. A few years ago, a gentleman in the upper city planned to renovate his manor. My father took on this commission on behalf of the Stonemason Brotherhood. As a result, he accidentally had an accident while working and was hit on his left hand by a stone. Because his hand was injured, he could no longer continue to work as a stonemason, and he spent a lot of money to hire a therapist to treat his injury. Later, it was my father's friends who pooled money together to buy a house here and opened a tavern to entertain the sailors who came and went. Pet understood, so the sign of the tavern is called Money Brothers Tavern, which means that this tavern is jointly opened by Mr. Money and his good brothers. Yes, my father has always said that he would give dividends to other stonemason friends, but no one has ever received it. Reina introduced very seriously, my father's friends are really good people. When the tavern was just opened and there were not many customers, they also came to the tavern specifically after work to drink 2 glasses of wine, and then slowly gathered popularity. Half a year ago, the Brotherhood was very lucky and received a big order. Munger, a big businessman from the Kingdom of Riyak, planned to build a large-scale holiday estate in Greenport. Munger commissioned a goblin broker named Cunning Shadow Smallstone to bid in Greenport. In the end, the Stonemason Brotherhood successfully got the order. Cunning Shadow Smallstone entrusted all the tasks from design to construction to us. At that time, everyone calculated that after the project was completed, on average, each person would be paid more than 2 gold coins. 2 gold coins are definitely not a small amount for ordinary people. Even for a baron like Pete, who lives in a small place on the border of the Kingdom of Riyak, the food expenses for half a year are barely 2 Riyak gold coins. If an ordinary family saves money, 1 gold coin is enough for the whole family to have food for a whole year. In order to complete this big order, everyone in the Brotherhood worked very hard. Even my father helped to plan the drawings. He didn't rest for many days. Finally, he successfully completed the project before the promised deadline.
As a result, at this point, Reyna became obviously angry. That abominable goblin, he is the same as Disley, two bad guys who are pus-filled, and they should be purified directly by the god of light. The Brotherhood of Stonemasons has always followed the old tradition and only collects a small deposit before completion. Everyone has been busy for so long, and it's hard to find a cunning guy. When Shadow Crushed Stone asked for the final payment, he actually started to cheat. First, he said that the quality was not up to standard and the finished product did not meet the employer's expectations, and he shouted that he would deduct half of the remuneration. Later, he said that he was short of money recently and gave him some time to raise money. Father went to this goblin several times, but he couldn't get the money. The Greenport Police Department was too lazy to deal with these business disputes. The last time he asked the goblin for money, he actually hired that bastard Disley to beat up everyone in the Brotherhood and drove them out. Dursley Disley used to be a gangster in the downtown area, but somehow, one day, he suddenly mastered the way to control his anger and became a first-level professional warrior from an apprentice warrior. Depending on his courage to fight, he quickly became a leader in the gang called the Bloodfawn Gang by collecting debts, beating people, demolishing houses, and pimping. Then the leader of the Bloodfawn Gang disappeared, and Disley took over as the new leader of the Bloodfawn Gang. Over the years, he has opened several casinos and clubs in the downtown area, and I don't know how much he has earned money, and his strength was promoted from a first-level warrior to a second-level warrior. That goblin rogue, he asked Disley to support him, and it was clear that he was going to swallow up the reward. During this period, Disley kept sending people to harass us, and he also specifically warned the people of the Stonemason Brotherhood not to think about asking for the money, otherwise it would be more than just harassing by smashing the door. Two bastards, these two guys are maggots in the same stinking ditch, their hearts are so bad. Rena became more and more angry, and drank a big sip of beer with hatred. After understanding the cause and effect, Pete felt a little sympathetic to Rena's family. After coming to Greenport, they encountered various bad things one after another. This bad luck is also unmatched. Goblins, these little greenskins who are greedy for money, are really not good things. When doing business with goblins, never expect them to abide by the so-called fair trade. Goblins are the race in the world that takes contract terms the least seriously. Rena took another sip of wine, her face flushed slightly, and she agreed angrily, "Mr. Pete, you are absolutely right. In fact, when I received the commission this time, I wanted to remind my father that he must make the goblin pay the bill before starting work, and at least he should go to the Green Harbor Bank for a notarization, but my father is too kind, and he still follows the old tradition of the Stonemason Association. As a result, he suffered a great loss this time." As she said this, Rena sighed again with a lingering worry between her brows. Now the damn Disleys send people to harass us every day, and the tavern can hardly operate normally. Everyone in the Brotherhood of Stonemasons is an ordinary person, but there are 5 level 1 professionals in the Bloodfawn Gang, not to mention Dudley, a level 2 warrior. If this continues, the tavern will have no income, and other members of the Brotherhood will not dare to go out to find new jobs. Everyone may have to give up the foundation they have worked so hard to build here and find another way out elsewhere. Alas, it would be great if I could become a powerful wizard like you, Mr. Pete. In that case, maybe I could find a way to beat those bastards in the Bloodfawn Gang away. The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. A light sound suddenly rang in Pete's ears. Ding, the mission has been released. Mission, the truth of our Lord shines on the earth, repeatable, goal, recruit a new believer to believe in the God of knowledge, reward, 5 knowledge points. Pet pondered for a moment. Rena, what's wrong, Mr. Pete? Have you heard of the God of knowledge? Pet was helpless about what happened to Rena's family. In the end, this kind of thing is not uncommon in Green Harbor. Goblins are naturally greedy and fickle, especially the guy called Cunning Shadow Stonecrush that the Stonemason Brotherhood met, who was the most shameless broker among the goblins. Goblin brokers often have their own channels to help connect the client, and make money on both sides, collecting commissions and taking commissions. When they take the work of the brokers, they will definitely try every means to deduct and reduce it, or they will delay it as much as possible, and find all kinds of excuses to delay time. Isn't owing money one of the most common qualities of goblins? What's more troublesome is that brokers often have no fixed place to live, and they move from place to place after they get the money. After getting the money, they will probably charter a goblin airship that is available the nearest time and go to another place on the Prentice continent for vacation and to avoid being visited by creditors. Cunning Shadow Stonecrush is the best among the shameless goblin brokers, because he did something even more shameless. He did not hide from the limelight, but asked Desley to be his thug, intending to openly refuse to pay this large sum of money. The key to solving the troubles of Rena's family naturally fell on Desley and his Bloodfawn gang. If the Bloodfawn gang is not solved, there is no way to ask Cunning Shadow for money. The Bloodfawn gang is not as vulnerable as the gangsters defeated by Pete. They have their own territory and support several professionals. Whether in terms of military strength or financial resources, they are not comparable to the Brotherhood of Stonemasons. If you want to face the Bloodfawn gang heathen, Pete alone is definitely not enough. The powerful Group 3 level spells such as Hada's Hunger can pose a life threat to the professionals of the Bloodfawn gang. But the problem is that such spells are okay for destroying monsters such as evil god believers, but they are forbidden to be used against normal intelligent races in Greenport. If it is really used against the Bloodfawn gang, there is a high probability that someone will die. That will not only lead to an endless war with the Bloodfawn gang, but also be wanted by Green Harbor. Pete came to Green Harbor to get a certificate as a 3-level wizard. He only has a living expense of more than 1 gold coin a month. He is not here to risk his life with others. Pete, although I sympathize, I don't want to intervene. It's not worth it for me. Norman, no, you want to. Norman has been using Eye of God to observe synchronously through Pete's perspective. When he learned about Rena's experience, he immediately realized that his chance to preach and gain new believers had come. What is the most lacking of Rena and her father's Brotherhood of Stonemasons now? Strength. They will be helpless by Desley's harassment, isn't it because ordinary people have no means of resistance in front of professionals? The way to break the deadlock is also very simple. As long as there are enough professionals on the Brotherhood of Stonemasons' side, the threat of the Bloodfawn gang can be solved naturally. Norman said he is very familiar with this. In order to motivate Pete to spread the God of Knowledge to Lena, while the two were drinking in the tavern, Norman in the Kingdom of God was not idle. Combined with the information he had discovered previously about the consumption of priesthood authority, Norman decided to launch a simple reward system to operate among the believers at this stage. Norman did not intend to be the nanny of his believers. If the believers really had to pray to him for answers to any problems, even if Norman's divine power consumption was small, it would not be able to withstand the consumption of a huge number of prayers. When Pete was the only believer, Norman had no choice. If he did not help him, he would not even have the source of divine power. However, when the number of believers increased with the preaching, meticulous care could not make the believers cherish it more. Instead, most people would take it for granted. Only by using a suitable mechanism as a reward for the power of God can the motivation of believers be properly aroused. According to Norman's design, believers need to pay varying amounts of knowledge points, whether they want to seek knowledge about spells, combat skills, or information about something from him. Want to become stronger? Want to solve problems? No one can do it, but believers need to work hard to earn points first, instead of just lying down and waiting for the gods to help. The effect of the knowledge points mechanism is immediate. After receiving the oracle, Pete decisively changed his original intention to stand idly by and watch Rena's experience after learning about Nawan's faith rules. He has tasted the great benefits of believing in Nawan. The God of Knowledge can help him successfully learn the 3-level spell that has troubled him for a long time. The God of Knowledge can also teach him the 1st-level spell that gives him actual combat ability, and it is more convenient and useful than the set of the followers of the magic goddess. No need to beg the magic network for a response in a low voice, and there is no constipation-like spell slot restriction. As long as his spirit can hold up, he can enjoy the pleasure of fighting like a real professional, like a spell turret. If Pete is told now that he can no longer use these things in the future, and has to go back to the hard days of believing in the magic goddess before, he thinks he will definitely go crazy. Pete even felt that the power of the God of Knowledge, Nawan, was simply the temptation of the legendary evil god. Mortals clearly know that believing in evil gods will have serious consequences, but they just can't resist the temptation. Because it is too tempting, once you get involved, you can't quit at all, and you are willing to fall. In short, if he wants to continue to enjoy the various benefits of believing in Nawan, he has to work hard to earn more knowledge points. Just preach to Rena and find a way to get her to offer her faith to the God of Knowledge. It's not like he has to fight the Bloodfawn gang right now. What's the difference between these 5 knowledge points and giving them away for free? Ahem. Pet cleared his throat and recalled the movements he had learned in the etiquette class of the nobility. Rena, please allow me to take up a little of your time. I hope to introduce you to a great existence, the God of Knowledge, Nawan. If you are willing to offer a belief to the God of knowledge and get his response, I think there will be a way to solve the problem you encounter.
Reina blinked. God of knowledge? I don't think I have heard of this god.
It's normal that you haven't heard of it, because the God of knowledge has just awakened from a long sleep, and not many people in the world know his name, but as long as you offer your faith, his great power can still help people in trouble. Pet directly recounted the previous Vest God setting of Nowan. To be honest, before you met me, I was actually a fake wizard with no fighting ability at all. It was the God of knowledge who taught me the true secrets of magic, so that I could become the great wizard in your eyes. Suddenly learning that there was a God she had never heard of, and that as long as she believed in him, she could solve the troubles she encountered, made Reina feel like pie in the sky. But seeing Pete's sincere look, Reina felt hopeful. I think, Mr. Pete, you helped us drive away those gangsters before, and you also saved my life, so you must not be a bad person, so?
I am willing to believe in you. God of knowledge. What should I do to offer my faith to him?
Peter was suddenly stuck. Yes. Where are the prayers? When he first established contact with Novan, he was in a state of looking for life-saving straws before death. He didn't know that the words in his prayer were received by the God of knowledge. Could it be that he wanted to teach Reina the phrase, "It doesn't matter which God it is, who can come and save me," and ask the other party to repeat it to see if she can connect with the God of knowledge? The key is that this sentence doesn't look like a serious prayer.
Fortunately, Novan did not embarrass Peter for too long, and a new oracle came down quickly.
The so-called prayers are nothing more than sentences that point to a certain God through keywords. After browsing the contents of the oracle in his mind, Peter breathed a sigh of relief. The prayer is in place, all she needs to do is ask Reina to repeat it according to the format. It's very simple. Lena, I'll say something, and you repeat it after me. Pay attention, remember to stay focused when praying, and feel the gradually established connection between you and the God of knowledge.
Reina was a little curious and asked, "The God of knowledge, can we pray directly to him here? The environment here, well, will it not make him like it?" "Don't worry, it'll be no problem. Norwin, the God of knowledge, is a very tolerant God and doesn't care about these red tapes."
Pat said it was okay.
Peter could understand what Lena meant.
Major gods, such as the goddess of magic and the god of radiance, need to comply with strict ritual requirements at this special moment when they pray for the first time and offer their faith. Take the goddess of magic as an example. First, you need to choose a private and quiet location to ensure that you will not be disturbed, then prepare items related to the goddess of magic, such as a gem containing magic as a medium. Before officially starting the ceremony, you need to cleanse your body with water and dress neatly to show respect for the goddess. Finally, you can start to try to pray. Recite the corresponding prayers with a pious attitude and seek the goddess's response. These steps are indispensable. If you do not do them well, unless you are truly gifted and have a relationship like the son and daughter of the goddess of magic, it is absolutely impossible to establish a connection with the goddess, and you may even be offended because of a wrong step. As a result, he was blacklisted and would not be able to receive the blessings of the goddess of magic for a long time. For an occasion like Moni Brothers Tavern, the symbolism corresponds more to an existence similar to the god of wine. Of course, for Novan, he now naturally hopes that these cumbersome rituals will be as few as possible. He doesn't care whether it offends or not. As long as a mortal reads the prayer correctly, he can receive the message and establish contact. Novan could reduce all the messy symbolic steps and keep only the core content. He is now short of believers, so the method is simple. It is best to simplify it to the point where the other party can try to pray for the first time and offer their faith after the introduction. Only in this way can he preach better and more conveniently. "In the endless universe, I pray to you sincerely, the great God of knowledge," Peter said solemnly. Lena repeated carefully, "In the endless universe, I sincerely pray to you, the great God of knowledge. When I am confused, please give me enlightenment and let me find the way forward. When I am confused, please give me answers and let me solve the problems in my heart. May your wisdom be as bright as the Milky Way and lead me on the path of seeking knowledge, allowing me to continue learning and making progress. May your truth shine upon the earth." Reina heard a soft sound in her ears. Bite. New believer detected. The believer's identity has been registered. Welcome, Reina Monia. Benefits for new believers have been distributed. You have gained 10 knowledge points. A large amount of information suddenly appeared in her mind, and the girl Reina opened her eyes wide in surprise. "Mr. Pat, I feel it, is this the oracle of the God of knowledge?" At the same time, Pat also received a corresponding reminder. Task, my Lord's truth shines upon the earth, repeatable, completed. You have gained 5 knowledge points. Yes, as a believer in the God of knowledge, you can try to pray to him and ask what should be done to solve the difficulties you are facing. As a person who has come before, Peter already has experience and told Reyna the specific method. Don't I need to prepare sacrifices that the gods like as offerings? Reyna was like a curious baby, asking questions one after another. I also placed a small statue of the God of Radiance in my room, so that I can pray. Feel the radiant blessings he gives back. No, as I said, the God of knowledge, Novan, is different from other gods. You don't have to worry about whether he is willing to respond to you. In other words, the God of knowledge will actually tell you exactly how far you need to go to get his help. As Peter spoke, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Before he began to believe in Norvan, he was a light believer in the goddess of magic and also believed in the God of radiance. Both of these gods have many followers. When Pet sought help from the goddess of magic, for example, he wanted to try to learn a new level 3 spell. During the prayer process, he had no idea whether his request was received by the goddess, whether the method was correct, or even whether the goddess are you willing to give down your strength? For most people like Pete and Reyna, their prayers may be just simple prayers, and they will not receive any additional blessings from the corresponding gods. But for the God of knowledge, Nouwen, the situation is completely different. Although he has not had time to practice it properly, Pete has realized the value of knowledge points by comparing with the past. If he needs the help of the God of knowledge, he does not have to worry about whether he has done useless work. After praying, he will get a clear response from Nouwen and know how many knowledge points are needed to meet his request. If the points are not enough, he can find a way to save enough points. This is a channel that he can see intuitively and know the specific methods clearly. As long as he is willing to work hard, he can get the help of the God of knowledge. At most, it will take a little longer and require more effort. But at least this is a way to see the progress bar, unlike other main gods, who have no idea when they can meet their requirements. Pete feels that compared with other main gods, Nouwen's attitude towards believers is simply a world of difference. Now pray to the God of knowledge and see how he responds to your request. Reyna closed her eyes obediently and whispered, "Respected God of knowledge, believer Reyna is willing to offer you a tiny amount of faith. Can you tell me, what should I do, to help my father and the Brotherhood of Stonemasons and stop the harassment of Disley?" Believer's request detected. Suggested strategy: conduct a professional talent test. Requirement: 5 knowledge points. Reyna was very surprised to receive the response from the God of knowledge, but when she saw that the method was to let her take a professional talent test, her eyes that were originally full of surprise suddenly dimmed and became a little disappointed. "What?" Pet asked after noticing the girl's emotional change. "The God of knowledge suggested that I take a professional talent test, but I can't afford the test fee," Reyna said regretfully. Pet understood. Professional talent test, this thing has almost nothing to do with ordinary people, and the test fee is frighteningly high. This is different from a single test of affinity with a certain god. Except for the magic goddess who is easygoing and doesn't care much about believers, and is willing to let believers come and go freely, most of the gods on the continent of Prantis are actually a little narrow-minded. Mortals need to pray to a certain god for the first time, and only after formally offering prayers to establish contact can they perceive the specific degree of affinity between themselves and this god. If the affinity is not high and you intend to abandon your faith and switch to another god, in addition to losing the blessing of the existing gods, you will also be blacklisted by most gods for a period of time. It can be as short as 1 year, as long as several years, or even longer. During this period, the mortal who abandons his faith will become a forsaken by God. No god will be willing to accept his prayers, and he cannot enjoy the blessing of any god except the goddess of magic. Moreover, the experience of abandoning faith will be remembered by the gods. If you want to become a true believer, a fanatic, or even a Holy Spirit in the future, the higher you go, the more difficult it will be for the abandoner to be promoted. The reason is also easy to understand. From the perspective of the gods, this guy who jumps back and forth between multiple gods is clearly a fence-sitter with unsteady faith. Since he can abandon his faith in the master, maybe one day he will abandon himself for the same reason. This kind of speculative behavior will naturally be disliked by the gods. Therefore, choosing a faith is a very important thing for mortals. You need to fully understand the characteristics and influence of the corresponding gods. Once you find that it is not suitable after praying, most people can only accept it. Anyway, if you don't plan to become a professional, shallow believers can also enjoy the most basic and weak blessing effect. Even if you change your sect, the difference is not that big. Of course, if you want to embark on the path of a professional, it is best to choose the god that best suits your development path at the beginning.
If you want to find the god with the highest affinity with you, you need to perform a talent detection ceremony. The real talent detection ceremony requires the true believers of Phil, the god of justice, as the host. The person being tested enters a specific ritual array, and Phil's believers use divine arts to ask the god of justice to look down and use his endless power to comprehensively evaluate the affinity between the person being tested and the gods. But the number of true believers of the god of justice is very small. Because the requirements to become a true believer are very strict. One must comply with the doctrine, act fairly, impartially, not be partial to others, not lie, not cheat, abide by promises and oaths, and maintain order. Only a small number of people can meet these requirements. As far as Pete knows, there are only a handful of true believers of the God of Justice in Green Harbor. If you want to ask one of them to use divine magic to test the professional talent of the person being tested, the price is an astronomical figure for ordinary people. Pete frowned. That's not right. The God of Knowledge knows your current situation. He shouldn't let you do something you can't do. In addition to asking you to do a professional talent test, what else did the God of Knowledge say in the message you gave me? Rena hesitated. Well, there is another sentence below, saying that I need to pay 5 knowledge points. Mr. Pete, what does knowledge points mean? Pet patiently explained. The God of Knowledge told me that he will not help us unconditionally at any time, but we have to make our own efforts. The God of Knowledge will watch his believers, do things according to the doctrine, and offer faith to him, and he will reward the believers with knowledge points. Don't worry about your affinity with the God of Knowledge, Noan, not being high enough. As long as you have enough knowledge points, you can use them to exchange what you need from him. How many knowledge points do you have now? Rena calmed down and felt it. Current knowledge points, 10, I have 10 points. It seems that when the God of Knowledge accepted my faith, he said it was a new believer's welfare reward. Pet sighed, and was a little envious at first. After all, he tried to preach to Rena to get 5 knowledge points, but Rena just became a believer and got 10 points. But then he thought about it. When he was in danger before, the God of Knowledge gave him a powerful 3-level spell, including the arcane missile he used in the police station and to defeat the gangsters. It was also given to him by the God of Knowledge. Comforting himself like this, Pete felt balanced. Try to use up the required 5 points and see what the God of Knowledge will give you? Pete suggested. Rena closed her eyes obediently and tried to call Nuven. After thinking about it, a prompt came, Believer's demands detected. You have lost 5 knowledge points. Reward, the principle of making a professional talent detection array, basic detection method. Lena's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Mr. Pete. The God of Knowledge gave me something called the production principle of the professional talent detection array, and it seems that there are also supporting detection methods or something. While talking, Rena found that the prompt can also view more specific detailed information. The production principle says that you need an empty room of at least 50 square meters, and use the magic pigments infused by the magic master to carve out the array corresponding to the proportion of the room, prepare a silver scale, a long sword, and the statue of Phil, the God of Justice, and place them at the 3 ritual points of the array. Well, the weight and material seemed to be calculated according to the scale of the array. Pat was stunned. When he was in the kingdom of Riyak, he did a professional talent test. Of course, the test results were very poor. He didn't match most of the career paths. No matter which career he chose, it would be difficult to advance to level 3. In order to fool the noble inheritance law, at least one combat career path must be level 3, so Pete finally chose the magic goddess, who was relatively less difficult and could abandon his faith at any time, and took the career path of the mage. He remembered the talent detection ceremony at that time. The magic circle at that time did have things like scales, swords, and statues. If the information provided by the God of Knowledge, Noan, is accurate, Pete thought of a possibility that made him tremble with excitement. They, who are not true believers of the God of Justice, Phil, could also make a set of detection magic circles by hand to complete the detection of professional talents. This idea was so crazy, but it spread like wildfire. After the idea came out, Pete could no longer suppress it. Because he felt that the God of Knowledge could really do it. Whether it was the hunger of Hada, or the arcane missile spell, the way of casting taught by the God of Knowledge was completely different from that of the followers of the Goddess of Magic. It could even be said that it bypassed the restrictions of the Goddess of Magic and completed the casting by mobilizing the magic network. If Pete told his classmates in the arcane school of Karen College about this kind of thing, no one would believe it and just think he was joking. Since the God of Knowledge could bypass the Goddess of Magic, then maybe he could bypass the God of Justice.
To be on the safe side, Pete nervously confirmed with Lena, "Take a closer look. Does the method of the God of Knowledge require true followers of the God of Justice to preside over the ceremony?" Lena spent some time and carefully read the entire detection ceremony process from beginning to end. No, in addition to the person being tested, there only needs to be another person to preside over the test according to the format and process, and there is no requirement for the host's faith. The vision and insights brought by his noble birth made Pete instantly realize how precious the things that the God of Knowledge gave to Lena were. Why is the cost of professional talent testing so expensive? It's because the testing method is completely monopolized by the Church of the God of Justice, and only true believers of the God of Justice can use divine arts to conduct testing. There are many people queuing up for testing. This is a pure seller's market. There is only one store, you can test if you want. No matter how high the price offered by the Church of the God of Justice is, those who want to test have to accept it with a pinch of their nose. If there is a way now that can achieve the same effect as the divine arts of the Church of the God of Justice, it doesn't even need to be the same effect, half of the effect is fine. If it is announced, a lot of people will come with a lot of gold coins to request a test opportunity, and they can get rich easily. The next second, Pete reacted again. "No, we can't just announce it like this. Lena is just an ordinary person now, and I'm just a small toon-level mage. If the Church of the God of Justice knew that their exclusive divine arts had similar substitutes, although the believers of the God of Justice had little combat power, they had money and could issue commissions with a large sum of money and hire high-level professionals to eliminate hidden dangers and maintain their monopoly. Even if they were not from the Church of the God of Justice, anyone who was jealous of this method would try to dig out the secret and take the method into their own hands." Thinking of this, Pate felt that cold sweat was about to fall. This kind of thing that breaks the monopoly level, before there is enough strength to protect it, being too ostentatious will only make you die faster. Of course, blindly fearing to be discovered and hiding it and not daring to use it is definitely not a good choice. Pate's mind was racing, and in just a few seconds, he thought of a way to maximize the benefits under the premise of controllable risks. Although the lower city area of Greenport is chaotic, the public security is poor, and there are many crimes, this disorder inherently provides an excellent cover for various black market transactions. All kinds of contraband and unfounded intelligence will circulate in the lower city. Of course, it is difficult to say whether the goods or the information are true. In this mixed place, whether you will suffer a loss or take advantage depends on your own ability. You can't do it openly, but you can go the black market route. Turning his attention to Reina, Pete said very seriously, "Reina, I have a suggestion. Let's cooperate. The various materials required for the professional talent detection ceremony will be a considerable expense for you. I can help you with this part of the things, and you don't need to pay for it. I can also help you host the ceremony. In exchange, I hope we can establish cooperation on matters related to this ceremony. If it works well, we should be able to recruit a lot of people in secret with this ceremony, and make a lot of money. By then, the troubles of the Bloodfawn gang Dudley will naturally be solved." Pet's plan is very simple. As long as he prays to the God of Knowledge, he can also get the methods related to the talent detection ceremony by spending 5 knowledge points. He is sure to make a lot of money in the black market in the lower city of Green Harbor by providing this business of professional talent detection. But there are certain risks in this matter. After all, it is equivalent to digging into the cash cow of the Church of the God of Justice. He needs to push someone to the front, to act as the person standing in the front stage and bear the risks for him. It just so happens that Reina is a good candidate. Pete gave Reina a detailed account of the possible benefits and risks after the cooperation, and compared the interests for her. Lena barely thought about it. "I have no objection, I am willing to cooperate." Pet couldn't help but remind him, "Think it over carefully. Although the black market route can protect your information from being exposed as much as possible, once the news leaks out, you will really be in danger. It will not be as simple as a few ordinary people." Lena nodded seriously, "Mr. Pet, I have thought it over. You saved my life. If it weren't for you, I might have died in the hands of those crazy black robes. I was originally worried that I couldn't find a suitable way to repay you, because you are the great wizard of the upper city, and what I can do may not be of any use to you. Since you need me to stand in front of the stage and be your spokesperson, then I am willing to help you do it. I am not afraid of danger or anything like that." Pet's face turned red when he heard Rena say this. He was born into a noble family, and his mind did subconsciously carry some thoughts of using Rena at the beginning. After all, the 3 views that he was instilled and educated since childhood have always emphasized, the blood of nobles is more noble than that of commoners, they are more friendly to gods, and they are more likely to become professionals. So if there is something dangerous, the life of the nobles is more precious, and the commoners should be allowed to go up and test it first, rather than the nobles themselves taking risks. Because Pete's own talent is not very good, he did not feel that he was superior to the commoners, so he did not completely believe in this set of aristocratic blood theory, but he was definitely more or less affected. As a result, Reina was so frank that she was willing to be used by him, which made Pete feel a little bit uncomfortable. Don't say that, I have explained to you that I was also saving myself at that time. We are in a relationship of sharing hardships, and it can't be considered a life-saving grace. Don't worry, I won't use you, I promise that we will be partners. I will try my best to cover you, and I have already thought of the general plan. A few days later, in the middle of the night. Money Brothers Tavern, underground wine cellar. The basement, which was originally filled with wooden wine barrels, was temporarily cleaned up by Rena, freeing up enough space for the ceremony, but the air was still filled with an intoxicating aroma of wine. Peter, who walked in from the back door carrying a suitcase, was a little dizzy from the smoke and tried hard to shake his head to wake himself up a little. The god of knowledge is really generous. If any other god dared to practice magic on such an occasion, it would be considered blasphemy. Looking at the surrounding environment, Peter couldn't help but uttered something. Reina was also a little worried. Is this really no problem in this environment? It should be no problem. I just tried meditating to ask the god of knowledge, and he didn't express any problem. Reina has seen deacons of various churches use divine magic in the past, but all of them were formal occasions. The whole process must be serious and every step must be meticulous. But what about their current configuration? The site was temporarily vacated by the wine cellar, and the wine barrels were not even moved out, but were just piled against the wall. There is almost no lighting. There is a small skylight in the southeast corner of the basement, but it is close to midnight. The moonlight cannot illuminate much of the space through the skylight. Most of it depends on the few lights Lena brought from upstairs. A candle serves as temporary lighting. The faint firelight was swaying, and the magic circle temporarily painted with blue magic paint was emitting a mysterious light under the refraction of the light. Coupled with the quiet atmosphere around it, and the two people who met mysteriously. A magical ritual that doesn't know what specific effects it will have. Trying to find the unknown powerful power. Pat always felt that this scene was strangely familiar. Recall carefully. Isn't this exactly the same as those crazy men in black robes in the cave? With the psychological shadow of his previous experience, Peter always felt inexplicably a little resistant to similar scenes. Don't panic, don't panic. The god of knowledge is not an evil god. Evil gods are all crazy gods without reason. The god of knowledge is rational. The conditions are limited right now, so the ceremony site looks a bit weird. For such a powerful god as the god of knowledge, as long as it takes more time, many people will definitely be willing to believe in it. Once there are more believers, we should be on the right track. Encouraging himself, Peter took out the things he brought and placed them in the corresponding positions according to the information provided by the god of knowledge. Get ready, the ceremony will begin later. As long as you can succeed, it means that there is no problem with this hand-rubbing ritual system, and we can make a lot of money in the underground black market in Greenport. When the time comes, it doesn't matter whether Disley is polite or not, it won't be a problem at all. While waiting for the ritual materials to be gathered for a few days, Peter and Lena were not idle. They made several attempts and discovered some rules that the god of knowledge did not explicitly tell them, but did exist. Peter tried to share the related spellcasting methods of the arcane missile, spell that Norwin taught him through writing, dictation, etc. at Cairn College, but all these attempts failed. When Pat tries to share relevant knowledge, he seems to disappear from the world, and people around him automatically ignore his existence. The knowledge recorded on the carrier will also become a mess of chaotic graffiti as it is written. The method is clearly in his mind, and Pate even memorized all the knowledge about arcane missile, from mobilizing the magic network to calculating the specific spell model. Peter even suspected that even if he abandoned his faith in the god of knowledge at this time, he should still be able to complete the spell casting with the memories in his mind, but he just couldn't share it with others. Including the knowledge about professional talent detection rituals, Reina also tried to share it with Peter, but the result was the same failure. This forced Peter to use the 5 knowledge points he obtained from completing the mission My Lord's Truth Enlightens the Earth in exchange for the same knowledge from the God of Knowledge. As for whether the memory is still there after abandoning the letter, and whether it can be shared, because the price of abandoning the letter is too high, Peter did not dare to try. Reina, on the other hand, has discovered some ways to steadily obtain knowledge points.
By praying seriously every day, she can get 1 knowledge point.
This was discovered first. After all, she also has to pray to the God of Radiance every day. Now there is just another God. The intelligent races on the continent of Prentis are generally believers in polytheism. It is very common to worship one God and then another. In addition, Lena also discovered a special way to obtain knowledge points. When she carefully cleaned the house in her tavern as usual, a prompt was triggered: complete the task, labor, daily, repeatable, you have gained 1 knowledge point. Reina told Pete about this, and after trying it, Pete further confirmed this method. When Peter performed a serious meditation and prayed to the goddess of magic to strengthen his connection with the magic network, he also triggered a similar prompt: complete the task, meditation, daily, repeatable, you have gained 1 knowledge point. However, when Peter cleaned up like Lena, he did not trigger the corresponding prompt. Peter initially guessed that this might have something to do with their different identities.
Rena is still just an ordinary person, while Peter is already a mage professional. They have to complete things that match their identities to gain knowledge points.
These rules explored by the 2 believers are also of great interest to Nouwen in the Kingdom of God. When he crossed over, apart from realizing his identity as a god, he seemed to have lost his memory.
He knew nothing about his functions and authority, or the way to gain faith.
He had to rely on the believers to cross the river, and needed to observe, analyze, and summarize little by little. For example, when Rena was cleaning, Nouwen felt that the power of faith was coming from Rena, which was transformed into his divine power little by little. Although he had not yet figured out the causal relationship between the two, since the believer's actions could bring Nouwen more divine power, Nouwen was not stingy in giving feedback. Giving knowledge points can encourage believers to do more things that can allow Nouwen to gain more divine power. In addition, Nouwen was originally a little worried that if he directly taught the spellcasting knowledge, there might be a possibility that the believers would get stuck with bugs. As long as one believer obtains knowledge by praying to him, in theory, he can share it with others. After all, these spell-related knowledge does not involve his divine power in the entire casting process, and Norman does not seem to be a necessary option. As a result, from the situation encountered by the believer Pete, Norman found that things did not seem that simple. Although there was no divine power involved to help the believers complete the spellcasting, the knowledge that Norman obtained through the authority of the priesthood seemed to have a deeper binding relationship when it was passed on to mortals. It was as if there was an identification code that could retrieve the believer's situation anytime and anywhere, and only the believers who Norman gave permission could possess and remember and understand this knowledge. This strange pattern reminded Norman of some games he had played in his previous life. He once wondered why the characters of players in the game had to find skill trainers to learn the corresponding skills. Logically speaking, if skills are a kind of knowledge that can be mastered, then everyone can become a skill trainer as long as they pass on the knowledge. The more Norman explored, the more he felt that the operation mode of this world was strange. These patterns explored by his 2 current believers were not restrictions on Norman's joining, but Norman felt that there seemed to be a set of mechanisms in this kingdom of God space that were operating by itself. He could even vaguely perceive that the source of this feeling was in the general direction of the kingdom of God. But when he wanted to explore in the corresponding direction, the boundless gray fog filled with the power of the kingdom of God hindered his actions. Whenever he stepped into the gray fog, he would lose his sense of direction. No matter how he walked, he would eventually return to the small area where he woke up. Only this small area was not covered by the gray fog. Nouwen tried to expel the gray fog that blocked his perception, and he actually got feedback: divine power is needed. This gray fog can be dispelled by his divine power. After checking the divine power that was consumed to help Pete escape from danger, Nouwen sighed. The faith that Pete and Reina can generate in one day can only dispel a palm-sized area, which is a drop in the bucket. Let's continue to think of ways to expand the number of believers. The great God of justice, Phil. Your scales hang high, measuring the good and evil in the world. Your long sword is tightly in your hand, judging injustice. Please sprinkle the divine power of witness and judge the talent this person has. Please witness. Reina knelt in the middle of the circular magic circle, and the magic-infused paint drew a standard equilateral triangle inside the magic circle, and also drew a lot of strange runes that Pete couldn't understand. The prepared statue of Phil, the god of justice, was placed at the apex of the triangle in front of Lena, and the silver scales and sword were at the other 2 apexes. As Pete chanted the divine prayer according to the format, the atmosphere in the underground wine cellar became solemn, a pressure gradually permeated the air, and a feeling of being watched descended here.
This feeling of being watched was exactly the same as the professional talent test that Pete had personally experienced. In the divine ritual, this means that Phil, the God of justice, has received the call of his believers, and he is casting his eyes on the person being tested in the magic circle, and through the power of the gods, he will fairly judge the affinity of the person being tested with different gods. When Phil, the God of justice, has finished his judgment, different colors or characteristics will be displayed on his statue as a mark according to the affinity of different gods. Pete's feeling at this time was shock, the kind of extreme shock that was unbelievable. It actually works. Even though he had been mentally prepared, when he saw the scene actually happening, Pete still felt quite unreal. Although when he was tested for his talent, it showed that his affinity with the God of justice was not low. If he persisted in his efforts for many years, he would have a great chance to be promoted to a true believer of Phil, but the precepts of the Church of Justice were really difficult for Pete to accept. He couldn't stand the lifestyle that constrained him all the time. What's more, only professionals with combat capabilities could have ratings and meet the requirements of the third-level professionals in the Ryak Kingdom's noble inheritance law, so Pete finally did not choose to take the God of justice as his main belief route. He believed in the goddess of magic and became a mage. Now he is not even a shallow believer of the God of justice, but he can successfully perform the magic that only true believers can release with the method given by Norwin, and he has really won the attention of Phil, the God of justice. What is this? So many shallow believers of the God of justice usually strictly abide by the doctrine, work hard day after day or even year after year, just to be recognized by Phil, become his true believers, get blessings, and have the opportunity to perform magic. What about Pete here? He had no ascetic process, nor did he do anything to restrain his behavior. He had nothing to do with the teachings of the God of justice, and he had even done some things that violated the teachings of justice before. Logically speaking, the God of justice should not care about the ceremony he held. As a result, the other party was like a prostitute in the red light district of Green Harbor downtown, who came and went at will. As soon as Pete finished reading the corresponding prayer, Phil came over and cast his eyes. This contrast made Pete feel outrageous. How did the God of knowledge do it? This is too untheological. Pete felt that since he believed in the God of knowledge, Nowan, his worldview had been shattered several times. If non-believers do not need to abide by various doctrines, do not need to obtain the approval of the corresponding gods, as long as they believe in the God of knowledge, Nowan, they can use the divine arts that were originally exclusive to the true believers of the church, then what is the meaning of the existence of other churches? Everyone might as well convert to the God of knowledge. Anyway, believing in Nowan is equivalent to believing in everything. While Pete was daydreaming, the statue of Phil, the God of justice, began to glow. First, there was the purple mist light that symbolized the affinity of the goddess of magic. As Raina said, her affinity with the goddess of magic was very low. If you didn't look carefully, you could hardly see the extremely thin mist light. This level of talent was obviously not suitable for the path of a mage. Even if you forced yourself to learn, you might not be able to break through the magic apprentice for your whole life, and you might not even be able to release a once-level spell. Then, the golden red light symbolizing the god of radiance, the dark green light of the god of hunting, and so on flashed one after another. They were also quite unnoticeable, and most of the upper limits were at the level of 1 to 2. On the contrary, those gods who were not on the path of professionals and whose blessings from the gods were not very aggressive, such as the god of wine and the god of art, generally had good affinity with Raina in the test. In other words, if you don't consider fighting, and become a winemaker, painter, or something like that, Raina's talent would be very good, and it would be easier to get the favor of the corresponding gods. One after another, the light flashed, until a certain moment, the statue of Phil, the god of justice, suddenly lit up with a dark black-gray light. The intensity of this dark gray light far exceeded any of the previous ones. The entire underground wine cellar was shrouded in darkness at this moment. No matter the bright moonlight from the skylight or the yellowish flames from the candles, they all suddenly lost their color under the oppression of the dark gray light. All light sources seemed to be covered with a veil. Pete's eyes suddenly widened. God of knowledge. Her affinity with the god of shadows is too exaggerated. This guy, at least he must be a chosen one of the gods of shadows? Murphy, the god of shadows, looks like a short, middle-aged man, holding a dagger in his hand, a bulging shoulder bag on his waist, and a gray-black cloak on his back. When seeing Rena's affinity with the god of shadows being so high, Pet felt slightly mixed. Because the reputation of the god of shadows isn't very good. This god is known as the patron of thieves, liars, and pickpockets.
He will provide blessings to these people who walk in the darkness, making them easier to hide, more agile and faster. The basic blessing effect is very good, but the problem is that these professions are not serious professions, or even the kind of professions that will be despised by others. People who believe in other gods are either a devout priest or a distinguished archmage, or at the worst they are an experienced old hunter or a skilled farmer. What about the followers of the shadow god? I am a professional thief. My main activity is to go to your homes and steal your valuables. If you dare to say this in front of others, you have to be considered good-tempered if you don't get beaten. Although walking on this path can indeed become a rated professional, and mortals who are loved by the shadow god Murphy can gradually gain the ability to control the shadows, blend into the shadows, and become a stalker walking in the darkness, the reputation of the stalker is still not too high. Peter looked at the girl Reina who was kneeling quietly in the middle of the ritual circle. Although there are no exquisite accessories on her body, her clothes are very simple, just like ordinary girls. The slightly old clothes are washed very clean and she is very neatly dressed. It is really difficult to connect the other party with the thief and liar who slipped in and picked the lock. She obviously looks like a cheerful, enthusiastic and simple girl, but why does she have such a high affinity with the god of shadows? In Pet's impression, those guys who believed in the god of shadow were all sneaky, sly-looking, and so on, which was completely different from the impression Lena gave him. Waiting for the entire talent detection magic to be completed, and the majestic atmosphere of the god of justice slowly dissipating in the underground wine cellar, Peter completely told the girl Reina's talents in all aspects, that's the way it is. If you want to become a rating professional, the most suitable one for you is the god of shadow, and you can follow the path of a stalker. You have a very high affinity with the shadow god Murphy. Let's put it this way, if you choose this route, you have the potential to reach level 6 and become a legend. But, the path of the shadow god may not be so popular. As your strength becomes higher, you may be rejected by more and more people and forces, and you will become more and more alone, and you can only interact with shadow for company. Pet had learned that in the Starash area of Riyak King City, believers of the shadow god of level 3 or above were prohibited from entering unless they had special permission. There are similar regulations in Greenport. If a believer of the god of shadow with a level 3 rating wants to enter Greenport, he must register relevant information and carry a device that can locate him at any time. If he sneaks in secretly and is discovered, it will be assumed that he is planning a crime. Regardless of the court of the Kingdom of Riyak or Greenport, local high-level professionals will be invited to jointly capture him. The professional route of stalker has extremely powerful concealment ability and short-term burst ability. Without precautions, it is possible to seize the opportunity to cross several rating levels to complete an assassination. You can only commit a thief in 1,000 days, but there is no way to guard against a thief in 1,000 days. The last choice for most forces is to simply stay away from the followers of the shadow god. It is best not to let them get close to them unless nothing happens. Because the followers of the shadow god are not that popular, their church strongholds are often very secretive. At least I don't know where to find a guide to take you on the path of becoming a professional. So, you decide for yourself whether you want to choose this path or not. Peter spread his hands and motioned for Rena to think about it by herself. Rena's expression was a little confused, but, Mr. Pet, the one who guided me to take the professional talent test was the god of knowledge. You also said that the god of knowledge once taught you spells. In this case, why can't I let the god of knowledge give me guidance again and let him be my professional guide? Woolen cloth? Pet first explained subconsciously, because there are only a few professional routes, and only the power of the recognized gods can allow mortals to embark on professional practice. Wait, that's not right. Peter suddenly reacted. He fell into the misunderstanding of thinking inertia again. When Rena was doing the talent test, all Pete could think about were the recognized professional routes: mage, ranger, warrior, paladin, priest, rogue, and warlock whose reputation is worse than rogue. Just like the mage corresponds to the faith of the goddess of magic, the paladin corresponds to the god of light, and the rogue corresponds to the god of shadow, except for warriors who temper their own anger and do not need to believe in gods. Other professionals who want to gain the power of their own profession need to be recognized by the corresponding gods and undergo trials before they can be promoted. Pat's thinking is still at this stage. But Lena's words changed Peter's thinking. He is a believer in the goddess of magic, so he can follow the path of a mage, no problem. He is not a believer in the god of justice, but he can release magic that can only be used by believers in the god of justice. This is a big problem. Previously, Pete had always thought that the power of the god of knowledge was not as powerful as these recognized main gods in terms of level. It was just that he was more favored by him, so he was able to use this unique new method to complete the magic of the mage. He thought that first of all, he had to be blessed by the goddess of magic before he could have the right to use the magic network. Just like, some believers of foreign gods also master some special spells given by foreign gods that are not restricted by the magic goddess's spell slot, but these people need to be shallow believers of the goddess of magic, and be mage professionals blessed by the goddess, so that they can use the magic network. This is a prerequisite that cannot be circumvented. If you are separated from the belief in the goddess of magic, the magic network will no longer respond to the caster, and the spells that need the magic network to build the spell model cannot be used. The same is true for the magic of the gods. Becoming their believers is a basic condition, otherwise there is no possibility of using it at all. But the magic of the god of justice can also be released by Pete, which undoubtedly breaks this rule. A flash of inspiration flashed in Pete's mind. Could it be that the power of the god of knowledge can allow his followers to use the blessings of other gods? If that's true, Reina, try it. Pray to the god of knowledge and ask him to tell you how to practice the stalker route. Pet's voice was a little distorted with excitement. After receiving the prayer from Reina, Nuven felt it. The amount of divine power consumed by using authority is within his acceptable range, and he can respond. After establishing the knowledge points reward mechanism, Nuven's divine power finally no longer only decreases but does not increase. According to Nuven's design, every time a believer provides him with a belief that can transform a piece of divine power, Nuven will reward the believer with 1 knowledge point. 1 knowledge point can be exchanged at Nuven for knowledge or information that requires him to consume 1 share of divine power and use authority to obtain it. Although the initiative of whether to respond to believers is completely in Nuven's hands, he can set the ratio of the divine power provided by believers to the knowledge points he rewards believers to be very high, for example, 10 to 1 or 100 to 1, but Nuven did not do that. Dare to give a 1-to-1 exchange ratio that is completely returned to believers. Nuven has his confidence and plan. Because of the knowledge information, Nuven can be reused. For example, when Reina prayed, Nuven took back 5 knowledge points, consumed 5 divine power, and used his authority to obtain relevant knowledge about the divine magic of the god of justice. For Nuven, this part of the consumption is one-time. The information obtained by using authority is permanent, and Nuven has completely mastered all relevant information about this magical technique. Even if other believers pray for this knowledge next, Nuven only needs to use the oracle to send the magical knowledge he has already mastered. There is no need for him to expend his divine power again. But for believers, every time a believer prays to Nuven, Nuven can use this knowledge to recover 5 knowledge points. 1 investment, theoretically unlimited return ratio. If the ratio is set too high, believers may have to work hard for a long time to get enough knowledge point rewards. In other words, their growth rate will also be slowed down. This is not a good deal for Nuven, it is a penny gain. He has just come to this world and needs to expand his power as soon as possible. As long as the number of believers increases, the amount of divine power he can collect and transform will only increase. As for why Nuven's believers can use the corresponding magic as long as they get the knowledge given by Nuven without being believers of other gods. Nuven had a vague hunch that he could find the answer he wanted deep in the grey mist of the kingdom of God. At present, his divine power is not enough to dispel this boundless grey fog, so Nuven can only suppress this part of doubt in his heart for the time being. Believers' demands detected. Goal: begin the path of stalker practice and guide shadow energy. Requirements: 3 knowledge points. Reina raised her head in surprise and said with a happy smile, Mr. Pet. The god of knowledge has responded to me. He told me that he can teach me how to become a stalker, and I need to give him 3 knowledge points. Hiss. When his guess was confirmed, Peter was excited. What are you waiting for? Try it now. Reina hummed, her mind spinning. After receiving the reminder that she had lost 3 knowledge points, relevant knowledge about how to guide shadow energy poured into her mind. Reina tried to calm down and sensed the omnipresent shadows around her. It happened to be late at night at this time, night covered the earth, everything was covered with shadows, and the activity of shadow energy became much higher. Following the method given by Nuven, Reina softly called the shadows in her heart, asking them to fall into her arms and help her blend into the shadows. Peter, who was sitting not far away, stared at Lena. For a moment, he seemed to be dazzled, and suddenly felt that the other person's figure seemed to be looming. The next moment, Reina's figure returned to reality. She opened her eyes and sighed regretfully, failed. The god of knowledge told me that the first step to becoming a stalker is to learn to use the power of shadow to help hide one's body and obtain the camouflage effect of stealth. I hesitated for a moment, but the shadow energy I finally gathered dissipated.
Mr. Pet, am I stupid? I can't even do the first step well.
After hearing this, Pet said with relief, "Don't worry, this is a normal phenomenon.
If you want to become a professional, the first step is actually very difficult.
It took me several months to successfully communicate with the magic network for the first time. I experienced all kinds of failures at that time, more times than I can count.
This is the way of a professional. Until you succeed, you don't even know how far you are from success. You can only try again and again." After listening to Peter's comfort, Reina looked a little confused. "I wonder how far we are from success?"
"Yes, because everyone's experience in professional practice is different," Pat explained. "There is no unified standard.
You can only vaguely feel whether your current state is clueless or making progress.
Or is about to succeed, at best. As for when exactly you can successfully master it, or in which step you have problems that lead to failure, no one can say for sure."
Reina pointed to her head hesitantly, "But, Mr. Pet, I know the reason for my failure. Because when I tried, the God of Knowledge gave me a message called Practice Progress. It told me that my attempt to stealth failed this time, but I had completed 7% of the progress. It also said that the reason for my failure this time was due to lack of concentration when the shadows gathered. I need to maintain enough concentration to advance the practice progress bar and enter the next step. When I complete 100% progress, I will be able to use stealth successfully." "No, why didn't I have this thing at that time?"
Lena's description made Pet's worldview, which had been shattered several times, completely shattered into pieces this time. Pet initially thought that Novan was an ordinary foreign god with some magic-related priesthoods. The magic knowledge given to him was only the ability within the scope of the other priest's priesthood. The overall level was lower than that of the main god, like the goddess of magic. Later, Pet gradually discovered that the situation was not that simple. If it were just an ordinary foreign god, it would be impossible to grant believers the magical powers of other gods. Now, looking at this posture, even the power of the recognized powerful main god, like the god of knowledge, can be bypassed, and you can become a professional without having to believe in the corresponding god. There is even an extremely outrageous auxiliary means that can be used to guide ordinary people on the path of spiritual practice.
You can see the progress bar.
Peter had never regretted skipping the general theology course at Cairn College. He was now really curious about the God of Knowledge.
God of Knowledge, how did you do it?
At first, Pete thought that the God of Knowledge treated him differently, and he and Reina were treated differently.
He thought about it and realized it. Oh, that's not right.
Among his several spells, Hadis Thirst, was because his life was in danger at the time. With the help of his survival potential, he didn't think too much and succeeded in one go. Later, in the interrogation room of the police station, the spell, True Name Knowing, was not complicated, and he also learned this non-aggressive spell in one go. Later, whether it was Arcane Missiles or the divine spell of the God of Justice, he also did not fail, and they were all successful in one go. The so-called practice progress is to let people know where they failed this time and how far they are from success. If there is no failure experience and you succeed in one go, of course you don't need to see any progress bar.
That's fine.
Now Pete even feels a little uncomfortable with this feeling of learning it all at once. When he believed in the goddess of magic before, his practice path was so bumpy. Because the goddess of magic is not as generous as the god of knowledge, willing to break a spell apart and show all the mysteries and details clearly. At that time, if Pete wanted to master a spell, he often had to spend a lot of time and experienced many failures for which he could not find the reason. Now he has the god of knowledge, Nowan, as his faith.
Spell? That thing is not something that can be learned in one go. Just have hands.
Because he had really been caught in the rain before, Pete could really feel how important this help provided by the God of Knowledge to believers is. In one night, Pete witnessed Rena's practice process with his own eyes. At first, Rena could only barely make her figure become illusory for a moment, and could not achieve the effect of stealth at all. Later, the effect of the figure becoming illusory became better and better. If you did not observe carefully, you could hardly find the other party's position. Finally, when a ray of dawn appeared on the horizon, Rena was able to rely on the power of gathering shadows to make her body completely transparent and illusory, completely blending into the surrounding environment, to the extent that it could not be distinguished by the naked eye. After a night of practice, Rena, who had made great progress, was in high spirits and happily shared her experience with Pete. "Mr. Pete, the God of Knowledge told me that 70% of the progress has been completed. When I can keep the stealth effect while moving, I will consider the practice successful." Pete smacked his lips. This efficiency, even though he had expected it,
was still a bit amazing. It is very difficult for ordinary people to take the first step into the profession. This difficulty is not only the difficulty of practice, but also includes various external conditions and channels. If you want to become a professional, you can't just pray to the corresponding gods and then I think this will work to learn the relevant spells, combat skills or divine arts. If there is no correct way, the truth is that it is difficult to succeed even if you work hard for a lifetime. The formal method requires going to the corresponding church or college, training ground, and then paying a considerable fee as tuition, and there is also a limit on the number of places for a period of time. There are church deacons responsible for leading the way to arrange special places and provide various precious items to assist practice. The most important point is that high-level professionals will regularly use divine arts to ask the gods to cast their gaze and help newcomers become professionals, so as to reduce the difficulty of taking the first step as much as possible. However, the high cost that needs to be paid before the first step will block a large number of ordinary people. The Baron Manor of the Peat family is in a small town near the eastern dark forest in the kingdom of Riyak. An ordinary family in that town can only have a surplus of more than 10 silver coins after working hard for a month and deducting various living expenses. After working hard for a year, the savings are barely more than 1 gold coin of the kingdom of Riyak. The economy of Greenport is more developed, and ordinary people in the lower city are better off, but the savings that can be saved each year are basically within 2 gold coins. The entry fee for professionals, even the most affordable and cheapest warrior profession, requires 5 gold coins. This does not include the expenses of warriors exercising, purchasing weapons, protective gear and other necessities. You know, it only costs a dozen gold coins to buy a small house with a yard in Peatstown. If an ordinary family wants to support a professional, they have to buy half a house at the beginning, and there is no guarantee of success. This threshold is enough to discourage most ordinary people. But here with the God of Knowledge, the situation has changed dramatically. The first step of the stealth career route requires complete mastery of the stealth combat skill. While moving, the stealth figure can still remain invisible 5 meters away, and can be stable for at least 1 minute. If these standards are met, it is considered that this combat skill has been mastered. According to Lena's progress, Pete estimates that she may be able to meet the standard after practicing a few more times. Did she pay any other costs during this period besides hard practice? Absolutely not. No gold coins. No guide is needed. The God of Knowledge, Nawan, has already taken on the responsibility of guiding the way, and the effect is better than those deacons in charge of guiding newcomers in the church. The reason why the nobles of the kingdom of Riyak are superior to the common people, apart from the so-called bloodline, is that they often have enough property to learn to become a professional. Commoners can only work day after day and earn little to make a living. The descendants of nobles become professionals, and according to the noble law of the kingdom of Riyak, they can still become nobles. The descendants of commoners are still ordinary people, they are still commoners. But the appearance of the God of Knowledge, Nawan, seems to break this rule. Pete is thinking. With his identity, if he wants to maintain the status of the nobles, he should try his best to curb the spread of the cult of the God of Knowledge. Otherwise, if commoners can become professionals, then they can naturally be named new nobles by the king. What superiority do the original nobles have? But Pete has another voice in his heart shouting, he is of noble birth, but there are also different levels among the nobles. A small noble like him on the border can't actually get into the core noble circle. Those royal nobles have better family backgrounds and stronger strength than him. When they mention the descendants of small nobles like Pete, they often say from the border with disdain. The gap in all aspects was not something that Pete could make up by hard work. That's why he thought of lying down and coming to Green Harbor to get a 3-level mage certification, then go back to inherit his father's title and live a life of idleness and waiting for death. However, after believing in the God of Knowledge and gaining power from Norwin, Pete felt that his mentality was gradually changing. Just be a 3-level mage and stay in the border for the rest of your life? The channel to gain power is clearly in front of him. As long as you work hard, it's within your reach. An emotion called ambition is quietly rising in Pete's heart. I think I was too conservative before. Our black market money-making plan may be more radical. Pete raised his head and said seriously to Rena, who was going upstairs to do morning prayers after finishing practice. Ha! Although he had been using the Eye of God to monitor the status of the two believers, the Eye of God could not detect what was in Pete's mind. The moment Pete made up his mind, 50 more divine powers appeared in Nawan's mind, which were transformed from the sudden burst of faith from the other party. With Pete's strength, This amount of faith power is definitely not enough with ordinary prayers.
It requires the other party to change his mentality and be willing to invest more faith. It can be understood that he is willing to abide by the various teachings of this God and hope to transform from a shallow believer to a true believer. Mortals can become shallow believers of several gods at the same time and enjoy the blessings of different gods, but they can only choose to become a true believer of one God.
Nowan scratched his head. He didn't know enough about this world and didn't know what Pete was thinking during this night. Did this guy see Rena's rapid progress in practice and get stimulated?
When Rena was practicing stealth, Nowan was also paying attention to the other party's situation. Of course, his perspective was different.
Nowan was observing the changes in the divine power.
As a result, he discovered a magical situation. Previously, he gave Pete all kinds of magic, and there was no step that required Nowan or the goddess of magic to participate in the casting process. Pete only needed to mobilize the magic net in the correct way to obtain enough magic to build the spell model. If everything goes well, the spell can be successfully released. Stealth and the divine art of the god of justice are different. The former requires the shadow energy controlled by Murphy, the god of shadow, and the latter requires the justice power of Phil, the god of justice. In the relevant knowledge that Nowan obtained through his priesthood authority, whether it is combat skills or divine arts, what cannot be avoided is to ask the corresponding gods for power. At that time, Nowan was still very worried that his believers would only be able to learn magic and could not master combat skills and divine arts. Gods give blessings to mortals, and interacting with mortals consumes divine power, which is beyond doubt. The source of divine power is the conversion of believers' faith, which is also beyond doubt. There is a serious chaotic atmosphere in the power of Norwin. Whether it is to help believers complete spells or provide power, it will immediately cause mortals to be polluted and transformed. Only imparting knowledge, although the power consumption is the least, almost equal to zero cost, but the disadvantages are also obvious. Believers cannot directly obtain power from Norwin. Other gods do not have this problem.
They can directly bless mortals or allow mortals to use the power within their authority.
The most power consumption is that the gods help mortals complete divine arts, combat skills, and spells completely, and mortals only need to make a request. Most mortals are at this stage, and they do not really master the principles. The method that Norwin learned only requires the gods to give mortals a permission. Mortals master the principles and steps by themselves and complete the casting of divine arts, combat skills, and spells by themselves.
The corresponding power consumption of the gods will be much less.
However, the problem is that if the gods use their power on mortals who will not provide them with faith, it is a pure gift, and there is absolutely no return.
Normally, gods should not do such a loss-making business.
If the corresponding gods do not give permission, it is useless for Novin's followers to learn the knowledge of combat skills and divine arts in a comprehensive manner, because the prerequisites cannot be met. But Novin could clearly sense that when Pete used the divine arts of the god of justice and when Reyna practiced stealth, the corresponding two gods really responded to them. Obviously, they are not believers of those two gods, and they did not provide faith to those two gods, but they are willing to respond and give permission to use the corresponding divine power. This made Novin a little confused.
No, buddy, what are you doing this for? Novin really couldn't figure out the thinking of these two people.
From Nowan's perspective, it was probably like this. He told his followers how to use combat skills and magic, and a special binding relationship was established, and the followers got the relevant knowledge. Nowan's followers followed the specific method and executed it step by step. When the corresponding gods needed to provide power, they would automatically send a request to them, the god of shadow and the god of justice.
We have no objection, use it at will. Immediately responded unconditionally.
The power descended, the conditions of magic and combat skills were met, and they were successfully released.
These are my followers, right?
Why do I feel that these two gods treat them more enthusiastically than their own followers?
Nowan was a little unconfident.
However, it must be great news for Nowan that his followers could get responses from other gods and learn the corresponding magic and combat skills. The situation is much more optimistic than Nowan imagined. Although he cannot directly give blessings or power, he can only impart knowledge, and the believers need to work hard to transform knowledge into power.
But his followers don't seem to be restricted by the belief in gods in their efforts. In fact, it seems that his followers are more likely to get permission than those followers of gods. That evening.
Green Harbor, Lower Town, Moni Brothers Tavern, 2nd floor, Reyna's bedroom.
Pete is trying hard to persuade Reyna.
Don't be nervous, don't worry, I have planned everything. You just need to change a few sets of clothes and say a few lines.
I have told you your character in lines. It's not difficult at all, really. Reina looked at the clothes in front of her with resistance: a long gray robe with a hood that can hide a person's body shape and appearance, a black nun's uniform often worn by nuns in the church, symbolizing the service of God, with a small scale and sword pattern on the collar, and a modified set of casual clothes with a white veil to cover her appearance. Mr. Pete, do we really have to do this? Is there no other way? Reina said, tangled. This is the best plan. Believe me, as long as we cooperate well, we will be able to gather enough people soon. Pet reminded, don't forget, I drove away the thugs of the Bloodfawn gang last time, but the matter is not over yet. Dudley is still eyeing your tavern. If we don't find a way to increase our strength, how can we defeat Dudley? When Dudley's name was mentioned, Reina finally made up her mind. Okay, then I try my best. Pick up the gray robe used to hide the real image and put it on, and Reina's originally slender figure was immediately covered up. Pete packed up the other 2 sets of clothes, took out his pocket watch and looked at it. The time is just right, let's go. Let's go to the black market in the lower city first and spread the news that there is a way to help people test their professional talents. The hazy night swallowed up the darkness silently, and an abandoned warehouse area near the port quietly woke up with the dusk. This warehouse originally belonged to a goblin merchant, who contracted this place to temporarily store goods shipped from various places by merchant ships. However, the goblin's natural greed for money made him make a big mistake later. In order to make more huge profits, he tried to secretly transport and store contraband related to the evil god here. As a result, the news leaked out and was directly reported by competitors and fellow goblins. In dealing with matters related to the evil god, the law enforcement power of the major churches is greater than that of the ruling officials of Greenport, and the handling method can be described in one sentence: it is better to kill the wrong person than to let him go. The news was reported in the morning, and the warehouse was blown up in the afternoon. Within a few hours, the warehouse was blown into ruins by the church team that came to destroy the evil god's contraband using various combat skills, magic, and divine arts. The goblin who committed the crime had a very keen sense of smell. When he noticed something was wrong, he immediately bought a VVVIP ticket for the nearest goblin airship and fled from Green Harbor without hesitation, so he was not caught. But the ownership of the warehouse area under his name became a mess. The title deed was still in the hands of the goblin who ran away, so no one could take it over. Over time, this area was slowly abandoned and gradually forgotten by the city. A corner that few people pay attention to will naturally become a gathering place for all kinds of illegal traders. When Pete and Reina, wearing gray robes, stepped into the abandoned warehouse area, the air was filled with all kinds of strange smells: moldy grains, rotten fruits and vegetables, the sour smell of homeless people, and indescribable pungent smells. If the smell of the path in front of Reina's tavern is just a little weird, then the smell of the abandoned warehouse black market will make people feel physiologically nauseous. Pete couldn't help but retched, and quickly cast a purification trick on himself and Reina. Ugh! Don't they find this place disgusting? After retching, Pete, who had never experienced such a scene, expelled the memory of the smell from his mind. The black market in the downtown area is not only a gathering place for various illegal traders, but also homeless people who have lost their houses and are unable to live here. The existence of these homeless people has made the Green Harbor Police Department lose interest in managing this area. Rather than driving away the beggars on the streets, it is better to let them gather in one place and wait for death. Those police officers who are just idling around in the police station naturally hope that less trouble is worse than more trouble. This just provides a natural shelter for the black market. Passing through the homeless defense line outside the black market, enter the real trading area of the black market. There are many figures, similar to Pete and Reina. People are wearing tattered robes or wearing white hoods that can cover their faces. Everyone is trying to hide their identity and whereabouts. Unlike the trade fair that separates the upper and lower city districts of Green Harbor, where vendors will enthusiastically introduce their goods and try to attract potential customers passing by, it is always bustling and bustling. On the contrary, the black market environment seems very depressing. Unknown merchants put the things they intend to sell on the cloth beside them. If someone likes an item, they will walk over and talk in a low voice, negotiate the price, and hand over the money and the goods. The specific content of the conversation will not be known to a third person except the buyer and seller. Pat looked at the stalls in the black market. Both he and Reina came to the black market for the first time. In addition to various conventional items such as weapons, armor, artworks, gems, materials or magic scrolls that cannot be confirmed to be true or false. There were also people selling information or intelligence, people issuing commissions or accepting commissions,
people issuing bounties, and even Pete saw more special goods. In the southeast corner of the black market, there was an area that was obviously marked out and much wider. 3 men without robes were squatting or sitting next to an iron cage about 1 meter high and several meters long and wide. In the cramped cage, several young women wore brown leather collars around their necks. Because of the height limit of the cage, they had to maintain a kneeling posture with their heads down. From time to time, someone would walk over there, talk to the 3 men for a few words, take out their money bags and take out a dozen copper coins. The latter would open the cage door with a strange smile, pull out a woman from inside, tie an iron chain to her collar, and then let the customer lead her to a small corner with dim light behind the iron cage. Put. I only heard about it before, but I didn't expect the Blood Fawn gang to be so cruel. Lena cursed in an angry whisper. Are those also members of the Blood Fawn gang? Pete frowned. In this black market where everyone is trying to hide their identities, those men can show up so carelessly. There is only one possibility: they are not afraid of being known by others, and they are fearless. Lena hums softly. Those men have bloody fangs tattooed on their bodies, which is the unique symbol of the Blood Fawn gang. What about those women? The Blood Fawn gang has opened many casinos and clubs in the downtown area. I heard that if the waitresses there do not do well and their performance fails to meet the standards, the Blood Fawn gang will punish them in various ways. For example, drag them to the black market and force them to serve. Pet understood. In Greenport, while special needs transactions are legal, they must be done voluntarily by both parties. Those women wearing collars, looking at the frightened expressions on their faces when they were pulled out of the iron cage, it was obvious that they did not do so voluntarily. Unscrupulous. Peter knew that the gangs in the lower town of Green Harbor were very powerful, but he did not expect that the Blood Fawn gang could do such evil. In the border town of Pet's hometown, although there were sometimes conflicts between nobles and commoners, they were all within the scope of order. But what the Blood Fawn gang did had clearly crossed the line. The Blood Fawn gang obviously didn't take Greenport's laws seriously. In other words, in the lower city where law and order was chaotic and crime was rampant, they had their own set of rules that replaced the law. Peter originally thought that in order to solve Lena's troubles, he only needed to develop the God of Knowledge sect in Greenport, recruit enough people, and have enough strength to let the Blood Fawn gang know that there are people behind Lena who are not easy to mess with. Naturally, they would not dare to come to the tavern to cause trouble again. But seeing the Blood Fawn gang's lawless behavior, Pete had a hunch. I'm afraid things can't be solved that easily. If it were the former lying down Pat who was just waiting to die, and realized how difficult the matter was, he might have backed down and prepared to give up. But now that he had the backing of the God of Knowledge, Pate was emboldened. Peter gently held Raina's hand. Don't worry, now is not the time to confront them, Hedon. Don't forget the purpose of our coming here. When we grow up, we can take care of them. Pet found a corner that would not be noticed, and looked at the people coming and going in the black market calmly. Except for the few members of the Blood Fawn gang with bloody fangs tattooed on their bodies, everyone else was dressed in robes and hoods, hiding their true identities. At most, you can roughly tell whether it is a human or another race from their body shape. The confidentiality of black market transactions is very high. Neither buyers nor sellers can know each other's true identity. For this reason, there are all kinds of contraband that cannot be bought anywhere else circulating in the black market. Pet sensed the surrounding arcane energy and called out to the magic network again to establish a channel to mobilize the magic network. 2 precise spell patterns gradually took shape under Pete's manipulation. The difficulty of casting a level 2 spell is much higher than that of a level 1 spell, so Pete spent more time to ensure a sufficient success rate. Pete focused his mind on a stall selling weapons and equipment not far away. A man in a robe was selecting various weapons on the stall. The spell was formed, and it was released. Call the real name. Your name. Is Brandon Robert. While Pete cast, know the real name, Rena cooperated tacitly with Pete's mouth with a cloth, trying to lower his voice as much as possible to prevent others from hearing. Know the real name is a spell that Norvin obtained and gave to Pete in response to his prayer. It allows the caster to accurately read the other party's real name by chanting loudly. It is worth mentioning that Pete later checked the library of the School of Arcane of Karen College, but did not find this second-level spell called Know the Real Name. In other words, this is a brand new spell that has not been included or discovered at least in Karen College. This spell has an unavoidable disadvantage, that is, when the magic is completed, the caster will open his mouth uncontrollably and say the other party's real name loudly. During this period, the caster will be in a state of stiffness and cannot cancel the spell by himself. The longer the opponent's real name is, the longer the stiffness time will be. There is no doubt that this spell is not a combat magic. After all, casting it is equivalent to controlling yourself. In addition to knowing the opponent's real name, it has no other effect. It looks very useless at first glance. But Pete found a special use for this spell. After casting True Name Knowing, to know the opponent's name, and making sure that his chanting did not attract the attention of the people around, Pete took out a pen and paper from the pocket of the lining of his robe. There were some contents that Pete had written in advance on the paper, and he just quickly filled in the name he got at the beginning. After completing this step, Pete folded the paper and handed it to Reina. Reina calmed down, and the gray robe gradually became ethereal, and finally successfully integrated into the surrounding environment. Stealth was launched successfully. Before going to the black market, Reina completed several more stealth exercises, and finally successfully pushed the progress to 100%, and completely mastered the stealth combat skills. Now she can freely enter and leave the camouflage state in a safe state, and obtain the invisible effect that will not be noticed by others at the cost of reduced movement speed. To achieve this step means that Reina can already be regarded as a 1st-level stealth professional. Concentrating on maintaining the stealth camouflage state, Reina tiptoed and quietly approached the man named Brandon Robert. While the other party was not paying attention, Reina stuffed the folded paper into the pocket of the other party's robe without anyone noticing. After completing this step, Reina carefully avoided the people around her and walked back to the small corner where Pete was, and then lifted the stealth state. The first cooperation was completed. Pete didn't rest much, and quickly found the next target. The same process. First, use the spell, Real Name Know, and with the help of Reina, physically transform the original loud chanting into quiet beeping, so as to ensure that it will not attract the attention of other people in the black market. Then, write the other party's name on a piece of paper prepared in advance. Then Reina stuffed the paper into the other party's robe without the other party noticing. At the beginning, the two of them were not very skilled in cooperation. The main reason was that Reina had never tried the action of stealth, to put things into other people's pockets. If the timing was not right, she had to withdraw and start again, so she wasted a lot of time. However, as the proficiency increased, the cooperation between the two became more and more tacit, and the efficiency became higher and higher. 7 or 8 pieces of paper with the corresponding real name were stuffed into the target's pocket one by one. When Pete felt dizzy and the remaining mental strength was not enough to support him to release Real Name Know again, the two left the black market quietly. Lena carefully supported Pete, who had once again consumed a lot of mental energy, and asked, "Sir, what should we do next?" "Next, we just have to wait." Pat was confident. "Someone will come to us on their own initiative." When Brandon Robert left the black market and returned to his residence, he felt something touch his hand in the pocket of his robe. Brandon was stunned. He only had a small purse with dozens of silver coins and copper coins in his pocket, and nothing else. He reached out and took out a neatly folded parchment in front of Brandon. Tentatively opening it, neat and beautiful cursive words came into view. "Dear Brandon Robert. Want to be a professional admired by everyone? Want to truly control your own destiny? You have the potential to become a powerful professional. Just lack an opportunity to prove yourself. Next Sunday, midnight, downtown, Money Brothers Tavern. Waiting for your arrival." Brandon's first reaction was shock. "Ward? Who gave this to me?" He had just left the mixed black market, and his memory was very clear. Apart from visiting the stalls selling weapons and protective gear, he had not talked to anyone or received anything from anyone. As a result, this note appeared in his pocket out of thin air, as if it were haunted. What's even more frightening is that his name was accurately written on it. Brandon was very sure that he was disguised well, and the wide robe hood was enough for his mother to not recognize him even if she stood in front of him. In the environment of the black market, it was impossible for anyone to recognize him. As a result, his identity was exposed by this note. It was still hot in Green Harbor in the summer, but Brandon was almost scared out of his wits. After finally regaining some courage, Brandon suddenly realized something. He frowned and read the contents of the note again. Wait, it says. I have the potential to become a powerful professional? Brandon Robert spent the entire hot Sunday in a state of uneasiness. Of course, his first reaction was not to believe what was written on the note. This is like the kind of liar who sets up a stall on the roadside and talks about free fortune-telling. He starts by saying that you have unique qualifications and endless potential, and you will definitely become a legend in the future. Now you only need to give me 10 silver coins, and I will give you guidance.
A clear path that tells you how to reach the top of your life. But this time things are different. His name was clearly written on the note. Brandon thought about it and finally thought of a possibility that he couldn't believe. Maybe someone is interested in him. To know his name, you must have sent someone to research relevant information about him. There's no need to pull this prank. Maybe someone really discovered his potential and planned to recruit and train him? Thinking of this, Brandon couldn't help but start to have wild thoughts. Could it be that I really have some talent that I don't know about? Is there a possibility that I am actually a genius? Brandon's growth experience was very simple. His parents were from the Kingdom of Riyak and came to work in Greenport, during which time Brandon was born. In other words, Brandon is a kid who grew up in Green Harbor. Since childhood, he has witnessed various professionals accepting entrustments from their employers to escort caravans, find items, and resolve disputes. Seeing how they can freely choose their own lifestyle, Brandon is extremely envious. He also dreamed of getting the best sword at home, becoming a powerful professional, and leaving his own legend on the continent. The ideal is very full, the reality is very skinny. Even if it is the warrior career route with the lowest requirements, if you want to sign up for training in the warrior guild, the prerequisite is to bring or purchase qualified weapons and armor. The actual situation that Brandon faced was that his family didn't even have a wooden sword, let alone a good sword. Not to mention the sky-high price of armor. With the extra money he finally saved from working part-time jobs, Brandon thought about buying a handy weapon so that he could practice his combat skills at home. Brandon didn't even have to think about the weapons sold in the trade fair or the Warriors Guild, he simply couldn't afford them. Forged from fine steel and cast by professional dwarf craftsmen, the standard longsword is naturally priced in gold coins. Brandon is committing a crime if he dares to take another look. Under his conditions, he could only try his luck in the black market in Xiaoqing district to see if there were cheap inferior goods, or black goods whose origins were unknown and had to be sold at low prices. If nothing else, it would be difficult for him to complete the transformation from an ordinary person to a professional. The result suddenly told him that there was a way for him to become a powerful professional. And it doesn't look like a prank. Brandon was moved. There are many people who have had similar experiences to Brandon. It's night, Money Brothers Tavern. Brandon looked at his surroundings slightly warily. The location of Money Brothers Tavern is not difficult to find out. You can tell it by asking the errand boy in the lower town. When Brandon arrived, a girl wearing a black church nun's uniform motioned for him to follow and took him to the underground cellar of the tavern. Brandon counted, besides him, there were 4 people present. Just a moment please. The girl gestured to Brandon. When the melodious midnight bell came from the distance, the girl clapped her hands gently, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone, you are here probably to become professionals. To embark on a career path requires talent, and more importantly, property. You are all selected people. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will not be limited by your talents. As for property, please rest assured, our sect is willing to help you solve it. Brandon suddenly became wary when he heard the word sect. As for sects, in addition to the Orthodox churches of several major gods, there are also various small sects of external gods, and even evil god worship sects that plan various conspiracies in various dark corners. Since the other party could write his name on the note, he must have come prepared. It is certainly impossible for the Orthodox Church to place its meeting place in the underground cellar of such a downtown tavern, so, this so-called sect is either a stronghold of believers of a certain foreign god, or, worse, the evil god's lair. While Brandon was thinking wildly, the girl continued, in order for you to witness the sincerity of our sect. Even if you don't plan to join us, you can still take a professional talent test here for free. This is the benefit of joining our sect. The professional talent test can let you know the career path that is most suitable for you. Because this is the first time we are recruiting believers in Green Harbor, everyone can experience it for free. Brandon's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Broken. He shouldn't have bumped into the evil god sect. Although he is just an ordinary person, he has never eaten pork but has seen pigs running away. He knows that professional talent testing is a unique magic of the Church of the God of Justice, and is famous for its high fees. Logically speaking, only true believers in the God of Justice can use this magical technique. Dare to use this kind of thing as religious benefits, maybe it is a lie from the evil god, used to deceive ordinary people who are unaware. Evil god. Heretic. Brandon hadn't figured out how to get out of this sect base that was suspected to be the lair of the evil god, but he heard a young man next to him shouting angrily. Professional talent detection belongs to the great power of the God of Justice Phil. You are not a believer of the God of justice, you are lying. Brandon was dumbfounded. No, buddy, are you so reckless? Even if we know that this is a cover for the evil God, shouldn't we pretend to be ignorant, pretend to cooperate, and find a way to leave here quickly and report to the Orthodox Church? You shouted, didn't you tear your face off directly? If they know that their identities are exposed, they will kill them on the spot and sacrifice all the unlucky people who were deceived? However, the girl still looked calm when she heard the accusation. Sir, I think you misunderstood something. The one who guides our sect is a great God. Although he is not the God of justice, his power is very special. Therefore, the believers of our sect can also get Phil's approval and use his magic. If you don't believe it, I can show you the magic now, and everyone present is a witness. After hearing the explanation, the young man who shouted evil God heresy confirmed with half-belief, can it be shown now, right here? If I don't feel right, I can leave at any time, right? The girl smiled and nodded affirmatively, of course. In the name of my Lord, I promise. Brandon watched the young man walk into the center of a magic circle emitting blue fluorescent light under the guidance of the girl, and subconsciously took a few steps back. If it was really a scam by the evil God sect, he should stay away and he would still have a chance to run away. However, all the subsequent processes look normal. The great God of justice Phil. The girl recited the prayers seriously, the God of justice cast his gaze, and the small statue placed at the top of the circle lit up with a bright purple mist. After a few minutes, the magical ceremony ended. Sir, as you can see, the most suitable path for your practice is to become a distinguished mage. After witnessing the magical ritual with his own eyes, Brandon felt that his worldview was somewhat impacted. Although there are many gods in the continent of Prentis, each god has its own unique authority and power. But in Brandon's past understanding, the divine magic of the God of justice should be a power that belongs exclusively to the believers of the God of justice. Mortals who believe in other gods should not be able to use this magic. The magical spell performed by the girl in front of him broke his cognition. The effects of divine magic cannot be faked. Is it true, as the girl said, that this god has special functions and can use the power of other gods? The young man who had personally experienced divine magic no longer looked as determined as when he called out heresy before. After learning that he had the talent to become a mage, his expression was mixed. Fortunately, he has the opportunity to become a distinguished mage professional. The worries are, mage. I don't have any money. It takes a lot of money to register for the church training of the goddess of magic, and there are also expenses for various magic materials. Even if I know that I have talent, I am not qualified to get started. These words immediately resonated in Brandon's heart. Because his situation is exactly the same as what the other party described. Even if you can enjoy a professional talent test, what's the use? Being able to find the career path that best suits you is indeed very helpful to your spiritual practice, which is equivalent to avoiding yourself from taking the wrong path. But the threshold for entering the profession is there. If you don't have enough property, you can't afford the daily practice expenses of a professional. After listening to the young man's complaint, the girl smiled and said, Sir, I think you might consider our sect. Your sect? Yes, let me introduce you. Leading us forward is a great being whose name is Norvan, the God of knowledge. Although the God of knowledge does not grant blessings to believers like other gods, he is willing to guide every believer. No matter what path you plan to walk, he can give you corresponding help. As you can see, I am not a believer in the God of justice, but I can still get Phil's attention and use the magic that belongs to the God of justice. This is the unique ability of our knowledge-seeking sect. If you want to become a mage, you can also pledge your faith to the God of knowledge, and he will guide you to the appropriate method. The most important thing is that you don't need money to join the knowledge-seeking sect and obtain the guidance of Nuvan, the God of knowledge-seeking. As long as you are willing to offer your faith, the God of knowledge will respond to you. After hearing these words, the young man began to hesitate. If given a choice, normal people would definitely choose the magical goddess with a long history and wide reputation. Who is the God of knowledge? I've never heard of it, who knows if it's reliable? The problem is, the situation before Brandon and the others is, the other option just doesn't work for them. As mentioned before, if you want to become a professional, you must go to the church and ask for the gaze and attention of the gods through divine magic. Only then can you be qualified. What's more, even if many people pay church fees, they still can't get God's approval after trying for a long time, wasting money in vain, and in the end they still can't become professionals. If you don't have money, it's better to give up early and work honestly. Now there is such an opportunity in front of me. I don't know whether it is true or false. As long as you devote your faith, you can become a professional. Come all come. Might as well give it a try. After all, they even gave away the magic of the God of Justice for free. If you go to the Church of Justice to apply for a test, this magical spell will cost you a full 3 gold coins. Even if this is a liar sect, there isn't much to be gained from these poor people in the lower city, right? Why use such precious magic on them? Brandon weighed the pros and cons considering his situation. He was willing to take a chance and give it a try. The young man seemed to have a connection with Brandon, the God of knowledge, right? If he can make me a mage, as you said, then I am willing to join your sect. What do I do? The girl introduced. It's very simple. Please repeat the prayer with me. Place your faith in the God of knowledge, and he will respond to your requests and guide you in the right direction. Half an hour later. Hey! I'm done. Ha 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 ha. I am a mage now. I am a noble mage.
The young man excitedly waved the radiant ball of light in his hand, his whole body trembling with excitement.
Brandon was shocked. Is it really possible? He even suspected that he might have been under some illusion. Everything tonight was just his illusion. He watched intently as the young man finished reciting the prayers to the girl. Then he seemed to sense something, knelt down and began to meditate. After several failures during this period, he finally succeeded in condensing a ball of light in his hand. Brandon once saw a mage use it. The name of this light ball is illumination.
It is condensed from arcane magic and can provide a light source nearby. The underground wine cellar, which originally relied on candles and moonlight to provide light, suddenly became brighter under the influence of lighting technique. The young man could not conceal his excitement and shared with several other people in the wine cellar. Everyone, the power of Novan, the God of knowledge, is real. The Layak people do not lie to the Layak people. Believe me, this God is different from those righteous gods. He really told me how to master spells and become a qualified mage. The God of knowledge will answer my prayers directly. O great God of knowledge, please accept the most heartfelt thanks from your believer, Peter China.
Brandon was stunned. He really succeeded? Rely on, to believe in this God of knowledge?
At first he was cautious and skeptical of a sect he had never heard of before. After all, there are so many different kinds of foreign gods, and there are many small sects of foreign gods that will make great propaganda when recruiting people, saying how powerful this god is, and you can get it as long as you offer your faith.
All kinds of benefits and so on.
In fact, the real effect is completely different from what they preach, and it is not as good as described. If you are unlucky enough to meet the followers of the evil god, they can deceive one after another. If you really join their sect, you might be sacrificed to the evil god on the spot. But this knowledge-seeking sect has actually provided evidence that faith can provide rewards.
Brandon is really excited this time. How about I also try to offer my faith to this God of knowledge?
Nawan of the Kingdom of God was watching his two believers the whole time.
Wow, this is a good trick. Nawan didn't expect that Pete could figure out how to lure others to join the church by being a shill without any guidance.
The ones who played the tricks and cooperated were naturally Pete and Rena. First, through the cooperation of real name knowing and stealth, a first impression was created for the target, making the other party feel that he was chosen.
Use a note with a name on it to arouse the other party's curiosity. Claim that there is a way to help people become professionals. Once someone has an idea because of this, they are hooked.
When they came to the Moni Brothers Tavern, Pete pretended to be one of them who received the note, and followed the script designed in advance to respond to Rena. Now one could imagine that even if the visitor was originally vigilant, seeing someone experience the relevant divine arts first, or even become a professional by believing in the God of knowledge, his vigilance would be greatly reduced.
This is the routine that Pete and Rena planned. People tend to follow the crowd.
If there is no one who takes the lead, no one may dare to believe it.
After all, what is said and what is actually done may be completely different.
Without seeing the effect of the real ritual and faith, no one dares to believe what Rena said rashly.
But with Pete taking the lead in setting an example, and gaining tangible benefits, the situation is different.
Nubbin soon received several sources of faith pointing to him. It was those who were fooled by Pete and Rena to the Moni Brothers Tavern.
Nubbin naturally accepted everyone who came. He is now in need of divine power.
The believers are willing to take subjective initiative to help him recruit believers.
Nubbin is so happy.
According to the previously released repeatable task, the truth of our Lord shines on the earth, for new believers, while accepting faith, Nubbin gave 10 knowledge points respectively. Of course, Pete and Rena did not miss the rewards they deserved. The truth of our Lord shines on the earth
was set as a weekly task by Nawan, which can only be triggered and completed once a week, so the two people each received 5 knowledge points. New believers cannot provide faith to Nawan immediately. Although the 10 knowledge points awarded to them are pure expenditure for Nawan, they are benefits that he gives to new believers for free. It is equivalent to Nawan paying out of his own pocket and overissuing in advance. But Nawan is not worried that this part of the overissuing benefits will go down the drain. The essence of knowledge points is a resource that believers exchange for various information from Nawan. And information is a resource that can be reused. Believers can intuitively know how many knowledge points they need to spend to get a response from Nawan. In the initial operation, Nawan needs to prepare a part of the divine power as the initial cost to activate his authority and obtain the knowledge needed by believers. However, when the number of believers increases, a large part of the knowledge needed by new believers will overlap with that of old believers. Every time he reuses, Nawan can recover some of his overissuing knowledge points. In the long run, his income will definitely be greater than his expenditure. As for why new members should be provided with benefits? Naturally, this benefit should be used as a sweetener to let new believers experience the benefits of this faith. Brandon followed Lena to recite the prayer, and instantly received the response of the God of knowledge. The information that suddenly appeared in his mind scared him. He trembled all over. After all, when he went to the church to offer his faith to the God of radiance before, there would be no oracle descending, and he could only feel his body getting warm. According to the priests of the Radiance Church, this is the blessing given by the God of radiance to believers. The effect of the blessing is to make people physically strong and not easily affected by the evil aura. Other than that, nothing else. He did daily worship at home every day, and the effect was only to maintain the blessing from weakening and dissipating. For ordinary believers like him, the God of radiance would not deliberately cast a gaze, let alone an oracle. As a result, he had just become a believer here, and he could directly receive an oracle? Don't be nervous, this is normal. After receiving the message that the task, the truth of the Lord shines on the earth, was completed, Lena knew that Brandon had become a believer of the God of knowledge. Just like what Pete had done to her before, this time she acted as a guide. Pray to the Lord with confidence and tell him what you want to know. The Lord will give you the corresponding knowledge. Of course, the Lord's truth is not free. You need to consume your knowledge points to exchange it. Brandon thought for a while. God of knowledge, please tell me, what should I do to become a powerful warrior? He had just finished the talent test, and the result was similar to what he expected. He had a low affinity with several main gods. In this case, either give up the path of a rated professional, or develop the potential in your body, try to stimulate and control anger, and become a warrior. Brandon didn't like those career routes that required daily worship and serious prayers to the corresponding gods. Because he felt that the gods did not seem to care about him very much, and all he could get from the gods was the most basic blessing that everyone has. His dream is to travel the continent with a sword, adventure everywhere, and leave his own legends. It is definitely not enough to rely on the basic blessing of the gods. The warrior is the only rated profession on the continent that does not rely on the power of gods. The way to practice this route is to learn to control the power of anger, attach anger to various combat skills, and burst out with strong destructive power. Although warriors do not require any affinity with gods, it is not easy to become a warrior. Anger is something that you can do if you know it, and you can if you don't know it. When people are extremely angry, they can burst out with stronger power than usual. But this does not mean that anger has been successfully controlled. To achieve a level 1 rating on the warrior route, the most basic requirement is to use anger freely. Under the premise that the mood does not fluctuate much and you can still maintain rationality, you must control the power of anger and bless it with combat skills. Compared with those professional ways of praying to gods for power, if the affinity is high enough, believers are more likely to get the corresponding response of divine power, which is equivalent to reducing the difficulty. This is why it is best to do a talent detection ceremony first if conditions permit. You can confirm which god you have a higher affinity with and which route is less difficult. There is no shortcut to the warrior path. You can only rely on your own efforts. If you can't control your anger, then any combat skills are just a show. Brandon had never heard of any god who could help believers on the warrior path before. But after receiving the oracle of the God of knowledge, he had hope. He had never heard of any god who would directly respond to a believer's prayer before. Maybe, the God of knowledge is really different from other gods? Detected the demands of believers. Goal: starting the warrior's practice path, control anger, requirement, 3 knowledge points.
Brandon's eyes widened with excitement. It really works.
Brandon followed the method taught by Lena and consumed 3 knowledge points.
A large amount of knowledge about how to inspire, control, and control anger quickly poured into his mind. Perceive the source of anger in the body, and stay rational and calm during this period. Breathe deeply, be in a stable state, and let chi penetrate the whole body, traveling in the chest and abdomen, guiding the internal chi of different strengths to the corresponding parts, and gradually transforming it into anger that can be mobilized and controlled. Adjust the intensity according to specific meridian channels, so that anger can be attached to combat skills at any time. The relevant training points one by one are detailed to the goals of each step and each stage. It's just that I don't have any hands to help him practice. Never had Brandon seen such comprehensive and detailed knowledge before. He went to the Warriors Guild to eavesdrop, but the teaching there mainly focused on using great force to achieve miracles. There was no specific method at all. He only said that he should find a way to be in a state of anger, and then when can the anger not dissipate and be used? It increases the power of one's combat skills and becomes an entry-level fighter.
As for how to keep it from dissipating? How to use anger to increase the power of martial arts? Sorry, even people who have become warrior professionals can't explain it. They can only describe it as a feeling, saying that once you feel it, it will become an instinct. In the Warrior Guild, you can often see the kind of guy who holds his breath until his face turns red and he looks like he is constipated. Without him, they are all fighting with their own anger. With this kind of general approach, most people will fail before they find that feeling and won't be able to cross the threshold. But Brandon discovered that the method given to him by the God of Knowledge accurately told him how to find feeling and control anger. With a practical method, Brandon suddenly burst out with endless motivation. The first attempt, 1% progress, failed, unable to stimulate a stable source of anger. The second attempt, progress 2%, failed, failing to stimulate a stable source of anger. The third attempt, progress 6%, failed. This time I found the anger in my body, but my mood fluctuated slightly and the anger dissipated. The 17th attempt, progress 31%, failed. When directing the anger to the chest, he failed to control the speed and the anger dissipated. Although every effort ended in failure due to various reasons, Brandon became more and more energetic. It's not that he didn't work hard in the past, he just couldn't find the direction to work hard. He has spent a lot of time and energy but cannot see the results of his efforts, so he will naturally feel discouraged. This time is different. He can actually see that every one of his efforts is fruitful. Even the simplest step of arousing anger fails at first. Now he has been able to maintain his anger for a period of time, and he can clearly feel that there is a fire burning in his body. That vigorous anger is about to come out, wanting to exert its powerful destructive power. A few hours of hard work was worth his exploration for the past 10 years. How could he not be excited about this? The sky is slowly getting brighter and the sunrise is coming. If not for the fact that his physical strength was almost exhausted due to practice, Brandon could not wait to push his practice progress to 100% in one breath. Because this means that he will be able to realize his dream of becoming a professional warrior. Although physically exhausted, Brandon's spirit was extremely excited. Thank you, God of Knowledge. I have never seen such a great existence as you. Please accept the most sincere thanks from your followers. Brandon can't wait to kowtow to the God of Knowledge. At this time, when he looked at the environment around the underground wine cellar and Reina, who guided him to believe in the God of Knowledge, his perception suddenly changed. The wine cellar, which was originally dark and mysterious, now became extremely sacred. What kind of secret gathering place is this? It is clearly a holy place that allows him to realize his dream and regain his new life. How could there be some unidentified girl or unknown strange sect? These are all his half-brothers and sisters. Having tasted the sweetness, Brandon has now become the staunchest advocate of the God of Knowledge. Seeing that the sky was getting brighter, Lena reminded everyone according to the lines prepared by Pete for her. Everyone, the God of Knowledge is a special and great being. He has just awakened from his long sleep. We are his first believers in this era, and we should spread his truth. At midnight every Fire Sunday, we will hold a communication gathering here and welcome more travelers to join us. The God of Knowledge has given us precious knowledge, please make good use of it. The Lord is watching. The number of believers increased from 2 to 6, and Nubbin was very satisfied. The success rate of Peter and Lena's mission this time is as high as 100%. Anyone who was tempted to come to Money Brothers Tavern to find out what was going on because of the note, under the guidance of Pat, finally chose to believe in novel. Among the 4 newcomers, Brandon chose the warrior profession. The other three people, regardless of their affinity with the main gods of each profession, all chose the mage profession in the end. For this reason, Nubbin spent some divine power and used his authority to obtain relevant starting practice knowledge. In this way, no one has a primer on 3 career paths. In the future, if there are new believers who want to become warriors, stealth fighters or mages, no one will no longer need to consume divine power, and only need to copy and paste a copy of his existing knowledge to the other party. As for why the 3 new believers all chose mages? The reason is very simple. Mages are currently the most popular profession on the continent. Even if they do not participate in the conscription to eliminate various monsters polluted by evil gods, or become adventurer mercenaries to accept commissions, as long as they have the certification of a 3rd-level mage, they can become magic consultants for many nobles and have a stable income. At the very least, they can be magic migrant workers and copy magic scrolls every day to make a lot of money. Therefore, when the opportunity to choose is presented in front of them, the first reaction of these ordinary people is to become a mage. Of course, Nowan knows one thing very well. He cannot make every believer a legendary warrior or a great mage. Although giving the knowledge obtained through authority to believers can allow them to choose the path they want to walk freely without being restricted by faith. But people have different talents. For example, Lena and Brandon. Rena has a very high affinity with the god of shadow. According to Norman's understanding, this means that the shadow power controlled by the god of shadow Murphy favors her more. Therefore, in the entry of the stealth, Rena only spent more than 1 night, and less than 10 attempts to fully master the stealth combat skills. Brandon's talent is much worse. After trying more than a dozen times, the progress of controlling anger has not reached 1/3. Norman estimated that it would take at least 2 or 3 days for Brandon to successfully control anger and complete the warrior entry. The difficulty of career advancement in the future will be higher, it will take more time, and the gap will be greater. What Norman can do is to tell each of his believers how to work hard and how far away from success. Now with this group of believers as seeds, Norman believes that they will soon take root and sprout in the lower city of Green Harbor, and then spread. After the rally, Brandon dragged his exhausted body back home from practicing anger. Brandon's house is the most common building in the lower city. The exterior structure is made of heavy stones. After years of baptism, it looks a bit mottled. The wooden roof is covered with a layer of moss and vines unique to the seaside. The structure inside the house is also simple. The main space at the entrance serves as the living room and kitchen, with some simple furniture and decorations. The room inside is separated by curtains and arranged into 2 bedrooms. The larger one belongs to Brandon's parents, and the smaller one belongs to him. The space is not big, and there is not much space left after putting down a soft single bed. Brandon's parents both go to their respective workplaces during the day. When he comes back, the house is very quiet. There are 2 pieces of soft bread, a fried egg, and a cup of warm milk on the table. Brandon only realized the hunger when he smelled the sweet aroma of the golden bread. After sitting at the dining table and wolfing down his food, Brandon looked at the date on the calendar on the wall, yawned, and stood up helplessly. Damn goblin chables, they should all be hanged on the street lights at the port. Although he had just stayed up all night, he had to suppress his sleepiness now. Because he had to hurry to the goblin workshop where he worked. He really wanted to quit his job now, change his career to register as an adventurer, and travel around the continent. But he was really short of money. The training of a warrior is also very expensive. Which of weapons and armor is free? The god of knowledge can give him knowledge, but he can't directly give him equipment. Those adventurer commissions that can make money are all risky. If you are not strong enough and have poor equipment, what if you are killed by monsters in the wild just after going on an adventure? Wouldn't it be a big loss? Brandon planned. During this period, he worked harder, working to earn money during the day, and continued to practice controlling anger at night according to the guidance of the god of knowledge. When he officially became a level 1 warrior, it was almost the day to get paid. He would give the goblin boss of the goblin workshop a middle finger and tell him that he quit. Brandon yawned all the way, walked through several small streets, and came to a building called Rolling Bolt Workshop. Many workshops of all sizes in the lower city of Green Harbor were invested and built by goblins. Raw materials from all over the continent were processed into various commodities in the lower city of Green Harbor, and then transported to various places by cargo ships to earn huge profits. Although these green dwarf goblins themselves have little combat power, when their wealth accumulates to a certain level, they can hire bodyguards and purchase various goblin engineering self-defense products, which is a kind of strength in itself.
The rules of the Rolling Bolt workshop are that being late or leaving early will be considered as absenteeism for the day, work 6 days a week and rest 1 day, work from 9 to 6, no food or accommodation, and no responsibility for work-related injuries. The conditions are harsh in various ways. Not only is the workload higher than other places, but the environment is also particularly bad. If it weren't for the fact that this goblin workshop promised to pay much higher wages than other human workshops, Brandon would never come here to work. The ogre supervisor sitting at the door was checking the identity of each person according to the portrait.
Let me see.
You look similar to the portrait, so you should be Brandon.
Brandon. Your workstation today is the 6th from the left in the 2nd row. Brandon's face darkened and he cursed in a low voice. Asshole. This ogre supervisor was hired by the owner of the Rolling Bolt workshop, and he named himself Doom.
This word is the pronunciation of wisdom in the ogre language.
Doom always thought that he was a wise man full of wisdom among the ogres.
Because he knows how to read. In fact, this guy's level of common language is completely half-baked, and he can make 9 mistakes in 10 pronunciations.
For example, until now, Doom still thinks that Brandon's name is pronounced as Brandon.
Not wanting to argue with a fool, Brandon calmed down and stepped into the workshop. The smell of sweat, oil, grease, and metal rust instantly hit him. Brandon was accustomed to this strange smell.
He walked to the empty workstation that belonged to him and sat down.
He skillfully picked up the tools on the workbench and started grinding bolts. His work content was very simple. According to the required specifications, the rough processed bolts were manually ground into the appropriate size. The wages were calculated according to the number of completed bolts, and the settlement was made once a month. Because he practiced controlling his anger all night and was not energetic during the day, Brandon's grinding efficiency declined. After working all morning, his output was less than half of the normal level. After finally getting to the short break at noon, he saw a short man squeezed in from the workstation next to him and winked at him.
"What's the matter, Brandon?
I didn't see you playing cards at the Pig's Head bar last night.
Where were you? You look listless. Did you go to Rose Lover to have fun? You don't have the stamina. You say every day that you will become a famous warrior in the continent in the future, but you are weak after just one night?" Brandon immediately cursed angrily.
"Bullshit.
I knew you couldn't say anything good. You are weak. I am very strong. Just wait and see. I will become a real level 1 warrior in 2 days. Then I will become an adventurer.
My reputation will be so great that I can get food by showing my face wherever I go.
Just stay here and wait for death." The other party is Brandon's co-worker.
The two have a good relationship on weekdays. They often find a place to drink, play cards and brag after work.
His situation is similar to Brandon's.
Because there is no hope of becoming a professional, he finds a place to work like most people in the lower city. After working for a few years, he will save enough money and consider returning to the Kingdom of Riak to buy a property and settle down. After all, although the environment in the lower city of Greenport is poor, the wages of workers are still much higher than those of ordinary towns in the Kingdom of Riak. Hearing Brandon's words, the co-worker thought it was Brandon's words that he always said. He will become a great legendary warrior in the future. Just as he was about to make a few jokes, he saw Brandon was stunned. The next moment, Brandon suddenly lowered his head and continued to grind the bolts with full motivation.
The worker was stunned. What's going on?
According to their usual habits, they would not work for a second longer. When the rest bell rang, they would immediately put down the work at hand. Brandon kept moving his hands and replied without raising his head, "You know nothing. That's because I just suddenly realized that grinding bolts is actually a very meaningful labor." The curiosity of the worker was immediately aroused. Something's wrong with you, Brandon, you're in trouble. What's the matter, are we still good friends, share it quickly." After hearing this, Brandon thought for a few seconds, then actually put down his work and raised his fingers at the coworker.
"Okay, come closer and I'll tell you quietly." Seeing Brandon's serious expression, the coworkers were surprised. "Is something really wrong?" Brandon hummed, "Let me tell you, rubbing bolts is also a kind of spiritual practice. Now I can learn the combat skills of a professional warrior by rubbing bolts." Puff. "This joke is not bad, I admit that you made me laugh." The worker laughed. "Is that what you rely on? By rubbing bolts? According to your opinion, is it possible that those legendary warriors were trained by rubbing bolts?" "Idiot, believe it or not." Brandon cursed. The worker laughed for a long time and couldn't help but continue teasing Brandon. "Otherwise, could you please explain in detail, What is the relationship between bolt rubbing and the warrior profession? You know, I have the tightest mouth. If you can really become a professional warrior by rubbing bolts, tell me how. I will make a name for myself in the future and make a lot of money. I will give you 30% of the money. Brandon looked at the other party with a slightly strange expression. Are you sure? The co-worker still looked like he didn't take it seriously. Of course, if you have any good ideas, please share them as soon as possible. Brandon asked, if I tell you that there is a powerful God, as long as you offer your faith to him, he will give you the way to become a professional, do you believe it? Wait a moment, the co-worker glanced at Brandon suspiciously. Your description makes me sound a bit like an evil god. Didn't the Church of Glow say that the evil god can forcibly infuse power, allowing mortals to gain great strength in a short period of time and quickly become professionals, but in the end they will definitely lose their minds and degenerate into monsters? Brandon corrected, no, not the evil god. The other party is a normal god, but his priesthood is special. That nonsense, if it weren't for the evil god, I would definitely believe it. The worker gave the answer without thinking. Do you still need to ask whether you believe in this kind of thing? If there really is such a great existence, then I don't need to ask Proust, the god of wealth, every day when will I get rich? I promise to convert immediately. Think about it, no matter which path you want to practice, you can't become a professional just by devoting your faith. You have to find a church and let them lead you, and pray to the gods for some attention. The kind of God you mentioned, you can become a professional by offering your faith. Then what kind of God is this? This is obviously my biological father and ancestor.
Brandon was amused by the slightly exaggerated remarks of his coworker, and then said seriously, I'm not kidding, because there really is such a God.
What I said is true.
After I offered my faith to him, he really responded to me and showed me how to control my anger. After speaking, Brandon closed his eyes slightly, and based on his previous practice experience, he gradually aroused and mobilized his anger. Although he has not yet been able to attach anger to combat skills, he has been able to rely on his anger to inspire some aura unique to warrior professionals.
The worker couldn't laugh anymore. I thought everyone was joking, but Brandon actually played it for real. Really? Really? Is there really such a thing? Real. He really responds to believers. Oh, I'm telling you, are you done yet? I have already received his blessings from you after I said you would keep it safe, can you still lie? Brandon was annoyed by the question and interrupted. Co-worker, hey. So if I want to offer my faith to him, what do I need to pay? Where is the church? How much does it cost to join the church and listen to the oracle? Brandon remembered the oracle he had received while praying.
His name is Norvan, the god of knowledge. In order to guide the lost mortals, spread the great truth and walk in the world.
So there is no need to collect money for missionary purposes. The knowledge-seeking sect requires only the believer's own efforts.
All rewards must be earned through hard work. Brandon recounted the oracle he had received and seriously reminded the workers, let me make it clear first. The God of knowledge is willing to treat every believer equally. But since you want to obtain knowledge from him, you must have truly devout faith and be grateful for this gift from the God of knowledge.
The opportunity to become a disciple of him is precious. The God of knowledge is always watching his followers. If you have evil intentions, he can take back all the power he has given you at any time. The attitude of the co-workers has also become serious. Of course, I understand this without you having to tell me. Such a precious opportunity, I will definitely believe in it wholeheartedly. You know, I have a very strict mouth. I will definitely not spread it around. I guarantee that this matter will be known to God and the earth, and you know it and I know it. So, what exactly do I do to become a follower of the God of knowledge?
Spreading faith in the God of knowledge to his friends was successful, and Brandon was happy. Because he is almost running out of knowledge points.
If you want to become a level 1 warrior, controlling your anger is only the first step.
The next step is to master at least one combat skill and be able to attach anger to the combat skill. Brandon naturally didn't know any combat skills, so he continued to pray to Norwan for help.
He did get a response.
Target, warrior first level combat skill, heroic strike, requirement, 15 knowledge points. This amount of points required is 5 times the number of points required to control anger at the beginning. The new believer benefit is only 10 knowledge points, and after exchanging knowledge, it is even less.
If he wants to exchange new knowledge, he has to find a way to earn more points.
He worked hard on grinding bolts for a whole morning, and finally triggered a reward called labor, which only gave him 0.3 knowledge points.
Naturally, Brandon noticed the task. the truth of the Lord shines on the earth. As long as he successfully preaches to one person, he can get a 5-point knowledge point reward. In other words, as long as he can preach to 3 people, it is equivalent to immediately getting the knowledge of the heroic strike, combat skill. Compared with slow prayers and labor, the knowledge points obtained by successful preaching are obviously faster. After realizing this, when a co-worker asked about it, Brandon took the opportunity to spread the faith of the God of knowledge to him. He got knowledge points, the co-worker became a new believer, they all have a bright future. But at this moment, Brandon did not realize he was not the only one who figured this out. That night, at the Pig's Head Bar. I tell you, this is a very valuable opportunity. I tell you this because I treat you as a good brother. You must cherish it and don't spread it. The co-worker who was preached by Brandon sat at the wooden table by the wall and whispered to his friend mysteriously. The other party was excited. Don't worry, I understand. You know, I'm the most secretive person. Such a good thing, I will definitely not tell anyone else. You know it and I know it, and I will never let a third person know it. Tell me quickly, what should I do to offer my faith to the God of knowledge? The next day, when another worker came over with an expression that said, I'll only tell you this secret, and asked Brandon if he had time, he wanted to introduce a great God, Brandon almost couldn't hold back. The truth of our Lord shines on the earth, can be completed repeatedly, but there is a limit on the number of times within a certain period of time. Each person can only get the reward for this task once a week. Brandon had originally planned well. The workers who had a good relationship with him in the Rolling Bolt workshop were all his potential reward targets. At the frequency of 1 per week, he could at least get dozens of knowledge points. This is great. The preaching came back to him. Brandon shook his head helplessly. You want to introduce me to the God of knowledge, Nowan, right? I am already his believer. If nothing unexpected happens, the whole workshop has been spread with faith. Brandon's missionary reward plan ended just after it began. He could think of relying on task rewards to quickly get knowledge points. Obviously, other people who were preached could also think of this after getting the benefits. Moreover, the preaching of Norman is different from that of the churches. If you want to become a believer of other gods, you have to go to the corresponding church's ritual site and follow the guidance of the priest step by step. On Norman's side, you can complete the preaching even at home, in the workshop, and in the tavern. Moreover, the objects of these missions often have relationships such as friends and family as a bonus. The success rate is much higher than the preaching of the church. The phenomenon of human-to-human transmission is inevitable. Brandon looked at the other party and asked curiously, Hey? Yes, I remember you said before that you would not consider becoming a professional. Why, have you changed your mind? The situation of this worker who tried to preach to Brandon was different from Brandon. According to the other party, he did not intend to become a professional. The reason is 2 words, fear of death. Although becoming a professional will have a higher status and stronger strength than ordinary people. But corresponding to this is, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Ordinary people can work from sunrise to sunset in a safe city, work, get married, have children, and live a peaceful and safe life. Professionals are different. The continent of Prantis is not safe. In other words, it can only be considered safe within the city protected by various god sections. The wilderness, forests, swamps, caves, deserts, and snowfields outside the city are all full of dangers. Various terrible monsters are entrenched in them. That is their home ground. According to the major churches, monsters are grotesque sins that are twisted and transformed by the influence of the evil god's breath. They are chaotic and crazy. The monsters aim to destroy order and civilization. Every once in a while, there will be batches of monsters trying to attack towns where various civilized races gather. If professionals want to enjoy high status and high treatment, they have to leave the protection of the city and go to fight and eliminate monsters. Fighting may cause injuries and death. Not everyone can accept this path with high risks and high returns, at least for most people in the lower city of Greenport. Although they often talk about becoming professionals and doing great things in the future, but if they really have to put their lives aside and exchange their lives for money, 99% of them dare not really do it. Brandon's co-worker is in a similar situation. The other party did not consider becoming a professional at all, and planned to make some money in Greenport while he was young, and then return to his hometown in the kingdom of React to live. The co-worker smiled proudly. Hey, Brandon, your faith in the God of knowledge is still not strong enough. I can tell at a glance that you know too little about him. Who said that if I don't plan to become a professional, I can't believe in the great God of knowledge, Norwin?
Brandon didn't understand. The knowledge given to me by the God of knowledge is how to practice to become a level 1 warrior. You don't plan to leave the city to fight monsters. What's the use of getting this knowledge? The worker shook his head and said, Wrong. Wrong. Think more openly, Brandon. What is the power of the God of knowledge? He will give believers the information and knowledge they need. Who told you that this knowledge can only be limited to the practice of professionals? Last night I had a sudden idea and wanted to try to make dinner myself, but, I can't cook at all. Brandon knew this. He once had a barbecue party with his co-workers on the beach in Green Harbor. The things grilled by the man in front of him could not be considered food, but only a bunch of coke. In terms of cooking, the other party seemed to have no idea what he'd meant. The upper limit of his level was probably to the extent that he could cut the smoked ham. Anything more complicated was beyond his ability. He usually relied on various food vendors in the downtown area to solve his food problems. At that time, I was thinking, since praying to the God of knowledge can get a response, why don't I ask the God how to make normal food? Ha! Brandon was stunned. In the end, the God of knowledge really responded to me. I only used one knowledge point and got a complete cooking guide. The most important thing is that this cooking guide is not like the ones I bought on the market. When I follow the guide step by step, I can receive reminders at any time to tell me how much of this step has been completed. I just need to move on to the next step when I just reach 100% progress. It only took one try for me to make the first normal and delicious dinner in my life. Can other gods do this? After listening to the introduction of his co-workers, Brandon felt that the door to a new world had been opened. He understood why the belief in the God of knowledge spread so quickly, and it could spread in less than a day. He only thought that he could pray to Noan in exchange for knowledge about becoming a professional. At that time, Brandon just felt that the existence of the God of knowledge was a very great God for those who wanted to become professionals. He greatly reduced the threshold for becoming a professional. But the operation of the co-workers developed another use for knowledge points. Life use. This is the core reason for the rapid spread of the belief in the God of knowledge. Many people in the lower city of Green Harbor do not intend to become professionals. If no one can only provide knowledge and guidance related to professional practice, then his appeal is definitely not as good as Navel, the God of radiance. Navel will not respond to the prayers of believers alone, but the blessings he gives, making people strong and resisting the breath of monsters, are really useful to ordinary people. If believing in the God of knowledge can also play a role in the lives of ordinary people, this appeal is different. Done. In the kingdom of God, Norman rubbed his hands excitedly. A huge translucent light screen appeared in front of him. On it, just like the RTS, real-time strategy, game he played before crossing, a map of the lower city of Green Harbor was displayed, with green dots flashing one by one. At the beginning, there were only a few, but now the number has increased to hundreds, and it is still increasing with the passage of time. These green dots are naturally the number of believers Norman has obtained. The missionary plan in the lower city of Green Harbor started quite smoothly. In just one day, the number of shallow believers increased from the first batch of 6 to hundreds. At this rate, it is estimated that the number of believers will soon exceed 1,000, and it should cover most of the lower city in the end. As the number of believers increases, Norman can get more and more information from the believers, and his understanding of this world is becoming more and more comprehensive. Information on various gods and sects, the situation on the continent, monsters in the wild, etc. A huge amount of information was collected by Norman. Just like playing a game, when there were no believers at the beginning, the world was full of war fog for Noan. Without knowing anything, Noan could only rely on Pete, Lena, and other lonely believers to observe the world, which was inefficient and difficult to obtain comprehensive information. The new believers converted by preaching were equivalent to the resources in Noan's hands. With the observation effect of Eye of God, every believer could become Noan's vision at any time, allowing him to observe the situation of the world. The believers constantly provided faith to Noan, and finally made his originally limited divine power gradually abundant. Hundreds of believers, their daily prayers alone can bring Noan hundreds of divine powers every day. Not to mention the divine power brought to him by ordinary people's labor every day and professionals' cultivation and meditation. The divine power that Noan obtained was not only enough to use authority to respond to the demands of believers, but also to generate a lot of surplus. After this period of exploration, Noan figured out some rules about this kingdom of God space. In this space filled with gray fog, divine power is almost omnipotent, and can even create things out of thin air according to Norman's wishes.
Of course, Norwin has only created dead things so far. He tried to pinch a flower, but it turned out to be a fake flower with only appearance, which would not grow or wither. This huge light curtain in the kingdom of God was made by Norwin using part of his divine power. After all, with the increase in the number of believers, relying solely on the eye of God to perceive the situation of believers is not efficient enough, and the information obtained is not intuitive enough. The light curtain can display various information according to Norwin's wishes, allowing him to observe the various situations of believers more conveniently. After having a broader understanding of the Plantis continent, Norwin understood why the major churches in the Plantis continent were promoting the dangers of evil gods. He thought that the evil gods in this world were all dark characters hiding in unknown corners and planning to make big news. Once they show up, they will be surrounded and suppressed by the churches of the major gods. The actual situation. It can't be said that it is almost the same as what Norwin thought, but it is far from it. The power of the evil god is much stronger than Norwin expected. The battle between various civilized races and the monsters transformed by the evil god has never stopped. In fact, the evil god is still slightly superior. Because it is very troublesome to train a professional, you need to have enough talent, get the recognition of the gods, and go through a long period of practice. The speed of the evil god transforming a monster is very fast. Including animals and plants, as long as they are affected by the evil god, if it is fast, they can undergo huge changes in just a few days. Become more dangerous and aggressive. The evil god is like a cancer of civilization and a tumor of order, constantly creating new monsters and attacking the defense line of civilization. They don't need to conquer or control civilization. Wherever they pass, they leave only chaos and crazy ruins. The number of professionals is limited, so the various civilized races can only unite, gradually shrink the defense line, concentrate elite forces, and resist the attack of monsters. In fact, so far, nearly half of the entire Plantis continent has been conquered by the evil god and turned into the territory of monsters. Not only is there a lot of external pressure, but the environment within the civilization is also bad. From time to time, there will be lackeys who surrender to the evil god sneaking into the city, secretly organizing various dangerous sacrificial rituals, or spreading evil ideas, and transforming more evil god servants. Once successful, the entire city may fall and become a forbidden paradise where monsters are rampant. After learning this information, Norwin was also helpless. If there is a choice, I really don't want to be an evil god. Norwin didn't know how he came to this world and how he became an evil god. From the perspective of power, Norwin's divine power will pollute mortals and turn them into a kind of monstera deformed monster. This feature is undoubtedly the evil god. Once it is discovered that his believers will be transformed into monsters after receiving divine power, the encirclement and suppression teams of major churches will have to launch a sacred cleansing of the lower city of Greenport the next day. As for simply not being a human being and joining the evil god camp, Norwin directly ruled out this option. Because the evil god has no rationality at all, and is almost synonymous with disorder and chaos. The mortal races who believe in them and gain power from the evil gods will become bloodthirsty, violent, and crazy at best, or lose their minds and be polluted into various monsters at worst. In other words, there are only lunatics and even crazier lunatics in the evil god camp. If the evil gods really want to completely break through the defenses of civilized races, then this world will only become a ruin of monster carnival, without any reason and order. The problem is that Norwin is rational. By that time, the world will collapse, civilization will be destroyed, and only he will be rational. What is the meaning of his existence? Since he can neither expose his identity nor join the evil god camp, Norwin has only one last option: play a normal god. At least become an existence that looks like a normal god. The good news is, his disguise has been successful so far. After the sect was initially established and the first batch of believers were sent out, as Norwin expected, more new believers were quickly attracted to him. As long as he interprets his personality of the god of knowledge well, Norwin can have an identity that is legitimately recognized by the orderly civilization camp. The bad news is, the strength of his followers is not very impressive. If his true identity is exposed, he will probably be killed in seconds. But Norman is very patient. When he accumulates enough followers and has enough strength, by that time, Norman does not believe that any church dares to say that he is an evil god. If you want to play a normal god, you naturally need to have a big enough reputation. In other words, in the name of God, do something that can be remembered by mortals. The poor security environment and massive crimes in the lower city of Green Harbor just became a perfect opportunity for Norman to play.
Norman's eyes naturally focused on the evil forces that were rampant in the lower city, the Blood Fawn Gang.
Let's talk about two things.
In the lower city, there is an underground casino called Blood Roulette. The entrance to this casino is an inconspicuous wall, and you can only enter by pressing the corresponding mechanism.
The interior hall is spacious and dim, with a complex layout.
Roulette, dice, cards, chips and other gambling tools are placed on the tables. Guests of all kinds stand or sit around the gambling tables, cheering or cursing from time to time, which seems very noisy.
The environment is mixed with the strong smell of tobacco and alcohol.
Deep in the casino, outside the VIP room,
Evan is waiting nervously.
The door opened from the inside, and a man in black walked out.
Lord Desley is back, you go in.
Evan only looked at him, and was frightened by the strong momentum in the other's golden pupils and lowered his head.
Yes, yes. Lord Delisle, I'll go in right now.
Delisle, the first younger brother who followed Desley to join the Blood Fawn Gang, has been serving Desley all the time. Later, Desley became the leader of the Blood Fawn Gang, and the status of this younger brother also rose. Although his strength did not even reach the first level of the profession, his status in the gang was very high, equivalent to Desley's deputy. The impressive momentum gradually faded away, and Evan was relieved.
Strange, I didn't feel that Delisle was so scary before.
When Delisle was talking just now, Evan didn't know why he had a suffocating feeling, as if the person in front of him was not a person, but a terrifying monster.
Maybe I'm too nervous. I hope Lord Desley can let me go this time.
Evan thought, and carefully pushed open the heavy door of the VIP room decorated with exquisite reliefs.
The decoration in the room is luxurious and quiet, which is completely different from the noisy atmosphere of the casino hall outside.
A huge chandelier illuminated by magic crystals hangs from the ceiling, emitting a soft and bright light. The walls are covered with elaborate paintings, and even the floor is covered with large carpets made of animal skins. Behind the table made of rare wood, sat a middle-aged man with gloomy eyes. He was not tall, but he was very strong, and he exuded a dangerous aura just sitting there. There was a scar on the man's face that went through his left eye, which made him look even more ferocious.
Tell me, what's going on? Why is Old Moni's Tavern still open?
Hearing the question, Evan somehow felt that the other party's momentum had become more ferocious than before. His legs softened involuntarily, and he knelt on the ground on the spot, crying without daring to raise his head. "Sir, please listen to my explanation. We were about to force him to close down, but the brothers followed my request and went to the tavern to make a scene every day. 5 days ago, the daughter of Old Moni, the girl named Lena, invited a mage from somewhere. And it was a level 2 mage. Without a word, she beat all the people I sent away." According to the brothers' secret observation, the mage often appeared in the Moni brothers' tavern during this period.
It is very likely that they invited him to provide protection.
With a mage in charge of the tavern, the brothers dare not cause trouble. Evan, one of the 5 leaders of the Blood Fawn Gang, a level 1 warrior. The Blood Fawn Gang thugs who went to the Moni brothers' tavern to smash the door and cause trouble were Evan's men. When Evan first received the order to harass a tavern and force the other party to close down and leave, he didn't take it seriously. After all, the other party was just an ordinary person. If he sent some men to cause trouble for a few more days, the tavern's business would most likely be ruined. More than one store in the lower city of Green Harbor was driven away by Evan. He was very skilled in this method. At the beginning, everything went smoothly, because from time to time, the tavern had to close its doors and could not normally entertain guests. However, Evan's plan was disrupted by Pete, who was invited by Reyna, a mage, and at least a level 2 mage, which exceeded the upper limit of the thug's combat power.
Didn't you see that arcane missile, named one?
More importantly, mages are not so easy to offend. For the thugs of the Blood Fawn Gang, they went to the tavern to make trouble just to follow orders and get a reward.
If you really annoy the mage, what if the other party hates you and plans to retaliate afterwards?
They are low-level thugs who join the gang to bully others, not to really work hard. For a while, no one dared to step up to be the first bird to stand out. No matter how Evan mobilized, his gangsters just shirked their responsibilities. Evan had no choice but to come to the headquarters of the Blood Fawn Gang, the Blood Roulette Underground Casino, to ask for help from his boss, the leader of the Blood Fawn Gang, Desley.
That's it? The middle-aged man, Desley, sneered after listening to Evan's trembling cry. A mere toon-level wizard can scare you like this? Sure enough, the lower-level people are useless and can't even handle such a small matter.
Evan had a hard time saying it and tried to defend himself, but sir, none of my men have even 1st level professions. Of course, they are afraid of the revenge of the toon-level wizard. Disley interrupted with a wave of his hand. Stop. I don't want to hear you talking nonsense here. I'm asking you, if you replace all your subordinates with level 1 professionals and let you be promoted to level 2 warrior, can you get things done for me? Evan was stunned. What did he hear? Replace all your subordinates with level 1 professionals? Let him be promoted to level 2? He couldn't react to this. In Evan's memory, there are only 5 level 1 professionals in the Blood Fawn gang of more than 100 members, plus the leader Disley, a level 2 warrior. This level is already enough to dominate the lower city. He has more than a dozen people under him. If they can all reach level 1, wouldn't it be possible to directly rule the lower city? As if he had anticipated Evan's reaction, Disley said disdainfully, "You ignorant thing, you really embarrassed me. Are you scared by letting them all become level 1 professionals? Open your dog eyes and take a good look. What level am I now?" Evan raised his head tremblingly, and saw that Disley's body was covered with a thick air shield. The transparent flowing gas was slightly blood red. Anger protects the body. This is the most obvious feature of a level 3 warrior. The anger is so strong that it can be stimulated to penetrate the body and form a layer of air shield around the body, greatly reducing all kinds of damage. Let me tell you, the Blood Fawn gang is no longer the same as before. It's difficult to be a professional? That's because you don't understand the true meaning of power. I have been favored by a truly great being. What level 1 or 2 is just a casual thing. Hurry up and call all your useless subordinates over. That great being will give them real power. Disley announced with a ferocious laugh. Dominating the lower city is just the beginning. From now on, the Blood Fawn gang will be the uncrowned king of Green Harbor. All those bigwigs in the upper city must kneel down and lick my shoes. Compared to the dirty and messy lower city, the upper city on the north side of the trade market is much better. The city hall, the Church of the God of Wealth, the branch of the Justice Sect, the branch of the Radiance Sect, the Warrior Guild, the Magic Hermitage and other organizations are all located here. Karen College, Rustwater Business House, etc. also occupy a place in the upper city. Well-designed garden suites can be seen everywhere, and any one of them is expensive, with a selling price of hundreds of gold coins. The upper city of this free port, even the air is filled with a refreshing sweet scent. This is not an illusion, but the effect caused by the famous and genuine Karen United Business Group of the Earth Elf and Tycoon Karen Lagan, who specially hired several 4th-level great wizards, using the 4th-level magic, raining spell, to regularly mix the lemon mint perfume produced by his workshop with rainwater and spray it to every corner of the upper city. Carlin also specially arranged for the city hall to introduce a new tax policy called Sweet Air Tax for him. Carlin claimed that he spent a huge amount of money to provide related services in order to allow the residents of Greenport to enjoy the highest quality air. To this end, a tax of 1 silver coin per month will be levied on the residents of the upper city to subsidize his business group. Of course, most people who can own households in the upper city do not care about the expenditure of this 1 silver coin. They value the superior geographical location and free trade environment here more. Although the public security in the lower city of Greenport is chaotic and lacks management, it depends on who you compare it with. If compared with the border town near the evil god's occupation and monsters, the environment of the lower city is already safe. At least you don't have to worry about being attacked by monsters and bitten off your throat when you sleep at night. The southern border of the Kingdom of Riyak is only separated by a twilight wasteland to the north of Greenport. With the Kingdom of Riyak at the forefront, this wasteland has not been seriously affected by the evil gods. The monsters are not high-ranking and limited in number, and have not yet reached the level of a monster wave that will hit the city. In recent years, the border wars of the Kingdom of Riyak have become increasingly tense, and many nobles of the Kingdom of Riyak who are relatively well off are considering buying a property in Greenport. If a monster wave breaks out, they can take the Goblin airship to Greenport in time after receiving the news, and avoid the call for war by the Kingdom Court. For this reason, the upper city of Greenport has become more and more prosperous in recent years. However, the prosperity of these upper city areas has basically nothing to do with Pete China, who is sighing. God of knowledge. Are you serious about the exchange conditions for this third-level magic? Pete wailed with a sad face. The bright information was hanging in his mind. Target, Mage third-level magic, Arcane Barrage, requirement, 150 knowledge points, 150 points? Can I sacrifice myself to get so many points? As the first official believer of the God of Knowledge, he did enjoy a lot of bonuses at the beginning, such as the initial, Had as Hunger, True Name Knowing, and the first-level magic, Arcane Missile.
When Pete learned these magics, Norwin had not yet launched the knowledge point exchange system. Now that the number of believers has increased, the bonus period has ended. He wanted to exchange a third-level magic to cope with the graduation assessment of Karen College, but when he saw the number of 150 knowledge points required, his eyes went dark and he almost fainted. Although he has mastered the third-level magic, Hada's Hunger, this magic cannot be used for assessment. The assessment standard of the Karen College Arcane School is that if you successfully release a third-level magic of the arcane system, you will be qualified and given a third-level mage certification. Hada's Hunger does not belong to the arcane system, nor even to normal magic. Pete went to the library of Karen College to check, and Hada's Hunger was recorded in the category of forbidden magic. The book describes that the principle of this magic is to communicate with the void through the power of the magic network, and use the void to corrode and devour the creatures affected by it. According to legend, the evil god was born in the void. Because of this, almost all magic and items related to the void are now basically banned to prevent the evil god from attracting attention due to excessive use. At that time, Pete had no choice but to use what he had. Now he dared not use this third-level magic anymore, and he could only find a way to master a new spell that could pass the assessment. Returning from Rena's tavern to the student dormitory provided by Karen College, Pete's original comfortable living conditions did return, but the knowledge points that were originally growing rapidly suddenly seemed stretched. Pete only knew 3 stable sources of knowledge points. Meditation once a day can improve your spiritual power while completing the daily task of meditation, which can earn you knowledge points ranging from 0.01 points to 1 point. Praying once a day can earn you 1 knowledge point. Then you can complete the weekly task, The Truth of the Lord Shines on the Earth. If you succeed in preaching, you can get 5 knowledge points as a reward. Pete calculated. Even if he gets all the rewards for these 3 tasks, at most, he can get less than 20 knowledge points per week. Add the 10 knowledge points he has on hand. It takes more than 7 weeks to save enough points to exchange for a level 3 magic. 7 weeks. I can't wait that long. Pete is in a hurry, very anxious. It is already late June, and there is less than a month left before the graduation test of Karen Academy. To be precise, there are only 15 days left. If he cannot master a suitable 3-level spell before the test, he will not be able to get the 3-level wizard certificate issued by the Academy. As for the future path of going to the Magic Hermitage to participate in the test, it is even more impossible for Pete. The reason is very simple. There is one item in the assessment criteria of the Magic Hermitage: they only accept those who have mastered the secret of spellcasting through faith in the goddess of magic to participate in the assessment. Legend has it that the goddess of magic controls the magic network, but she generously gives the right to use the magic network to other gods. Therefore, some believers of foreign gods, after obtaining the power of their faith in foreign gods, can also cast spells by communicating with the magic network. Such people are not recognized by the Magic Hermitage. There is no rating, no matter how strong they are collectively called wild mages. Only the assessment of Karen Academy can turn a blind eye. No matter what gods believers are, as long as they can cast 3-level arcane magic, they can be certified. The magic knowledge that Pete learned came from the god of knowledge, Nowan. He no longer prayed to the goddess of magic, and did not meet the requirements of the Magic Hermitage at all. Although Pete has changed his mindset and does not intend to just get a level 3 certification and go back to inherit his father's noble title to eat and wait for death. But whether he has the certification of a level 3 professional will directly affect whether he can legitimately own a fiefdom in the kingdom of Riyak and recruit private troops in the future. This is related to his ambition. Just when Pete was at a loss, a new message appeared in his mind without warning. Announcement of the Seeking Knowledge sect: the first limited event is about to begin. Event: Cleaning up the Blood Fawn Gang. Activity introduction: hidden evil is spreading in the lower city. The formerly peaceful and stable Greenport is being threatened by a criminal organization called the Bloodtooth Gang. The great god of knowledge has mastered evidence of their crimes. At this critical moment, Novin issued a call to believers. Clean up downtown. Nip danger in the bud. Activity time: 15 days. Activity requirements: achieve level 1 rating standards. Specific requirements will be displayed after querying. Activity content: maintain public security in Xiaoqing district, prevent the Blood Fawn Gang's criminal activities, and defeat the Blood Fawn Gang members. Event reward: determined by the effect of preventing crime and the strength of defeating the members of the Blood Fawn Gang. Stop criminal behavior: 1,500 justice points. Level 1, 150 justice points.
Level 2, 400 justice points. Level 3, 1500 justice points. During the event, justice points can be exchanged for corresponding knowledge points. Different exchange ratios are provided according to the progress of the event. Current exchange ratio, 10:1. During the limited event, the powerful God of Knowledge provides his followers with exclusive event skills that help carry out justice, activity skills, shared by sex, status display, mark and display the identity of Blood Fawn gang members, unlocking progress, 0/10,000 justice points, guilty sense. When crimes related to the Blood Fawn gang occur, nearby believers will be automatically alerted, unlocking progress, 0/20,000 justice points, open the map. Unlock the map of the Bloody Roulette Underground Casino and information about the leader of the Bloodtooth gang, unlocking progress, 0/50,000 justice points. Pete glanced at the activity introduction, specific rules, special skills, etc. without even looking at them. In the end, there was only one sentence left in his impression: justice points can be exchanged for corresponding knowledge points. Although Pete didn't know why the God of Knowledge wanted to clean up the Bloodfawn gang in the lower city, he knew that the knowledge points he was in urgent need of had been found. The poor public security environment in Xiaoqing district has all kinds of crimes, big or small, happening every day. Trouble, fights, theft, robbery, kidnapping, extortion, and debt collection are common, and most of them are related to the Bloodtooth gang. Inextricably linked. Just fight crime and defeat members of the Bloodtooth gang to get rewards. Pat now clearly understands the characteristics of Novan, the God of Knowledge. He never draws cakes. The Seeking Knowledge sect is different from the Glowing God sect and the Just Church that he has been to before. What those sects are best at is drawing cakes. They would also organize similar activities to maintain law and order and consolidate beliefs. However, when mobilizing believers at that time, they all said that doing more good deeds is easier to be recognized by the gods, and it is the glory of believers to dedicate oneself to the gods. Class cliches. The cake is very big and fragrant, but the actual reward is, very small. Things are different here in the God of Knowledge. There is no church to draw cakes, and Novan will directly pass down the oracle to the believers. The event information clearly states that you can get rewards for doing something. These are all clearly marked and you will be rewarded for completing them. For preventing a crime, you can get up to 500 justice points. Calculated according to the exchange ratio, that is 50 knowledge points. The level 3 spell I want to exchange requires 150 knowledge points. Ideally, I just need to find a way to prevent 3 crimes. Pete did a quick mental calculation. It was as if he had a pillow when he fell asleep, and the God of Knowledge seemed to know what he was missing. This limited event came at the right time, and it just solved his urgent need for knowledge points. More importantly, with my strength, most people in the Bloodfawn gang should not be able to threaten me. Although Peter was a pure parallel mage in the past, after truly mastering attack magic, his current strength can still easily defeat a few ordinary gangsters from the Bloodfawn gang. So if I want to get justice points, the most important thing for me is actually how to find the Bloodfawn gang members as efficiently as possible. I don't know enough about Xiaoqing district. Finding people is my weakness. Peter suddenly remembered something. Didn't Raina say before that her family and the Masons Brotherhood are being harassed by the Bloodfawn gang? She should know enough about Xiaoqing district, and with this contradiction, members of the Bloodfawn gang might even come to her. Thinking of this, Peter couldn't sit still. Peter casually found a short shirt and put it on, and planned to rush to the lower city as soon as possible. Time is money. There are only 15 days left before the graduation examination of Karen College. Now every minute he delays may be a potential knowledge point. Seeing Peter leaving in a hurry again, his roommate in the same dormitory couldn't help but ask curiously, "Pate? You don't want to work hard anymore?" The roommate's name is Gale, who is in a similar situation to Peter. He is also a descendant of a small nobleman on the eastern border of the kingdom of Riyak. The graduation exam of Karen College is approaching. The third-year students have either mastered the appropriate level 3 arcane magic and will wait for the exam to get the certificate, eat, drink and have fun in the city. The situation of Pete and his roommate Gale falls into the third category. Both of them are useless, and there is no hope of mastering third-level magic. But they haven't given up yet, trying to make a desperate struggle before the assessment comes. In the past few months, the two of them had unanimously decided to retreat. They meditated hard in the dormitory and prayed to the goddess of magic in different ways. Of course, in the end, they had little effect. The assessment time was approaching day by day, and Pet was sick and hurriedly sought medical treatment, only to be deceived by the men in black robes into going to the sacrifice site.
After confessing his faith to Nobel, he went out early and came back late in the past few days, busy preparing for the talent testing ceremony, singing a double act to deceive with Reina. Oh no, it should be recruiting new believers. Because he hadn't seen Pete in the dormitory for a long time, Gale thought that he was just like those other classmates who had no intention of struggling anymore and was taking advantage of the last few days to enjoy himself in the uptown area. Peter kept walking. I can't explain it to you in a sentence or two. Anyway, I have a way to master the third-level spell. Gale was startled. You have a way? Gale quickly got up and caught up with Pete. Please, please. I really need the certificate of a third-level mage from Karen College. If there are any conditions that need to be met before you can tell me the way, just say it. Seeing that Pet was about to leave, Gale gritted his teeth, suddenly hugged Pet's thigh, and sat down on the ground. Pate. Save your good brother. Peter's face darkened. Let go. No. Where are your noble etiquette? Where are your sense of shame? Noble etiquette is nothing compared to level 3 magic. Gale hugged her tighter. For the sake of level 3 magic, I am willing to do anything. Hearing this, Peter struggled for a moment. Are you sure? Pet didn't want to bother with Gale at first, because the truth of the Lord shines on the earth, quest cooldown had not yet ended. The cooperation with Rena had already triggered the quest reward, and the next reward would have to wait a week. At this time, even if he succeeded in preaching to Gale, he would not get any knowledge points. But when he heard Gale say that he was willing to do anything, Pet changed his mind. I can tell you a way, but you have to listen to me and help me do something for the next 15 days. He wanted to quickly brush up justice points by cleaning up the limited activities of the Blood Fawn gang, and save up enough resources to exchange for level 3 magic. When it comes to fighting criminal activities, if multiple people work well together, the efficiency will definitely be higher than that of one person. Gale was overjoyed. No problem. Pet cleared his throat and said, then, I will now introduce you to a great existence. Half an hour later, Gale, who had also become a believer of Noun, was looking at the various oracle information that flooded into his mind in disbelief. As long as I accumulate the corresponding knowledge points, I can exchange for the magic I want? Any magic will do? Is this true? Can I really learn level 3 magic this way? Pet saw Gale's inexplicable look, and was inexplicably happy. Every new believer who becomes a follower of the God of Knowledge, Noun, seems to have a similar reaction. I can't believe that this is the treatment that every believer can enjoy. I told you, this is the power of the God of Knowledge. You can get knowledge points by praying to Noun or meditating, but those are too slow. You need 150 knowledge points to exchange for level 3 magic. Did you see that limited event? As long as you go to the lower city to fight crimes related to the Blood Fawn gang, you can quickly get a lot of rewards. It takes some time to practice magic based on knowledge, so we have to get enough points as quickly as possible. Gale was more excited than Pete, and his clear and stupid eyes were shining. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Lower city. Moni Brothers Tavern. The room was deserted. Because of the harassment of the Blood Fawn gang, no customers dared to come to the tavern during this period. Reina's father, Old Moni, was sitting behind the bar, looking at the street outside with worry. Although the Blood Fawn gang seemed to have stopped harassing and causing trouble in the past 2 days, Old Moni knew that it was only because they were afraid of the Mr. Mage. The thugs of the Blood Fawn gang thought that he had paid to issue a commission to hire a mage to protect the tavern. The actual situation was that the mage named Pete was just a friend of his daughter Reina. There was no hired mage at all. When the people of the Blood Fawn gang reacted and realized that the conflict was just a coincidence, the tavern would definitely fall into the dilemma of being harassed and causing trouble every day. There have been vague signs in recent days. Old Moni has noticed that there are sneaky guys poking their heads around the tavern. They are probably confirming whether the mage is still there. Although he knew that his daughter Reina had been very close to the mage these days, and they seemed to do something together at night. But Old Moni, who was once a senior stonemason, was also a decent man. He really couldn't bring himself to ask the other party for help to solve the problem. Wouldn't that be equivalent to using his daughter to exchange for the help of the mage? In fact, in addition to worrying about the troubles of the tavern, Old Moni has also been worried about his daughter these 2 days. Lord Pete is a powerful mage, and his daughter Reina is just an ordinary person. The gap between the two is too big. If his daughter gets close to the other party and nothing comes out in the end, Reina will probably be very sad. As Old Moni was worrying, the door of the tavern was gently pushed open. Father, I'm back. Reina, who was as cheerful as a lark, carried a bag of freshly bought vegetables, jumped into the tavern, and greeted happily. Reina, come here, I want to tell you something.
Old Moni hesitated for a long time, sighed, and decided to explain the matter to Reina. While his daughter is not deeply involved, let her give up some unrealistic ideas.
What's wrong, father? Reina put the vegetables aside.
Before old Moni could think of how to start, the words he was preparing were interrupted by a fierce knock on the door outside.
Bang! Bang!
The old wooden doors of the tavern were already covered with many cracks. At this moment, they were hit hard again and finally couldn't hold on.
Crack, crack, boom.
The broken wooden boards flew everywhere, and the collapsed wooden door was smashed in, knocking over several sets of tables and chairs. The 5 gangsters who were once knocked down by Pete appeared again, exuding a fierce aura, and strode into the house arrogantly.
Bang! Crash!
The leading gangster kicked the bench next to him casually, smashing the oil lamp hanging on the wall, and the fragments fell to the ground.
Old Moni! Where are you hiding? Get out! And your daughter, the one who is very beautiful and has a good figure. Come out too.
The voice of a gangster sounded, they must be here. I just saw that girl come back with my own eyes, and the vegetables she bought are still here, there's no mistake.
Old Moni's ominous premonition came true. The Blood Fong gang is really here again.
As soon as the door was knocked, old Moni hurriedly pulled Lena to squat under the bar. The two of them were not discovered by several thugs because of the long bar. But hiding here is not a long-term solution. As long as the Blood Fong gang starts searching the tavern, they can find them by going around the bar and taking a look.
The situation is urgent. Old Moni lowered his voice and said to his daughter anxiously, Lena, wait a minute, I will stand up to attract their attention. You quietly open a crack in the door leading to the wine cellar at the back, sneak in, and leave through the skylight of the wine cellar. The thugs of the Blood Fong gang used to just knock on the door, yell, or threaten the guests who came to the tavern outside, but this time they just broke in. The situation is obviously not right, and the other party is afraid to get serious. Fearing that his daughter would be hurt, the first thought in old Moni's mind was to let Rena leave quickly. However, Rena shook her head seriously. Old Moni was anxious, be obedient, now is not the time to show off, Dad will be fine, don't worry about me, you protect yourself, and the most important thing is to leave here quickly. Rena stretched out her finger and gently pressed old Moni's lips, whispering, Father, don't worry. I haven't had time to tell you. In fact, I'm different from before. These bad guys from the Blood Fong gang have run into the gun this time. Just wait and see how I teach them a lesson. After saying that, Rena slowly exhaled, and under old Moni's nervous gaze, her figure gradually became transparent. Stealth, start. Old Moni's brain crashed. What happened? Where did his originally cute and obedient daughter go? Old Moni was still knowledgeable. He could recognize that Rena had just used the basic combat skill, stealth, of the stalker profession, hiding her body with the power of shadow. It was this iconic feature that made this profession named stalker. The key point was that old Moni couldn't figure out how his daughter became a professional under his nose. The situation was completely different from what he expected. Old Moni's instinctive reaction was to sacrifice himself to attract the attention of the Blood Fong gang. At most, he would be beaten, but at least his daughter would not be discovered by these gangsters. His daughter suddenly became something he couldn't understand. Although he didn't know what was going on, old Moni subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. He shouldn't have to worry about his daughter's safety. A professional, especially a stalker who was famous for hiding, if his daughter wanted to escape, no one would be able to find her. But Rena's idea is different from her father, old Moni. She is also familiar with these 5 thugs. After all, the tavern has been harassed by them in the past. When Pete defeated them, Rena also took the opportunity to finish them off. The experience of finishing off made Rena realize that these thugs are also ordinary people. As long as you are brave enough, you can still defeat them by hitting their vital points. What's more, she now believes in the god of knowledge and has mastered the stealth combat skill. Although this skill itself is not offensive, her advantage in sneak attacks and seizing the initiative is unparalleled. In a short period of time, Rena has made plans. First, get behind the leading thug, and try to knock him down with one blow, just like last time. After attracting the attention of the other 4 people, lead them out of the tavern, take advantage of her familiarity with the surrounding area to briefly get rid of the rest of the people for a short while. As long as she can calm down, she can activate stealth again and restore the hidden state. Seeing that several thugs were about to search the bar, Rena didn't delay any longer. She quickly picked up a half-broken wooden board from the ground and tiptoed around to the back of the leading thug. Time didn't allow her to go out to find a stone brick like last time,
so she could only use the broken wooden door fragments as a weapon. Raising the wooden board in her hand high, Reina took advantage of the moment when the other party was unprepared and smashed it towards the back of the thug's head. Bang! The wooden board collided with the head, making a dull sound, but what made Reina's heart sink was that the leading thug who was attacked was not knocked out directly like last time. The other party was just shaken by the beating, and he cried out in pain, "Fuck, fuck. Which bastard hit me?" The thugs next to him were also startled, but when they saw Reina appear, they became excited. "Boss. That old Moni's daughter. She was invisible just now. She appeared out of thin air behind you." Oops. Reina realized something was wrong. The situation was completely different from what she expected. If the other party was an ordinary person, he would have fainted on the spot if he was hit in the vitals. The leading thug was clearly hit hard, but it seemed that his steps were slightly unstable, and he was still awake. This can only mean one thing: the other party is not an ordinary person. When did he become a professional? Little did they know that Reina's sneak attack without warning also scared the 5 thugs of the Blood Fawn gang. This situation was also completely different from what they expected. They thought that old Moni and his daughter were just 2 ordinary people who could be easily manipulated. The leading thug rubbed the back of his head vigorously, turned around and stared at Reina fiercely. "Damn. Fortunately, I am not an ordinary person now. I didn't expect that there is still a little thing that can hide. What? Are you planning to attack by surprise? Come on, use whatever tricks you have." Not long ago, their boss Evan called them to the Blood Roulette underground casino, where they met the boss Disley and 2 weirdos wearing black robes and speaking in a very strange way. When they spoke, it seemed as if they had something in their mouths, and their voices always had a humming sound, so that it was difficult to distinguish what they said specifically. Relying on the Disleys' retelling, they followed the instructions of the 2 weirdos and walked into a hidden room with all kinds of strange patterns and symbols painted from the ground to the walls and then to the ceiling. In that room, the 2 weirdos shouted some words they couldn't understand, and then they felt an unbearable sense of restlessness all over their bodies. Muscles quickly grew on their bodies, and their bodies became stronger. The feeling of restlessness did not disappear after strengthening their physique, but stayed in the lower abdomen. It was as if a fire was lit in their bodies, which kept them in an unbearable state of heat. Dudley told them that this was a secret technique that could make them stronger quickly. They could use the energy stored in their bodies to use 2 unique abilities. The first ability would allow their attacks to be accompanied by a blood-red energy, and the same attack would greatly increase its destructive power. The second ability is that when they are attacked, this energy will allow them to convert the pain and damage they receive into a stronger desire to fight, and their physical strength, resistance to blows, etc. will also be temporarily improved. The gangsters tried it a little according to Dudley's instructions. When fighting with their boss Evan, if Evan only uses the strength of the first level, they can activate the first ability and the attack will make Evan unable to resist. When they are attacked and the second ability is triggered, they can even punch Evan directly. Several gangsters were ecstatic. Before they came, they were still a few ordinary people who would be beaten up by professionals. After staying in that room for a while, they can now press the first-level warriors to the ground and beat them up. Doesn't that mean that they are stronger than the first-level professionals? With the sudden powerful power, the self-confidence of several gangsters suddenly expanded unprecedentedly. In the past, they had to timidly test whether the wizard was still in the tavern. Now with this strength, what is there to test? Just break in and beat whoever doesn't obey. The leading thug patted his chest and promised Dudley and Evan that he would tear down the Moni brothers' tavern right away, and whoever dared to stop them would be dealt with. Everyone has the ability to beat a level 1 warrior to the ground, so they can walk sideways in this area of the lower city. Although they were attacked by Reina after breaking into the tavern, this level of attack would not only fail to defeat the thugs, but would also arouse their ferocity. The leading thug clenched his fist with a grim smile and swung it heavily at Reina in front of him. "You're done, it's my turn, right? Take my punch." A powerful and heavy punch came with the sound of howling wind. Reina was unable to dodge and reluctantly turned her body slightly to avoid the vital part. Bang! After being hit hard, Reina's eyes were filled with stars, her mind was buzzing, and the severe pain made it impossible for her to concentrate anymore. Cough, cough, cough. Reina coughed several times in succession, but before she could recover, she was punched in the face again. Bang! This time Reina failed to get out of the way, and was knocked out on the spot, smashing a wooden table in the tavern. Several cuts were made on the chest of the coarse cloth shirt she was wearing, revealing a touch of whiteness underneath. The leading gangster turned a blind eye to it, because since receiving the restless energy at the bloody roulette, he felt that his temper had become more and more irritable and he was less and less willing to use his brain to think.
And as soon as you move your hands, you will have the urge to destroy everything in front of you.
The strength of the Bloodfawn gang gangsters suddenly increased significantly, which directly caused huge problems in Rena's plan. She originally wanted to kill one person with a sneak attack, lure the others out, and then shake them off or use her stealth ability to defeat them one by one. But now she can't protect herself. The enemy's physical fitness exceeds that of ordinary people and becomes a variable in the plan. The number of 5 enemies makes the already unbalanced situation even worse. In Reina's current state, let alone 5 people, it would be quite difficult for her to deal with one of them unknown. Because strictly speaking, although Reina quickly learned the stealth combat skill through the knowledge given by Nuven, she can be considered a level 1 stalker.
But her current true strength is far from level 1. The composition of strength is divided into 2 parts, basics and skills. The basic part, for professional routes such as warriors, stalkers, and rangers, represents the overall quality of the body, such as whether the body is strong, whether the movements are dexterous, and whether the reaction is fast. Of course, if you are a mage, warlock, or priest, you also need to check whether your spirit is sufficient and whether your brain is smart. The skills part tests the mastery of various combat skills, magic, and divine arts. The knowledge Nuven gives his followers allows them to quickly achieve the trick parts that are most difficult for others. As long as you follow the guidance of knowledge, you can master it step by step. But the basic part is a flaw that Nuven cannot change for the time being. These things are either blessed by the divine power of gods, or they rely on long-term training by mortals themselves. No one can't do the former, and there is no difficulty threshold for the latter, but it does take time to accumulate.
With no skills but no foundation, when you encounter an enemy with a solid foundation like the Bloodfawn gang gangsters, you will have the embarrassing situation of attacking without breaking through the defense. Seeing his daughter being hurt with his own eyes, Lao Moni could no longer hide it. Worried that his daughter would be beaten up, Old Money instinctively decided to sacrifice himself to attract the attention of several gangsters.
Don't hurt my daughter. If anything happens, come to me. Otherwise, I will fight with you.
Before Old Money finished speaking, at the critical moment, a loud shout suddenly came from outside the tavern. Arcane missiles. 3 shuttle-shaped missiles emitting bright purple light drew graceful arcs in the air, and simultaneously hit the leading gangster who was approaching Reina step by step.
Reina, don't be afraid, we are here to help you.
Peter and Gale, who rushed to the tavern, happened to encounter the conflict that was breaking out. Peter's eyes were dazzled at that time.
Isn't this a criminal act in the restricted activity requirements?
Without saying a word, he chanted an arcane missile and greeted him directly. Gale next to him saw Peter's skillful casting movements, and his eyes were almost filled with envy. He also wants to master attack magic, so that he can release powerful attacks with a wave of his hand and defeat his enemies easily and freely. Due to his limited talent, he, like Peter, could only learn some simple auxiliary and life-oriented magic, but could not understand attack-oriented magic at all. Although he has now become a believer in Norvin, the god of knowledge, he only has 10 knowledge points for newcomer welfare, and he needs a full 15 knowledge points to exchange for level 1 magic. Think of the rewards related to limited activities.
Gale's eyes suddenly became fiery when he looked at the Bloody Fawn gang gangsters. This is not an enemy, this is clearly a walking justice point.
However, after the leading gangster suffered the impact of an arcane missile, although he was staggered several steps by the huge impact and his body was unstable, he was not directly knocked down and lost like the last time. In terms of combat ability, his face showed a fierce look and his aura was even more powerful.
Pate suddenly felt bad. The situation seemed different from what he expected.
When he dealt with these gangsters last time, Arcane Missile called them by name one by one. But this time the opponent's strength has become much stronger. Ordinary people hit by missiles condensed with arcane energy would at least be knocked unconscious on the spot. Now they can withstand a spell and have combat capabilities, which means that the opponent's physical strength is at least level 1.
Oof. I remember you. It was you, the mage, who ruined our good deeds last time.
The violet aura of the leading gangster became more and more serious, and the restless energy in his belly became increasingly difficult to suppress, and the desire to tear the other person into pieces became stronger and stronger. I couldn't think, I lost my mind, I just wanted to tear the enemy in front of me to pieces and destroy it. During the previous conflict, they had formed a quarrel with Peter.
This time we meet again, naturally we are enemies on a narrow road. You're the only one who knows magic, right? You're the only one who can do magic, right? Let's try another one?
The leading gangster slapped his head hard and threatened fiercely. In the tavern, Reina took a deep breath and reminded loudly, "Mr. Pet, they are very strong now, be careful." She had been attacked several times in a row, and now her whole body felt like it was falling apart. Severe pain was felt in her internal organs. It was difficult to even stand up, so she could only place her hope on Peter. Peter, who has experienced a lot in the past few days, has grown up a bit. Now he is no longer so panicked and can maintain enough sense to calmly find a way to break the situation. Thinking rapidly. Use that level 3 spell? No, the chanting time of that spell is too long. If you don't have time to release it, I'm afraid they will interrupt you. These gangsters have somehow become so powerful. The distance is too close. If we fight them hidden, I can probably kill 2 or 3 of them at most. Comparing the strengths of both sides, it seems that none of the available methods can break the situation. If it were an ordinary person, he might have been thinking about what posture to use to beg for mercy at this time. Peter is certainly not an ordinary person. He chose to pray decisively. The great God of knowledge, please tell your true believers what I should do to solve the trouble at hand. As early as when he was in the interrogation room, Pat had already discovered, the power of the God of knowledge can not only give knowledge, but also give believers the information they need. When he's in trouble, the solution is also a message. After receiving the reminder that 1 knowledge point is required, Pete spent the points to redeem it without hesitation. Suggested plan, lure the enemy deeper. After quickly reading the contents of the oracle, Peter was convinced. As expected of the God of knowledge, there is a way. Peter cleared his throat and spit out the clear phlegm towards the gangster nearest him. After giving the opponent a fierce middle finger, Peter didn't hesitate. He pulled Gale and turned around and ran out. Silly. Come and fuck me. It's not very harmful, it's very insulting. Hearing Peter's harsh words, the leading gangster's face turned red with anger. Red temperature on the spot. After accepting the secret surgery from those 2 weirdos, his already weak brain became even more inoperable, and now he only had one thought left: he wants to kill this bastard who dares to scold him. Why are you still standing there? Chase him. Don't let him run away. The leading gangster roared and was the first to rush forward. He had completely forgotten the purpose of coming to Money Brothers Tavern in the first place, and his attention was completely attracted by Pete. Ouch. Chase. Listen to the boss. I can't let this bastard go, he actually spit in my face. The other 4 gangsters also yelled and chased after the boss. On the intricate streets of the lower city, Peter and Gale ran wildly. Pate, what's the situation now? Is the lower city so dangerous? Gale is almost in a state of confusion until now. He has never seen such a scene. There are 5 enemies with level 1 professional strength at the beginning. Is the level of danger involved in combating the crimes of the Blood Fawn gang a bit too high for him? I don't know why they suddenly became stronger, but in any case, it's time to run away now. While running, Peter took a breath and explained quickly. Gale looked back and said nervously, but they seem to be catching up soon. I saw those 5 gangsters running rampant all the way, obviously faster than Peter and Gale. Don't run. Stop. How dare you offend people from the Bloody Fawn gang? You're tired of living. Today I must let you see how powerful the Blood Fawn gang is. Because their bodies are stronger, the gangsters of the Blood Fawn gang have an advantage in this kind of pursuit battle that tests physical fitness, and the distance between the 2 sides is constantly shortened. Peter concentrated and checked the information in his mind. Current winning rate, 31%, keep persisting, believe me, the advantage is mine. After turning 2 corners and running through several streets, the distance between the 2 parties was once again narrowed to less than a few meters, to the point where one could hear the other party's heavy breathing. Because the new street is close to various workshops in Xiaoqing district, many people work here. It happens to be time to leave work. There are many more pedestrians on the street, and the not-so-wide street seems a bit crowded. The Bloody Fawn gang is doing things. Get out of the way if you don't want to die. Go away, don't block the road. Anyone who dares to block the road is the enemy of the Blood Fawn gang. The leading gangster roughly stretched out his hand, and the huge force directly pushed aside the pedestrian blocking him. Many people were pushed to the ground directly by him and screamed in pain. Like a wild bull, he didn't dodge or dodge, and he just opened a straight passage in the crowded street. Peter checked the information in his mind again. Current winning rate, 77%, that alley ahead, hurry. Run to it. After looking around, Peter locked his destination. Gale was already running out of breath. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth, squeezed out some of his physical strength, and accelerated his pace to rush over. As soon as he entered the alley, Gale looked forward and his face turned pale. "This is a dead end." I saw that the exit of the alley was blocked tightly by a thick stone wall. "Can't stay here." Gale subconsciously wanted Lappet to leave the alley and find another way out, but when he turned around, he saw 5 gangsters approaching with a ferocious smile, blocking the entrance to the alley. "Run? Why don't you run?" the leading gangster greeted arrogantly. "Weren't you very impressive just now? Didn't you say you wanted us to fuck you? Why don't you talk now?" Looking at the 5 gangsters who were gradually approaching, Peter and Gale kept retreating. However, the length of the alley was limited, and they quickly retreated to the wall. The expression on Peter's face seemed to be pretending to be calm. "You are unethical. 5 people beat 2 of us. You are just bullying a small number of people." One of the gangsters sneered, "Joke. Do you think anyone dares to come forward and help you? Let me tell you, in Xiaoqing district, the Bloody Fang gang has the strictest rules. No one dares to mess with us Bloody Fang gang members. If you're not convinced, why don't you call someone here if you can? We will never call someone who has more and bully someone who has less like you." The leading gangster shook his neck and made a crisp sound. "Remember to have a longer memory in the next life. Don't provoke the Blood Fang gang again." Seeing the gangsters approaching step by step, Pete, who was supposed to be helpless, suddenly showed a mysterious smile. The previous panic expression disappeared instantly. "Can I call someone too?" "That's what you said." Before the gangsters could react, they realized what Pet's words meant. The next second, the sound of dense footsteps came from the alley. 1 person, 2 people, 10 people, 20 people, 50 people. People of different shapes, costumes and ages completely surrounded this alley at some point. None of them made a sound, but their actions were surprisingly consistent. They were all staring at the 5 members of the Blood Fang gang with fiery eyes. The gangster looked back in disbelief and threatened subconsciously. "What do you want to do? Who dares to interfere when the Blood Fang gang is doing things?" What shocked the gangsters was that the name of the Blood Fang gang, which used to be successful whenever it was mentioned, made the eyes of the people around them even more fiery. It was as if they were no longer the Blood Fang gang that everyone feared in the past, but some coveted beauties, and they were naked. The gangster who had spoken earlier shuddered, and his anger subsided a lot. He said cautiously, What do you want to do? You are being immoral, the majority bullying the minority." When Pete heard this, he was immediately happy. "Didn't you just say that I can call anyone? I still prefer your rebellious look, otherwise, you can recover? Current win rate, 100%, friendly reminder, next time you make trouble, it's best not to let others know that you are from the Blood Fang gang." Finally, with full confidence, Pete quickly chanted the spell. Arcane missiles. The arcane missiles that whistled through the air hit the gangsters, kicking off the Justice gang fight. These 5 guys are all from the Blood Fang gang, and they usually do a lot of bad things. What are you waiting for? Everyone from the Seeking Knowledge sect will come together. Repay grievances and revenge. Winning is winning. Justice points are beckoning everyone. A fierce shout broke out in the crowd. The speaker, Brandon. After a few days of practice, he has now mastered the use of anger, and has also exchanged the knowledge points gained from preaching to learn the knowledge of a level 1 combat skill. At this moment, he was holding a crowbar and rushed up first. Without saying a word, he used a heroic strike to greet him. The thug lost his balance and was almost knocked down. Seeing this, the others immediately gathered their fighting spirit and followed. The 5 thugs were instantly drowned in the vast sea of people. Although the 5 hooligans now have the strength of level 1, they are still not good enough in front of the people of the Seeking Knowledge sect. If there are dozens of ordinary people, they may be very fierce and win with fewer people. The problem is that the Seeking Knowledge sect members who participated in this Justice gang fight are not ordinary people. Since Brandon preached to his co-workers, most of the people on this street near the workshop have become believers of Norman. Although most of them are still unwilling to take the dangerous path of professionals, they just use knowledge points in their daily lives. But there are still a small number of people who dare to take risks and choose to exchange knowledge points for relevant knowledge of the professional route, intending to become professionals. With a huge number of bases, this is a considerable number. The number of people who meet the level 1 rating standard of the limited event is not small. During Pete's escape, several hooligans revealed their identities as members of the Blood Fang gang in their shouting, which undoubtedly has a huge appeal to these new believers who have just embarked on the professional path and are in urgent need of knowledge points to exchange for more combat skills and magic. In an unknown fight,
These people may not be the opponents of the Blood Fong Gang thugs, but they are numerous enough. After forming a numerical advantage, Pete led these thugs into the alley to prevent them from escaping when they saw the situation was not good. In a round of justice beating, the 5 thugs resisted at the beginning and knocked down a few people, but were completely overwhelmed by the human wave tactics. Even when they were all knocked unconscious, there were still people who were waiting in the back and didn't squeeze in and shouted anxiously, "Friends, stay for me. Don't beat him to death. I haven't touched him yet. You are all done, who can make up for the justice points I lack." So that the beating has become a formulaic process in the second half. Everyone lined up and kicked the thugs who fell to the ground one by one, meeting the conditions of stopping criminal behavior and defeating members of the Blood Fong Gang in the limited event. After getting the settled justice points reward, they stepped aside with satisfaction and let the next believer of the Seeking Knowledge sect repeat the steps. After the battle, 5 Blood Fong Gang thugs were lying on the ground, breathing less than breathing out, and they were so weak that they didn't even have the strength to beg for mercy. At the very least, they had to stay in bed for a few months, and basically they would say goodbye to the gang. Pete bowed slightly to everyone, "Thank you for your help." In any case, these people were ordinary people who could only be bullied by the Blood Fong Gang in the past. Even if they have power now, they need some courage to take the first step and stand up to fight against the crimes of the Blood Fong Gang. Brandon waved his hand and said, "I remember you, you should be Pete China. We are all believers of the God of Knowledge, and we have been bullied by the Blood Fong Gang for a long time. Now we can take revenge and get justice points. Don't be polite. If we were in trouble with the Blood Fong Gang, I believe you would also help." Pat laughed, "Of course." 5 thugs were defeated. According to the rating of level 1 strength, a total of 750 justice points were awarded. However, since this was a justice gang fight, the reward was reduced proportionally, and Pete was awarded 130 justice points in the end. Pete was awarded 70 justice points for his contribution in preventing criminal behavior. He got 200 justice points in this trip, which is equivalent to 20 knowledge points if he redeems them. Other participating sect believers also got corresponding rewards. Looking at the satisfied expressions on their faces, it is not difficult to imagine that they should have gained a lot. After solving the threat of 5 Blood Fong Gang thugs, Pete suggested that they could go to the Moni Brothers Tavern for a while to plan how to efficiently clean up the Blood Fong Gang in the future and get more justice points. It was just the time to get off work, so everyone naturally had no objection and agreed happily. Although some tables and chairs in the tavern were smashed by the previous conflict, fortunately there were spares for these things. When everyone arrived, Old Moni had already cleaned up the tavern. However, there was nothing at the gate, because the smashed wooden door could not be used again. It is worth mentioning that after the Blood Fong Gang was led away, Rena recovered and told her father Old Moni about Nawan and the Seeking Knowledge sect, explaining why she became a stalker. Now Old Moni has also become a believer of Nawan. With the arrival of the Seeking Knowledge sect, the tavern became lively after a long time. With business, Old Moni also showed a lot of smiles on his face, busy moving the stored beer barrel by barrel. He already knew that the Seeking Knowledge sect wanted to crack down on the Blood Fong Gang. If the Blood Fong Gang, the scourge of the lower city, could be eliminated, he would not have to worry about being harassed again. Pete sat at the bar and described the previous events to everyone. In short, these guys from the Blood Fong Gang were just ordinary people a few days ago, but now they have reached the first level of strength. I have experienced their combat power, and they are not that easy to deal with. If you only master 1 or 2 combat skills or magic, and your physical foundation is not improved, you may not be their opponent. We need to cooperate, Pate suggested. I suggest that we should take advantage of the number of people, just like this time, with more people against fewer people. Let's gather together and defeat them one by one. Someone in the tavern asked a question, but the Blood Fong Gang is in the dark, and we are in the light. How can we find the lone Blood Fong Gang members? Pet fell into thought. He was lucky this time. He happened to encounter the Blood Fong Gang coming to Rena's tavern to make trouble. If he didn't have this opportunity, he didn't know how to find the lone Blood Fong Gang members. You can't just break into their gang's base camp, right? This question is very simple. Rena took over and answered. The great God of knowledge has actually told everyone the method. Everyone looked at each other when they heard it. Is there? What method, did they say it? Even Pete was a little stunned. He only remembered that the limited event said that there would be rewards for defeating the Blood Fong Gang, and he didn't even look at the other things. Rena couldn't help but roll her eyes. A bunch of idiots who only look at the rewards. Didn't you guys finish reading the event introduction? The God of Knowledge provides you with 3 special abilities. As long as you submit enough justice points, you can activate the 2 skills, Status Display, and Guilt Sense, used during the event. Status Display can directly mark the Blood Fawn gang members for you. Guilt Sense will remind you if there is a crime nearby. So, my suggestion is that you should give priority to submitting the justice points you get to these 2 special skills. Activate these 2 abilities, and the Blood Fawn gang will have nowhere to hide. This requires everyone's cooperation. After listening to Reina's explanation, everyone responded very actively. No problem. It's just 10,000 justice points, let's work hard to get them together. Unlock it early and enjoy it early. This method is reliable. Me too. Everyone invested their newly obtained justice points into the activation progress of the first skill, Status Display, limited to the event. Soon, the progress bar increased from 0/10,000 to 5387/10,000. Such efficiency really surprised Pete, and he also sighed at the unity of the people in the Seeking Knowledge sect. In the past, there were also church fundraising activities, calling on everyone to donate their own money to allow the church to prepare supplies to fight monsters. However, at that time, there were very few people who were really willing to donate. Even those who agreed to donate often only donated a little bit. The situation here in the Seeking Knowledge sect is completely different. As long as this matter is mentioned, everyone needs to work together, and the response is more active than one. Pate made a rough estimate. The justice points that each person can get in the event are allocated according to the degree of contribution. For most people, the previous justice fight may only get about 100 justice points. The activation progress can be pushed to more than 5,000 at once, which means that most people have invested all the points they just got. On second thought, Pate understood everyone's thoughts. In the God of Knowledge, all early investments can get corresponding feedback in the future. Everyone knows clearly when they can get the return. As long as everyone works together to fill the progress, they can all enjoy the effect of special skills. The hard-earned justice points did not disappear, they just changed their form to accompany you. In addition, there is another question. After agreeing on the activation of the event skills, Pate raised his hand to attract everyone's attention. The last time I met those Blood Fawn gang thugs, they were still 5 ordinary people. In just a few days, they all have the strength of a level 1 profession, and the powers they possess are very similar. I don't feel right. Pate frowned and thought, the people of the Blood Fawn gang, I suspect that they may have had some kind of encounter and received the blessing of an unknown foreign god. Brandon's mind is more flexible, and he asked, could it be that they have surrendered to the evil god? Pate hesitated and shook his head, it shouldn't be, right? Greenport has the glorious god cult in charge. If there are guys who dare to surrender to the evil god, the Crusaders will go out directly and kill them and their gangs together. Since the glorious god cult has no movement, the Blood Fawn gang probably has nothing to do with the evil god, right? Just when Pete was about to deny this possibility, Rena's crisp voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. Unfortunately, your speculation is wrong, Pete. Pate was stunned and looked at Rena. The expression on Rena's face was ugly. I have prayed to the God of Knowledge and he told me the answer. The Blood Fawn gang has colluded with the evil god. This is also the reason why the great God of Knowledge, Nawan, summoned us to start this limited event. The power of the evil god has not yet fully descended, so the power obtained by the Blood Fawn gang is not strong enough. But if we can't stop the Blood Fawn gang as soon as possible, we will be in big trouble. There was a sound of inhalation in the tavern. As soon as the word evil god came out, it seemed that even the temperature in the room dropped a lot. Pate's heart sank. It shouldn't be? If the Blood Fawn gang is really related to the evil god, why haven't the Crusaders of the Glorious God Church been dispatched yet? The Glorious God Church has a powerful magic that can detect whether there are signs of evil god activities in a certain area. Because of this magic, it is difficult for the evil god's power to infiltrate the town, and it is often discovered and eliminated in the embryonic stage. In theory, in a city like Greenport, this kind of magic should be cast and tested regularly. Gale, who was sitting next to Pete, suddenly thought of something and his face also turned ugly. Damn it. It is now late June, and the Bishop of the Glowing God branch in Green Harbor will soon be in office for 3 years. He will be transferred back to the capital of Riyak in early July. The Glowing God has a supplementary rule. If an evil god-related incident breaks out in the area, then the relevant church personnel must stay in the local area for at least 1 year to observe whether the subsequent impact caused by the evil god is eliminated. Is there a possibility? The glowing god actually noticed the signs of evil god activities in the lower city, but was suppressed by the bishop who was about to be transferred. He wants to spend these 15 days in peace and stability, and then return to the capital for promotion. Even if there is infiltration by the evil god, it will take some time to develop to an outbreak. As long as he can leave Green Harbor, the situation here has nothing to do with him. Although Gale's speculation is dark, combined with the situation in the lower city, it is a logically reasonable possibility. Brandon stammered, incredulous, how could the bishop do this? Aren't they loyal followers of the God of Light? They let the evil god wreak havoc. Aren't they afraid of being punished and abandoned by the gods? In the eyes of most ordinary people, the glorious God Church is a huge entity, and they have no idea what its specific structure is like. Pete and Gale are of noble birth, and their knowledge is broader than that of people like Brandon who are of commoner birth. Pete explained, the glorious God Church is divided into two departments, administration and combat. The Crusaders in charge of combat are loyal believers of the glorious God. Their source of power is the great glorious God, so they will abide by the doctrine and are irreconcilable with the evil God. Those bishops, deacons, and priests in charge of administration, although there were also requirements for assessment of faith in the past, have gradually changed to assessing various data in their areas of responsibility. This change is gradual. After all, a fanatic can become a sharp sword of the God Church and fight against the forces of the evil God. But if he is asked to govern the church and be responsible for various coordination, he may not have the ability. Therefore, in recent years, the various positions in the church responsible for administration have become more and more professional, and the requirements for faith in God have become lower and lower, and they are gradually inclined to consider business capabilities. If you are just a shallow believer, even if you do something against the doctrine, you will not be punished by the gods. It is just difficult to become a true believer and cannot obtain more blessings. For those who are responsible for the administration of the church, these costs are basically insignificant. If the glorious God Church does not intend to send out the Crusaders, Pete said in a heavy voice, that means that we have to face the blood fawn gang that is surrendered to the evil god, and even the evil god behind them. Fighting the evil god will be a life and death battle. Everyone, this time it is not as simple as fighting a few gangsters and fighting a few gang leaders. After a period of silence, Brandon was the first to slap the table and stand up. Damn it! Do it! Isn't he the evil god? I'm so scared. If I can really kill an evil god with my own hands, bards on the continent will have to sing my story from now on. It is the God of knowledge who has given me knowledge, so that I can have the power and freely choose my own destiny. Now that he has issued a call to me, I must answer. Those gangsters from the Blood Fawn gang also have 2 eyes, 1 mouth, 2 arms, and 2 legs. Weren't they defeated by us in the end? It seems that the lackeys of the evil god are not as scary as the glow god sect said. With the first person standing up to stir up the atmosphere, other people in the tavern also made up their minds one after another. Yes. Brandon is right. The glow god religion cannot be relied upon, so we have to rely on ourselves. This is the mission given to us by the great God of knowledge. Since you have chosen to become a professional, you must have the consciousness to fight monsters. Otherwise, you might as well continue to live your life as an ordinary person. I don't know why the Blood Fawn gang took refuge with the evil god, and I don't know where they are, but I know I'm going to kill Koya. In the kingdom of God, Nubbin looked at the excitement in the tavern and decided to add fuel to the hot atmosphere. The new oracle has been written and added to the previous event oracles. You can view it as long as you join the event. The evil god threat outbreak progress in Green Harbor Lower City, 21%. Note, this progress can be reduced by defeating Bloodfawn gang members and destroying Bloodfawn gang strongholds. When the progress drops to 0%, the threat of the evil god is eliminated. A new progress bar appeared, and with a clear goal, the members of the knowledge-seeking sect in the tavern were even more motivated. Have you seen it? The god of knowledge is watching us. He is encouraging us. The Bloodfawn gang colluded with the evil god. It represents a challenge for believers. But for Novin, it was an absolute unexpected surprise. At the beginning, Novin's plan was just to build a reputation for his sect by cleaning up the Bloody Fawn gang, a vicious gang in the lower city. At that time, Nubbin was prepared to pay for it out of his own pocket, intending to use the divine power he collected during this period as a reward to redeem the points earned by believers in the event. The essence of the effects of the 3 special skills in the event is that Nubbin uses his clerical authority to consume divine power to obtain corresponding information, and then conveys it to believers. In order to prevent the reserve of divine power from being insufficient,
Novin also specially set activation thresholds for 3 special skills to recover part of the justice points and reduce his cost of starting this sect activity. However, when the 5 gangsters from the Blood Fawn gang were constantly attacked by the believers, waves of divine power began to appear out of thin air on Novin's side. Novin looked carefully. The source of the divine power is none other than a few gangsters from the Blood Fawn gang. Like being devoured, a certain energy in the opponent's body was continuously plundered by the attacks of Novin's followers, and turned into the power belonging to Novin. This means that when Novin's followers attack these enemies who are affected by the power of the evil god, Novin can support the battle with battle and obtain divine power as a trophy. Moreover, what really makes Novin happy is more than that. The way to obtain divine power this time is different from the prayer transformation of his believers. The energy gained from the gangsters also has a lot of crazy and chaotic atmosphere. But when this energy was plundered into Novin's kingdom and was about to become part of his divine power, Novin detected a disgusting emotion in his own divine power. When the two are mixed, the external energy first precipitated some pure, peaceful, and stable divine power. After becoming more chaotic and disorderly, Novin's original divine power was integrated into it. Novin noticed this and couldn't laugh or cry. It seems that I am really the most evil one among the evil gods. The meaning of dislike, Novin probably means that his divine power feels that the outsiders are not evil enough, chaotic enough, and not qualified to become a part of him. Only after forcing the other party to throw away those parts of order and stability can they be worthy of integrating Novin's power. Outrageous as it was, Novin came up with a bold idea. That part of the pure divine power that was abandoned, although I despise the divine power and discard it as a waste, can actually be used in another way. Novin immediately made an attempt. When the chaotic energy plundered from the Blood Fawn gangsters released pure divine power, Novin did not let it escape into the vast grey fog of the kingdom of God, but consciously gathered it together. Final. A transparent sphere of divine power, the size of a fist and made entirely of pure divine power, appeared in front of Novin. Feeling the round, stable and calm atmosphere in the divine power sphere, Novin burst into tears. God! Oh, no, myself! I finally have the power that can be given directly to mortals. The biggest problem that had troubled Novin for a long time was that his divine power was full of chaos, and he could only convey information through oracles and the like. Don't even think about blessing divine power. Even a tiny bit of divine power will turn mortals into terrifying flesh and blood monsters. Novin knew very well that the believers of the knowledge-seeking sect had an unavoidable weakness. His followers can only acquire knowledge, but cannot be blessed by divine power. The basic effect of divine power blessing is to increase physical strength. In addition, each god has its own characteristics. After receiving divine power blessing, followers of the God of Radiance can also be blessed by the power of radiance in battle, causing additional damage effects, or when using divine arts, the blessing of radiance produces additional healing effects. Followers of the God of Shadow will be protected by shadows, and attacks directed at them will be more likely to be deflected by shadows and miss, while their attacks will more likely hit the enemy's weaknesses. The gods corresponding to several other professional paths also have similar blessing effects. This is also one of the reasons why professionals are stronger than ordinary people. Their bodies have been promoted from the mundane. In the past, the rating of professionals did not assess physical strength at all because it was assumed that when they mastered the corresponding combat skills and divine arts, they must have received the blessing of gods. The followers of the Seeking Knowledge sect only had skills but no physical foundation. What Norwin didn't expect was that his shortcomings would be solved like this. The Blood Fawn gang colluded with an unknown evil god and became the evil god's followers, quickly gaining power. When Norwin's followers defeated the Blood Fawn gang, this power could be plundered by him. The part of the plundered energy that was disdained by his divine power could be used to bless the believers and increase their physical strength. The more evil god's followers the believers eliminated, the more blessings Norwin could use. After confirming this new source of divine power, Norwin's eyes suddenly became hot when he looked at the Blood Fawn gang. Originally, he just planned to clear out the evil forces to establish his prestige and gain some reputation for himself. Now Norwin has changed his mind. Increase the intensity. Must increase the intensity. It was night. Under the cover of night, the evil in the lower city was ready to move. Open the door. Open the door. A thug from the Blood Fawn gang was violently pounding on the door of a residential house. After a few minutes, there was still no response. No need to shout, get your weapons. Another thug took a hammer and axe and drilled a big hole in the door in no time, breaking the door directly. The two thugs walked in swaggeringly. The Blood Fawn gang is doing it. A young man and woman in the house were hugging each other in fear and hiding in the corner.
It's time to pay back. If you can't pay today, don't blame us for being rude.
The thug threatened fiercely. The young woman cried, "Brothers, please give us 2 more days, just 2 days.
We really have no money now. We will not be paid until 2 days later. We will definitely pay it back then. Can you forgive us this time?"
The Blood Fong Gang thug laughed contemptuously. "Last time, we gave you 5 days, interest on interest.
You now owe 2 gold coins plus 81 silver coins. Can you pay it back in 2 more days?" The young woman looked desperate. How can it be so much? Wasn't it only 2 gold coins last time? Nonsense.
The extra ones are interest, and there is also the running fee for me to come here to collect the debt. The Blood Fong Gang thug said viciously. The young couple, the man had a disease before, and in order to ask the priest of the glorious god to use divine magic to treat it, he needed 50 Riak silver dollars. The two couldn't come up with so much money, and when they were desperate, the Blood Fong Gang showed up. You can lend them money, but you have to charge interest. In order to cure the disease, the young woman could only grit her teeth and agree to it. She planned to work hard to pay off the debt after the man was cured. As a result, the Blood Fong Gang did not intend to let them pay off the debt at all. The money they worked hard to earn could not even cover the interest. After several debt collections, the two sold almost everything they could sell, but the debt did not decrease, but increased. "Two big brothers, we really don't have that much money," the young woman cried and begged for mercy. Hearing this, the Blood Fong Gang thugs looked at the woman with ill intentions as if they had expected it. Although she was dressed very simply, you could still see her curvy body. "Hee, if you can't pay, there are other ways. Come with us. The black market is short of people recently. It just so happens that if you go to work for a few days, we will waive half of your debt. How about it? Is it cost effective?" As he said, the thug took out a leather collar from his pocket and threw it in front of the woman. The young couple's face became ugly. "Let her go to the black market, what do you need to say?" Seeing the young woman resisting, the thug was about to walk up and forcibly pull her away, but suddenly felt someone pat his shoulder from behind. "Who?" The thug turned around. A sturdy young man came into view. Brandon smiled and confirmed, "You two are from the Blood Fong Gang, right?" The thug nodded subconsciously, as if reflexively, "Nonsense. I can't tell that the Blood Fong Gang is doing things." Bang! The angry fist hit the thug's face fiercely. Brave attack. Boy! A tooth with blood foam was knocked out. The thug of the Blood Fong Gang was stunned by the blow at first, and then he was furious. It has always been the people of their Blood Fong Gang who bullied others in the downtown area. When will they be beaten again? Can he tolerate this? He had just received the secret technique in the blood roulette, and his strength increased greatly. It was the time for his self-confidence to swell. No, you fucking, just when he was about to activate the restless energy in his body to launch a counterattack and teach the other party a lesson, the gangster saw people coming in one after another outside the broken door, and soon the small house was filled to the brim. "Fucking, who are you?" The gangster's arrogance immediately withered. Brandon was too lazy to pay attention to the other party, and waved his hand to call, "No escape. These two guys are also from the Blood Fong Gang. Friends, the old rules, line up. One person hits, the contribution is evenly shared, and no more hits are allowed. Also, be careful not to kill directly, otherwise the people behind will not get justice points. Last time, there was a fool who hit so hard that he was killed directly. It was a huge loss." The crowd responded loudly, "Ah. Got it. Okay. Everyone, be more efficient. This is only the second batch. I heard that Pete's team has already dealt with the third batch of Blood Fong Gang members. We are behind." Almost exactly the same as the previous scene, the two Blood Fong Gang thugs first tried to resist. They barely knocked down a few people with the energy in their bodies, and then they were completely submerged by the human wave tactics. Although the members of the Seeking Knowledge sect do not have enough physical strength to support them for the time being, the damage caused is not high, but after controlling anger or mastering basic magic, at least their attacks can produce stable effects. This is equivalent to a guaranteed output of at least 1 point of damage even if the defense is not broken. Fists and kicks fell densely like raindrops, and soon, the resistance of the two Blood Fong Gangs became weaker and weaker, and the energy of restlessness became less and less, until they finally fainted completely and could no longer provide justice points. The young couple who were desperate in the house were now completely stunned. What did they see? The Blood Fong Gang thugs who were previously invincible to them were now beaten like dead dogs?
Was this the scene in their dream reflected in reality? Thank you for saving us.
May I ask, who are you? The young woman asked cautiously.
Brandon smiled politely. The Seeking Knowledge sect.
We are here to maintain the safety of the lower city. If there are Blood Fawn gang members harassing you again, please go to the Moni Brothers Tavern for help. At the same time, similar scenes were staged in various places in the lower city. After discussing in the tavern, the people of the Seeking Knowledge sect were divided into 3 groups, led by Pete, Lena, and Brandon, and searched for the lone Blood Fawn gang members in different directions.
Night is always the peak time for the Blood Fawn gang thugs to do evil. They use various ways to destroy the stability and order of the lower city. Lending money to poor people who are in urgent need of money, then forcibly charging them high interest that they can't afford to pay, draining them of all their property, and finally forcing men to work illegally for the gang, and women to go to the black market or other service places controlled by the Blood Fawn gang. This is their most common method. After the members of the Blood Fawn gang gained powerful strength, they acted even more recklessly and did not hide their movements at all. The task that originally required 5 or 6 people to act together, now only 1 or 2 people dare to break in and make trouble. However, this just provides the people of the Seeking Knowledge sect with a great opportunity to defeat them one by one. If the Blood Fawn gang still sticks together like in the past, they can't deal with so many enemies, and they even have to worry about being found by the Blood Fawn gang. But what if there are only 1 or 2 people who are alone? The offensive and defensive situation is different. After forming a numerical advantage, although it is inevitable that some people will be injured due to the resistance of the Blood Fawn gang during the battle, they will definitely be able to defeat the enemy without any danger in the end. As for those injured,
in most cases, it is just a superficial injury, and a little bandage and rest can recover a lot. If they are really unlucky and are hit in a vulnerable part of the body, with injuries such as fractures, they can only be sent to the tavern for recuperation and treatment.
There are 3 Norwen believers who have chosen the priest route in the tavern.
Although they are just getting started and can barely use small magic such as secondary treatment, it is enough to restore the wounded to mobility as soon as possible. The effect of small magic is not as good as the healing mantra of professional priests and the crusaders of the glorious God, but the advantage is that there are enough. Although the magic of the God of glorious God is used, the priests who learn magic from Norwen will not be restricted by the magic position, but are also restricted by mental power.
As long as the mental power is not exhausted, they can release magic continuously. The main goal is to win by quantity.
If 1 or 2 times of secondary treatment can't cure it, then stack it up 10 or 20 times.
A little bit adds up to a lot, and you can achieve the same healing effect as a professional priest of the glorious God. Soon someone discovered,
It seems that priests who can provide treatment are the most popular profession. Other professional routes have to confront the thugs of the Blood Fawn gang hidden. After obtaining the power of the evil god, the individual strength of the thugs of the Blood Fawn gang is not weak.
During the battle, if you want to make more contributions and get more justice points, you can't be timid. But the first batch of attackers are easily injured by the enemy's counterattack.
If you lose the ability to move due to injury, you can't continue to participate in the event and can't continue to get justice points. On the contrary, these 3 Norwen believers who chose the priest route just need to stay in the tavern comfortably, wait for the wounded to be sent to the door, and then perform divine healing. Because the people they treated were injured by stopping the Blood Fawn gang from committing crimes, they can also be regarded as having made contributions in the event and can get justice points.
There is no danger.
The points are stable. Later, when the team led by Pete and Gale sent the wounded to the tavern, they heard that the 3 Norwen believers on the priest route had already earned more than 300 justice points by treating the wounded. At that time, Gale wanted to change to a priest. He worked hard for a long time and finally saved enough justice points. He just exchanged arcane missiles. As a result, these priests drank drinks and enjoyed the breeze in the tavern, and waved their hands to cast a few secondary treatments to earn a lot of justice points. In fact, at the beginning, among these Norwen believers who chose to practice their profession, there was no one who planned to take the priest route. During the missionary process, more than 90% of people chose to exchange for the entry-level knowledge of mages. After all, in places like Greenport, it is almost a consensus among everyone that mages have high status and high income.
Of course, although the knowledge has been exchanged, not everyone can successfully become a first-level mage.
Even if you can see the progress of practice, everyone has different talents and practice at different speeds. Some people have a high affinity with the goddess of magic, and are more likely to sense the free arcane energy in the environment, and their practice progress is faster.
It may only take a few attempts to reach the 100% goal and complete the entry of the mage. Those who do not have enough affinity with the goddess of magic may only be able to advance 1% or 2% each time. It takes several times or even 10 times more time and energy than others to achieve the same effect. After all, there are still a few stubborn people. Realizing that they are not the material for being a mage, they will naturally choose other career paths. This is why there are believers who practice other career paths. These people were a little disappointed because they could not become noble mages. As a result, they looked at their performance in the event. Level 1 mage? Not that strong.
Mages cannot stand in the front and cannot get the contribution reward for the direct confrontation. Casting is limited by mental strength. Casting 3 or 4 arcane missiles in a short period of time will make you dizzy, and you must find a place to rest for half a day to recover your energy.
Not to mention the relaxed and comfortable priests. Even warriors, stealth, and rangers, which are fighting with people, can't compare. For a while, many people had similar thoughts as Gale. Anyway, we have just started, and we can pray to the God of knowledge to exchange for the cultivation knowledge of other career routes at any time. Or, stop being a mage and switch to other professions? Regarding the changes in the career choices of believers, let's not talk about it for now.
In one night, under the encouragement of justice points, many believers of the Seeking Knowledge sect attacked everywhere while the Blood Fawn gang had not yet reacted. With the joint efforts of everyone, not only did the first special skill, status display, get enough justice points to successfully unlock, but even, guild perception, has made a lot of progress. The effect of status display is very simple and direct. When the Blood Fawn gang members appear in the sight of the now unbelievers, they will be reminded immediately. No matter what disguise the Blood Fawn gang members prepare, they will be directly seen through in front of status display. With the help of special skills, and as the number of attacks on the Blood Fawn gang increased, in order to minimize the casualties and increase efficiency, everyone also started to use their brains, showing their magical powers and coming up with different ways. The next day, 2 gangsters had just come out of the brothel controlled by the Blood Fawn gang, and they felt a little hairy on their backs for no reason.
Why do I feel like something is following us?
One gangster looked back several times, but he only saw pedestrians coming and going on the street.
Everything seemed normal. Another gangster said disdainfully, "Are you hallucinating from venting your anger? Who dares to provoke us in this area of the lower city? Hurry up, we have to collect protection fees from 3 families today. Hurry up, finish the job early, and go back to play 2 games of dice." The gangster who spoke earlier was still a little suspicious, until the 2 of them kicked open the door of the merchant and forcibly took away a large sum of protection fees. It was still no different from usual. Is it my illusion?
The protection fee from the second merchant was also collected smoothly. The owner did not dare to resist and handed over the money bag honestly. Until the third merchant, before the 2 of them had time to kick the door, their eyes suddenly went dark. 2 coarse cloth sacks with a smell of sweat were covered over their heads. Before they even had time to resist, they lost their balance under the impact of several arcane missiles and fell to the ground.
All kinds of attacks came immediately.
The 2 were covered with sacks and had no ability to resist at all. Listening to the lively shouting outside, they could only passively take the beating.
The crime is established, the evidence is irrefutable.
They are the members of the Blood Fawn gang, no doubt. The status display has reminded me several times that it is them.
Mr. Pete is smart.
Put sacks on them first, so there is no need to worry about counterattacks. I have followed them all the way, and these 2 have already collected protection fees from 2 merchants in a row.
If we kill them now, we will definitely get a lot of justice points.
Most of the team following Pete are composed of weak mages. They are not good at confronting the thugs of the Blood Fawn gang Hedon.
The strength of these ordinary members of the Blood Fawn gang lies mainly in their powerful attacks and their own resistance to attacks.
However, their movements are not very agile, but their physical strength, commonly known as their ability to withstand attacks, has been greatly improved. So Pete used his brain and came up with this simple and practical put on a sack, catch a missile and drown tactic.
Relying on the status display to first lock the identities of the Blood Fawn gang members who are alone on the road.
Don't rush to take action, but follow them all the way and wait for the other party to commit a crime.
If you just defeat them directly, you can only get the basic defeat reward.
If you want to get the justice points for stopping crimes, you need solid evidence. Commonly known as, let the long line catch the big fish.
When they seize the opportunity, the team led by Pete will not try to get close, but he and Gale will use the mage's hand trick to put the sack on the person. The mage's hand is an arcane construct that is completely suspended in the air. It moves silently and is difficult to be noticed. It perfectly meets the concealment requirements of the sack tactics.
Then, the mage team fired arcane missiles in unison. A dozen arcane missiles fired in unison, even a level 2 physical strength would fall down, not to mention the ordinary members of the Bloodfawn gang with only level 1 strength.
Such tactics can only be used by Norwyn's followers at this stage. The reason is very simple.
If it were someone else, no one would be idle and spend a lot of money to hire a dozen level 1 mages just to let them release arcane missiles. A true mage can provide all-round help to a team and is an all-round talent. From attack magic such as fireball to life magic such as meal making. It is a serious waste to let a mage use the limited spell slots every day to release arcane missiles to deal with the enemy's miscellaneous soldiers. Every spell slot of a traditional mage is very precious. Of course, the situation is different for the followers of Norwyn.
There is no limit on spell slots, so they can use magic without any regrets. Moreover, the followers who choose the mage route basically only know the magic of arcane missiles, and they haven't had time to learn other magic. Extremely biased.
This bias has a miraculous effect at the moment. Pete has made full use of the characteristics of the mages of the Seeking Knowledge sect. There is justice in numbers.
Numbers are truth.
Put on a sack to control the opponent temporarily, making it temporarily unable to resist.
Then, a large amount of magic saturation bombing.
Since it is biased, then use the characteristics of bias to the extreme. This process has almost no disadvantages except that you have to rest for a while to recover your mental strength after each action. Compared with Brandon's stupid tactics of only knowing how to confront Hedon and fight with people, Pete's team is undoubtedly more efficient and safer.
As for the team led by Reyna, the followers choose the 2 career routes of Stealth and Ranger more.
The ability to confront directly is not strong either, and there is no powerful long-range attack like the mages. However, Reyna soon found a tactic suitable for her team.
The best skills of the Stealth and Rangers are sneak attacks, assassinations, and setting traps.
After the believers of the Stealth route master the Shadow Energy, they can spend 15 knowledge points to exchange for the first combat skill called Shadow Strike from Norwyn. The effect is that the next attack can be blessed with Shadow Energy, causing damage that is easier to penetrate armor. It is said that the first combat skill, Heroic Strike, that the warriors need to master is imitated from Shadow Strike, but the Shadow Energy is replaced by Anger. Of course, the people of the Warrior Guild have never directly admitted this. The combat skill exchanged by the Ranger profession from Norwyn is called Disguise. The effect is similar to the Stealth of the Stealth, but the difference is that the camouflage cannot enter the invisible state, but blends into the surrounding environment as much as possible, and is not easy to be noticed. The characteristic of Disguise is that this skill is not only used by the Ranger to disguise himself, but also can be used to disguise the various traps he has set. Combining the characteristics of the 2 professions, Reyna thought of the corresponding tactics. Ordinary members of the Bloodfawn gang usually do a lot of bad things. Going door to door to collect the so-called protection fee, and robbing the guys they don't like.
Many thugs of the Bloodfawn gang are addicted to the casinos opened by the gang.
They can't keep any money in their hands. If they have a little spare money, they will throw it on the gambling table to exchange for chips, and then they may lose it all in just one night. Most of the protection fees must be handed over to the gang, and you can't get much, and you can't collect it every day.
But robbery is a different way to earn extra money. The alleys next to the Bloodfawn gang casino that are not easy to be discovered are the high-incidence places for robbery.
Reyna, who knows a lot about the evil deeds of the Bloodfawn gang, naturally thought of taking advantage of this.
Sit back and wait.
Various snare traps were set up in the alley in advance, and the stalkers also entered the stealth state, quietly waiting for the prey to take the bait. Not long after, a scoundrel with deep eye sockets from the Bloodfawn gang dragged a hapless guy into the alley with his arm around his shoulder.
Boy, if you don't want to suffer, lend me some money. I'll pay you back when I have more money.
The Bloodfawn gang thug threatened in a deep voice. He had just taken the money bag from the trembling victim, and before he had time to count the amount, he felt his ankles tighten suddenly. The lasso trap was triggered. Unprepared, the thug lost his balance and fell backwards. Before he could check the situation, Reyna's cry was heard, "Now, do it!" Several stalkers showed up, and the daggers in their hands with a faint gray light stabbed at the vital parts of the thug's body. Because he had been harassed by the Bloodfawn gang in the past, and now he knew that the Bloodfawn gang was related to the evil god, without the psychological burden, Reyna was the most ruthless. Brandon and Pete would pay a little attention to give the other party a breath,
But Rina was directly killed. The dagger attack with Shadow Strike easily penetrated the opponent's skin and stabbed the Bloodfawn gang thugs through. Gray knife in, red knife out. In terms of assassination, the advantage of the stealth is completely unmatched by other professions. As long as there is a loophole in the defense, it is possible to kill with one blow. Prevent criminal behavior, justice points plus 30 based on the degree of contribution. Defeat the first level member of the Bloodfawn gang, justice points plus 30 based on the degree of contribution. 2 prompts came, and after confirming that there was no need to make up the knife, Reyna threw the victim's purse back to the other party, raised her eyebrows, and reminded, "Why are you standing there? You are safe. Oh, and this guy will not have the opportunity to rob you again." The ordinary members of the Bloodtooth gang who were left alone were dealt with one by one. Either they were beaten to death, or they were simply destroyed physically. Ordinary people had not yet realized what was happening in the lower city, but Evan, one of the 5 leaders of the Bloodtooth gang, quickly sensed something was wrong. Evan is responsible for sending his men to various merchants to collect so-called protection fees. His property is the money to spend pawn shop in Xiaoqing district, and he usually does dirty things like lending money and collecting debts. He has sent out several groups of people in succession in the past 2 days. As a result, they all just left and never came back. At first, Evan thought it was because his subordinates had made mistakes again. After collecting the protection money, they went to the casino and played again and lost track of time. But when no one came back for 2 consecutive days, Evan felt something was wrong. According to his understanding of his subordinates, usually those guys who only have money and gambling in their minds will lose everything in less than one night. It's obviously not normal to not report back for so long. Evan subconsciously thought that other gangsters in the downtown area might be causing trouble, and the gangsters were taking advantage of the gangsters. On second thought he reacted again. Oh, no, there are other gangs somewhere in the lower city. After receiving the so-called secret technique mentioned by Disley from the Bloody Roulette, ordinary members of the Bloodfawn gang can reach level 1 strength, not to mention small bosses like Evan, who have been successfully promoted to level 2. Warriors also possess those 2 abilities, and their actual combat effectiveness is much higher than that of ordinary level 2 warriors. After the gang's overall strength increased significantly, Disley had asked several other small leaders to lead people to integrate all other gangs in the lower city. As for the leaders of other gangs, either they were tied hand and foot, stuffed into sacks, filled with stones and thrown into the bottom of the sea, either he was taken away by Disley to those 2 weird people who said oh. The original members of the gang were all dispersed and absorbed into the Bloodfawn gang, and they were also strengthened by secret techniques. Because of this, the strength of Evan's men has also expanded. Originally there were only more than 20 ordinary gangsters, but now there are more than 50 powerful thugs with level 1 strength. The problem is, his combat power is obviously greatly increased, let alone walking sideways, he can go out and be carried away if he wants. How did it develop into what it is now? Evan counted the dozen or so people left in the pawnshop hall and was puzzled. Didn't he originally have more than 50 powerful thugs? Where have everyone gone? Especially the 5 guys he sent to make trouble at Moni Brothers Tavern, they were all his former capable men, and they were also the first to accept the secret technique and adapted best. Logically speaking, they should have returned from their work long ago. How come one goes missing and the other goes missing? What if a group of people went out and disappeared? Evan was puzzled. Boss Evan, a famous subordinate, raised his hand cautiously and reminded, "There seems to be a rumor recently that there is a devil in Xiaoqing district who was specifically targeting the Luosang Bloodfawn gang. Those missing brothers were all murdered. Those devils were taken to hell." Evan's face twisted. What a mess. If there really is a devil, why doesn't he come here to catch us? Why didn't you see him going to capture Lord Desley? He said it very harshly, but Evan was still a little scared in his heart. After all, these missing men are not the ordinary people before, but actually have level 1 strength. The level 1 strength is still similar to the level 1 warrior with higher physical strength. It is not a problem to deal with ordinary people with 1 against 10. Why did he disappear from the world like this? Come here, more people, go out with me and find out where those guys have gone. As for everyone else, please stay here and don't go out alone. The followers of the Seeking Knowledge sect also quickly realized that the situation had changed. Nothing else. The number of lone Bloodtooth gang outside is getting smaller and smaller. A few days before the event, the domineering Bloodfawn gang gave away justice points for free. Whether it's a passionate heathen confrontation, setting up sacks and then magic bombing, or leading into alleys to greet them with traps and sneak attacks, everyone has their own method,
and justice points are collected in a flurry. After the second special skill, Guilty Sense, is unlocked, the efficiency is doubled, and you can directly know where the Blood Fawn gang people are doing evil. Novan's followers were like rushing to the scene. After finishing their work here, they immediately rushed to another place according to the reminder to fight against crime with high intensity. The problem is that the members of the Bloodtooth gang are not like leeks in the field. Once they are cut, another one will grow. The quantity is getting smaller and smaller. In addition, after realizing something was wrong, Evan issued an order not to allow his men to act alone again, making it even more difficult to find the prey who was alone. Everyone from the knowledge-seeking sect gathered again at the Money Brothers Tavern. Brandon had a linen bandage on his arm and was being treated by a professional priest, he said with a sad face. Today's harvest was even less. We wandered around outside for half the night, and we met a group of Bloodfawn gang, a total of 7 people. The leader seems to be Evan from the Bloodfawn gang. And looking at them, they look like they are looking for something in the streets. Peter frowned and analyzed. The Bloodfawn gang must have discovered that someone disappeared and is looking for clues. Brandon suddenly became anxious. Mr. Pet, what should we do? Although they cleaned up the scene afterwards, threw the dying thugs to a corner where they were hard to be found, and let them die on their own, or like Rena, simply set fire to destroy the bodies directly. Those thugs of the Blood Fawn gang who were eliminated would definitely not be able to speak, but the victims who were rescued by the believers of the Seeking Knowledge sect were different. What if Evan led people to interrogate those victims? As long as a little violence is used, ordinary people may not be able to bear it, and then reveal relevant information about the believers of the Seeking Knowledge sect. Not to mention, Rena's tavern was constantly harassed by the Blood Fawn gang. Because the Seeking Knowledge sect first spread here, everyone also tacitly regarded it as a base for meeting and exchanging information, and it has been very popular these days. Once Evan brings people to check, he will definitely find that there is a big problem. At this stage, the members of the Seeking Knowledge sect who believe in Norwin can generally only master one usable skill. Even if I have accumulated enough knowledge points, I have been busy looking for lone Blood Fawn gang members these days, and I don't have much time to learn new things. Let them use various tactics to fight more people against fewer, phishing enforcement, sneak attacks, and they will basically win. But if we directly collide with the complete Blood Fawn gang at this time, there will be no chance of winning. Whether it is the number of people or the strength, it is a serious disadvantage. Pete pondered for a while, and checked the progress reminder sent by Norman again. Progress of the outbreak of the evil god threat in the lower city of Greenport, 42%, after attacking the lone Blood Fawn gang for several days in a row. The progress of the warning on the oracle has not decreased, but is still slowly increasing. The words evil god threat have great pressure. Pete has some guesses. In the past 2 days, everyone has eliminated many members of the Blood Fawn gang, but failed to reduce the progress of the threat outbreak. I suspect that if we want to really solve these troubles, we have to grasp the key. Although attacking those lone Blood Fawn members can dampen their arrogance, we haven't touched the essence of the problem. Pate analyzed, ordinary members are actually as many as the Blood Fawn needs. Eliminating these guys is just scratching the surface. The key is that the Blood Fawn can still rely on the evil god they rely on to continue to create new subordinates in batches. They are just following the orders of the boss above. If we want to truly solve the threat of the evil god, it is far from enough to just beat these lone guys. We must have enough power to really break into the territory controlled by the Blood Fawn gang and eliminate the key figures related to the evil god. For example, several leaders of the Blood Fawn gang, and their leader Desley. Gale, who was practicing the rapid construction of arcane missile next to him, was a little worried. Since ordinary members can have the strength of level 1, the small leaders are probably at least level 2, not to mention the leader. Can we really fight them hidden at our current level? Pet shook his head first, not likely. The followers of the Seeking Knowledge sect have to rely on group fighting tactics to attack ordinary members, picking up the weak persimmons that are alone and squeezing them hard. They can't take the initiative to attack when facing level 2 and level 3 enemies hidden, so their chances of winning are almost zero. But, Pet changed the subject, I have an idea. Or rather, I seem to have guessed the will of the great god of seeking knowledge. Do you remember that there is such a sentence in the oracle? During the event, justice points can be exchanged for corresponding knowledge points. Different exchange ratios are provided according to the progress of the event. Last time, Pet didn't read the complete event introduction carefully, and he was despised by Reyna like everyone else. He read it again carefully afterwards, so he noticed this sentence. Until now, the exchange ratio is still at the stage of 10 to 1. The great God of knowledge has actually reminded us a long time ago. This war cannot be ended by eliminating a few gangsters, but a staged and step-by-step struggle. What we did before can only be regarded as the first stage of the war. Now, we should move on to the next stage. Rena said thoughtfully, "So, Mr. Pete, what you mean is that the action against the Lone Blood Fawn gang gangsters can be ended, and we should adopt other strategies next?" Pet nodded and said, "That's right. I suggest that in the next 3 days, everyone will exchange all the remaining justice points in hand for the knowledge they need and improve themselves as much as possible. If we want to deal with more dangerous enemies, we need to have stronger strength." Hearing this, someone in the tavern couldn't help but question, "Mr. Pete, how can you guarantee that you understand the God of justice? Ming's will is correct? All you said is based on your speculation. Why don't you pray directly to our Lord now and ask him to help us solve the problem of not being strong enough to fight the Blood Fawn gang?" Pate explained calmly, "It's very simple. Haven't you noticed? The great God of knowledge, unlike other gods, has never directly intervened to solve the problems we encounter. He only provides suggested methods or necessary information at most. Even the combat skills, magic, and divine arts we have learned are mastered through our own efforts and practice based on relevant knowledge. It is not that as long as we pray to our Lord, He will directly grant us power. As the prayer says, His existence is to lead us to explore unknown areas and guide our direction, and tell us at any time how far we are from reaching our destination." "What does this mean?" Pete asked meaningfully. Everyone fell into contemplation. Brandon reacted the fastest. "I understand. The great God of knowledge wants us to make our own efforts to learn and explore. Instead of expecting Him to solve everything. Can't He directly use divine magic to destroy the evil god? Can't He directly give us power? Definitely not. It must be because the God of knowledge is guiding us. He hopes that we can overcome difficulties and eliminate evil through our own efforts. Moreover, the God of knowledge is actually paying attention to us all the time. He will tell us whether our actions are effective and whether our efforts have been rewarded." Pate nodded in agreement. "Yes, I think this is the true meaning of the doctrine that the God of knowledge wants to spread. In the kingdom of God, Nowan, who was always paying attention to the situation of the believers, almost couldn't hold back after hearing it. For a moment, he really wanted to send an oracle and tell these believers not to overinterpret. He really didn't think so much. It's not that he didn't want to directly give power to help the believers solve the problem. But he really didn't have the ability. If he really had a way to directly expose the evil god behind the Bloodfawn gang, Norman would have held a grand miracle ceremony in the lower city with great fanfare. By then, wouldn't believers come in droves? The key is that he can't do it this way. Giving power to believers can indeed kill the evil god, because he, Norwan, is another more ruthless evil god. What is this? The way to eliminate a threat is to create a bigger threat, so that the former seems insignificant, right? Good news, I eliminated the evil god threatening the lower city. Bad news, I am more dangerous than that guy. The idea of imparting knowledge and information was a helpless choice of Norwan at the beginning. But now it is interpreted by believers as a special guidance made by the great God of knowledge, in order to let them understand how to rely on their own efforts to solve problems. As for the so-called change of exchange ratio according to the progress of the activity, it is because Norwan considered that he did not have much divine power at the beginning, and was afraid of being squeezed out and draining his divine power, so he added such a rule. At that time, he just planned to find a black and evil force in the lower city to clean up, and use it as an experience pack to build reputation for his sect best. He did not consider the fact that the Blood Fawn gang had already surrendered to the evil god and its overall strength had greatly increased. When he found out that the Blood Fawn gang was connected with the evil god, Norman was a little worried that the believers would be afraid or even give up because of the widening gap in strength. As a result, when his oracle was interpreted as a so-called hint to tell the believers to adopt different coping strategies according to different situations, the believers not only did not give up. Instead, they became more motivated. While Norman was relieved, because the enthusiasm of the believers had been aroused, he decided to go with the flow and give them a helping hand. The road to legend has begun. After defeating specific targets, you can obtain a certain amount of legendary experience. By consuming legendary experience, physical strength such as physical fitness, agility, and mental strength can be improved to a certain extent. With the channel to obtain pure divine power, Nubbin's believers can finally no longer be partial to science, and can obtain the corresponding blessing effects and improve their physical strength. Of course, the rules designed by Novin in terms of the legendary experience mechanism are different from knowledge points. Knowledge points come from a wide range of sources. Believers pray, complete work, practice, and even defeat the descendants of other evil gods to provide Novan with divine power, and then obtain corresponding knowledge points. In other words, even if a believer doesn't think about fighting at all and just relies on daily prayers, he can accumulate enough knowledge points and exchange them for corresponding combat skills, magic and other knowledge, or he can want to required information.
Legendary experience is different.
Currently, Novan only has one channel to obtain it, which is to plunder the divine power of other evil gods, and then gather the analyzed, pure divine power. Therefore, Novan added strict restrictions to legendary experience. Only believers who help him plunder the power of other evil gods can get the corresponding legendary experience.
In other words, you can only get rewards by participating in battles and fighting against the evil god's followers and monsters.
After issuing the oracle about the legendary experience to the believers, Novan patted his head.
Yes, I almost forgot, there is this. The second oracle was issued shortly after.
Activity: clean up the Blood Fawn gang. The process has been updated. Current justice point exchange ratio, 5-1, remaining time, 72 hours. Now that it has been overinterpreted, Novan took advantage of the situation and took advantage of it.
How to guide believers to spend the remaining righteousness points on hand or accumulated. Novan said he was very familiar with this.
As long as the exchange ratio is temporarily increased, believers will naturally realize that the time to spend has arrived.
This is similar to some e-commerce platforms that Novan has seen in his previous life.
On weekdays, the original price is maintained, and everyone's desire to consume is not too high.
During the festival, a round of promotions is temporarily launched. As long as discounts are given, everyone's enthusiasm for consumption can be easily mobilized. Novan's operation is based on the same idea.
The oracle was conveyed, and Pat seemed to feel the affirmation from Norwin, the god of knowledge.
He truly understood God's will perfectly.
Peter accepted the admiring looks of everyone in the tavern with peace of mind, and responded with an aristocratic etiquette gracefully and appropriately.
Now it's clear what needs to be done.
I suggest that you take these 3 days to think carefully about which career path is suitable for you.
If you are not sure, you can ask Miss Reina.
She can help you conduct a talent test to determine your talent. As you have seen in the past few days, different professions have their own characteristics, and mages are not any more noble than others. If you are forced to choose a path that you are not good at, be prepared to do a good job with half the effort.
Thanks to the great God of knowledge, even if you choose a career that is not suitable for you, you can choose to retake it at any time without having to suffer the consequences of breaking your faith.
When previously setting sacks for those lone Blood Fawn gangsters, Pet's mage team had the largest number of people. After all, most of the believers initially chose to exchange the knowledge of getting started with mage and mobilizing the magic network. But not everyone can master arcane missiles proficiently. In fact, many people have limited affinity with the goddess of magic, and the arcane energy they can mobilize is very limited, and they can only master arcane missiles with difficulty.
The success rate of spellcasting is not very high.
It usually only succeeds once every 3 or 4 times, and the mental energy still needs to be consumed. I didn't experience many of your noble virtues, but experienced all your shortcomings. What's more, in the actions of the past few days, because the mage profession had the largest number of people, when gaining justice points, their contribution proportion was also the lowest. For a boy band of idiot warriors like Brandon, every time they kill a lone member of the Bloodtooth gang, each member of the gang will receive about 50 justice points. On Pate's side, many poor mages cast spells that are not very smooth. They finally get an opportunity to attack, and their contributions have to be divided by others. They may only earn a dozen justice points at a time.
Not as good as the warrior believers who fight Hedon, not to mention those few priests and believers who can earn a lot of justice points just by throwing secondary treatment in the tavern. He doesn't have any talent for affinity with the goddess of magic.
In addition, the mage profession is quite competitive among knowledge-seeking sects, and the employment situation is grim.
Nowadays, there are 5 spiritual paths among Novan's followers: warrior, mage, rogue, ranger, priest. Since being a mage is not that suitable for me, how about trying other routes? Many believers who had previously exchanged the introductory knowledge of mages out of curiosity began to think about recultivation after being reminded by Bait.
Anyway, everyone will be hibernating in the next few days to improve their strength, so they don't have to worry about missing out on actions and earning less justice points. After talking about the reconstruction, Peter turned to look at Reina and reminded her seriously, also, there's one more thing.
I think we can't stay in Brother Moni's tavern for the next few days.
We need to find a more secret place as our temporary base.
As for the tavern, it's best to pretend that it has been destroyed and abandoned.
After all, the Blood Fawn gang has begun to notice something wrong and is looking for clues about us. This place has a feud with them and it is easy to be targeted. Now should be a stage of strategic retreat, using space to buy time. Behind the bar, old Moni, who was wiping the wooden wineglass with a clean rag, stopped what he was doing when he heard this. "Mr. Pete, I know a friend of the Stonemason Brotherhood.
We can hide in their house for a few days.
The problem is, with so many of you, where do you plan to choose as a temporary base to ensure that you will not be discovered by the Blood Fawn gang?" Old Moni said worriedly.
"This is easy," Pete looked confident. "The great God of knowledge will guide us." Pete believed that he had a deep understanding of the doctrine.
The God of knowledge will not directly build a safe base for them, but by praying to Nawan and consuming the corresponding knowledge points, he can know where to find a safe temporary base.
Consume 5 knowledge points to exchange for the corresponding information.
This time, Nawan provided him with 3 options for reference and 1 free option. Pate first cast his consciousness on the option with the highest safety factor and a 3% probability of exposure. If nothing unexpected happens, this place will be the most suitable base for them to hide temporarily.
However, after reading the specific content, Pete's face almost turned green. God of knowledge.
You don't want us to use that place as a temporary base.
Is this appropriate? There are 3 recommended locations sent by Novan to Pat through the Oracle.
Among them, the option with the highest concealment coefficient and the least easy to find made Pet feel numb when he saw the relevant description of the location. Recommended location 1, unknown hidden caves in Green Harbor. Description: a few days ago, a serious accident caused by an evil god's sacrificial ceremony occurred here. Fortunately, the disaster was finally eliminated, and all the secrets were completely buried with the withering of the cultists.
The location this description points to could not be more clear. Greenport is not a dangerous place where evil spirits are causing trouble every 3 days.
The place that matches these keywords is obviously the mysterious cave where Peter was deceived into participating in the sacrificial ceremony. There was no doubt that Peter was opposed to that cave. He faced the level 3 aberration without any psychological preparation and almost lost his life there. When he thinks of that place, he recalls the painful experience. What's more important is that if he secretly leads other members of the sect to hide there for a few days, Pete will always feel an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. Whose good person is hiding in the stronghold of the followers of the evil god when he has nothing to do? If he had a choice, he definitely didn't want to use that place as a temporary base. But after comparing the other 2 options, Peter fell silent. Recommended location 2, abandoned houses in Xiaoqing district. Description: 6 months ago, due to a deliberate arson, all the houses here were burned down, and now only the ruins are left. Exposure probability, 13%. Peter asked someone in the tavern who knew the situation in the area. Rather than saying it was an abandoned dwelling, the place was actually just a few shabby houses, with only a few low walls and roofs that could collapse at any time.
It is possible to temporarily hide 2 or 3 people. If dozens of people hide inside, the probability of exposure will definitely increase greatly. Peter didn't even look at the 3rd option.
Recommended location 3, abandoned cave near the pier. Description: the mountain cave near the edge of Xiaoqing district will be completely submerged for a period of time every time the tide rises.
Exposure probability, 19%. Peter imagined the scene hidden there.
Every few hours, they all had to be driven out by the incoming water.
How can they remain secretive? Peter couldn't even imagine that scene.
As for the so-called free option, it means that Peter can choose a location he thinks is suitable and consume the corresponding knowledge points to know the probability of exposure in this place.
The problem is that Pat is not very familiar with the downtown area.
If you want him to find a hiding place that is hard to find in a short time, you might as well choose from these 3 options. After comparing it, Pat comforted himself. Well, think on the bright side. Since it can be used as a base for worship by the followers of the evil god, it means that the place must meet their requirements for secrecy. After all, what they want to avoid is not gangs like the Blood Fawn gang, but the pursuit of the holy army of the Glow God. Being able to perform a sacrificial ceremony under the eyes of the Crusaders is a side proof of this. We just went dormant for a few days to gain some time to steadily improve our strength.
We are not planning to conduct any dangerous sacrificial rituals.
The Seeking Knowledge sect is not a heretical church that believes in evil gods. If you are upright, you will not be afraid of the shadow.
Came to the secret cave for the 2nd time.
Last time, he was led by those cultists in black robes, so Peter hadn't noticed how hidden this place was. This time, relying on the guidance given by Nubbin, I entered from an inconspicuous sewer entrance in Xiaoqing district and walked beside the intricate drainage channels. I passed 7 or 8 forks in succession on the road. The terrain became increasingly downward, and the traces of man-made construction became more and more obvious. Until the familiar cave appeared in front of Peter. Peter had to admit that even with the route provided by the God of Knowledge, he almost got lost along the way. The sewer environment of Green Harbor is complex. It is extremely difficult to find it by walking through many forked roads without road signs and instructions. No wonder those men in black robes chose this place as the location for the sacrificial ceremony. If you don't know the specific route, you will most likely get lost in the sewer. The ferocious and weird earthen altar deep in the cave is almost the same as before, but the surrounding pieces of meat, internal organs, bones and other things that were not known to be animals or humans were all integrated with the birth of the aberration. The candle lamp hanging on the wall of the cave was lit. I don't know what materials were added to it. The flame showed a faint green color instead of a warm yellow light. There is still a yellow ichor on the ground that was spilled by the monster when Peter released Hadar's hunger to eliminate the aberration. Although it has almost dried up, a strange smell can still be smelled. The area around the altar was covered with dark red stains of coagulated blood, all of which were the masterpieces left by the monster. Peter always felt an inexplicable pressure after entering this secret cave. Especially this time he brought other believers from the knowledge-seeking sect here with him. And in order to act concealed, everyone first put on loose robes that could hide their figures before coming here. A group of secretive believers, a dangerous evil god worship crypt. Pet always had the illusion of déjà vu, as if a follower of the God of Knowledge would be transformed into a flesh-and-blood monster around him at the next moment. Don't worry, everyone. Peter was explaining to everyone and comforting himself, dryly trying to explain. This place was once a sacrificial base for a group of evil god believers. But those dangerous guys have been completely eliminated. Don't think too much after seeing the altar, bloodstains, etc. This place is safe and normal now. We are a serious sect. To Peter's surprise, this group of companions from the knowledge-seeking sect not only were not frightened by the strange environment and layout in the cave, but instead, burst out with strong curiosity. The scene that Pat originally expected that everyone would stay away from the altar did not happen. On the contrary, Is this the legendary altar of the evil god? It looks a bit scary, but what do the patterns carved on it mean? I don't understand either. It's probably used to communicate with the evil god, right? Why do they have so much trouble communicating with the gods they believe in and have to use an altar? Maybe the evil god doesn't like these guys and is too lazy to pay attention to them. There is also an evil god behind the Blood Fawn gang who is causing trouble, so there should be a similar altar in their stronghold, right? It's very possible. Then as long as we destroy that altar, will the threat of the evil god be lifted? I think what you said makes sense. Since this altar is related to the evil god, won't the evil god watch us if we are so close? What are you afraid of? We have killed so many lackeys of the Blood Fawn gang, and we haven't seen the evil god behind them come to trouble us. Peter's eyes twitched as he watched his companions move forward one after another, looking left and right around the altar. Don't talk about being in awe and fear. These guys have clearly begun to think about how to dismantle it. Facts have proved that once a person's bottom line is broken, the speed of slipping is very fast. The believers of the Seeking Knowledge sect are not only brave, but also have strong Hansen ability. While discussing around the altar in the cave, someone tried to break something off from it. Crack! The earthen altar is not very strong. A statue carved into the face of a terrifying monster was snapped and half of its head was broken off. That's it? This altar of the evil god doesn't look very dangerous. The understanding of the followers of the Seeking Knowledge sect to the evil god's followers is now the gang of thugs of the Blood Fawn gang. At first, they were a little scared because of their inherent impression of the evil god. Now, after fighting so many times, they are not afraid at all. Some people turned against Tian Gang and began to dislike that there were not enough Blood Fawn gangs left alone, and they could not get enough justice points and legendary experience. Several believers with unconventional ideas even stared at the altar with curiosity, and came up with bold ideas. If we use this altar to artificially create monsters and then destroy them immediately, can we get legendary experience? We are not believers of the evil god, how can we create monsters? That's easy. With the God of Knowledge here, you can use stealth even if you are not a believer of the God of Shadow. By the same token, as long as you know the prayers related to the evil god, you should be able to get the evil god to respond, right?
Pate's face turned black when he heard this. If these bold guys continue to think wildly, the Seeking Knowledge sect may really become a heretical church that believes in the evil god. He quickly cleared his throat and attracted the attention of everyone in the cave. Don't think about the altar, we still have things to do. The exchange rate of justice points was temporarily raised to 5:1, which means that all believers who participated in the fight against the Blood Fawn gang can directly double the knowledge points they can obtain. However, after getting the knowledge points, what specific knowledge to exchange for is undoubtedly a question that needs to be carefully considered. Whether it is a warrior, a mage, a rogue, a priest, or a ranger. Each career path has a wide variety of content. At the beginning, the entry part is basically the same for everyone. Take the mage as an example. If you have never been exposed to magic, you first need to spend 3 knowledge points to get the relevant knowledge of mobilizing the magic network. After the practice is completed, spend another 15 knowledge points, and start trying the first level 1 magic arcane missile, based on the knowledge obtained. As for the subsequent knowledge exchange, there are different routes. There are attack magic such as Cold Ray and Fire Shock, as well as life magic such as Water Creation, Greasy, Spiderweb, and Featherfall. In addition, there are additional magics such as Arcane Affinity, Frost Affinity, and Fire Affinity, that can exist for a long time and can change their own status. The key point is that the effects of using these additional magic may be mutually exclusive. For example, if a mage grants himself the Arcane Affinity state, he cannot grant himself the Frost Affinity state. If he does so forcibly, the previous state will dissipate. In order to maximize the effects of these magic additions, mage professionals have developed different schools. Try to devote limited energy to magic related to the school. This strategy is called specialization. That is, specialize in a certain type of magic. Pete and Gale are both students of the Arcane School of Karen College, and the school they study is the Arcane Affinity route. If they graduate successfully, their level 3 mage certificates will also state that they are arcane mages. These believers in the lower city who were pulled into the Seeking Knowledge sect by missionaries were ordinary people in the past and did not know much about the types of magic. Influenced by Pete, most of them chose arcane missiles as their first level 1 magic. If you plan to continue to choose the arcane route, my suggestion is to use your knowledge points to redeem the 2 bonus magics, Arcane Affinity and Energy Saving Spellcasting, level 1, first. Pete popularized science to other mage believers. Arcane Affinity can slightly increase the power of arcane magic. Energy Saving Spellcasting, level 1, means that when you release a level 1 arcane magic, there is a certain probability that you will receive a gift from the magic network to replenish the consumed spell slots. Oh, no, it is the consumed mental power. Even if you try to learn to control high-level arcane magic later, these bonus magics can continue to play a role. These bonus magics are all what Pete had heard of in the class at Karen College before. Just like attack magic, although he knew how to choose the right magic, he could not get a response no matter how he prayed to the goddess of magic before. Now it is different. With the protection of the god of knowledge, as long as he has enough knowledge points, he can learn whatever he wants. Someone raised a question: if I want to try the magic of inducing fire or condensing ice, can't I learn them all and use whichever I want? Pate shrugged and explained calmly, of course you can. In fact, many people have similar ideas to you. However, for those wizards who believe in the goddess of magic, it means spending more effort to pray for the goddess to bless the corresponding spells, and the difficulty of practice will increase significantly. Even in the Seeking Knowledge sect, although learning magic does not need to look at the face of the magic goddess. But it takes knowledge points to exchange for the corresponding knowledge, right? It takes time and energy to practice a magic until you can cast it proficiently, right? Although the ability of double cultivation is more comprehensive, if you want to achieve the same effect as a magician of the same level who specializes in a certain school, you need to put in more effort and longer time. Maybe you haven't caught up with them yet, maybe they have already been promoted to the next stage. Whether to specialize or double cultivation depends on your choice. On the other side of the cave, a dozen warrior believers led by Brandon were also discussing fiercely. If you ask me, you should exchange this two-handed sword mastery basics first, and then exchange for rage, so that you can play more powerful, heroic strikes. Brandon has a special liking for sword weapons, especially two-handed swords. Although he hasn't found a suitable weapon yet, he has been using the crowbar he stole from the Rolling Bolt workshop these 2 days, but he always thinks about finding a two-handed sword that suits him. Another warrior believer retorted. I think Brandon's idea is wrong. Our close combat style should focus on getting hurt as little as possible.
I suggest exchanging the knowledge of the two combat skills, Shield Mastery Basics, and Shield Block.
The most important thing is to be able to withstand it.
Otherwise, if you go up, you will be knocked down by the opponent, and there will be no chance to use any heroic strikes.
Another person retorted, I think you are all wrong.
You should exchange Shield Mastery Basics and Rage.
Being able to resist and fight is the kingly way. There are too many types of knowledge that can be exchanged. The warriors are not like the mages.
They have leaders like Pete who have received systematic teaching and can guide their thinking. So that for a while, no one could convince anyone. After the argument failed, the warrior believers finally unanimously decided to inform the God of Knowledge of their disagreements, and let Norwin guide them to choose the right path of development. However, this time, Norwin did not immediately send down the corresponding oracle to give an answer. As early as when the believers tried to exchange more first-level combat skills for Norwin with knowledge points, Norwin already knew the various combat skills of the mortal warrior career path. There was one thing that Norwin was very concerned about. After receiving the believer's request, he activated his power and did get a plan about the warrior's practice path. From controlling anger, to the use of various weapons, shields, and protective gear, to the study of various combat skills.
This information is very systematic and comprehensive.
It can be said that as long as you follow the above steps, you can achieve similar results in the end. The problem lies here. Norwin feels a little weird, because this plan is too perfect.
It is so perfect that mortals don't even need to think about it.
It's as if everything has been arranged in advance.
All mortals need to do is to execute it. This is a situation that Norwin has not encountered when he activated his authority before. Knowledge represents truth, and truth is unique.
Information represents cause and effect, and cause and effect are logical. When believers pray to Nowan for knowledge or information about something, Nowan can safely and boldly send down the oracle directly.
The results of these things are clear, and there are no other possibilities. But the development plans for career paths are different. The choices of mortals are different, and they can obviously lead to different and new development directions.
But this plan completely kills those unknown possibilities.
Nowan can foresee it.
If he conveys this information to the believers of the warrior profession, they will definitely follow this plan strictly.
The final result is that a bunch of warrior believers will be cultivated from the same mold. This makes Nowan feel something is wrong.
The combat skills of the warrior profession he has learned are varied. There are more than a dozen active combat skills at level 1 alone, not to mention those passive combat skills. If you really want to figure out the combination, there are 6 or 7 combinations that Nowan can think of, all with different emphases, each with its own advantages and disadvantages. But in the plan that Norwin got, only a few of them were used to form a specific school.
As for the others,
they were all ruthlessly abandoned by this plan. They were considered to be not valuable and not the optimal solution and not worth spending time and energy on.
But Norwin didn't think so. Just like the disputes among those warrior believers.
Brandon believed that warriors should take the route of fierce output, learn passive combat skills that can increase the power of two-handed swords, and rage that can gain more anger, so as to maximize the attack ability of the two-handed sword, heroic strike. But in this warrior training plan, the possibility of the development of the two-handed sword system was not considered at all. The solution given was a sword and shield combination, and the overall idea was inclined to a defensive positioning that could withstand attacks.
Norwin frowned. How are the criteria for the optimal solution divided? How was this plan formulated?
There is nothing wrong with Brandon's idea, and he also has his own direction of development that he aspires to, so why is it judged as insufficient in value?
This perfect plan gave Norman a feeling. Practicing is like a plan that has been arranged long ago. Mortals do not need to think about the reasons, just execute according to the oracle.
In this regard, Norman did not hesitate for even a second, and his choice was very simple: go to hell.
What a bullshit perfect plan, go wherever it is cool.
He has his own ideas and his own thoughts. Norman decided not to convey the oracle according to the information obtained by authority this time. He is not a mouthpiece for his own divine authority, and his believers are not puppets who only obey orders. His current identity is a god with endless power. No matter whether he is a righteous god or an evil god, it is Norman who controls his functional authority, instead of being bound by his authority in turn.
Norman wants to walk his own path.
As the number of believers increases, Norman can get more and more information through various demands of believers. This gave Norman a certain ability to achieve his goals without the help of authority. In the cave, Brandon receives new oracle information.
Goal: Level 1 Warrior Professional Training. Suggested strategy: use the Training Simulator, Level 1, to compare the effects of each combat skill combination and bonus simulation. Requirement: 5 knowledge points/time. Hey? What does this mean? After converting the justice points into corresponding knowledge points, Brandon had quite a lot of points. More than 100 knowledge points were enough for him to exchange for 7 or 8 first-level combat skills and still have some left. After tentatively consuming 5 knowledge points, Brandon immediately received a new reminder. Please select the combat skill you want to simulate the combination effect. Current optional combat skills, let me think, then, two-handed sword mastery basic, rage, and armor-breaking attack? Brandon chose 3 of the dazzling first-level combat skills that he liked. A few seconds later, with a ding sound, a response came. Customized simulation plan, completed, estimated physical attack ability improvement, 24%, estimated training time, 41 hours, recommended legendary level, 15. Brandon was stunned for a moment. Wait, I think I know what's going on. After consuming another 5 knowledge points, he started the practice simulator again. This time, Brandon chose 3 combat skills: two-handed sword mastery basics, raging, and sweeping swordsmanship. Ding! Customized simulation plan, completed, estimated physical attack ability improvement, 29%, estimated training time, 37 hours, recommended legendary level, 13. Brandon took a breath with a hiss. God of knowledge. I understand. The function of this practice simulator is not complicated. After 2 simple attempts, Brandon has figured out its specific effects. It allows him to test the effects of various combat skills in advance. After 2 simulations, Brandon was even a little excited and wanted to try a few more times. After all, there are so many combinations of the first-level combat skills that he can choose now. If he exchanges the combat skills directly, he needs to spend a lot of time and energy to practice. After fully mastering them, he still has to go to actual combat tests to know the specific effects. Even if the final result is not so ideal, the time and energy he has consumed cannot be returned. But with this training simulator, it is different. For example, in the 2 simulations just now, Brandon can know that the effect of sweeping sword skills is better than armor-breaking strike, and it is easier to master. Brandon can completely put the combat skills he wants to study in advance to simulate them, find the one that suits him best and has the best effect, and then spend knowledge points to exchange it. With the simulation function, the debate was ended. What are you still arguing about? If you think your idea is good, then use the practice simulator to test it yourself. The improvement is the most intuitive and convincing evidence. With the launch of the practice simulator, believers of various practice career routes in the cave soon began to test themselves. Even Pete and Gale, who knew the mature arcane mage mastery system, couldn't help but put their plan construction into the test after hearing the news. Pete and Gale are both Tier 2 mages, so the effect of the practice simulator they use is slightly different from that of Tier 1 professionals. The number of knowledge points consumed for each simulation has been increased to 10 points. Of course, there are also a lot of Tier 2 magics available for selection. Pete put in 7 or 8 magics that should be mastered in the arcane mage mastery system taught by Karen College. The final simulation results are: the power of arcane magic will be increased by 68%. It is estimated that it will take 377 hours to learn before he can learn all these magics. Pet tried to replace 1 or 2 of the magics. The simulation results showed that the power increase was immediately reduced to 55%. The estimated time spent increased to 459 hours. Pet was not surprised by this result. It was reasonable and expected. The mage training route taught by the Arcane School of Karen College is a relatively excellent and stable magic matching solution obtained after years of research, adjustment, and optimization. Replacing any link in it may cause a chain reaction. If he can find a better magic matching solution than the traditional arcane magician, after time precipitation and verification, it can be written into the textbook. However, Pet has realized that, if something like Training Simulator has a physical body, if it is placed in the Church of Other Gods, it is guaranteed to be a divine artifact or holy object, and it is not an exaggeration to even become a treasure of the town church. For example, the God of Justice, his own divine power is not strong, and his followers do not have extraordinary combat abilities like those who can become rated professional gods. The divine arts of the God of Justice can only determine the affinity between a mortal and many righteous gods. But it is precisely this exclusive divine art that has established the noble status of the Church of Justice. Others who want to become professionals, in order to avoid choosing a god faith that is not suitable for them,
The only way is to use the divine arts of the God of Justice for testing. Although it cannot improve strength, it can ensure that you do not go astray.
The same reason.
On the surface, the effect of the practice simulator is just to allow the believers of the Seeking Knowledge sect to find a suitable development path for themselves, without the experience or ideas summarized by high-level professionals. In theory, if the believers can get the experience of their predecessors like Pete and Gale, they can know how to choose the right skill combination even without the practice simulator. The key is that the methods summarized by those high-level professionals are also the results of their efforts to try and error and explore little by little. Low efficiency, high cost, and no alternative method.
The practice simulator completely breaks this dilemma.
In places where predecessors have walked, the role of the practice simulator can indeed be replaced. But the closer to the unknown area, the greater the role of the simulation will be. Although the Seeking Knowledge sect is still just a group of guys who are generally level 1 and have just become professionals, they cannot fully play the effect of the practice simulator. But Pete can already foresee that the significance of the practice simulator will only become more and more important with the development of the Seeking Knowledge sect. On the other hand, after testing several combat skills she wanted, Rena noticed the recommended legendary level in the simulation results. She chose a set of stealth skills that felt good, but the final recommendation was a legendary level of 14. By praying to Nauen, Rena has learned that her current legendary level is 12. The legendary level was previously introduced by Nauen together with the legendary experience, and was used to improve the new definition of the old professional rating system within the Seeking Knowledge sect. The original professional rating in this world is very simple.
Take the priest as an example.
Believe in the gods. If you can get the blessing and divine arts given by the God of Radiance, you can become a priest professional. The blessings and magics bestowed are divided into 6 stages, from level 1 to level 6. Above level 6, 1 is a legend. Each promotion can get a stronger blessing, and the higher the level, the more difficult it is to be promoted.
The order of obtaining the 2 is, first get the blessing to strengthen the body. Then you can get the magic.
Whether you have the magic of the corresponding stage is used as the standard for assessing the rank of the priest profession. But in Norwin, this rating standard is obviously not applicable.
Norwin can directly give the relevant knowledge to the believers.
For the believers of the Seeking Knowledge sect, there is no obstacle to learning high-level combat skills or spells. Even an ordinary person, as long as the knowledge points are enough, can exchange for the 6th level of large-scale magic to learn.
The problem is, there is a reason why other gods bless the physical strength first and then bestow the magic. More powerful skills require better physical strength to be used normally.
Otherwise, it will be like the time when Pete forcibly released the 3-level spell, Hada's Hunger, which directly drained his mental power and fainted after releasing it. The situation of the Seeking Knowledge sect is different from those who believe in other gods and cannot learn related spells because they have not received blessings. The believers of Nauen can learn high-level abilities in advance, but they cannot release them because of insufficient physical strength. In order to prevent believers from learning skills beyond their ability, Nauen designed the legendary level system. Nauen classified the physical strength required for different combat skills, magic, and divine arts.
Constitution, strength, intelligence, agility, spirit, and will.
A total of 6 attributes, corresponding to different physical strength characteristics. Believers can consume their legendary experience to increase their legendary level. Each time they increase their level, they can obtain 3 free attributes for believers to allocate by themselves to strengthen their bodies. For more powerful skills, Norwin also provides recommended attribute values for reference based on their relevant characteristics. This is equivalent to reminding believers that if their strength is not enough, they should not try those high-level abilities. Norwin hopes that believers can freely choose the path they want to walk, and also hopes that they can be down to earth and work hard from the basics. However, when the cultivation simulator and the legendary level are combined, a wonderful chemical reaction that even Norwin did not expect has erupted. The first one to redeem the skills she needed and allocate various free attributes was the girl Reyna. She was the first to test the effect of the legendary level upgrade, which was equivalent to exploring the way for other believers. Among the various stealth route skills, she spent 30 knowledge points and obtained the relevant knowledge of the 2 skills, Combo and Eviscerate.
Combo is a passive skill.
When using skills that consume shadow energy continuously, you can accumulate combo layers in a short period of time. Eviscerate consumes all the currently accumulated combo layers and causes a precise weak point attack on the target.
Simple and direct matching method. The reason why Reina chose to redeem the knowledge of these two skills is simple.
Their estimated practice time is the shortest, only less than 10 hours, and the recommended legendary level is also the lowest. Although there are nearly 3 days for the believers of the Seeking Knowledge sect to improve themselves and accumulate strength, Reina did not choose the complex combination that requires more than 30 hours of practice. After all, she is just trying to explore the way now, so naturally the simpler and faster the better. After getting the relevant knowledge, Reina checked the requirements for learning combat skills. Combo requires at least 25 agility, and in addition to 30 agility, evisceration also requires 12 constitution, 14 strength, and 12 willpower. Great God of knowledge, please grant me wisdom and knowledge, and show me the secrets. Reciting the prayers passed down from the oracle, Reina got her own legendary level. Level 1, legendary level 12, constitution 4, strength 4, agility 13, intelligence 4, spirit 5, will 7, free attributes, 36. Reina made a rough estimate. To meet the learning requirements of these two combat skills, my free attributes are not enough. She understood why the recommended legendary level on the training simulator is 14. Everyone, before matching the combination you want, remember to pay attention to whether your legendary level can meet the recommendation, otherwise, you may not be able to meet the attribute requirements of the relevant skills.
Reina consumed the 500 legendary experience points she got from killing the Blood Fawn gang thugs a few days ago.
The legendary level was raised from level 12 to level 14. The effect of the blessing of pure divine power is very strange, as if a warm current flows from the forehead into the body. First the mind becomes clearer, the thoughts become smoother, the complexion becomes ruddy, and then the limbs gradually become firm. Reina can vaguely feel that her body is undergoing subtle changes to allow her to adapt to stronger power. The 42 free attributes after level 14 are invested in the corresponding attributes in turn. After meeting the attribute requirements of the two new combat skills, when Reina practices according to the knowledge from the oracle, the efficiency is much faster than when she practiced stealth and shadow attack before. Originally, she was just following the knowledge to skillfully control these combat skills. At that time, the shadow energy was willing to be mobilized by her, but it was full of inertia, and Reina needed to distract herself from time to control it. When the physical strength reached the standard, she used the combat skills again, and suddenly felt like she was at the mercy of her arms. The shadow energy in the surrounding environment was actively responding to her call this time. When she tried to start stealth again and merged into the shadow, she felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy, as if the shadow god was personally watching her, and she was tightly wrapped in the slightly cold and thick shadow. In the first practice, the learning progress of combo was advanced by 17%. With the experience that Reina had tried to explore, Pete also began to exchange the magic knowledge he needed. Because of the goal of graduation examination, Pete did not intend to exchange the knowledge points he had accumulated into a systematic skill combination like other believers, but focused on the third-level magic, Arcane Barrage. He could slowly learn other magics later to make up for the progress of the system. But the graduation examination of Karen Academy was getting closer and closer. Pete directly spent 150 knowledge points to exchange the relevant knowledge. As a third-level magic, the learning requirements of Arcane Barrage are much more demanding than those first-level skills. In addition to the 15 spirit attribute requirement, the most important thing is that it requires a full 75 intelligence attributes. Great God of knowledge, please grant me wisdom and knowledge, and show me the secrets. Level 2, Legendary Level 27, Constitution 8, Strength 6, Agility 6, Intelligence 66, Spirit 18, Will 7, Free Attributes, 0. When Pete saw the big 0, his face turned black on the spot. He already understood why he used to pray and meditate to the goddess of magic every day in Karen Academy, but he couldn't get the goddess to grant him the third-level magic, Arcane Barrage, no matter how hard he tried. Arcane Barrage requires mobilizing more magic network veins and gathering enough arcane energy to maintain the complete spell guidance process. Therefore, the caster needs to have enough intelligence attributes. When Reina and other believers of the Seeking Knowledge sect first embarked on the path of professionalism, they got the knowledge from Nauen, and then practiced and mastered it, but did not get the blessings of the corresponding gods. So their legendary level only has the basic part, and all the free attributes are still retained. When you want to learn a new combat skill or magic, if their attributes are not enough, you can consume the free attributes and ask Nauen to grant pure divine power. Just add the attributes and increase the corresponding physical strength. Peter is different from them. He used to be a believer in the goddess of magic and was blessed by the goddess's divine power.
In other words, his six-dimensional attributes, that is, physical strength, had already been allocated when the goddess of magic blessed him. He has no reserved free attributes at all. Goddess of magic. Even dogs don't believe it. Waste my time. Mess with my attributes. Why didn't I meet the god of knowledge earlier? What Pet feels now is regret, very regret. Although I exchanged for level 3 magic, but the attributes are not enough. As for consuming legendary experience to upgrade? Pet looked at his upgrade requirements and his heart suddenly dropped. Upgrade requirements, 7,000 legendary experience. He is different from Lena. In the first level stage, the legendary level increases by 1 level, still in units of hundreds. To upgrade from level 12 to level 14, you only need 200 plus 300, which is 500 legendary experience. But for a level 2 mage like Peter who wants to increase his level, the experience requirement becomes units of thousands. Although Pate now has more than 1,000 points of legendary experience by fighting against the Bloodfawn gang gangsters, compared with this huge upgrade demand, it is simply a drop in the bucket. Mastering Arcane Barrage requires 75 intelligence. It has an intelligence attribute of 75 and needs to be upgraded by at least 3 levels. Altogether, that's a full 24,000 legendary experience. Where does legendary experience come from? Defeat and destroy those Bloodfawn gang guys. Thinking of this, Peter almost couldn't restrain his restless mood. If he hadn't been able to defeat him alone, he would have wanted to go out and fight the bloody Fawn gang right away. Please, everyone. Seize the time and practice quickly. I can't wait to go out and fight to the death with the Bloodfawn gang who have taken refuge in the evil god. P.S. Chapter 58 has been modified. Regarding the numerical mechanism for obtaining attributes by increasing the legendary level, the current version shall prevail. Sorry. Pete's motivation comes from his lack of legendary experience. This is also the problem faced by most believers in the Seeking Knowledge sect. Although everyone else is still in the first level, it is not that difficult to upgrade the legendary level. But the problem is that with the practice simulator and the legendary level, the future that was originally only in imagination is intuitively presented to the believers. Looking at the powerful combat skills, magic, and divine arts that are simulated. The more complex the combination, the higher the legendary level, that is, the attribute requirements. No one is willing to be satisfied with only mastering 1 or 2 skills. In the past, they couldn't find a direction and didn't know where to work hard. The situation is completely different now. Through simulation, you can know how much stronger you will become if you learn these skills. You can know the estimated time and energy required. Even if the attribute requirements are not met, believers can clearly calculate how long they need to work hard and how much legendary experience they need to accumulate before they can start studying new skills. With this kind of clearly quantifiable goal, every effort can be intuitively rewarded. Everyone began to consciously work hard to train. In one day, those who progressed quickly had almost mastered the first new skill, and those who progressed slowly also had a lot of clues. As long as they practiced a few more times, they could push the practice progress to 100%. At this efficiency, it would not even take 3 days for the believers' overall strength to be greatly improved. Although they were still rated as level 1, in terms of real strength, they could fight against ordinary Bloodfawn gang thugs one-on-one without losing. Together, they could fight even level 2 leaders. While practicing hard, the believers also discovered the extra surprise about the legendary level. In addition to consuming legendary experience to upgrade and obtain more free attributes, you can also obtain additional reward attributes through your own training. A warrior believer did some physical training in the cave while practicing combat skills. During the training, he suddenly received a message from Nawan: through long-term exercise, your physical attribute has successfully increased by 0.3 points. In addition to accumulating legendary experience, another hidden method to obtain 6-dimensional attributes was discovered by everyone. After that, when you pray to check your attributes, you can see a small progress bar at the back, which shows how much progress is left before the next bonus attribute point is obtained. This method is also easy to understand. Norman simply uses numerical methods to intuitively and quantitatively display the physical strength of his believers. In essence, these 6 attributes reflect their physical conditions. The so-called legendary level upgrade is nothing more than Norwan bestowing that pure divine power and directly strengthening the body of mortals with the power of the gods. But even without the help of the gods, the body strength can also be improved by persisting in long-term exercise over time. What Norwan did was to remind the believers immediately when their physical strength changed. After discovering this method, the believer's enthusiasm for training became even more fanatical. Although the speed of obtaining attributes through persistent exercise is very slow, and the amount is not as good as the legendary level upgrade, this is also a way to obtain steadily, and as long as you work hard, you will get rewards. Where can you find such a good thing? As long as they are willing to work hard, everything will have corresponding rewards. What else is there to say? Just work hard and it's done. In the cave, Brandon excitedly shouted slogans on the spot, friends. As long as you don't die from practicing, practice until you die. Why sleep for a long time when you are alive? You will sleep forever after death. One step slow, every step slow. If you don't practice hard now, your contribution will definitely be lower than others when the Bloodfawn gang is eliminated. Others get more legendary experience than you, and their levels will be higher than you, and they will become stronger than you. Are you willing to be surpassed by your companions like this? When others have accumulated enough legendary experience and promoted to level 2 and level 3, you can only look up to them at level 1. Will you regret not trying your best to train at this moment? Hurry up! Keep practicing. Under Brandon's leadership, the believers were so enthusiastic. In the intervals between studying various combat skills, magic and divine arts, the warriors gathered around the terrifying altar of the evil god, howling and running to exercise their physical fitness and strength. The mage believers gathered together, trying to concentrate their minds and sink into a meditative state as much as possible to improve their intelligence and mental strength. The priests recited various prayers in the divine arts, began to practice asceticism, purify their minds, and think of various ways to improve their will. The stealth and ranger believers were also practicing various technical movements, trying to make their bodies more agile and gain agility bonus attributes. While the believers were training hard, Norwin was also paying attention to their status. Norwin noticed an ordinary believer who chose the mage profession. After the divine arts judgment of the god of justice presided over by Reyna, the talent test results showed that this believer had a low affinity with the goddess of magic. If it is based on the standards of the magic hermitage that believes in the goddess of magic, it would be difficult for him to become a level 1 mage with his talent, and the goddess would not grant him the power to use magic. But this believer was very stubborn and said firmly that he just wanted to be a mage. Norwin remembered that after this believer obtained the knowledge of arcane missile, he did stumble when practicing, and it was not smooth. Norwin checked the 6-dimensional attributes of this believer. Level 1, Level 10, Constitution 5, Strength 6, Agility 3, Intelligence 6, Spirit 4, Will 7, no wonder it is so difficult for him to cast spells. In the magic-related knowledge that Norwin obtained, even if the mage apprentice who only learned to communicate with the magic network and could not cast a complete magic, usually has an intelligence attribute of more than 10 points. The attribute does not meet the standard, which means that the magic network energy he can mobilize is very limited, and the most basic, arcane missile, magic will often fail to cast due to unstable energy supply. What concerned Norwin was that, when this believer invested most of his free attribute points into intelligence and raised his intelligence to 20, his spellcasting became smoother. Although he could not compare with those mages with a higher affinity with the goddess of magic in terms of magic power and casting speed, he could also release arcane missiles smoothly. Something is wrong. Norwin's eyebrows were wrinkled into a river. He remembered the situation of the first believer, Pete Chinel. If the talent is very poor and it is difficult to become a mage, Norwin can understand that the goddess of magic is unwilling to consume divine power to bless. After all, this believer relied on the pure divine power given by Norwin to strengthen his body, which made his spellcasting smoother. But with Pete's 66 intelligence points, when he believed in the goddess of magic, even if he could not get the 3-level magic, Arcane Barrage, he could obviously control the 1st-level magic, Arcane Missiles, at that time. Why is the goddess of magic unwilling to grant Pete even the 1st-level attack magic? What standards do other gods use to bestow blessings? If there is a chance, Norwin really wants to find the goddess of magic and ask her face to face what criteria she used to decide the blessing. Unfortunately, the kingdom of God was shrouded in grey fog, and he couldn't leave at all. Relying on the divine power contributed by the believers, Norwin did clear some of the grey fog, and his range of activities has expanded from an open space of about 10 square meters at the beginning to the size of a basketball court. In terms of living conditions, Norwin's situation has improved a lot. With the mechanism of divine power that can create things as he wishes, he can make all kinds of furniture, and Norwin even succeeded in making a drink that tastes like happy water. Although he can survive even without eating or drinking in his current state, he is still very satisfied to taste the familiar taste. However, if he wants to continue to explore outside, he needs to accumulate more divine power. Now one looks at his motivated believers with expectation. If you work hard to train, improve your strength, and expand the sect, I will have more divine power, and you will become stronger. Grow up quickly. While the members of the Seeking Knowledge sect were secretly training and improving their strength in the cave. On the other hand, Evan, the leader of the Blood Fawn gang, was about to go crazy. Regarding the rumor of the so-called devil who attacked the lone Blood Fawn gang, he quickly figured out what was going on by asking door to door. An unknown organization ambushed ordinary members of the Blood Fawn gang in the lower city. And they often specifically targeted them when they committed crimes. Whether it was robbery, extortion, or making trouble, as long as there was similar behavior, it was very likely that a large number of people would emerge and beat the Blood Fawn gang members to death when they met. When Evan first heard the news, he was furious. Who dares to challenge the Blood Fawn gang's position in the lower city? Evan immediately rushed back to the Yukianawa pawnshop under his control, called all his men, and tried to pull these guys out of the lower city. As a result, Evan and his men wandered around the streets and alleys of the lower city like a group of fools for 2 days. Since they can ambush in an organized and premeditated manner, it means that the other party must have a large number of people. If they want to gather so many people, they must have a stable base, right? But, let alone a base, he didn't even see a suspicious figure. What's even more outrageous is that Evan couldn't even find the ordinary members of the Blood Fawn gang who were ambushed and disappeared. The first to disappear were the 5 capable men he sent to the Moni brothers' tavern to cause trouble. However, when Evan led his men to the tavern, he found that the entire tavern was empty, and he couldn't even find a hair. Evan was a little skeptical about life. Where are they hiding? The matter is serious. Evan can't cover it up. He must go to the leader of the Blood Fawn gang, Dudley, to explain it clearly. As for the dozen men left now, to be on the safe side, Evan asked them to stay in his pawn shop and not run around. Since he has learned that someone is ambushing the lone Blood Fawn gang, Evan will not make a low-level mistake. A dozen level 1 men gathered together. Unless the Crusaders of the Glorious God in the upper city come to clear them out, Evan doesn't believe that any organization can confront them hidden. After arranging his men's affairs, Evan hurried to the Blood Roulette Casino. After a few days, when he stepped into the casino again, Evan felt inexplicably depressed. It was as if there was a malicious gaze staring at him in the dark corner. But when Evan looked around, he didn't find anything unusual. The atmosphere in the casino was more lively than before. As the Blood Fawn gang integrated other gangs in the lower city of Greenport, other casinos were basically closed. The guys who were addicted to gambling naturally gathered at the Blood Roulette. A group of gamblers with red eyes and fanatical atmosphere surrounded the table. Big. 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 Open big. Small small small. This must be small. Leopard. Kill. It seemed that only the dice and chips on the table were left in their eyes. When Evan passed through this group of fanatical guys, the restless energy in his body seemed to be stimulated by something and became more fiery. This made Evan's mind a little unclear, and his thinking ability dropped sharply. What was I going to do? Evan shook his head vigorously. Oh, right. I'm going to tell Lord Disley about the organization that dared to provoke the Blood Fawn gang. After trying to walk to the door of the VIP room deep inside and away from the fanatical gamblers, Evan regained some sobriety. He knocked on the door with courage. Come in. Evan shuddered subconsciously when he heard the familiar deep voice. This matter was definitely not a small one. Dozens of people were handed over to Evan, but most of them were lost in a few days. The key is that he still can't find who to retaliate against. Slowly pushing open the heavy door, the layout of the room has not changed much, but there is one more person. Dudley's assistant, Delisle, was standing next to Disley. Inadvertently looking into Delisle's gloomy black eyes, Evan lowered his head nervously. If Disley relied on his strength to have a say in the Blood Fawn gang, then Delisle, who followed Disley to the top, was the most vicious and cunning. Although his own strength is not very good, he has some bad intentions. Many of the Blood Fawn gang's punishment methods, such as immersion in water prison, throwing in the kennel, and the fire copper room, are all suggested by Delisle. If a mistake is made, it is often Delisle who decides how to punish. Even leaders like Evan are a little afraid of him. After all, it would be uncomfortable to take those punishment measures on himself. Seeing Delisle present, Evan's not very smart brain started to work quickly. He had to find an excuse to get himself out of this matter. At least, the main responsibility could not fall on him. Otherwise, Delayer would definitely use all kinds of insidious methods to punish him. Boss, I have accurate information. An organization is ambushing our people, and many of my brothers have been killed by them. I suspect it should be, just as Evan's brain was working fast, sweating profusely trying to find a scapegoat to throw the shit pot away. Dudley, who was sitting in the leader's position, raised his hand with a gloomy face and interrupted him. No need to guess, I already know who did it. I didn't expect that the Crusaders of the glorious God would react so quickly. I expected that the Crusaders would definitely not sit idly by, but I didn't expect them to act so quickly. It's only been a few days, and they have started to act? Evan didn't react at once. Holy Crusaders? Sir, don't the Crusaders only fight against evil gods? Why do they want to deal with our people? Divulin. When Evan finally came to his senses, his expression suddenly changed. A room full of strange patterns, two weirdos who talk in strange ways, and the so-called secret technique that Dudley made him and his men accept. Evil god? Boss, are we being targeted by the evil god? Dudley said coldly, can you speak? What does it mean to be targeted by an evil god? What does it mean? Evan was very nervous. Don't all the churches say that evil gods are dangerous existences, and once they come into contact, they will be contaminated and corrupted into monsters? Laugh. Dudley snorted and said disdainfully, those are all lies made up by the Glow God cult to fool people. Because the Glow cult is afraid of these powerful existences. The evil gods are not as dangerous as the church says. On the contrary, these powerful existences are actually worthy of our reliance. Open your dog eyes and show me a good look. Did you become a monster? Or did I become a monster? Aren't we still fine? The church also said that as long as you believe in the God of Radiance, you can be protected by the Lord. Why haven't I seen the God protecting me? Feel the power inside you, how powerful and wonderful it is. As long as we can please them, endless power can be controlled by us. We will be the pioneers of the Supreme Being, He will give us power, and we will rule the world on His behalf. By then, wealth and power will be at your fingertips. Can the God of Glow do it? As Evan listened to Dudley's inflammatory words, the restless energy in his belly seemed to be burning his thoughts and making it difficult for him to think again. The only thing left in my mind was, take charge of this world. Evan's breathing became heavier. Yes. Lord Dudley is right, this is not evil, this is real power. While he was talking, an ugly tumor silently grew on his neck. The voice changed, but Evan didn't notice anything strange about himself. It's not an evil god, this is, Wooloo, the great, Wooloo, my lord. Seeing that Evan turned into what he expected, Dudley nodded with satisfaction, waved and threw out a black robe, gesturing for Evan to put it on. You don't have to worry about your subordinates' affairs. When we take control of the entire Green Harbor, we will have as many men as we need. My lord plans to give you a task. As long as you complete it well, he will give you more power. He can even give you level 3 strength. Evan's heart suddenly surged. Level 3. This is something he never dared to dream about before. If he could become a level 3 warrior, he would be able to join the upper city and become one of those respectable people. In Greenport, even the Crusaders of the glorious religion are generally only at level 3 strength. Sir, Wooloo, just tell me, you want me to do, Wooloo, what? Dudley said coldly, like the other leaders, I want you to find a way to hold back the Crusaders at all costs and prevent them from finding the bloody roulette now. Whoever completes the best will be blessed by our Lord. When the altar of the sacrificial ceremony is completed, the Crusaders will become the most suitable sacrifice to please my Lord. Wooloo, understand. Evan responded enthusiastically. At the same time, Uptown, the branch of the Glow God cult is located not far east of the City Hall. Crusaders Training Ground. A young girl with long golden hair, wearing a delicate necklace inlaid with sapphires, a white robe embroidered with gold thread patterns, and matching white soft-soled cloth shoes. Even if you just look at it from a distance, you can feel the pure and sacred aura she exudes. The girl's name is Miranda Warren. She is a candidate for the Crusaders of the Cult of Radiance. Every year, the church selects candidates who have a high affinity with the God of Radiance from among its believers, and allows them to receive unified training. Those who perform well in the end can become official members of the Crusaders. Those who perform slightly worse will become candidate Crusaders. The overall strength of the candidate Crusaders is weaker than that of the official team, so they are often assigned to relatively safe towns like the Green Harbor branch, and they also participate in some support, help, and other tasks. Miranda's results were slightly worse in the original training assessment.
He failed to become a formal member of the Crusaders, so he was assigned to Greenport. Her usual job, in addition to praying to the god of glow and maintaining basic training, is to regularly use divine magic to detect the threat of evil gods within Green Harbor. But more than a week ago, when she used divine magic as usual, asking the god of glow to pay attention to explore whether there was any hidden evil in Green Harbor, the statue as a magical ritual item began to glow with a faint red light. According to the effect of divine magic, the statue glowed red, indicating that there were signs of evil gods' activities in the place. At first, Miranda was not too nervous. She just followed the procedures of the Crusaders and reported the news that something related to evil gods might appear in Greenport. Miranda stayed at the Green Harbor branch for several months, during which time she encountered several instances of the statue emitting a faint red light. In fact, this level of weak warning may just be that some items related to the evil god have flowed into Greenport. There is no way to communicate directly with the evil god, and the destructive power will not be too great. As long as the clues are found, they will be destroyed. Miranda thought it would be a similar situation this time. However, when she used magic again the next day, the red light emerging from the statue became brighter. On the third day, the red light became more intense. The warning of the evil god's threat was gradually getting serious. Miranda realized that something was wrong and approached the branch's Holy Legion leader again. But the group leader said very relaxedly, "Little Miranda, don't worry, I have received instructions from Bishop Skate. He said that an important item related to the evil god will be transferred in Greenport during this period, so it is normal for the magic to send a warning. Mr. Leader, this time it doesn't look like the characteristics of an evil god object, because the warning is getting more and more serious, which may mean," Miranda said urgently. "It means you're too sensitive. Before the person arrives, the voice arrives first. This weather is so hot that it's so hot." The pot-bellied Bishop Skate slowly walked into the Crusaders' training ground, took out a white handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his face before continuing. "No evil god can threaten Green Harbor. As long as you wait a few more days, the warning from the divine spell will naturally disappear." "But," Miranda tried to argue. "Nothing, Miss Warren." Bishop Skate interrupted Miranda impatiently. "The overall management of the church is like this. You, the candidate Crusaders, only need to use magic every day and report the results, but I have many things to consider. I know in my mind whether the threat from the evil god is real, so you don't need to worry about it. Thanks to book friend 20211202233513863, a dog actually voted for 2 monthly votes. Thanks to Perfect Stealth and Miracle Demon Hunter for your 1 monthly vote. Thank you for your recommendation votes. Thanks for the support. P.S. The Crusaders are about to join the battlefield." The application for dispatching the Crusaders was rejected by Bishop Skate of the Green Harbor branch. The more Miranda thought about it, the more uneasy she became. The warnings sent back by the divine arts became more and more serious, and had obviously exceeded the normal level of evil god-related items. Miranda tried to report it several times, but she didn't even see Bishop Skate's figure. The deacon of the church told Miranda that Bishop Skate would go to the new luxurious manor of the big businessman Munger in Green Harbor to participate in a social gathering in the next few days. "If there is anything, wait until he comes back." In order to find Bishop Skate, Miranda went to the luxurious manor covering thousands of square meters in the upper city, but was stopped at the entrance by the guards hired by the big businessman Munger. "Madam, Mr. Munger has ordered that no one is allowed to enter without an invitation before the party is over." No matter how Miranda explained, the tall and strong level 3 guards just wouldn't let go. The Crusaders cannot be dispatched without orders. The red light of the divine spell warning was becoming brighter and more dazzling day by day, and Miranda was sitting uneasy in her small prayer room in the church. The prayers to the God of light that she used to calm her mind in the past could not make her feel at ease now. When Miranda was training in the capital of Starash, she knew how terrible the harm of the evil god was. A prosperous medium-sized city-state on the eastern border of the kingdom of Riyak failed to successfully stop the sacrifice ceremony held by the cultists, resulting in the arrival of the terrifying evil god from the void. It was just a tentacle of the evil god's body. When the space tearing appeared above the city-state, it covered the sky and the sun, as if it was the end of the world. Ordinary people would suffer extremely severe mental shock just by looking at the strange eyeballs on the tentacles. Those with poor tolerance would become stupid even if they were lucky enough to survive. In just a few days, the evil god turned the city-state into a dead city with an almost unstoppable posture. Whether it was ordinary people, professionals, or the Crusaders who came to conquer, they were all polluted and transformed into irrational, dark, crawling and twisted monsters. Miranda had seen the last desperate note left by the Crusader priest of that city-state, Nuhuili 781, June 5, the third day. The only divine art that can still be used normally is, detect evil, and the warning red light is so dazzling that it is impossible to look directly at it. It's like some kind of ruthless mockery. We can't even be sure who is responding to this divine art. Other divine arts are already difficult to respond to. There are refugees inside the church who are constantly showing signs of transformation. The effect of the purification divine art is minimal. We have no choice but to use physical means to purify them. My Lord, please forgive our sins. This desperate note is one of the few readable materials found in the dead city. The other parts are basically polluted by the breath of the evil god and are full of crazy and frantic mumbling. Just reading it will cause serious mental shock. Because of the fall of the dead city, the kingdom of Riyak lost a large area of land near the eastern border, and the defense line was forced to shrink back to the outskirts of the dark forest. Miranda couldn't imagine what a purgatory-like scene it would be if Green Harbor failed to nip the evil god's descent ceremony in the bud. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door interrupted Miranda's worried thoughts. Ms. Warren, can I come in? The voice sounded a little strange, but Miranda subconsciously tidied her appearance quickly according to the etiquette of the Crusaders. Of course, please come in. A tall and strong middle-aged man with a resolute face pushed the door and walked into the room. Miranda was a little confused. Her social circle was very small, and she didn't seem to have any impression of this person in her memory. Hello, are you here to pray to the God of Light? Is there anything I can help you with? The man's mouth curled up slightly, and he said slowly and calmly, Ms. Warren, I think you remembered it wrong. I am also a member of the Green Harbor Candidate Crusader Detachment. Maybe you have been under too much pressure these days and forgot about me? Listening to the other party's low voice with a little unique charm, Miranda looked at the man's beautiful golden eyes in confusion. She was in a trance for a moment. She seemed to remember something and hurriedly said apologetically, Sorry, maybe I remembered it wrong. Yes, you are also a candidate crusader. The man gently stroked the air with his right hand. He took out a crystal ball that was emitting a strong red light. His face became serious. Ms. Warren, you should have also discovered that Green Harbor is facing an increasingly serious threat from the evil gods. Finding someone with the same idea, Miranda could no longer suppress her distress and released the pressure accumulated during this period. Yes. The warnings from the divine arts are becoming more serious day by day, but Bishopsgate has never planned to send out the Crusaders. If this continues, I'm worried that there will be big trouble. The man stared at Miranda. What are your plans? Miranda said without hesitation. If Bishopsgate is still stubborn, even if I am alone, I will go to stop the threat of the evil gods. Once they descend on Green Harbor, tens of thousands of lives here will be contaminated into monsters. Your power alone may not be enough. The man shook his head and reminded, You should know that if there are really cultists planning a ceremony, you can't stop it with your level as a tuned-level radiant priest. Although Miranda meets the standard in terms of firm belief, she is limited by her tuned-level strength and failed to become a formal crusader. This time, Miranda hesitated for a long time, and finally seemed to have made up her mind. If I can find the cultists, I will find a way to leave evidence to convince Bishopsgate and the leader. And, since you, sir, have also discovered that Greenport is facing the threat of the evil god, I believe there are other candidate crusaders who are also aware of this. I think I can unite with them and act together. The man's face was calm. Have you thought about it? Even if you may be trapped in the cultists' nest, or even become their sacrifice to the evil god? Although Miranda was afraid, she nodded firmly, raised her right hand, and drew a circular prayer gesture on her chest symbolizing the god of radiance. Fight against evil and maintain order. Walk in the world and spread light. Guard the fire of civilization and raise the banner of glory. My Lord will bless us. The man looked at Miranda deeply inside. Miss Miranda Warren, you have temporarily convinced me. I have changed my mind. I will try to, convince some candidate crusaders to help you. I hope your Lord will bless you as you said. Also, call me Bahamut. Miranda was in a trance again, and then she bowed hurriedly in surprise. Thank you. Mr. Bahamut. Lower City Area, Hidden Crypt. 3 short days have passed, and the state of everyone in the Choji sect has taken on a completely new look. If we say that most of the people before were only half-skilled professionals, they only knew a little bit about combat skills and magic. So now their condition is considered to be a qualified level 1 level that can stand alone. The prediction of skill combinations provided by the practice simulator has led to an absurd variety of various cultivation schools within the sect. The pure warrior profession alone has spawned 5 or 6 factions. There are pure shield warriors who hold up heavy shields with both hands, completely giving up offense, and iron bastards who rely on defense and shield attacks to kill their opponents. There is a sword and shield style with one hand holding a shield and the other holding a sword. During the battle, depending on the rhythm, it is decided whether to defend or attack, using 2 one-handed weapons. The multi-weapon style specializes in fast and unbreakable combat skills. Relying on the number and variety of weapons, it uses super attack speed to force opponents to reveal their flaws and execute them, as well as heavy weapons held in both hands, relying on force to defeat skill. No matter what the opponent's path is, they will wave the weapons and push them directly with tyrannical power. These schools are quite satisfactory, at least within the scope of the warrior profession. But there are some schools that are quite outrageous. For example, a believer who was originally a mage and chose to become a warrior during these 3 days came up with a bold idea. The shortcoming of the warrior is the lack of means to attack the enemy from a distance. The disadvantage of a mage is that he has a fragile constitution and it is difficult to fight in close combat with the enemy. In this case, wouldn't it be great if I combined the two and took the advantages of each? When the enemy was far away from me, I raised my staff and threw magic bombs. He thought he wanted to get close to me, but when he got in front of me, I suddenly took out my sword and started fighting with him in close combat. It just so happened that this believer was still left-hand, and his left hand was even more flexible than his right hand. After testing it more than 10 times with the practice simulator, he finally found a strategy for matching warriors and mages, learned the 3 skills, heroic strike, arcane missile, and mage armor, at the same time. As long as the legendary level is 12, you can meet the required attribute requirements. The left hand holds the staff and the right hand holds the sword. Pretend that you are a mage, chant magic from a distance, and then trick the enemy into getting closer, then put a mage armor on yourself and start killing people. The main one is here to cheat, and here is the sneak attack. Inspired by this believer's whimsical ideas, everyone's sparks of inspiration burst out. There are those who take both the priest and warrior career paths at the same time. When encountering an enemy, first open the holy book of the God of Radiance and give yourself divine word, shield, which can help resist damage. Then he went up with the knife and stabbed people. There are also those who practice both mages and rogues. For combat skills and magic combinations, choose Cloud and Mist technique and Throat Lock. First, artificially create a combat environment that is conducive to oneself, and then enter the stealth state to ensure the success rate of sneak attacks and chokeholds. New combinations were discovered one after another and thus were born. More importantly, although these combinations are strange, under certain conditions, their actual combat effects may be truly miraculous. When Nuwan in the Kingdom of God saw this scene, he almost couldn't stand it. These guys have Gandalf reincarnated per person, right? At the beginning, Novan was a little stuck in his thinking. Among the traditional professions in this world, except for warriors, no matter which route they take, their abilities come from the corresponding gods. For example, if a mage believes in the goddess of magic and gets the magic given by the goddess, then he will no longer be able to get the magic given by the god of radiance. Even if he believed in the god of radiance, he would at most only be blessed with corresponding physical strength. As for being a warrior concurrently? Although the path of the warrior profession does not rely on divine power to strengthen the body, the price is that every warrior must rely on hard training day after day and use clumsy methods to gradually increase physical strength. Most professionals spend their daily time trying to communicate with the gods, praying to the gods, and maintaining the corresponding blessing effects. There is not much energy left to maintain training, control anger, and become a warrior. However, in the knowledge-seeking sect, traditional restrictions are broken. Can't trust both gods? There are no restrictions on combat skills, magic and divine spells exchanged for knowledge points. Not enough energy? The attributes obtained by upgrading legendary experience can be freely allocated to the desired physical strength. As long as you work hard enough and gain enough legendary experience and knowledge points, you can choose the path you want to follow. This is how various schools of concurrent training were born. With everyone's current strength, let alone those level 1 Blood Fawn gangsters, I don't think that level 2 Evan can be our opponent. It's time to officially start cleaning up the evil of the Blood Fawn gang. After witnessing the improvement of everyone, Pate, who was standing on the altar of the evil god in the cave, made an important speech. While speaking, Peter silently reminded himself. It's just because the conditions here are right. We have nothing to do with the evil god, absolutely nothing. In the past few days, while the believers were learning related combat skills, magic and divine arts, they also naturally competed with each other to test the specific effects.
As a result, many places were affected by the battle. Currently, only the area near the altar of the evil god is still in relatively good condition. As a result, resting and communicating are usually done next to the altar. Before leaving, the believers unanimously agreed that they should continue to take advantage of the knowledge-seeking sect and prepare a complete battle plan before taking action, just like they did before when they united to attack the lone Bloodfang gang. I have a suggestion. Before launching a general attack on the Bloody Roulette Casino where Leader Disley is located, to be on the safe side, it is best to remove the other 3 strongholds of the Bloody Fang gang first. You have money to spend at the pawn shop, the Roseberry-style shop, and the Blood Red mercenaries. The 3 places are all owned by the Blood Fang gang, and are controlled by 3 leaders respectively. They are notorious in the lower town of Greenport. Pawnbrokers are responsible for issuing usurious loans and collecting protection fees. There are many women who were kidnapped in the Style Museum and forced to provide services there. The Blood Red mercenaries are a group of professional thugs hired by the Blood Fang gang at a high cost. If other industries encounter problems, they will be asked to take action. These things are not secrets, and many believers in the Seeking Knowledge sect know about them. In the past, they did not have the strength to fight against the Bloodfang gang and could only accept the situation, so knowing this information was of no use. It's different now. The moment of resistance is coming. If we don't solve these 3 strongholds and directly attack the Bloody Roulette, the leaders outside will definitely bring people to support them after receiving the news. Then we will be attacked from both sides. First cut off the wings of the Bloodfang gang, leaving Desley alone and helpless. Peter said, and then check the evil god's threat reminder in the Nuven Oracle. The evil god threat outbreak progress in Green Harbor Lower City, 65%, in 3 days, the progress increased by nearly 20%. Peter did some mental math. With the current progress, we still have about 5 days left. As long as we move fast enough, we can defeat them all in time. Strategy plans for these 3 strongholds. I have a great plan. Thank you RZ, Byway for voting for 2 monthly votes. Thank bookfriend 2024022919472535 for voting for 1 monthly vote. Thank you all for your recommendation votes. Crab support. Think about it, what is the Bloodfang gang most afraid of now? Pete asked meaningfully. Under the evil god altar, Reyna was the first to react. The Crusaders. That's right. Pete agreed. Imagine if a team of Crusaders suddenly appeared at your doorstep one day. Your first reaction would definitely be to shudder a few times. The duty of the Crusaders is to fight against the evil gods. If they are not deployed, it's fine. Once the Crusaders are deployed, it means that the incident has become serious to a certain extent and needs to be handled with thunderous means. In the current situation, we can't count on the Glow God cult in Green Harbor. Pete is very sure of this. The bright progress bar of evil god threat outbreak is there. The situation is getting more and more dangerous, but the Glow God cult in the upper city is like nothing happened. The official deployment of the Crusaders is not a small scene. It is often led by the Glow God cult, and the local branches of multiple professionals such as the Magic Hermitage, the Warrior Guild, and the Hunting Temple are organized to organize a comprehensive team to carry out operations. In order to maintain the living needs of the believers of the Seeking Knowledge sect in the cave, Pete would take some people out to purchase some food and water these days. During this period, he also inquired about the news of the upper city. As a result, the upper city was still playing music and dancing. The biggest news was that the big businessman Munger arrived at Greenport a few days ago on his privately customized super deluxe version of the Goblin airship and was organizing a social gathering at the newly built Ming's Manor. If the old Pete knew that Greenport was facing the threat of the evil god and the Crusaders were still silent, he would have packed his luggage and bought a boat ticket overnight and ran away. Now with Norwin's guidance, since the god of Seeking Knowledge will launch an activity of cleaning up the Bloodfang gang, it means that they can solve the problem with the power they have. The change of mentality is very important. The existence of the god of Seeking Knowledge is like a reassuring pill with significant effect for the believers. The Crusaders in Greenport are unreliable, but it does not mean that the name of the Crusaders is not useful. Pete snapped his fingers and said confidently. The 3 outposts of the Bloodfang gang share the common characteristics of being loose outside and tight inside, with tight defenses, and the entrances and exits are all structures that are easy to defend and difficult to attack. If we force our way in, these evil gods' lackeys will have the advantage of terrain, which will be disadvantageous to us. But we can use the name of the Crusaders to weaken their advantage. As roommates for 3 years, Gale and Pete are very familiar with each other, and he has understood Pete's intention after hearing this. I understand what you mean. Anyway, no one in the lower city knows what the real Crusaders look like. Pete agreed, that's right, we just need to swagger over and scare them, saying that the glowing god cult suspects that there may be items contaminated with the evil gods here, and we need to go in and search. As long as we can enter their strongholds and use our numerical advantage, it will be easy. Even if the guys from the Blood Fawn gang defected to the evil gods, as long as they are still within the strength range of level 1, they can't be our opponents. Pete has a deep understanding of the current showing off their magical powers and dancing in groups of the followers of the Seeking Knowledge cult. The combat skills, magic and divine arts mastered through learning knowledge and practicing. Not only is it very proficient in proficiency. More importantly, its construction method may be very weird. Seeing that the opponent is holding a wooden staff and wearing cloth clothes, I thought he was a fragile wizard. Maybe it is actually a staff with solid iron inside and a layer of wood outside. After the fight, he didn't even act, and started to swing the staff when he was angry. Anyone who encounters such an opponent will be confused. There are countless such weird schools, which are almost becoming the characteristics of the knowledge-seeking sect. Of course, if we want to implement this plan, there is a problem that needs to be solved. We have to make a batch of Crusader outfits for disguise. Pete spread his hands and said, does anyone have any ideas? It's true that Pete has thought of the plan, but when it comes to the specific disguise, he really doesn't know where to get it. Brandon said, if it's just a disguise, I can find friends in the workshop and ask them to work overtime overnight to make a batch of lances and armor for the Crusaders. Of course, they are definitely not real things. I guess they are just some props with a layer of color on the outside. Is this okay? Pat was delighted, of course. Anyway, it just needs a temporary disguise to fool the Bloodfawn gang members who are guarding the door. Brandon took the task readily. Okay, leave it to us. There are many friends in the workshop who are also members of the Seeking Knowledge sect. I will ask them for help. Maybe they can help to bring in some extras to make the image of the Crusaders more realistic. Under Norwin's deliberate control, the unreliable things of the glorious god cult have not yet spread to the ordinary believers of the Seeking Knowledge cult. After all, in the hearts of most ordinary people, the Crusaders will support them if the sky falls. The glorious god cult can't just sit back and watch the evil god come and take everyone away. Therefore, ordinary believers were not aware that the Bloodfawn gang was related to the evil god. The progress bar showing the outbreak of the evil god threat was only shown to believers with strength above level 1. After discovering that believers could provide themselves with a large amount of divine power by eliminating members of the Bloodfawn gang, Norman had an idea. Unless it is absolutely necessary, Norman hopes to rely on the power of his believers to solve the threat of the evil god this time. After all, this is not a world-destroying, catastrophic event that requires legendary heroes above level 6 to deal with. Strictly speaking, the Bloodfawn gang is just a group of insignificant gangs that suddenly gained power with the blessing of the evil god, and thus expanded out of control. They are not professional evil god believers. As long as the Bloodfawn gang is cleaned up and the soil for sacrifice is lost, the threat of the evil god will be broken. If the matter is reported to the Crusaders and the Crusaders of the glorious God Church are really dispatched, there is no doubt that they can wipe out the Bloodfawn gang in a minute, shaking the eggs to scatter the yolk, and splitting the earthworms vertically, leaving no one alive. But in that case, Norwin will not get any benefits. If he wants to develop the number of believers, explore the space of the kingdom of God, and even improve the strength of believers, Norwin lacks a lot of divine power. As long as they are properly guided, with the strength of the believers, it will not be a problem to solve the Bloodfawn gang. Norwin can also plunder enough divine power. Therefore, the inaction of the glowing god cult is suitable for Norwin to take advantage of the opportunity. Of course, Norwin also reserved the last guarantee to overturn the table. If there is a big problem and the situation is about to get out of control, Norwin will directly broadcast the news that the evil god threat is about to break out to all the believers of the God of Knowledge. At that time, the lower city of Greenport will inevitably be in chaos, forcing the glowing god cult to dispatch the Holy Army. However, the current performance of the believers still satisfies Norwin. According to the current progress, Norwin will eat the fat meat of the Bloodfawn gang. After discussing the battle plan of disguising the Crusaders, Brandon hurriedly left the secret cave with a few companions who were more familiar with him. At this moment, the sun was already setting in the west, emitting orange-red afterglow, and it was about to fall at dusk. In order to cooperate with Pete's plan, he needed to complete the counterfeiting of the Crusaders' outfits overnight. Brandon had to arrive before the end of the workday, find his co-workers and friends in the Rolling Bolts workshop, and ask them to help him build it together.
I still have a salary from the workshop that belongs to me, and I can ask for it at that time. Before arriving at the workshop, Brandon thought, with this money, I can go and see if I can find some handy weapons. If I can't afford a two-handed sword made of fine steel, a wooden sword with a similar shape can also be used. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste to learn two-handed sword mastery basics? The combat skills have been mastered, and now what is stuck for Brandon and many other believers are weapons and equipment. For example, Brandon likes the feeling of power when swinging a two-handed sword, but he can't even afford a second-hand fine steel sword sold on the black market. He is now using a short sword looted from a Bloodfawn gang thug. The situation of other believers is similar. Those who choose the shield warrior route have no shields, so they have no choice but to use the lid of the cooking pot at home to make up the number. Norwin can provide all kinds of knowledge and information, and can also improve the physical strength of believers, but there is no good way to equip them. Most believers now use what they have. When they act collectively, they are like a ragtag army with a variety of weapons. After Norwin launched a limited-time event to clean up the Bloodfawn gang, Brandon, who successfully mastered the use of anger, decisively quit his job. When the Goblin Workshop owner named Gungun heard that Brandon had quit, he said with a very mean face, because he didn't work for the whole month, half of his salary would be deducted, and he would have to wait until the workshop's fixed monthly payday to pay his salary. Brandon was too lazy to argue with the Green Dwarf, so he nodded in agreement. In the next few days, he was busy beating the lone Bloodfawn gang in the lower city and learning combat skills. He had no time to collect his wages in person, so he could only entrust a co-worker to collect them on his behalf. He finally found some time, so he just happened to settle this matter. Thinking of this, Brandon quickened his pace. Turning the corner, the door of the Rolling Bolt workshop, the ogre supervisor Doom who was guarding it, appeared in sight one after another, as well as several co-workers Brandon knew. From a distance, Brandon heard the two sides arguing at the entrance of the workshop. What happened? Brandon had an ominous premonition. The angry roar of the workers came. Let the boss come and explain the matter clearly. What do you mean by having this month's salary? Don't give us an explanation for this. We won't work anymore. Then came the slow and poor common language of the ogre supervisor Dumb. This month's workshop performance is not good, the boss says, because you are lazy. If you don't obey next month, the salary will also be halved, so get to work. Brandon got angry when he heard it. He walked over with big strides and pushed away the workers around him. Someone recognized him immediately. Brandon. Brandon is back. What have you been doing these days? You haven't really become a professional, have you? Brandon turned his head and smiled at his fellow workers next to him. Friends, let me handle this matter. The workers who were more familiar with him asked with some concern, is it okay? Dumb is not easy to mess with. Brandon made a reassuring gesture. Standing in front of the ogre Doom, he asked in a deep voice, the workshop agreed to piecework and pay, and everyone worked hard. The products can't be sold, isn't it because of that old goblin scammer, Gungun, who used inferior materials to grind the bolts? His products can't be sold, why blame us? Ogre Doom stared at Brandon blankly, and it took him a long time to react. You are. Brandon. I remember you, the boss said, you resigned early and delayed the overall progress of the workshop, so you have to pay the boss a fine of 20 silver coins. Brandon almost laughed out of anger. Me? Not only do I not get my salary, but I have to pay him a fine? Ogre Doom nodded very seriously. Yes, are you here to pay the boss? The situation is already very obvious. Obviously, the boss of the Gungun Bolt Workshop, the goblin named Gungun, has inherited the good tradition of the Green Dwarfs, throwing a tantrum and confusing right and wrong. If you can deny it, you must deny it. If you can't deny it, you must find a way to deny it. If it was the previous Brandon, they might have just accepted this loss. After all, the ogre overseer is not easy to mess with. Not to mention ordinary people, even ordinary once-level professionals dare not easily provoke ogres. This race can be called ogre because when they are hungry, they will really treat humans as food. But now, Brandon silently took out the trophy dagger he had seized from his arms. The several professional believers of the Seeking Knowledge sect who came with him also prepared tacitly. After 3 days of training in the secret cave, their overall strength has been upgraded. Not only have they mastered more skills, but also how to form better cooperation. The warrior believer who held the pot lid stolen from home as a shield stood in the front and spit at the ogre Dumu fiercely. You stupid monster! Dum's head was immediately filled with blood and red. No! Not! Say! Dumu! Stupid!
Dumb. Smart. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the believer holding the pot lid with a collision. Combat skill, shield slam. Although it was just an ordinary wooden pot lid, under the effect of the anger bonus, this collision still had a significant effect. Doomu was knocked back a small step. The ogre's brain was not very smart, and the raging anger led him to subconsciously counterattack the opponent. The fist as big as a casserole hit the provocateur, who was much shorter than him. Seeing this, a fellow priest believer in the back immediately opened the Radiant God's tome in his hand, the kind that is distributed for free during church sermons, and chanted loudly, "Brilliant radiance, tough shield, attached." With the blessing of divine word, shield, most of Doom's counterattack force was offset by the divine spell, and the warrior companion standing in the front just shook slightly. Seeing that his companions cooperated tacitly, they had successfully attracted the hatred of the ogre Doom. Brandon then picked up the dagger, stepped forward, and joined the battle. "Tell that profiteer to hand over the money he owes everyone. Take my heroic strike. Bastard." Thanks to I Am a Crow for casting 2 monthly tickets, thanks to the Flying Panda, and the little girl who buys milk tea for casting 1 monthly ticket, and thanks to everyone for the recommendation votes, encouragement and support. Thank you very much. Doom's body has the dark brown thick hard skin common to ogres, and it also exudes a natural disgusting body odor. It is difficult for ordinary weapons to cause obvious damage. When Brandon chopped it with the inferior dagger in his hand, he barely made a cut. Fortunately, with the anger bonus power of heroic strike, this attack still produced enough effect. Doom cried out in pain and tried to retaliate against the little guy who dared to hurt him. After all, although Brandon is more than 1.9 meters tall, in the eyes of a guy like the ogre Doom who is nearly 3 meters tall, he is indeed a little guy. Brandon did not give Doom the opportunity to hurt himself. After hitting him with 1 blow, he retreated decisively and gave up the position he occupied during the attack. The next moment, the warrior believer holding the pot cover shield was stuck in position and faced Doom's heavy punch. Hedon. Bang! If it fell on an ordinary person, this punch would directly hit the person's head. But this time, the one who resisted the attack was a warrior believer who majored in shields and allocated his free attributes to physique, strength, and will as much as possible. His level of resistance to attacks is much higher than that of the same level 1 professional. Relying on the damage reduction provided by Shield Mastery Basics, he exerted his whole body strength and steadily took on Doom's attack. The priest believers behind him flipped the scriptures. "Lord, please bless me and heal the pain." Secondary healing took effect, and the damage he suffered was quickly healed. When Doom's attack ended and he didn't have time to adjust his center of gravity, Brandon took advantage of the situation and found an opportunity from another angle, and chopped down 2 more swords. The more the ogre Doom fought, the more frustrated he felt. He had already discovered that it was the little thing called Brandon who was constantly causing damage to him, but every time he tried to knock him down with 1 punch, the guy holding the pot lid would always get stuck in his way. When the attack hit the pot lid, his brute force was not effective, and he would be hurt by the recoil. And at this time, Brandon would most likely find an opportunity to chop him twice. The angry Doom couldn't understand why this happened. His attacks never worked, and the increasing injuries on his body, although not fatal, hurt. After several rounds of fighting, Doom finally couldn't help but wail. He held his head with both hands and squatted on the ground. "Woo! Stop it! Stop it!" He was hired by the goblin boss as a bodyguard, not to sell his life. Doom really felt the danger. These little guys were obviously no match for him in an unknown fight, but when they worked together, Doom couldn't find any flaws. Seeing that he couldn't win, the ogre's fearful nature when in danger made Doom surrender on the spot. "Doom! Doom! I give up." Suddenly, the workers around him cheered loudly. "We won! Brandon! Awesome! You can actually beat Doom! Fuck! So professionals are so powerful? This is an ogre." The ogre supervisor Doom used to bully ordinary people working in the Rolling Bolt workshop. Relying on his large size and strong force, he would order this and that at any time, and buy him food without paying. Everyone was holding back a lot of resentment, and seeing Doom being beaten and begging for mercy, they finally let out their anger. Feeling the respectful eyes and flattering words of his former co-workers, Brandon felt comfortable all over, which was more refreshing than drinking a large glass of iced drink in this midsummer. The fatigue brought by using heroic strike many times just now seemed to disappear. Why did he want to become a professional? It was because the powerful power of professionals allowed him to use his own power to solve the things he didn't like, and to make his own deeds and reputation. Didn't the legendary heroes sung by the bards in the tavern also start by solving various incidents and gradually leaving their own legends?
In the previous fight against the Blood Fawn gang, he and other believers relied on ambushes and gang beatings, which was ultimately an unfair victory. This time, it was a real heathen victory. This battle might be the starting point of his Brandon legend. Brandon has made plans, and he will prepare a small notebook later. On a certain day of a certain month in the New Huili calendar, Brandon defeated an adult ogre heathen in the lower city of Green Harbor. Please no.
He has even thought of the name of the notebook.
It's called The Legend of Brandon Robert. In the future, when he becomes a famous hero on the continent, the bards will just brag about what is written in this notebook.
Ahem, I just played at my normal level, Brandon said indifferently. It's just a small ogre, it can be easily solved.
He said it very modestly, but he couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. He slapped the shivering ogre supervisor on the ground twice. Go in and call out that old profiteer, and make him pay the wages he owes everyone. Doom responded aggrievedly, and when he stood up, the wound on his body caused by Brandon's beating was pulled, and his dirty head shook.
Dang!
A slightly delicate silver ring-shaped object fell out from Doom's greasy and tangled hair. The object fell to the ground with a crisp sound.
Brandon bent down and picked it up.
The silver object was in the shape of a headband, made of silver metal, with beautiful patterns engraved on the surface. It felt cool in the hand, very light, and almost weightless. In the middle of the headband, corresponding to the forehead, there was an emerald leaf-shaped gem inlaid. On the inside of the headband, Brandon noticed the words BF engraved. What is this? Judging from the fine workmanship, this thing is obviously not something that can be made by an ogre.
With Brandon's knowledge, he couldn't recognize it. But it doesn't matter.
Now he has the God of knowledge. If he doesn't understand something, he can pray for help from Norwin.
Great Lord of Enlightenment, please witness and reveal the secret. The oracle came down immediately. Believers' demands detected, suggested strategy, immediate identification, requirement, 4 knowledge points. 4 knowledge points are less than the cost of using a level 1 practice simulator. Brandon can still afford this cost.
Identification result, Wisdom Circlet, a lightweight circlet made by a dwarf forger by mixing a small amount of mithril into light steel. After being blessed by the gods, this circlet has the effect of slightly improving the wearer's intelligence.
Intelligence plus 6, wearing requirements, none.
Thanks to Zishur Minua Zaochuangxian for his 100 starting coins.
Crab boss. I wish the boss to become rich every day and never die. P.S. Wisdom Circlet is a magical modification of Baldur's Gate 3.
Any similarities are not coincidental.
Brandon seemed to know why Doom always stressed that he was an ogre-wise man.
With the walnut-sized brain of an ogre, it would take a long time to respond to a random question.
Although among the 6-dimensional attributes given by Norwin, intelligence affects the smoothness of communication with the magic network and the agility of thinking, and does not directly affect IQ.
But with the 6 points of intelligence provided by this headband, at least the reaction speed can be faster.
Compared with Doom's ogre kin, he can probably be considered a wise man.
When Doom staggered into the Rolling Bolt workshop, he didn't realize that the wisdom headband had fallen off his body. I think Doom may not have noticed that he had such a thing on him at all. Another worker who was also a Norwin believer guessed, after all, his dirty hair has not been washed for at least 3 years.
Be bold, maybe he hasn't washed it since he was born.
Brandon modified the worker's statement.
Everyone burst into laughter.
Inside the Rolling Bolt workshop, there is a room with a half-worn wooden sign that reads Boss's Restricted Area, no entry for strangers. Listening to the noises of noise, screams, and laughter outside the workshop, the goblin rolling squatting on the elevated boss chair became more and more irritated, and accidentally broke 2 of the feather pens in his hand. The goblin rolling has the appearance characteristics of a traditional goblin. He is short and thin, with only a few sparse hairs on the top of his head, long and pointed ears, round eyes flashing with cunning light, and wearing a dirty short formal suit. He is worried about the serious capital chain pressure caused by the workshop's recent poor product sales. The door was pushed open by Doom from the outside. He forgot to lower his head when he walked in, and ended up hitting the doorframe heavily.
Bang! There was a loud noise. The goblin rolling was so scared that he almost slipped under the table.
After seeing who was coming, he slammed the table in anger.
Can you walk more carefully? You are a big fool with only brute force in your head. Do you know how much this gate is worth? If you break it, can you afford to pay for it?
Regardless of the matter, he first pointed at Doom angrily and cursed him for a long time without repeating the dirty words.
After taking a breath, The Goblin Gongang asked the business, "What's going on outside? Didn't I tell you to quickly arrange those guys and let them continue to work? Time is money. If they don't start working, delaying time is losing my money. Why are there still people making trouble at the door of the workshop now?" The ogre Doom scratched his head blankly, thinking for a long time before slowly uttering a few words. "Boss, there are a lot of humans outside. Doom can't beat them." The Goblin Gongang was stunned. "What did you say? You can't beat them?" This ogre was specially hired by him to go to the Dusk Wasteland to catch it, and promised that as long as the other party worked hard, he would be able to eat meat and be full. He also spent a lot of money to buy a wisdom headband made by a dwarf forger, just to make the ogre's IQ a little higher, so that he would not eat workers as snacks at any time. Apart from other things, it is definitely more than enough to deal with these ordinary people working hard in the lower city, and ordinary once-level professionals dare not conflict with Doom. As a result, today he actually met a tough guy that even Doom could not beat? How many people are there outside? Goblin Rolling confirmed. Doom counted on his fingers for a long time, then sat down and started counting his toes again. After a while he slowly stretched out a thick and dirty finger. Goblin Rolling, just one person, you have to count for so long? And use your hands and feet? Doom, no. No, boss, there are one pile of people, Doom can't count them. The math level of a normal ogre is only 1, 2, and one pile. The Goblin Gungan's face darkened, and he almost fainted from Doom's anger. "Boss, they said, let you go out and settle the wages, otherwise, they won't work anymore." Doom said slowly. "Hey! They rebelled. They don't come to work, and they still have time to find reinforcements, right?" Gungan was immediately furious, and jumped from the boss's chair to the ground with two bangs. "Come, take me out." Doom reacted for 2 seconds, said "Oh," stretched out his hand, picked up the back of the Goblin Gungan's neck and put it on his shoulder, and then turned around and walked out. Before Gungan could sit still, he looked forward and his eyes widened. Had. You big fool. Lower your head. My door frame. Bang. Another loud noise. Ouch. This time there were two people covering their heads. Gungan sat on the shoulder of the ogre Doom, and was so busy reminding him that he forgot about his height change and bumped into the door frame, with a big bump on his head. He stumbled all the way to the door of the workshop and saw Brandon and others. Brandon spoke first. "Old swindler. Pay the wages you owe to everyone." Gungan's ugly big eyes were as big as copper bells. Not only did he not admit his weakness, but he said angrily, "I remember you. You are the Brandon who resigned a few days ago. You dare to come back to ask for wages? I haven't asked you for money yet. The loss of work due to missed work, the medical expenses for Doom's beating and treatment, and I must compensate for the mental damages I suffered from the shock. Let me tell you, I have a good relationship with Mr. Evan of the Bloodfawn Gang. I was playing cards with him at the Blood Roulette a few days ago. Where are the people you brought? Do you think you are great just because you can beat this big fool? What's the use of being able to fight in the lower city of Green Harbor? Do they dare to mess with the Bloodfawn Gang? Either pay the money. Or believe it or not, I will call Mr. Evan of the Bloodfawn Gang over now." When Brandon's co-workers heard the name of the Bloodfawn Gang, they remembered the various domineering behaviors of this evil gang in the lower city, and subconsciously became a little scared. The people of the Bloodfawn Gang are all brave and fierce, much more powerful than the ogre overseer Doom. "Brandon, how about, let's just forget it. Doom has been beaten up anyway, so we can vent our anger." The workers nearby carefully reminded Brandon in a low voice. Brandon's reaction was exactly the opposite of his workers. He was not afraid but happy. They were still thinking about disguising themselves as crusaders and breaking through the defenses of several outposts outside the Bloodfawn Gang. What is this? The enemy voluntarily gave up the defensive advantage of the outpost, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack, and delivered it to them? Is there such a good thing? Brandon almost used up his lifelong acting talent, trying to act like he was guilty but tough. Blood. What about the Bloodfawn Gang? Even if that Evan comes today, I still have to take the wages. Why don't you call the Bloodfawn Gang over? Thanks to Book Friends 151226194334513 and Old Days Carnival for voting for 2 monthly tickets, and to Fat Businessman Lao Zhang for voting for 1 monthly ticket. Thank you all for your recommendation votes. This is the week with the most recommendation votes. Thank you for your support. Brandon's guilty look gave the Goblin Gungan the confidence to fight. Just wait, don't run. Whoever runs is a bastard born by the Goblin. After saying that, he slapped the ogre Dumb who was carrying him twice. Go, get the Karen brand emergency 1-button lever rescue rocket I bought. Oh, yes. And, put me down first. The ogre Dumb's brain was not enough to react to too many instructions. After finally figuring out the first sentence, he subconsciously ran to the workshop's storage room. Lower your head. Bang! Another loud noise. A big bump also bulged on the other side of Gungun's head. From a distance, it looked like a big green Mickey Mouse. Hey you stupid pig with only barbecue in your mind. Why did I spend so much money to hire you, a big fool? The painful shouts of the goblin Gungun echoed in the air. The worker friend next to him also noticed Brandon's guilty look. Seeing that the goblin was not there for the time being, he hurriedly confirmed, Brandon, are you really okay? The Blood Fawn gang has been quite arrogant in the lower city recently. I heard that other gangs have been dealt with one by their blood-red mercenaries. Moreover, they have been running around the streets like crazy these 2 days, and I don't know what they are looking for. Otherwise, while that old profiteer can't see us, let's go quickly. Brandon couldn't control the corners of his mouth that were raised, and said with a smile, don't worry. Blood Fawn gang, even if they don't come to trouble us, we have to clean up this organization that has been controlled by evil. This is the will of the great god of knowledge. You should all know about the activity of cleaning up the Blood Fawn gang. The phenomenon of human-to-human transmission in the workshop started with Brandon, but not all workers are as determined as Brandon to become professionals. Most people regard the knowledge points as a blessing effect of God after believing in the Noun text, and do not intend to take this path to become professionals. The limited event of cleaning up the Blood Fawn gang was set by Norman to be open to those with level 1 strength. So these ordinary workers didn't know much about the specific situation. Brandon explained, the evil hidden in the lower city has been discovered by the great god. He sent us an oracle to guide us to carry out his will and destroy the Blood Fawn gang. I'm not afraid to tell you that the Blood Fawn gang has been looking for us all over the street these days. Because we killed a large number of their ordinary members and made them angry. Since the god of knowledge has given us powerful power, it is our unshirkable mission to destroy the Blood Fawn gang. The Karen emergency 1-button pull rod rescue rocket moved out of the workshop warehouse has the usual characteristics of goblin engineering in appearance. The structure is rough, and various parts are combined together in a not so beautiful way. It looks crooked and painted with a layer of gray-green. A large arrow points to the conspicuous pull rod device on the operating table, and 4 large characters are written on it in red paint, Emergency Rescue. When Doom put this large device on the ground, there was a bang, and the rockets inserted on it shook violently a few times, and the whole machine revealed a serious unreliable atmosphere. Doom, go pull that lever. The goblin was hiding far away in the workshop, instructing Doom to start the machine. Even Brandon and his co-workers subconsciously stepped a few steps away from the machine. Goblin engineering, especially the various things invented and produced by Karen Lever, are easy to use, but there is no guarantee of safety. No one knows whether the machine will work normally the next time the lever is pulled, or whether something is wrong and it will explode directly. Stupid Doom didn't know this, and he just pulled the lever on the machine hard. Hiss hiss hiss. Bang! Accompanied by the billowing black smoke from the bottom of the machine, the rocket suddenly started without warning and rushed into the sky in a curved arc. Bang! There was an explosion in the air, and as the rocket disintegrated, accompanied by a shrill and piercing scream, a large piece of red smoke spread in the sky. This is what I agreed with Evan from the Blood Fawn gang. As long as he sees this signal, he will bring people here. The goblin Gungun shouted arrogantly. Sure enough, a few minutes later, hurried footsteps were heard at the corner of the street. Evan led his remaining dozen men to rush over. Evan, who was wearing a black robe, was in a very irritable mood. Bad luck. After returning from the blood roulette, he felt that he could no longer control his anger. The inexplicable disappearance of his men made his temper worse and worse. In the past 2 days, neither the unknown organization nor the Crusaders could find any trace, which made Evan very angry. He smashed a lot of things in the pawnshop. When he received the help signal from the goblin Gungun, Evan wanted to pretend that he didn't see it. Evan was not that close to the other party, but Gungun was sensible and paid the protection fee on time. He also promised that if Evan could help him solve the problem, Gungun would be willing to pay an extra sum of money as a hard work fee to the Blood Fawn gang. For the sake of the jingling gold coins, and because he had been feeling depressed for the past 2 days, Evan brought his men here to vent his anger. Tell me, Wooloo, who are you going to deal with? Evan kicked away the ogre supervisor Doom who was blocking him, and asked impatiently. Gungdun screamed and pointed at Brandon and his men. "It's these guys. Mr. Evan, teach them a lesson and make them suffer. Oh, by the way, don't kill them, they still have to work for me." Hearing this, Evan took off the hand axe hanging from his waist with a grim smile, and his joints creaked. "Wooloo wooloo, I'm sorry, it's okay to teach them a lesson. Wooloo, but I'm just very annoyed recently. But can you leave the whole body? I can't guarantee that, Wooloo." Somehow, the moment he saw Brandon and the others, the restless energy in Evan's body seemed to be stimulated by something, and his anger was completely out of control, making Evan only want to chop these annoying guys in front of him in half. However, what Evan didn't know was, when he led his men to appear in front of Brandon and the others, the two special skills of status display and guilt sense have exposed all their relevant information to the believers participating in this event. The oracle then descended. A large number of Blood Fawn gang members have been detected gathering. The Blood Fawn gang's level 2 leader member has been located. Evan. The Death Star is hanging high above his head. Evan wielded a sharp hand axe and didn't take Brandon seriously at all. One look at the other party's attire showed that he was the most common type of ordinary person who came to work in the lower city. He didn't even have a decent weapon. What do these guys look like? Holding a pot lid and a short sword that is almost curling, can it also be used as a shield weapon? Evan just wanted to laugh. The real shield required by the Warriors Guild, even if used by level 1 warriors, must at least be made of hardwood. With this temporary pot lid, Evan was sure to split him and his shield in half with an axe. The axe he used cost a full 2 gold coins and 17 silver coins, and he bought it from a goblin merchant at the trade market in Greenport. The hand axe is forged by a dwarven blacksmith from fine iron and mixed with cold crystal, giving it extra sharpness. As long as you are strong enough, you can kill an individual with ease. After receiving the infusion of the evil god's power, Evan already has a strength comparable to that of a second-level warrior. Not only has the power he can use greatly increased, but the power of several combat skills he originally mastered has also been greatly improved. His legs exerted force, like a rampaging orc, rushing towards Brandon at a suddenly accelerated speed. Suffer death. Warrior level 1 combat skill, charge. Temporarily increase the speed, lock the target and rush towards it, and cause additional damage that increases with the impact. With the blessing of the evil god, when Evan launches a charge, he will emit an intoxicating and crazy aura, which can suppress the target to a certain extent and make it more difficult for him to dodge. At the critical moment, the believers holding shields decisively stood in front of Brandon. The bottom plate is stable. Grit your teeth and withstand the attack. Crack! The hand axe struck hard on the pot lid. The wooden pot lid that had not even cracked when it resisted Ogre Doom's fist had an obvious mark on it this time. The believer was affected by the impact of the attack, his breath was disordered, he groaned, and his face turned red. Evan's level 2 strength attack is not the kind of chaotic tortoise punch, but a real combat skill attack with anger. Just one initial attack almost shattered the defense. The priests and believers in the rear hurriedly flipped through the scriptures, and in a short period of time, 3 secondary healers came out. Even so, it could only help the companion who resisted the attack to alleviate some injuries, but could not fully heal him. Brandon, who had never directly confronted a second-level enemy, was startled. What a powerful force! After his strength was greatly improved, he thought that with the combined efforts of several teammates, he should be able to confront bosses like Evan Heaton. After actually getting started, I discovered, with the 3-person combination of him, another warrior, and a priest, I'm afraid they won't be Evan's opponent. The opponent's attack power is too high, and the companion who is in front to bear the attack cannot withstand it. It would be difficult for them to resist Evan alone, let alone the dozen or so ordinary members of the Blood Fawn gang around him. As everyone knows, Evan was also shocked at this time. He didn't get split in half by me? Evan's habit is to strike first. Before accepting the power given by the evil god, as a level 1 warrior, he could arouse enough anger from his body to unleash combat skills 5 times a day. Whenever there is a fight, he likes to directly arouse his anger and use charge. Consume an opportunity to use combat skills, chop off one of the opponent's members first, and overwhelm the opponent with momentum. As a result, the opponent this time was holding a pot lid that was not very strong at first glance, but he actually withstood one of his attacks. What's even more outrageous is that there is actually a priest behind him who looks like he believes in the god of radiance. Evan suddenly thought of something, his men suddenly disappeared and their whereabouts were unknown. Lord Disley told him that it might be the Crusaders who took action. There are priests and believers in the Holy Army who follow the army to heal and pray, and believe in the God of Radiance. Suddenly, Evan looked at Brandon and others with unkind eyes. Right. Everything is right. Even though these guys are dressed like ordinary workers, since there are priests, they might have connections with the Crusaders. Enemies meet on a narrow road. Why are you just standing there stupidly? These guys are all enemies of the Blood Fawn Gang. Whoever kills them first, I will reward him with 1 Reyak gold coin. Evan said hello, and the dozen boys who followed him suddenly became excited. A group of ordinary members of the Blood Fawn Gang roared and rushed towards Brandon and the others. Although they don't have any combat skills and have no rules when fighting, after being infused with the power of the evil god, their pure physical strength is stronger than that of ordinary level 1 warrior professionals. 2 fists are no match for 4. Brandon and his companions will definitely not be able to deal with so many people attacking at the same time. They are afraid that they will suffer serious consequences within a few encounters. At the critical moment, arcane missiles. The sound of neat and loud mantra chanting came from far away. Several know, it should be dozens of purple spindle-shaped missiles tore through the air and flew towards the chaotic battlefield. Peter, who arrived in time with the believers who had received the news, saw this dangerous scene and decisively commanded some mages to collectively chant their most proficient and commonly used, arcane missile, magic. Moreover, a wave of volleys had just ended, and Gale tacitly commanded another group of mages to catch the magic volley organized by Bet. The 2 groups alternate hands. Arcane missiles. Arcane missiles. Although the distance is a bit far, exceeding the normal flight distance of arcane missiles, and most of the missiles have lost their accuracy, or have exhausted their arcane energy and dissipated themselves, this astonishing scene is enough to frighten the Blood Fawn Gang. Gangsters. In this area of Xiaoqing district, they have never seen so many magical bombings. Don't worry Brandon, we're here to help. Peter shouted from a distance, Rena, do it. At the same time, behind or to the side of these Blood Fawn Gang gangsters, with the blurry black mist surging, several stalkers who had been ambushed for a long time emerged from hiding. Or a dagger, or a knife, or even a fruit knife for cutting things at home. After being blessed with shadow energy, shadow attack, the blade glowed with a dangerous purple-black light. Puff! Puff! To deal with these ordinary gangsters of the Blood Fawn Gang who didn't even have a piece of leather armor on their bodies and were almost defenseless, the stalkers could easily catch them, one by one. The battle situation that was originally at a disadvantage was reversed in an instant. Evan was immediately stunned. What's going on? The Crusader, when did it become like this? He had seen what the Crusaders in Greenport looked like when they were dispatched. The Crusader army is made up of the paladins and priests of the Glow God religion as the main body, plus a few temporary mages, and a small number of hunters' professions to serve as scouts. Since when did the Crusaders cooperate with the rogues? Aren't the believers in the God of Shadow a group of sneaky guys who never participate in direct battles? Where do these stalkers who suddenly emerge from hiding and attack with ruthless attacks come from? Also, what's going on with these dozen mages? When did the distinguished mage become a cabbage that can be seen everywhere on the roadside? Are their spell slots free of charge? How can we still fire volley after volley? Thank you Guan Hamburg, bookfriend 202211041638200972 for your 1 monthly vote. Thank you for your recommendation vote support. During the new book recommendation PK period, please read it, just read the latest chapter for 10 seconds. Crab. P.S. The update time will be released at 1800 hours every day. With other believers of the Seeking Knowledge sect dealing with ordinary members of the Blood Fawn Gang, and with 2 toon-level mages, Pete and Gale, joining the battle, Brandon's pressure suddenly dropped. 5 people fighting against Evan together, at least they won't collapse in a short time. Pete and Gale didn't exchange too many knowledge points for new magic, because they were waiting to meet the attribute requirements of the 3-level magic, Arcane Barrage, so that they could do it directly in one step. Currently, the basic magic they can release is 1st-level magic such as Arcane Missile. The key point is that the missile condensed by arcane energy is much more powerful than the dagger in Brandon's hand. Evan can ignore Brandon's attacks to a certain extent with his body infused with the power of the evil god, but he can't ignore the damage caused by magic. Whenever a missile was fired, he had to defend himself and try to avoid being hit in the vital parts. Several times when he was about to break through the defense of the shield warrior believer, his attack would be interrupted by Pete and Gale, and he had to switch from offense to defense. As a result, in just a few seconds, the priest who was flipping through the Radiant God's cannon behind him would throw out secondary healing and seize the opportunity to relieve his companion's injuries.
Evan soon found something wrong. These guys, their spell slots, spell opportunities, and combat skills are endless. He heard from people in the warrior guild that the priests of the radiant god can only cast this first level spell 10 times a day at most. If you force it to be released beyond the limit, at best, the radiant god will not respond to your prayers, and at worst, you may be able to take back the ability to use spells. But what's wrong with this priest? Evan saw with his own eyes that the priest in the distance cast the secondary healing spell over and over again. After more than a dozen rounds of fighting, the opponent has cast more than 20 spells at least. In addition to becoming listless and looking very painful every time he chanted, the spell still has an effect. How can the radiant god still respond to him? What, you are the illegitimate child of the god of radiance? If the other party was not indeed chanting the divine arts related to the god of radiance, Evan would have suspected that these guys had surrendered to some evil god who could allow his followers to use the divine power many times. The situation of the two mages who joined later, Pete and Gale, was similar. Gale sighed, chanted magic one after another. Until now, except for his pale face and a little weak, he could still stably release the complete, arcane missile, magic. Evan couldn't figure it out. These guys who suddenly appeared and seemed to be the Crusaders, are they all open, right? The Bloodfang helpers brought nearby were attacked by the stealth and magic bombardment one after another and fell to the ground. Evan became more and more anxious and had to activate his accumulated anger again. He originally hoped to rely on his physical strength to withstand the offensive and use up the magic and divine arts of these guys. The effect of anger, in addition to being used to release various combat skills, the anger accumulated in battle itself can improve the attack and defense of warrior professionals. For weak mages and priests, once their skills are used up, they are half useless. However, warriors who rely on their own anger to fight are different. They have the ability to fight for a long time. However, these people have endless skills, which forced Evan to change his mind. It can't be delayed any longer. During the fight, the anger he aroused almost accumulated to the upper limit he could control, enough for him to release 3 combat skills in a row. A layer of blood-red light appeared on the hand axe. Heroic strike. With the blessing of the evil god's power, the power has been greatly improved by the agitated energy accumulated by being attacked. Bang! The believer holding the pot lid consumed the little anger and activated the shield block, combat skill, and barely resisted the sudden attack. However, the next moment, the red light on Evan's hand axe became stronger. The second, heroic strike, followed. Combat skills 2 consecutive times. The pot lid, which was not very strong to begin with, instantly exploded into pieces and flew everywhere. He was also knocked back by the huge impact force and lost his ability to fight. After dealing with the first unlucky guy, Evan immediately set his sights on the priest who had been using secondary treatment for a long time. He still remembered the order Dudley gave him. Stop the Crusaders at all costs. Others can be dealt with later, but the Crusaders must be his main focus. Launching the charge, combat skill again, Evan leaned forward slightly and was about to attack the priest believers in the distance. Be careful. I'll take over. The companion who was responsible for bearing the damage lost his ability to fight. There was no choice but for Brandon to temporarily serve as a meat shield and stand in front of Evan. They have now realized the importance of priests. Although the priest's body is as fragile as the mage and has no attack ability, as long as he can continue to provide treatment in a safe position, he can allow others to fight for a long time. Therefore, when Evan tried to raid the priest's companion, Brandon decisively stood in front of his teammates. He can fall, but the priest cannot. Clang! Without the protection of a shield, the short sword was shattered the moment it collided with Evan's hand axe. The huge impact brought by the charge made him retreat several steps, and Brandon felt a sweetness in his throat and spurted blood foam. But he still stood firmly in front of Evan. Before I fall. Don't even think about hurting my teammates. Evan's head was about to explode when he saw this. He could have gotten rid of the annoying priest with just one charge, but he was blocked again. He released 3 combat skills in a row, draining the anger that Evan had accumulated during the battle. His explosive power dropped sharply. With the presence of the priest's believer behind him, he couldn't break through Brandon's blockade in a short time before he stimulated enough anger to use the 5th combat skill. Seeing the battle situation tense, Pete made up his mind. At this time, there is no need to worry about whether using magic to communicate with the void will attract the evil god. The evil god's followers are all in front of him, okay. Everyone, help me by half a minute. I'll give him a big one. Pete closed his eyes slightly and focused his thoughts in his mind.
After a few days, he once again followed the first oracle given to him by Norwin and began to construct the spell model. The magic network began to become restless. The breath from the void is slowly being introduced into the world. Energy filled with cold and acidic auras gathered around Pete little by little. Frost even began to condense on the edge of Pete's robe. Even the restless energy in Evan's body seemed to sense something, sending a dangerous signal to Evan. Evan hesitated for a moment, considering whether to throw the hand axe out to interrupt Pete's spell. But in that case, he would lose the advantage of the weapon, and it would be even more difficult to break through Brandon's blockade. After a moment of hesitation, Brandon, who had just been completely suppressed, seized the opportunity. Anger attached to the fist. Heroic attack. Brandon's attack forced Evan to raise his hand axe to defend. Missing the opportunity to interrupt the spell, the dark and cold spherical energy body was able to quickly take shape in Pete's hands. Brandon, get out of the way. The big one is coming. Go to see your evil god. Evan. The effect of the third level spell, Half His Hunger, is as amazing as ever. The dark and cold void energy field suddenly exploded. If you have a god's perspective, you can see that Evan's body is instantly affected by a total of 6 negative states: blinding, frostbite, acid erosion, restraint, dizziness, and suffocation, and as he falls into this area as time goes by, the effects of the negative status become more and more intense. Evan tried to scream in pain, but in the end what came out of his mouth was an indistinct whimper. It was like being trapped in a poisonous swamp of quicksand. It was clear that he only needed to move less than 3 meters to leave this area, but it was difficult for Evan to even move his legs. The invisible tentacles in the darkness tied him tightly, and the strong corrosive acid the liquid soon burned one tear after another on his black robe. When the entire black robe was completely melted by acid, Evan's true face was revealed, shocking everyone present. On the neck, there is a swollen sarcoma covered with protruding blood streaks. There is an obvious gap in the center, and some new and fine teeth can be seen inside. The weird growth almost hit Evan's chin. It looks like an ugly mouthpart has grown under the head. Stimulated by the breath of void in the Hunger of Hada spell, the sarcoma seemed to become active. At this moment, brownish yellow pus was spraying out in drums. Fake. What the hell is this? Brandon, who was nearest, was startled. Although Peter had expected it, he was still disgusted by the ugly scene. He had seen a crazy man in black robe transformed into a deformed monster in that cave. He was in a similar state at first, with all kinds of weird and ugly organs growing on his body. Once again, he skipped a level and released a level 3 spell that exceeded the current attributes. Compared with last time, the better part was that this time, Pet was able to leave some remaining energy and could terminate the spell in time. More than 10 seconds passed, and Pat's face began to turn pale, and he felt stabbing pains like nerve twitches in his brain, a sign that his mental power was about to be exhausted. Sir, I tried my best. Hunger of Hada. In the field, Evan's body was covered with frostbite and acid-eroded wounds. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer, and he tilted his body and fell down. Peter hurriedly dismantled the spell model and stopped maintaining the energy supply for the spell. He almost got drained again. Even if he stopped the spell guidance of Hunger of Hada in time, Pet still fell into a state of mental weakness. Although he was conscious, his center of gravity was still unbalanced and he was about to fall to the ground. Mr. Pet. Are you okay? A soft embrace held Peter in time. Reyna was worried when she saw Pet casting this familiar spell again. After all, the last time Peter cast a spell in front of her, he fainted for several hours afterwards. After taking care of the ordinary members of the Blood Fawn gang, Reyna rushed over immediately. Noticing Pet's weak state, he hurriedly stepped forward and hugged him with open arms. Gale's eyes widened when he saw the scene not far away. In the girl's warm embrace, Peter let out a long sigh of relief. Don't worry, I'm fine this time. I probably won't faint again. Evan's trouble is solved. I think your tavern no longer has to worry about harassment from the Blood Fawn gang. Reyna's eyes lit up and she hummed softly. Preventing criminal behavior, based on the level of contribution, justice points plus 300, destroy Evan, the second level member of the Blood Fawn gang, and the justice points will be plus 100 based on the level of contribution, destroy the followers of the evil god, and based on the level of contribution, legendary experience plus 537, activity to clean up the Blood Fawn gang. The process has been updated. The evil god threat outbreak progress in Green Harbor Lower City, 55%, 10%, several oracle messages came, and although Peter was still a little weak, he saw large rewards, and the most important point, the outbreak of the evil god threat was suppressed.
This shows that his understanding of the oracle of the god of knowledge is correct. Killing these core leaders of the Blood Fawn gang is the key to solving the threat of the evil god. Pete suddenly felt motivated to continue fighting against the Blood Fawn gang. Since they can defeat the second-level leader of the Blood Fawn gang, Hedon, they can definitely defeat the other leaders one by one. Killing one Evan reduces the progress of the evil god threat by a full 10%. Following this trend, if the Blood-Red mercenaries and the other two bosses of the Roseberry-style pavilion are also eliminated, wouldn't it be possible to reduce the threat progress by another 20%? Of course, Pete has no intention of letting go of these ordinary members of the Bloodtooth gang who came with Evan. Although killing these guys can't suppress the outbreak of the evil god threat, but they can also provide justice points and legendary experience. Half of the dozen or so Bloodfawn gang gangsters were directly killed by sneak attacks by the stalkers led by Lena during the previous melee, and the other half were hit by the mages, arcane missile, bombing impact and fainted. Past. Rena, don't kill them directly. I have a better way, which may allow everyone to get more points and experience. Pat reminded. With Rena's support, Peter walked up to the fainted Bloodfawn gang gangsters. Brandon's co-workers fetched buckets of water from nearby and poured it over the gangsters' heads. Wow! Do you know what crime you just committed? Peter lowered his head gently and asked the gangsters. The gangsters who were forcibly awakened looked at each other in bewilderment. What is this? Crime? Since they joined the gang, street fights in the downtown area are commonplace. If you win, you can bully others, and if you lose, you will be bullied by others. This time, they followed Evan and ran into a tough guy, and they were ready to be cleared out. But this man didn't kill them directly, but came to ask them what crime they had committed? What does this mean? The gangsters subconsciously looked at Pete's outfit. His face was clean and tidy, and he wore an exquisite silver necklace around his neck, a valuable wizard robe, and cloth boots that looked expensive at first glance. Could it be that this was some ignorant wizard in the upper city who tried to teach them to recognize their mistakes with reason and was going to influence them? Maybe as long as they admitted their crimes and acted like they were repentant, they could soften the wizard's heart? Thinking of this, the gangsters hurriedly started their performance. Master Mage. We were wrong. I tried to hurt you, I know I was wrong. I was ignorant, I was bewitched by them, I also know I was wrong. Me, and me too. After hearing the answer he wanted, Pete smiled with satisfaction. God of knowledge. You saw it. These guys committed crimes in the street, trying to hurt the believers of the God of Knowledge sect, and they admitted it themselves. The evidence is conclusive. This is not an ordinary crime. This is a provocation to the great God of Knowledge. This is a serious crime. Thanks to bookfriends 202301080327538744, Sherleafen, Yuling Zuyik Dimension Interference P, Juan Hamburger, and reader 1699609806629531648 for casting 1 monthly ticket. Thank you for your recommendation votes and support, thank you. Seeing Pet's operation, Novin couldn't help but be amused. Good boy, where is my bug if you leave this card? If we insist on making a judgment, there is nothing wrong with Peter's statement. When they ambushed those lone Bloodfawn gangsters before, no matter what the method was, they still prevented the Bloodfawn gang from harming others. This time the situation is that the believers are confronting the Bloodfawn gang. It makes sense to give more rewards. It's just that Pete's approach can be called a guide to induce confessions, tricking the unsuspecting Bloodtooth gang members into personally admitting their crimes, making Nubbin dumbfounded. Forget it, no matter what method they use, the Bloodfawn gang's power has indeed been weakened. Preventing serious crimes, based on the level of contribution, justice points plus 900, destroy 7 ordinary members of the Bloodfawn gang. Based on the level of contribution, justice points plus 300, destroy the followers of the evil god, and based on the level of contribution, legendary experience plus 731, as the rewards continue to be distributed, Nubbin was generally satisfied with the performance of the believers' temporary action. When Peter and Gale joined the battle, they knew how to use their own advantages, assigning manpower to deal with ordinary members of the Bloodtooth gang, and separated Evan from the battlefield to specifically target them. Clean up the miscellaneous soldiers first, and then focus on the boss. There is no doubt that this is the decision with the least damage. Except for the shield-wielding believer who resisted 2 Evan attacks Hedon and was seriously injured, the others were basically uninjured. At most, the mages were mentally exhausted from casting too many spells in a short period of time and needed to rest for a few hours. Certainly. Except Brandon. No one finally figured it out.
The reason why this guy who firmly followed the warrior route was dismissive of mages and priests was probably because he was not intelligent enough and had no brains at all. What the hell is this guy thinking? He and his two teammates dare to challenge Evan and so many of his subordinates. Novan was so angry.
If Pet and the others had been slower after receiving the reminder from Guilty Sense, or if Evan had arrived faster, the outcome of this battle might have been completely different.
Couldn't we be a little more roundabout and delay the arrival of support?
It was obvious that they could rely on their numerical advantage to achieve a crushing victory, but in the end, Brandon gave them a narrow victory.
When he activated God's Eye and looked at the scene, Novan became even more angry. Brandon got a small notebook from nowhere and wrote seriously in it, on a certain day of a certain year in the new calendar, the future legendary warrior Mr. Brandon fought hard for a long time in the lower city of Green Harbor and defeated Evan, the leader of the Blood Fawn gang and a descendant of the second-level evil god. I hope everyone knows. This idiot only thinks about fighting Hedon.
Novan was angry, but through this battle with Evan, he also realized a problem that needed to be solved. Believers lack the experience to judge the progress of the battle. This is caused by the insufficient number of battles. After all, before they believed in Novan, they were all ordinary people who had not received formal combat training. The few days of training in the cave only allowed them to learn some basic coordination.
But when facing an opponent like Evan, it's not enough.
Just one outburst from the other party almost caused an accident.
For example, when Evan released Heroic Strike twice in a row.
If Brandon and the others were experienced professionals, they would know how to judge the enemy's accumulated anger based on the fighting time. Then we can almost estimate that Evan may release combat skills multiple times at any time. If he was prepared, the believer in front should know how to retain enough anger to resist Evan's explosion with continuous shield block. The actual situation is, he was unprepared and needed to use combat skills urgently, but he was not angry enough and was directly knocked down by the broken shield.
Another example.
Evan's attack was difficult to parry, and the priests and believers in the rear had to rely on a large amount of secondary healing and divine word, shield, to help their companions resist the damage. But sometimes, the companion's condition has almost recovered, and casting secondary healing will not have much effect and will only waste the spirit of the priest's followers. From the perspective of a god, Novan sees that at least 1/3 of magic is wasted. In the second half of the battle, because the divine spells were used too many times, the priests and believers were actually at the end of their game. Even if Evan did not charge to solve it, he would faint due to mental exhaustion even if he cast spells a few more times. There is no doubt that this is also a problem caused by lack of experience.
How to make up for it? Novan thought for a moment. Suddenly he remembered the various role-playing games he had played before traveling through time. The enemy's health status and resource status will be prominently displayed in the game. It is equivalent to directly showing him something that requires a lot of battle experience to deduce. He just needs to make decisions based on the enemy's different states. This method seems to be able to make up for the believer's lack of experience? Novan thought about it.
From the perspective of his God's Eye, he can indeed see the various states of mortals.
But, TSK, it seems there's no way to display it in real time.
Novan scratched his head in distress. The picture he envisioned was that, like those role-playing games he had played before, believers could intuitively see the status of themselves, their teammates, and their enemies at any time.
For example, hang a bright health bar and resource bar on the enemy's head.
When you see that the enemy's anger is almost full, take precautions to deal with the outbreak.
But there is still the same problem.
This kind of visual effect that allows believers to know instantly requires Norman to simulate it with his divine power.
This is different from sending down an oracle.
Whether it is imparting knowledge, publishing activities, or providing various intelligence, including knowledge points and legendary experience, in essence, the core is Norman using the method of sending down oracles to directly instill information into the minds of believers. Believers need to spend time and concentrate to read the information of the oracle themselves. The oracle itself is just a text message, and Norman's own divine power will not affect mortals. The visual effect involves distorting the reality in the believer's cognition.
This is something that can only be done with divine power. As for using those pure divine powers instead?
Unfortunately, it still doesn't work. No one can directly pack up a portion of pure divine power and give it to believers as a reward, but if he wants to use this pure divine power, it will inevitably be polluted by his own divine power and filled with chaotic aura.
In other words, no one can only see the pure divine power, but cannot touch it, and cannot use it himself.
Let's continue to use the oracle as a substitute and make a semi-finished product for believers to use.
Maybe there will be a better solution in the future. Nawan sighed and began to write the oracle.
What he has to do this time is different from the past, where believers pray to him first and he gives feedback after getting the results.
Nawan plans to make a semi-automatic feedback mechanism.
This will also be his first true divine art. This side of the entrance to Gun Bolt Workshop.
Goblin Gun saw that his biggest backer Evan was eliminated, and he was already stupid. Aren't the bloody Fawn gang always running rampant in Xiaoqing district, and no one dares to mess with them? Where did these professionals come from? When did Xiaoqing district gain so many professionals without any noise?
Gun once prayed to the goddess of magic and wanted to become a mage, and the result was very realistic. The goddess of magic paid no attention to him. Let alone mastering magic, the goddess did not accept his belief at all. With no other choice, he retreated to the next best thing, believing in the god of wealth, and started working in the goblin's old profession, a businessman. Gun knew how difficult it was to become a professional, and then he looked at the dozen mages in front of him. Although from beginning to end it seemed that they only cast an arcane missile magic. But Gun is very clear, mastering attack magic is much harder than mastering life magic. If the goddess of magic is willing to accept a believer as a mage apprentice, she will be able to cast a few unskilled tricks at the end. If she insists on praying and meditating, she can also learn a few tricks like water making technique and cloud mist technique.
Living magic. Attack magic is different. No, it won't.
If the goddess of magic thinks you are not qualified, no matter how firm your faith is, you will not get the corresponding blessing. But these mages in front of them all master attack magic. There was even one who cast powerful magic that could wipe out Evan. Whose force is this member of? Gun didn't know about Nubbin's existence, but in his opinion, with so many mage masters appearing in the lower city, Brandon had become someone he couldn't afford to offend. Moreover, Gun was frightened after witnessing the fate of those bloody Fawn gang. These ruthless people really beat the people of the Blood Fawn gang to death. Before beating him to death, he very kindly asked the Bloodtooth gang members to admit their crimes. What is this for? First create a strong claim for yourself so that your actions are justified, right? Therefore, Gun Lightspeed recognized the situation, his legs softened and he knelt down, screaming for mercy, Sir Brandon.
Dear friends. I was wrong. Please. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Brandon was speechless.
They believe in the great and correct God of knowledge, and they are not the villains of the Blood Fawn gang who have taken refuge in the evil god. They were cruel to the Blood Fawn gang because these guys deserved to die.
Didn't you see how Evan turned into a human and a ghost after taking refuge in the evil god? They are eradicating the evil.
It sounds like they are the kind of murderous believers of the evil god who want to silence everyone who can breathe and move within sight. Brandon crossed his arms in front of his chest. I don't have to worry about anything else, just hand over the money you owe us.
Goblin Gun looked troubled.
But I really don't have any extra money to pay you salaries.
Brandon's brows suddenly frowned. You have no money? Who are you lying to? Who doesn't know that the richest people in Greenport are you goblins?
Goblin Gun was crying and reluctantly explained, originally, I had money to give you, but the workshop's performance has been poor recently, so I just wanted to find some other ways to make money. A few days ago, a broker friend of mine came to see me.
He said he could help me invest in the property of Munger, the big businessman in Riyak, in Greenport. You can get stable dividends every quarter. The more you invest, the more dividends you get.
I gave him all the money and asked him to hold shares on my behalf.
Now I really have no money in my hand. Brandon's face was full of distrust. How do I know whether what you said is true or false?
Who on the mainland doesn't know that goblins are the most deceitful race?
Could this be a story you made up on the spur of the moment?
Goblin Gun screamed in retort, I didn't make up the story.
In the name of Proust, the god of wealth, everything I said is true. Brandon wanted to say something else.
Ahem, although this guy is not very honest, he probably didn't lie on this point.
Peter walked over with Raina's support and intervened in the conversation. Brandon was startled. Mr. Pat, how are you sure? Peter rolled his eyes. The new oracle that was just handed down, you didn't read it at all, did you?
Brandon, what? After all, there are too many oracles, and I haven't had time to read them yet. Pete also saw that Brandon was just a stubborn person who only wanted to become a legend. For information about the oracle, such as cleaning up the activities of the Blood Fawn gang, Brandon only remembered the piece, the god of knowledge requires believers to actively fight against the Blood Fawn gang. As for other things, such as introduction, process, activity skills, etc., he would forget them after reading them.
And the God of knowledge is indeed very different from the gods they believed in the past. The god of radiance, the goddess of magic, or the god of wealth, each one is colder than the other. Oracles have nothing to do with ordinary believers. Only beings such as popes and saints who are loved by gods in the church and perform specific rituals can have the opportunity to hear the messages conveyed by gods. Here in the God of knowledge, oracles have become something that everyone is used to, coming one after another. Even if believers do not pray to Noven, they may still receive mass oracles from Noven. This is the case with this oracle. Divine art, revealing the secrets of everything, available, activation cost, 3 knowledge points, subsequent 0.1 knowledge points/hour, prayer, supreme wisdom, revealing everything. Pet tried to pay the knowledge points and chanted the corresponding prayer softly. Supreme wisdom, revealing everything. Nothing happened. No feedback. When Pet was wondering, he heard Brandon and Gungun arguing, and he subconsciously cast his eyes on Gungun. A string of information then flooded into his mind: health status, 93%, professional resources, none, current status, panic, moderate, panic, reduced fighting spirit, reduced defense, reduced reaction speed, and as Brandon pressed on, as long as Pete's eyes remained on the goblin Gungun, the information in his mind automatically changed. Status, panic, severe, then he turned his eyes to Brandon. New information replaced it: health, 71%, rage, 0%, current state, angry. Pet understood the effect of this divine art called the secret of all things. He did not need to specify a target, but would instantly refresh the target status he was paying attention to during the duration. Knowing the status of Gungun, Pete could judge whether the other party was making up a story or lying. The Lord told me that this guy is in a state of severe panic. I think he should not have the courage or the mind to lie at this time. Hearing Pete's words, the goblin Gungun was pardoned, and his state suddenly dropped to panic, mild. That's right. The mage is right. What I said is true. If you want money, go find the broker, I know where he is. Thanks to this DC for casting 2 monthly tickets, thanks to Old Days Carnival, Narrative and Macho for casting 1 monthly ticket, and thanks to everyone for your recommendation votes. New book recommendation PK period, please read it on Tuesday. Thank you. Peter was slightly surprised when he heard the name Cunning Shadow Gravel again from the goblin's rolling mouth. The last time I heard this name, it was Reyna who introduced it. In the manor construction business contracted by the Stonemasons Brotherhood, the middleman is this goblin broker named Cunning Shadow Gravel. It was originally agreed that good things would come as a final payment, but the other party defaulted on the debt and even invited people from the Blood Fawn gang to harass Reyna's family. It's better now. Old and new grudges come together. If you want to get the money, you must find Cunning Shadow Rubble. Where is this guy now? Peter made a guess and lowered his head and asked. In front of him, Goblin Gungun was trembling with his head in his hands. After Peter took over the topic, his state became fearful, mild. He got an invitation from Mr. Munger, and he should be attending a party in that large manor these days. Peter thought for a moment and asked again, this goblin named Cunning Shadow Rubble seems to be very close to the Bloodfawn gang. Do you know anything else about him? Goblin Gungun was a little unsure and said, once. I heard Rubble say at a party that he seemed to have known Disley, the leader of the Bloodfawn gang, before he came to power. And he also said that he once provided crucial help to Disley. Do these count? Peter's heart moved. He originally thought that Cunning Shadow Rubble was similar to the Goblin Gungun in front of him. They were the kind of businessmen who colluded with gangs and used the intimidation of the Bloodfawn gang to carry out business activities in gray areas. But according to what Gungun said, the connection between that guy and the Bloodfawn gang is much closer than Pete imagined. Perhaps, after taking care of the leaders of the other 2 strongholds of the Bloodfawn gang, it is worth finding a way to meet this goblin broker. Seeing Pet's thoughtful look, Goblin Gungun asked cautiously, Dear Master, I have told you everything I know. Can I leave? Peter shook his head, Sorry, you can't leave. There was a buzz in Gungun's head, and his state suddenly jumped from mild panic to severe panic, and he became panicked visibly to the naked eye. His first reaction was that these people were extremely ruthless in killing the Bloodfawn gang. And they were very skilled at cleaning up the scene afterwards. The gangsters from the Bloodfawn gang were moved into the Rolling Bolt workshop by powerful warriors. There were also mages who mastered water-making technique and wind-making technique to clean up the streets and remove all traces of the battle. When the conflict broke out, workers from several other workshops were still working in their respective workshops, so that except for Goblin Gungun and his ogre bodyguard Doom, there were no other witnesses on the street. Could it be that he was also involved and had to be silenced? Fortunately, Pet added the following explanation in time: "Don't be nervous, I mean, you can't leave yet. In order to prevent you from leaking the secret, at least tonight, you have to stay in the workshop with us. Let's see how you perform after tonight." Goblin Gungun looked sad and tried to force out a forced smile. The good news is, it doesn't look like he will be silenced. Bad news, temporary. In addition, we need to borrow the space of your workshop to make something. Is that no problem? Dare he say there is a problem? No, no problem, of course no problem. I welcome you, Your Excellency. While Pat and Goblin Gungun were negotiating, Brandon and other believers also began to study the magical technique of the secret of all things revealed. Activation requires 3 knowledge points. As for the subsequent maintenance consumption, it is 0.1 points per hour. Even if it is turned on all day, it will not be used much. After taking care of this group of Blood Fawn gang members, the activity justice points obtained were enough for them to exchange for enough knowledge points. With enough points on hand, I naturally wanted to try something new. At present, many people are trying to activate the magic. Supreme wisdom reveals all things. With Pet's reminder in front of him, Brandon turned on the secret of all things, and first turned his attention to Pet. Sure enough, information flooded into my mind: health condition, 97%, mental power, 8%, current status, mentally exhausted. Then he looked at the companion who was knocked away by Evan's broken shield: health condition, 41%, anger, 0%, current status, fracture times 2. Next to him, there was a priest who had just arrived. He was flipping the scriptures in his hand and repeatedly releasing the God of Radiance's secondary healing magic. Glimmers of healing light came on. In Brandon's eyes, the health of his injured companion was also changing. 43, 47, 51. The treatment is taking effect and his health is improving. The world has taken on a new look, and everyone's status can be directly seen, which makes Brandon couldn't help but sigh in surprise. God of knowledge, is this a miracle? It's simply incredible. Although when getting relevant information, he still needs to concentrate on reading it in his mind, which is a bit cumbersome step. But at least there is no need to strictly follow the steps of prayer and make requests to the God of knowledge and wait for a response as in the past. The most important feature of this magical technique is that it realizes automation. As long as it remains turned on, everything the believer sees and pays attention to will automatically receive a response and learn about the status of the target. In the kingdom of God, the surprise of the believers has nothing to do with Norwin. Norwin is looking at the ugly meatball with a diameter of more than 3 meters floating in the air in front of him. Is my magic successful or failed? Norwin is in a complicated mood. Previously, in order to build the magic, he needed to prepare a carrier. Because what Norwin did this time was different from the practice simulation and legendary level he had done before. Those things were essentially Norwin's personal response after receiving the believer's prayers. When the number of believers was small or the content of the prayers was simple, Norwin could still respond to the believers one by one with his high-speed thinking state after becoming a god. However, as the Seeking Knowledge sect continued to spread in the lower city of Greenport, the number of believers increased day by day. Norwin's response began to gradually fail to keep up. Especially the effect that Norwin wanted to achieve through the magic this time. After the believers were activated, they could get relevant information wherever they looked. This means a lot of response feedback. Norwin alone would be too busy to handle it. Therefore, Norwin needed a carrier that could complete these most basic response operations on his behalf. In the kingdom of God, divine power can create things out of thin air according to Norwin's will. After some effort, Norwin pinched out a hollow metal sphere. Flawless silver gray shell, standard and perfect spherical curve. At first glance, it was full of the beauty of mystical creations. Then, Norwin planned to give his creation the power of Eye of God, which belongs to God. However, what surprised Norwin was that, when he gave the power of God to the creation in the kingdom of God, the latter immediately underwent a huge change in the material level. The original metal material was quickly covered, assimilated, and replaced by the fresh flesh and blood that proliferated. The shape is still a flawless sphere. But it changed from a metal sphere to a huge flesh and blood ball that looks full of evil. The style of painting instantly jumped from mystical creations to the field of evil god creations. Norwin's original idea was very good. The divine carrier he prepared was equivalent to an automatic response device with his divine power. It has 2 functions. One is Eye of God, which can observe the target's situation and obtain various information with the help of the believer's perspective. The other is to convey the oracle and send the obtained information to the corresponding believers. With these 2 functions of the creation carrier, Norwin can be liberated.
When the believers use divine arts, the request is conveyed to the carrier, and the latter automatically responds. As for the consumption of divine power, based on the experience that Nawan has gained from responding to believers with oracles during this period, he has discovered the mechanism. Although he has to spend a certain amount of divine power every time he sends an oracle to believers. But the specific use of this part of divine power is actually mostly spent on opening up channels. A more vivid description is, if Nawan wants to pass a message to a believer, he needs to consume a certain amount of divine power first to open a channel that accurately connects the two parties. Then he can pack the information, throw it into the channel, and complete the delivery of the information. The divine power consumed when sending information is negligible, which can be ignored. The key point is that when this delivery is over, the channel will be closed. The next time Norman wants to convey information to this believer, he will have to open a new channel and consume divine power again. In other words, if the channel can be kept open for a long time, Norman can convey the oracle to the believers many times at a very low cost. However, Norman's own energy cannot be used here all the time. Once he starts to pay attention to other things, the previously maintained channel will be closed. However, the creature carrying Norman's divine power has no ability to think and will only operate according to the mechanism set by Norman. In theory, it can be achieved with a very small divine power cost to maintain the channel with believers for a long time. Therefore, as long as Norman injects enough divine power into the creature to maintain its work, this carrier can be used to respond to the mystery of all things, magic used by all believers. At the beginning, when the carrier was shaped by Norman with divine power, it looked very reliable. As a result, this carrier turned into a bloody ball that looked creepy in front of Norman. At that time, Nawan thought that there was something wrong with his conception, and his ability could not be carried by the creature. However, after carefully checking the status of this meatball, Nawan was speechless. His needs: the carrier can use the eye of God to obtain information, it can maintain the communication channel with believers, it can convey information through the oracle. This meatball has done all of these. After repeated inspections by Nawan, he can confirm that although this thing looks very evil, it is full of chaotic and dangerous atmosphere like his divine power. But after its internal operation, the oracle finally delivered to the believers is still a pure text message. It will not allow mortals to be affected by Nawan's divine power and be transformed in this process. The effect is the same as the oracle personally sent by the original god Nawan. Even because the meatball itself does not think, it can only obtain information and respond to believers according to the preset rules, which is faster than Nawan in speed and efficiency. After the oracle was given, as Pete first tried to use the magic of revealing the secrets of everything, the flesh ball showed corresponding changes. A new eyeball squeezed out from the gap of the flesh and blood tenaciously, and kept rotating and looking around. Every time a new believer opened, revealing the secrets of everything, a new eyeball would grow on the flesh ball. As the number of people using the magic increased, the number of eyeballs on the flesh ball also increased. The appearance became more and more evil and terrifying. When standing next to the flesh ball, it seemed as if being stared at by countless pairs of malicious eyes. When the divine power that Norwan infused into the carrier was almost exhausted, the flesh veins on the flesh ball would become shriveled and black, as if they had lost their vitality, reminding Norwan that the reserved divine power was insufficient and urgently needed to be replenished. Norwan looked at this scene and fell silent again. According to his original expectation, the carrier he created should be able to allow him to check in real time how many believers were using the magic of revealing the secrets of everything, and the current divine power consumption. This thing seems to have done all of this. The number of eyeballs growing on it represents the number of believers who use divine arts. The loss of vitality of flesh and blood means that the divine power is insufficient and needs to be recharged. Norman hesitated for a while, and finally sighed. Forget it, it's fine as long as it works. He gave up the idea of making a new carrier. He had a hunch. Anything that has anything to do with his divine power probably won't look normal. As for the appearance, I'm the only one in the kingdom of God, and the believers can't see it, so it's okay if it's weird. When a program can run normally, it's best not to try to fix those strange bugs. As long as the believers don't have any problems using it. In the Rolling Bolt workshop. After Pete shared the plan of disguising the Crusaders with Brandon's co-workers, they were also excited. On the one hand, they were also oppressed by the Bloodfawn gang in the lower city in the past, and it was difficult to resist. On the other hand, they saw Pete lead his men to defeat Evan, which gave them enough confidence. This shows that the Seeking Knowledge sect now really has enough ability to eliminate the threat of the Bloodfawn gang. The workers found some suitable materials on the spot. If they wanted to disguise themselves as crusaders, they would not be able to make the heavy mail armor, neck guards, and wrist guards that the genuine senior crusaders wore with the conditions of the workshop. Those things were all expensive, made of extremely rare materials and painstakingly forged. However, it was still possible to make some prototypes, such as flags with crusaders' patterns, emblems of the sharp blades of the Church of the God of Light, and light clothes worn by crusaders when they traveled on a daily basis. It was nothing more than drawing emblems in the corresponding places. After an all-night effort, before dawn, they finally made a total of 4 sets of crusaders' outfits that looked decent: light helmet with faceguard, light armor engraved with the emblem of the Church of the God of Light, temporarily polished and made of inferior iron long sword, large shield with a layer of iron sheet wrapped around the wooden board, and 2 golden battle flags. 4 sets is 4 sets, it doesn't matter, as long as they can be used. We want to use the excuse of a crusader search to enter the Blood Fawn gang's base, so quality is more important than quantity. Pate didn't plan to arrange for all members to dress up as crusaders. For the job of disguise, we need to find a player who can keep calm and show the noble aura of a crusader in every move, which is not something that anyone can do. Pete looked around at everyone in the workshop and mobilized them. I, Lena, Gail, and Mr. Brandon, we are responsible for pretending to be the crusaders. Others wait nearby. After we scare the guards and take control of the entrance, we will give the signal and everyone will start the formal attack. As long as they are from the Blood Fawn gang, no one will be left alive. Time is short and the task is heavy. The Blood Fawn gang didn't have time to find out that Evan was killed by us. We need to raid the remaining 2 strongholds in succession to prevent them from reacting and taking precautions. Everyone, are you ready? Thanks to bookname 13733, bookfriend 1403171903587333 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Gugu for updating today. Bookfriend 2023030214181730 for 1 monthly ticket, and thanks to all readers for the recommendation tickets. Thank you, I'm so horny. For the glory of my lord. The Bloody Fawn gang has committed many crimes, and it's time to pay for their sins with death. Let's go quickly. I'm so strong now. The knowledge points are about to be used up. Hurry up and get some Blood Fawn gang to give me a beating. If I can't earn any more points, I won't be able to open the mysteries of all things. Ha! My friend, why do you use up your knowledge points so quickly? Then what? When I was thinking about a new school, I used too many practice simulations, and accidentally used them until I only had 4 points left. Then my friend, you have to work harder and try to deal with a few more Blood Fawn gangsters later. Of course, I'm going to be the first one later, so don't get ahead of me. The initial response to Pat's combat mobilization was quite enthusiastic, but it faltered within 3 sentences. Soon there were believers discussing enthusiastically their how to participate in the battle so that they could be judged to have more contributions and get more rewards. The topic is completely off topic. Peter was helpless. It's not that the believers didn't pay enough attention to this action, or that they didn't pay enough attention to God's will. On the contrary, if the current group of professional followers of the Seeking for Knowledge sect really want to take action, each one will definitely be more active than the other, scrambling to be the first. This kind of seemingly unorganized and undisciplined scene can be regarded as a characteristic of Novan believers in a sense. This is actually a different kind of emphasis. Because every believer can communicate directly with Novan, the knowledge-seeking sect is different from traditional sects with strict hierarchies. When traditional sects need to mobilize believers to complete a certain task, they send out a few orthodox deacons of the church, which can often attract a group of believers in the name of gods or testing the faith of mortals. The same is true during subsequent missions. The deacons will require believers to strictly abide by various rules set by them in the name of the gods. Once one crosses the line, he will be criticized by the church deacons as, the faith in God is not firm enough. Ordinary believers have no way to receive wills from the gods they believe in, and all interpretations of beliefs are in the hands of the deacons of the church. Even disrespecting the deacons could become a sin against the will of God. Here at the Seeking for Knowledge sect, the situation is exactly the opposite. There is no such thing as a deacon in the Seeking for Knowledge sect. Novan had already clearly listed the things he needed his followers to do, as well as the rewards he would get after completing them. Every believer receives the unmistakable will of God. At this stage, as long as the Blood Fawn gang is eliminated, the mission assigned by the gods has been completed. If you complete it well, you can get more rewards. If it is not completed well, the reward will be less. Everything is fair and open. The reason why Pat can temporarily serve as a leader and organize the actions of believers is not because he has a high status in the sect or because his interpretation of God's will is more accurate. It's simply because Pete's brain is pretty good. At least it works better than these guys on site. Pate could still manage to come up with a plan to disguise himself as a crusader to scare the Bloodfawn gang and eliminate their opponent's advantage. If it were a tough guy like Brandon who only wanted to fight, their plan would probably be, I don't know what to do. In short, as long as I see someone from the Bloodfawn gang, I'll be done with it. This is why Pate couldn't arrange for everyone to disguise themselves as crusaders. The real crusaders have all gone through rigorous training, followed strict orders, and formed neat formations. It's impossible for these reckless men to imitate that kind of temperament. At that time, I am afraid that others will reveal the secret at a glance. It would be better to reduce the number of people as much as possible and act like a secret operation, which would look more reliable. The sky is getting brighter, and the golden morning light shines on the streets and buildings in Xiaoqing district, leaving mottled light and shadow, which looks a bit warm and beautiful. However, this beauty was ruined by the homeless people on the street. Miranda Warren, along with her 3 candidate crusader companions, quietly left the crusader garrison in the upper city at night and came to the lower city alone. As a result, the first thing I saw was the homeless people who could be seen everywhere in the lower city. He was half-clothed and dirty, exuding a sour smell of sweat mixed with dirt. The hair on his body had never been taken care of, and a few lice could be seen crawling in and out from time to time. Most of them were hiding in the shadows of buildings that were not exposed to the midsummer sun, and they let out feeble groans of pain from time to time. These homeless people are also a major feature of the lower town of Greenport. They have no stable jobs or stable residences, and usually rely on begging, rummaging through garbage dumps, and receiving relief from the church to make ends meet. Miranda was shocked. She once heard Bishopsgate of the Green Harbor Glow Theological Branch give a speech, saying that every year they spend a large amount of money to help homeless people in the lower city who have lost their income. Provide them with food, cleanse their bodies, and spread the gospel of the Lord. Bishopsgate told Miranda that with the help of the church, most of the homeless people in Greenport had been successfully converted, as if they had been reborn and became steadfast true believers in the God of Radiance. The kind that is completely determined and willing to sacrifice everything for the God of Radiance. The remaining ones have also received the grace of the church, and their lives have greatly improved and they no longer wander around. Miranda had witnessed the homeless conversion ceremony organized by the church. Those people did cry bitterly at the ceremony, kneeling on the ground devoutly to kiss the tip of the bishop's shoes, thanking the glorious God Church for bringing them a new life. At that time, Miranda had just finished the training of the Crusaders and had just arrived at the church branch in Green Harbor with the official Crusaders who were rotating in. Seeing so many people in need being helped at the ceremony, she shed tears of emotion. As a result, as soon as she came to the downtown alone, the scene in front of her was impacting her usual cognition. Didn't Bishopsgate say, most of the homeless people have improved their lives? But what's wrong with them? Why are there so many homeless vagrants in the downtown area? Before Miranda could continue thinking, the noise from a distance attracted her attention. Crusaders! We now suspect that you may have clues related to the evil god here, and we need to search. Miranda was stunned. She sneaked into the lower city with a few companions persuaded by Bahamut in order to find the evil god threat warned by divine magic. The genuine Crusaders did not receive the order from Bishopsgate and were still staying in the base. Where did these Crusaders who appeared in the lower city come from? Miranda was shocked again. The source of the commotion was the Bloodfawn gang's other leader's stronghold, the Blood Red Mercenary. The structure of the mercenary group's base was not complicated. In addition to a small building for members to live in, there was a large open space for daily training. The thick brick wall, more than 2 people high, blocked the view of prying inside, leaving only a gap for 2 people to pass side by side as an entrance and exit. In the early morning, most of the Blood Red mercenaries were still asleep, and only 2 guards who rotated throughout the day were on duty. All unfamiliar faces would be stopped by them. If someone broke in by force, the guard on duty only needed to pull the lever of the alarm device to immediately notify all members of the Bloodfawn gang in the base. The alarm device also has a certain shadow energy detection effect. If a thief who performed stealth tried to sneak in and there was a shadow energy fluctuation, the device would also issue a corresponding warning. After changing clothes, Pete arranged for Brandon and Raina to raise the flag of the Crusaders in the back, while he and Gale went forward to negotiate with the guards of the Bloodfawn gang. The Crusaders are investigating the evil god. We need to go inside to investigate. Pete and Gail, who were born in aristocratic families and received relevant etiquette training, were somewhat similar in their pretentious performances. Hearing Pete's righteous words, the two guards guarding the door were startled at first, and then looked up and down at Pete and the other four with some disbelief. The sharp blade emblem of the glowing god cult, the iconic battle flag and sword and shield combination, and the light armor emitting a bright silver light. It looks like they are really the Crusaders? Sir! No, why would the evil god have anything to do with us? We are the base of a legitimate mercenary group here. Pet lied seriously, of course. I believe you are all good citizens of Green Harbor and will not be involved with the evil god. But we now suspect that there may be some dangerous items related to the evil god that you brought back without knowing it. This is what we want to investigate. Gail followed Pete's rhythm tacitly and began to put pressure from the side, threatening with a dark face, you clearly knew there were dangerous items, but you hid them privately and did not report them to the church? Ha! Pet stood up again to make a little round. Please rest assured, we just got intelligence that there may be signs of dangerous items appearing nearby. Now it's just a routine inspection to eliminate hidden dangers. The two guards began to sweat. It's true that their status in the Blood Fawn gang is higher than those ordinary members. After all, the Blood Red mercenaries are the thugs specially raised by Disley, and the treatment they enjoy is naturally better than that of a large number of thugs. But like the ordinary members of the Blood Fawn gang, they did not receive the order from the leader Disley to stop the Crusaders at all costs. Suddenly, the Crusaders came to their door. In their impression, the Crusaders' action targets have always been related to evil gods. Dangerous items related to evil gods? Isn't that something that will make you crazy and die if you touch it? How can this be related to them? Although some time ago, the leader of the Blood Red mercenaries took them to the Blood Red Roulette and received a secret technique of unknown origin to strengthen. But in the chaotic area of the lower city, there are many things of unknown origin. The vendors who set up stalls in the black market can blow a half-broken scroll into a divine artifact to communicate with a powerful existence. As long as they find the right method, they can get the favor of that god and become his agent in the mortal world. The members of these Blood Red mercenaries also have a variety of beliefs, mostly various not so powerful foreign gods. After all, the teachings of the glorious god conflict with their style of doing things. Even if they want to offer their faith, the glorious god will not pay attention to them. When they accepted the secret arts, they just thought that their leader Disley suddenly got the favor of some foreign god and was recruiting followers to share the blessings of the foreign god. They didn't think about the evil god at all. If it was the power of the evil god preached by the glorious God Church, they should have become crazy monsters who lost their minds long ago. Aren't they still fine now? What's more, this power is really useful. After being strengthened by the secret arts, they have broken up and subdued other gangs in the lower city under the leadership of the leader in the past few days. The status of the Blood Fawn gang has become higher, and they seem to be the rhythm of dominating the lower city. But if it comes to challenging the powerful crusaders of the glorious God Church, they still don't have the courage. Under the declaration of Pete and Gail, the two guards still obediently made way. Okay, please come in, gentlemen. We will help you inform the captain right away. With some words, he successfully fooled the two guards and temporarily gained their trust. After making sure that both of them left the pull rod device that could send an alarm to the base, Pete decisively used his right hand behind his back to make a Hansen gesture to Brandon and Lena. Brandon took the lead and pulled out a heavy crowbar from the bottom of the previously held battle flag, and smashed it on the head of the guard closest to him. Bang! The iron crowbar collided with the back of the guard's head, making a dull sound. In Brandon's mind, because he was maintaining the effect of the magic of revelation of all things, he could clearly understand the status of the guard. Health, 68%, 30%, status, dizziness, imbalance, concussion, mild. Brandon reacted immediately. Not strong enough? Need to finish off. Without saying anything, without giving the guard a chance to warn, he struck him again. Bang! Brandon was relieved when he saw the word, coma, added to the guard's status. As for the other guard, Rena and Pete also cooperated well. Pete attracted the other party's attention, and Rena took the opportunity to go around behind him, pulled out the rope that had been prepared long ago, and started a throat lock. When the guard's status changed from silence to suffocation and then to coma, Rena stopped. The two guards who should have sounded the alarm at the first time both lost consciousness and fell to the ground, failing to convey the news of the danger to the Blood Fawn gang members in the base. Pete breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Brandon, lend a hand and drag these two guys out first. Rena,
Go outside to inform others and prepare for the raid. At the same time, outside the blood-red mercenary base, Miranda watched the 4 guys who claimed to be crusaders walk in with a swagger after a negotiation. Then not long after, the 2 guards were dragged out without knowing whether they were dead or alive? Lord! What happened? Thanks to YMR Phone 2 for 2 monthly tickets. Thank you for sleeping well and eating better. Book friend 2022101091640486672409 for 1 monthly ticket, and thank you all for your recommendation votes. Crab. These people are pretending to be the Crusaders? The first thought that popped up in Miss Miranda's mind made her alert immediately. She gestured to her 3 companions, and they quickly found a pile of debris that was not easy to be discovered, hid behind it and observed secretly. Someone in the lower city dared to use the name of the Crusaders to threaten the citizens, openly break in, and even hurt people. How dare they? In the doctrine of the glorious God, the reputation of the Crusaders is sacred and inviolable. This team has been trained to fight against the evil gods, not to participate in the struggle between the secular world, and will not interfere with the lives of ordinary people. The reputation of the Crusaders has been accumulated slowly over a long period of time. In any place where the glorious gospel spreads, when people see the team wearing silver armor and holding the battle flag with the emblem of the glorious blade, they are willing to take the initiative to provide them with clues and help, because everyone knows that this team is different from other armies, and their only target is the evil god. Therefore, anything that could damage the reputation of the Crusaders is a serious crime in the glorious God Church. If someone reports this kind of behavior of pretending to be a Crusaders to do evil to the glorious God Church, and it is verified to be true, the impostor will at least be arrested and sentenced to decades of hard labor as punishment. In Miranda's mind, the Crusaders are also a symbol of holiness. The members risk their lives to fight against the evil gods. How can such a noble existence be impersonated at will? Witnessing these impostors threatening others in the name of the Crusaders investigating the evil gods, Miranda said she couldn't stand it. This blasphemy. It cannot be tolerated. Miranda secretly came to the lower city to investigate the clues of the divine warning. In order to preserve the exact evidence, she also brought a crystal provided by the magic hermitage to the Crusaders. After the crystal is activated, it can record the nearby images for a certain period of time and save them in the crystal. As long as the magic power is injected, it can be activated again and the recorded images can be projected. Unexpectedly, she has not found the evidence about the evil god. Instead, she saw a group of guys pretending to be Crusaders first. Miranda carefully activated the crystal and aimed it at Brandon from a distance, recording him wearing the disguised Crusader armor and dragging the guards away from the Crimson mercenary base. Let's go. Let's go back to the Crusader base and tell them that someone is pretending to be a Crusader in the lower city. Wait, something seems wrong? Just as Miranda was about to close the recording crystal, she immediately returned to the base to report the news. The scene in front of her stunned her again. After receiving Reina's signal, the other believers of the Seeking Knowledge sect immediately appeared from their hiding places. This was a premeditated surprise attack, so they had plenty of time to prepare various bonuses before the fight to minimize the losses. After so many fights, the believers of Norwin also analyzed the characteristics of the Blood Fawn Gang. The evil god power received by the Blood Fawn Gang is mainly to strengthen the body, which will significantly improve their ability to resist blows and powerless attacks. Therefore, reducing the physical damage received has become a highly profitable countermeasure. The priests, who had the smallest number of followers, were busy. Brilliant Radiance, Tough Shield, Attach. One after another, Divine Word, Shield, was cast on warriors and stealth followers who needed to engage the enemy in close combat. A small, rotating milky white light shield appeared around them. This meant that they were being protected by the power of divine magic. During the effective time of Divine Word, Shield, if attacked, the light shield will automatically manifest to help offset a certain amount of damage. Far away. If confusion can be visualized as question marks, then Miranda's entire brain must be filled with question marks at this moment. She naturally recognized the divine magic, Divine Word, Shield, at the first time. This is a unique blessing for priests who believe in the God of Radiance. Only one of a kind. Only believers who are determined in their hearts and recognized by the great Lord of Radiance have the opportunity to obtain the qualification to use the Divine Word series of divine magic. In Miranda's cognitive worldview, being able to cast this divine spell means that the other party is definitely an unquestionable loyal believer of the Radiance, and is willing to walk the world and spread the Lord's gospel.
This made her strongly doubt her previous judgment that these guys pretended to be the Crusaders to threaten innocent citizens and hurt others.
Did I misunderstand something? Not sure, let's wait and see. Everything is ready before the fight.
Brandon still put on the light armor of the Crusaders that was hastily made, holding the crowbar that he was comfortable with, and tiptoed into the small building where the blood-red mercenaries were stationed. Reyna had already taken her companions in the stealth to get a rough idea of the layout of the building.
A 2-story stone building.
On the first floor lived dozens of newcomers who were integrated into the Blood Fawn gang, and they were still asleep at this moment. The second floor was the real backbone of the blood-red mercenaries, where the leader and several core members were.
The raid plan is simple. Pete lowered his voice and assigned tasks to everyone.
Lena, take the stealth fighters and clear the first floor first. Kill as many as you can without causing any disturbance.
If we are discovered, we will turn assassination into assault. Mages, start bombing and make a quick decision.
Brandon, take the fighters to block the stairs. Before your defense line is breached, we will clean up all the ordinary members on the first floor, and then deal with their leader together. Priests and friends are in the center to provide support. Pay attention to everyone's health status, and be ready for treatment at any time. As for the Rangers, protect your fellow priests and don't let anyone get close to them. Rena nodded and gave a gentle greeting, and the stalkers quickly entered the stealth state under the cover of shadow energy.
Due to the insufficiently bright lighting environment in the room, only their blurry outlines could be seen. Slowly opening the door, Reyna quickly glanced inside.
The 6 members of the blood-red mercenaries all have the word sleep in their status in the information provided by the mystery of all things, magic. Reyna noticed that if you look carefully, these guys also have weird sarcomas on their necks similar to those of the Bloodtooth gang leader Evan. However, they are not as obvious as Evan's.
Currently they are only slightly bulging.
Laugh. The polished dagger was fairly sharp and sliced through the sarcoma, and what spewed out was no longer bright red blood, but gurgling yellow-brown pus. The ichor exudes a disgusting rancid smell. Reyna decisively increases her strength. The shadow energy attaches to the dagger and launches sneak attack to hit the target. At the same time, several other fellow stalkers also killed their respective targets.
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
There is no need to be merciful when dealing with these guys who have been contaminated by the power of the evil god. In the first room, everything went well and was cleared successfully. In the second room, following the same pattern, another 6 members of the evil god from the Blood Fawn gang were sent to meet the god of death in their sleep. In the third room, as expected, something unexpected happened. The disgusting smell of pus mixed with blood filled the air, and the environment in the building became worse and worse. When Reyna slowly came to the target who was about to attack, she broke away from stealth and prepared to attack. By coincidence, the opponent frowned and coughed violently, waking up from his sleep.
Rena's eyes met with the other person's for a moment. There are enemies, poof.
Ahem. Even though she swung the dagger as fast as she could, she still couldn't stop the other party from screaming in terror before dying.
When Pet saw this, he yelled, "The assassination is over, let's attack in one turn."
Soldiers holding various weapons pushed forward and kicked open the doors of the remaining rooms, exposing the awakened blood-red mercenary members inside. The mages in the hall no longer remained silent and chanted magic spells loudly.
Arcane missiles.
The purple arcane energy was condensed and constrained into a spindle-shaped projectile, screaming and flying towards different targets. This battle was blessed with the magical power of the secret of all things, and the waste of magic was significantly reduced. There is no need to think about which one to hit first, just glance at it, and if the health status is above 50%, you can definitely hit him with arcane missile. As for those whose health has dropped below 20%, or has simply been knocked into a coma and lost the ability to fight, there is no need to waste mental energy. The first round of magic bombing struck first, catching the blood-red mercenary members off guard before they had time to organize a counterattack. The blood-red mercenary leader, who was awakened from his sleep, appeared at the top of the stairs. When he saw the chaotic scene in the hall, his eyes were splitting with anger.
He actually found out after being touched in front of him without knowing it. Then he looked at Brandon, who was wearing the Crusader light armor, and he immediately reacted, "Lord Disley is indeed right. There are really Crusaders destroying our people in the lower city."
The anger is rising, and the restless energy in the body is getting more and more crazy.
And hashtag Wooloo, at hashtag *, and at hashtag @Wooloo. Authority. Instruction. Destruction.
The blood-red mercenary leader did not realize the last sentence. He did not open his mouth, but opened a gash in the huge tumor on his neck, making a strange and indistinct sound. After hearing the strange noise, the members of the Blood Fawn gang who had been suppressed in their respective rooms seemed to be stimulated by something, and their ferocity became fierce. His limbs were swollen, his eyes were red, and he seemed to have completely lost his mind. The person who was originally hit by the arcane missile fell to the ground and wailed, but now he seemed to have lost his sense of pain, shaking stiffly and getting up again. What's even more terrifying is that abscesses and malignant sores began to grow quickly one after another on the surface of their bodies. Then, the sores burst open and more brown pus spewed out from inside. There are mild pollution and temporary madness effects in the state, and the health status is instantly brought back to 100%. A warrior believer who was fighting the enemy in front accidentally made his exposed arm contaminated by the sprayed pus, and he screamed in pain. Not only did the health status drop by 5% instantly, there was also a negative effect called malignant corrosion in the status. The changes that appeared on the members of the Blood Fawn gang have brought some improvement to the originally one-sided battle situation. But Pat said with great confidence, "It's a small scene, don't panic, it's not a big problem." He has personally experienced scenes of living people turning into aberrations on the spot. The things in front of me were just mild transformations under the stimulation of the evil god's power. They just lost their minds, were unafraid of death, and started splattering pus around them. Peter quickly chanted a spell, constructed an arcane missile, and shot it towards the mutated enemy. Bang! 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 3 missiles hit, and the target's health instantly dropped by 20%. Peter knew something in his mind and began to give instructions. Be careful in close combat, mainly avoid, just block them, don't let them leave the room. Friends, mages, and rangers. Detach yourself into a group of 5 nearby, choose your target freely, and focus your fire. Although they are not afraid of pain, when the attack they receive exceeds the upper limit of what their body can bear, these dependents who have been contaminated and transformed by the evil god will still fall. The concentrated fire tactics arranged by Pet have an immediate effect. A round of volleys directly sent several members of the Blood Fawn gang who were still clamoring before to meet his evil god. When dealing with monsters transformed by evil gods, there was a problem that seriously troubled people. Monsters are often fearless of death, and it is difficult to tell whether they are at the end of their strength or at the peak of their power just by looking at their appearance. Insufficient firepower assigned will cause trouble. Excess firepower is a forbidden spell to kill mosquitoes. But with the blessing of the divine magic of, the secret of all things revealed, there is no such problem at all. You can tell the enemy's status at a glance. The 5 people worked together to focus the fire, and the damage caused was just enough to take them away in one wave, without any waste. Witnessing his men being eliminated one after another, the leader of the blood-red mercenaries tried to rush downstairs to eliminate those fragile mages who were chanting magic recklessly, but was blocked at the stairs by a group of warriors led by Brandon. Every time he gathered his anger and tried to repel the blockers, he would hear Brandon and his men shouting some inexplicable words. Pay attention. His anger has dropped by 60% in an instant. He should be about to burst. Give me a shield. Block it. Priest. Priest. Prepare to heal. The 2 consecutive, heroic strike, that used to be invincible, which could almost stably knock down first and second level enemies, did not work this time. Both attacks were blocked by the guy holding the shield. Although it can cause obvious damage, in the short few seconds between the 2 attacks, several golden glows will light up on his body. The priests who were flipping through the scriptures in the hall accurately released secondary healing to him at the critical moment, allowing him to withstand the second, heroic strike. After several cycles, the leaders still failed to break through the defense line at the staircase. Until the crazy Blood Fawn gang on the first floor were eliminated one by one, only the leader and his core subordinates were left to fight alone. Feeling the burning eyes cast at him, the leader's brain, which was almost dominated by madness, became a little sober. A thought popped into his mind: he's going to be finished. The noise of the battle in the stronghold was heard clearly by Miranda, who was hiding outside. She was full of doubts. Why do these people pretend to be the Crusaders? Who are the people who are in conflict with them? Who is the bad guy? She took out the statues, scriptures, and gems necessary for the divine ritual from her arms. She wanted to use the divine detection magic on these people on the spot to identify their identities. Miranda had a vague premonition. The God of Radiance will tell her the answer. Thanks to the book friend 20200904144905542 for voting 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to people like me who are inexplicable, it is you who did not understand. Zhang Shenxian for voting 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to everyone for the recommendation votes, thank you.
P.S. Pay attention to the protection of the new crown variant strains recently. I did not protect it. It's positive again, and I'm writing while sick. The brilliant light above the sky. Miranda Warren, the believer, at this moment, sincerely offers gratitude and praise to you. Please illuminate the gray fog that permeates the world, so that all kinds of evil can be exposed. Miranda placed the cannon on her chest, stroked the ritual gem with her right hand, and chanted the fixed prayer. A weak warm current flowed out of the gem and flowed into her body along her fingers. This divine art is called, Detect Evil, by the glowing God. The specific prayer is not a secret. In fact, even the pamphlet canon distributed free of charge during the missionary work has accurate prayers and items required for the ceremony. However, chanting the corresponding prayer does not mean that the divine art is cast. According to the summary of the church, after the prayer is chanted, warmth is felt in the gem, and the statue of the glowing God begins to emit a faint light, which means that the divine art is cast successfully and the believers have received a response from the gods. Miranda has tried it before, and she can only get a response when she casts, Detect Evil, for the first time every day. After the ceremony, even if she repeated the same process, she could not get a response again. The opportunity was precious. Miranda did not dare to delay, tried to calm her mind, and asked her question, Lord, please guide your devout believers, please ask, is there any evil God's power in the building ahead? The statue symbolizing the authority of the God of Radiance suddenly glowed with a bright red light. Miranda was shocked. After the Detect Evil spell is successfully cast, within the duration, you can ask the God of Radiance up to 3 questions in a specific format. The subject of the question starts with object and must be related to the evil God. There are 3 possible results. The first is that the statue has no response, which means that the format is wrong, or the caster is not capable enough and did not get a response from the god. The second is that the statue lights up white, which means that the object has no connection with the evil god. The third, which is the worst result, the statue lights up red, which means that the object is related to the evil god. Either it is an item tainted with the breath of the evil god, or it is a follower polluted by the evil god, or even a madman who believes in the evil god. The base of the blood-red mercenaries was identified by divine magic as the evil god's power. Miranda never expected that she would have such a huge harvest just after arriving in the lower city. The purpose of this trip is to find evidence that can prove the threat of the evil god. Originally, she planned to use the clumsy method of dividing the area, and use divine magic to explore it with her companions one by one until the place where the evil god's power was at work was locked. Now it directly helped her narrow the scope to the base of the blood-red mercenaries. Lord, please guide your devout believers. May I ask, has the mortal in the building in front been affected by the power of the evil god? The statue turned red again. The identity of one party has been locked, and there is something wrong with the blood-red mercenaries. As for the identity of the other party, although it was not clear why they pretended to be the Crusaders, since these people dared to confront the followers of the evil god, and there were priests who believed in the doctrine of radiance among them, Miranda subconsciously wanted to classify them as unknown heroes, potential companions. However, due to the principle of the Crusaders that any unidentified existence must first be confirmed whether it has any connection with the evil god, Miranda still launched a third inquiry. Lord, please guide your devout believers. May I ask, have the mortals who appeared in front of me before been affected by the power of the evil god? In front of her, the statue symbolizing the god of radiance burst into red light 3 times. Miranda was stunned. She had already imagined a series of twists and turns in her mind before. These people also discovered that Greenport was facing the threat of the evil god. Seeing that the Crusaders were indifferent, as the danger approached step by step, they had to organize themselves to save themselves. After going through untold hardships, they successfully found clues related to the evil god. Pretend to be the Crusaders and fight against the evil god's followers to the end. When the result of the divine magic inquiry came out this time, she was like a clown in the circus trying to imagine it. The divine magic of the god of light will not go wrong. How can this be an unknown hero trying to protect Greenport? It seems that both sides seem to be followers affected by the evil god. Miranda was panicked because the problem was huge. At first she thought it was the same as in the past, but another unlucky person got the evil god contaminated items without knowing it. Later, she suspected that crazy cultists who believed in the evil god secretly infiltrated Greenport and tried to make a big conspiracy. Now it seems that the situation has exceeded her worst expectations. Could the evil god's followers be fighting among themselves in the lower city? What was even more outrageous was that Miranda clearly saw that among this group of evil god followers, there were still people who could use the divine word, shield, belonging to the god of light. What is this? Since when did the madman who believed in the evil god also get the favor of the god of light?
Miranda felt that her worldview, which had been shaky since she arrived in the lower city, was finally completely shattered at this moment.
Miranda tried to guess the best, perhaps those priests were bewitched or coerced.
The next moment, at the entrance and exit of the blood-red mercenary base, those people came out talking and laughing, and said some words that Miranda could not understand. As expected, destroying the strongholds gives more legendary experience.
I leveled up 1 level directly. I got a lot of points. I got the last hit elimination reward for 4 Bloodfawn gangs. TSK, only 4, I killed 6.
Nonsense, how can the difficulty of long range and close combat be the same? These guys spray pus at every turn, and the close combat environment is much worse than yours. At this rate, kill the enemies in the customs pavilion as well. Everyone can gather points and unlock the last special skill of the event. Miranda watched helplessly as the bewitched and coerced priests happily and enthusiastically communicated with their companions around them, without any reluctance.
Miranda was almost crying. She thought she had made a huge gain as soon as she came to the lower city.
She directly found evidence of the evil god's mischief, and it seemed that there were also righteous people who took the initiative to organize to resist the evil god's threat. In the end, the evidence was found.
But isn't this a bit too serious? Has the evil god power in the lower city developed to this extent?
The so-called righteous men seem to be the followers of the evil gods. These evil gods' forces even have the energy to fight among themselves.
Have even the priests who believe in the glory fallen to the point of throwing themselves into the arms of the evil gods? Is there even one good person left in this lower city?
What scares Miranda even more is that she and her companions are well hidden in their hiding place, but for some reason, some of the evil god's followers just glanced in this direction and their eyes were directly locked on their hiding place.
There is no doubt that she was discovered by the other party.
Seeing the other party coming towards this side, Miranda panicked.
What should I do?
She is just a tuned-level candidate crusader, and she also chose the priest profession that focuses on assistance and healing, without much attack ability. These guys were just shouting and killing in the base of the blood-red mercenaries.
She can't fight them at all.
Don't even think about letting me fall. Miranda closed her eyes and began to think about how she should sacrifice herself, but she heard a gentle question in her ear. Madam, why are you hiding here?
Miranda was stunned. She raised her head and saw Gale's handsome face. This seems to be different from the evil god's followers, she imagined. After the other party found out that she was exposed, shouldn't they just capture her and kill her as a sacrifice to the evil god? Why is she so polite?
Miranda's mind was blank, and she subconsciously said what she was thinking. You are here to kill us. Gale's face suddenly darkened.
Madam, you must have misunderstood. We are not bad people. Those who were eliminated by us are. How should he explain to the other party?
He really just glanced in this direction unintentionally, because the revelation of all things, magic was automatically effective, and several pieces of information popped up in his mind. Health status, 100%, spiritual power, 74%, status, nervous is fear. This means that someone is hiding there, and it is a professional who uses mental power as a resource. If you don't know the situation, the action of the Seeking Knowledge sect to crack down on the Blood Fawn gang, which is a life and death posture, does seem a bit scary. In order to avoid misunderstanding, Gale had to try to explain to the other party, this place is one of the strongholds of the Blood Fawn gang, the largest criminal organization in the lower city, the Blood Red Mercenaries.
We have received guidance and there is definite evidence that the Blood Fawn gang has been bewitched by the evil god and has completely fallen. They need to be eliminated immediately.
The purpose of doing this is to maintain the safety of Greenport.
Miranda was stunned.
This guy speaks quite normally, as if he has not been polluted by the evil god. If she had not confirmed the composition of these people in front of her through divine arts, she might really take what the other party said seriously.
But the response of divine arts will not lie.
These guys are obviously dangerous elements affected by the power of the evil god.
Miranda suddenly thought of another possibility. Could it be that they are actually good people who have not been completely dragged into corruption by the evil god?
Miranda has studied the history of the Crusaders' confrontation with the evil god. Some evil gods have extremely special powers, and they have permeability that penetrates everywhere. Even the most steadfast holy warriors will inevitably be infiltrated and corrupted by the pervasive frenzy in the process of fighting against this kind of special evil god-contaminated monsters. If they are not purified, these people may gradually lose themselves in the crazy battle and lose their reason more and more, until finally,
they may be polluted and corrupted by the power of the evil god without knowing it. In order to avoid such a result as much as possible, once this special evil god appears, the resisting holy army will have to implement a rotation mode. After a period of fighting, the frontline legions withdrew and tried their best to eliminate the influence of the evil god's breath on them through prayer, divine rituals, and various recuperation methods. Think of these people in front of me. Miranda had a thought: they may not understand the dangers of this special evil god, and they don't have enough strength and firm faith like the Crusaders. In the process of fighting with the evil god's followers, they will definitely be polluted unknowingly. And they don't know how to purify this pollution. The pollution will become more serious with contact. The result of the divine art feedback may not convey that they are the evil god's followers. It is warning me that they are being dragged into the abyss by the evil god's pollution. Otherwise, why are there priests who can use the glowing divine art among these people? That's right. It must be like this. The guidance of the god of glow means that I should stand up and take them away from danger. Miranda took a breath and made up her mind. If these people are really polluted because of fighting against the evil god without knowing it, as she guessed, then she should be able to gain their trust immediately by revealing her identity. Introduce myself, Miranda Warren, the Glowing God Church's Green Harbor branch, candidate crusader, toon-level glowing god priest. Sir, I believe what you said. Green Harbor is facing the threat of the evil god. On behalf of the church, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for your efforts. But, you can't continue like this. Gale was stunned. He had previously thought that the Glorious God Church was completely unreliable. The Bloodfawn gang had made such a big move in the lower city, but the Crusaders still showed no signs of moving out. But now, a girl who claimed to be a candidate crusader of the church suddenly appeared in front of him? Especially, Miranda actually wanted to stop them from cleaning up the Bloodfawn gang. What is this? Miranda explained eagerly, I don't know which great being is guiding you to fight against the evil god, but this process is definitely not as easy as you think. This special evil force is pervasive. The longer you fight, the more you will be affected by the pollution without knowing it. My lord has issued a warning. You have been fighting with the evil god's followers for too long, and now you are almost on the verge of corruption. It may be the next battle, or it may be the next battle. You may be completely overwhelmed by the frenzied evil at any time and degenerate into a monster that has lost its mind. With the evidence here, it is enough for the Crusaders to go out and wipe out all the evil god's followers that threaten Greenport. You don't need to take risks for this. You have been trying your best to hold on for a long time, you can rest. As soon as these words came out, the members of the Seeking Knowledge sect were indeed attracted. Because they didn't understand what Miranda was saying. Everyone looked at each other for a few times, and their eye contact was almost the same. What the hell is she talking about? Wandering on the edge of corruption? I don't feel it at all. Persisted for a long time? From believing in the God of Knowledge, joining the sect, and becoming professionals, they fought against the Bloodfawn gang for less than 10 days at most. How come in Miranda's mouth, it became persisting for a long time? Thanks to Dongmian Listener, isn't it good to be single? Bookfriend 20210301102477748 cast 2 monthly tickets, thanks to Luosin99, DZNN, bookname 13733, was Wei Yongyan cast 1 monthly ticket. Thank you all for your recommendation votes, thank you. Seeing that these people were still confused and did not seem to realize the seriousness of the problem, Miranda was still patiently trying to explain the reason. Have you felt more and more recently that it is difficult to get a response when you perform magic and divine spells? This is evidence that you were infected by the evil aura during the battle with the evil god's followers. Gale tried to remember it, and then shook his head very seriously. No, on the contrary, I feel that using magic is much easier now than before, and the response is much smoother. Before he converted to Novan, it was really difficult to get a response to the pitiful spell slots given by the goddess of magic. It's different now. As long as he learns the relevant magic and has enough mental strength, the magic network will pulsate according to his wishes and be used however he wants. Miranda was speechless. This situation seems different from what she expected. That's not what the church records say. Then have you ever felt that the blessings given by the gods are getting weaker and weaker? Gale shook his head fiercely. Weak, how is it possible? The blessing has always been very clear, and the price is clearly marked. Miranda was shocked. How can a blessing be described with a clear price tag? In her understanding, the blessings given by those familiar righteous gods are all bonuses that work subtly. For example, if she takes the god of glow as her main belief, she will be better when using the glow magic. Effect. This blessing is an effect that all believers can enjoy after establishing their faith. According to Gale's words, this God's blessing is not free? Can I ask you, which great being do you believe in? When Gale heard this, he immediately became excited. I used to go astray and thought that the goddess of magic was the ultimate secret of all laws in the world. It was not until later that I understood that the goddess of magic is a dog, ahem. He almost said the words goddess of magic, even dogs don't believe it. What I mean is that I discovered that compared to the elusive appearance of the goddess of magic, my true destination actually belongs to the supreme and great God of knowledge, Novan. Ms. Warren, please allow me to take a moment of your time. I hope to introduce you to a great being. He is the true savior of mortals and the controller of all truths. Miranda searched hard in her memory. At least in the sequence of righteous gods, she was sure that she had never heard of such a god as Novan, the god of knowledge. Could it be some unknown alien god? Aren't the outer gods the next best choice when they don't get the favor of the righteous gods? He is really a very special and different existence. Gale introduced seriously, he will never directly send down power, but will convey power to his believers in the form of knowledge, guiding us and others. Use your own efforts and learn little by little. This is what makes my Lord different from other gods. A god who does not give down power but knowledge? Miranda wondered, what kind of knowledge? I think my Lord knows all the knowledge in this world, Gale said, and then added, of course, you need to have the qualifications worthy of this knowledge in order to be recognized by my Lord and clearly mark the price. This is very difficult. Fair. Gale means that if you want to learn spells or use divine spells, you need to have enough knowledge points to redeem them, and meet the attribute requirements of the legendary level. After falling into the arms of the great God of knowledge, I have learned through my own efforts, arcane missiles, and energy-saving spellcasting, magic that was not given to me by the goddess of magic. Not only me, but also the priests who spread the gospel of radiance. They also successfully mastered various radiance magics under the guidance of my Lord. Since the Lord has not sent us a warning, it means that we are following his guidance and are walking on the right path. What's the edge of depravity? I think you must have misunderstood. Miranda felt that her worldview, which she had finally recovered a little bit, was once again violently impacted. No, you call this an alien god? Can you even learn the magic of the god of glow? There is no need for her to undergo rigorous selection, long-term training, and recite religious prayers day after day. As long as you get the corresponding knowledge, you can learn the magic of other gods? What kind of existence is this god of knowledge? Miranda was completely confused. The other party was conscious, spoke clearly and coherently, and even had the idea of preaching to her. These characteristics did not seem like someone who was on the verge of depravity due to the influence of the evil god's aura. Miranda had seen crusaders rotated down to rest in order to avoid corruption. Those people all exuded a depressive atmosphere, did not like to talk to others, their eyes were bloodshot, and they seemed to be covered in black air. At that time, Miranda felt an uncomfortable sense of danger just by being close to the crusaders. But among these people, Miranda really had no sense of danger. If these believers of the self-proclaimed knowledge-seeking sect in front of us are not about to fall, then how should we explain the red light warning issued by the detect evil magic? Perhaps the so-called God of knowledge is actually an evil god? But Miranda saw with her own eyes that among these people there were priests who used the magic of radiance. If the God of knowledge is really an evil god born from the void, how can his followers master the power of pure and sacred light? Both possibilities have enough evidence to disprove them. Miranda thought to herself and even began to doubt herself. Is it my problem? It can't be that the magic is wrong? In order to verify all possibilities, the only way is to use the detect evil magic again. Because Miranda has used up the opportunity to use the detect evil magic that day, she can only replace it with another alternate Crusader companion, take out the items required for the ceremony, and release the same magic again. Lord, please guide your devout believers. May I ask, are the believers of the Seeking Knowledge sect being affected by the power of the evil god? The statue, this time emitted a holy and bright white light. To be on the safe side, the companion deliberately changed the question, Lord, please guide your devout believers. May I ask, is the god of seeking knowledge a heretical evil god of the void? It was still white light. Lord, please guide your devout believers. May I ask, are the mortals who believe in the seeking knowledge god contaminated by the evil god? At this moment, the statue emitted a bright red light again. Change another companion and repeat the same 3 questions. White, red, white. Change the last companion and repeat again. Red, white, white. Miranda and her companions are all about to collapse. Excluding other possibilities, The final result seems to be that there is something wrong with the magic. The same question, how can it still be inaccurate? P.S. Author's note, to avoid misunderstanding, hereby explain. The inaccurate response results of the magic are not just a word game, the real reason will be revealed in the plot later. Same inquiry format, different feedback results. Red and white appear alternately, and there is no pattern at all. This time, the response may be white light, next time, the response may be red light. Not to mention Miranda's collapse, the people of the Seeking Knowledge sect who witnessed this scene were also confused. They knew about the detect evil magic of the glowing god cult. It is said that this magic can accurately identify whether the object is related to the evil god. What is going on now? Is this god of seeking knowledge that they have planned to firmly believe in an evil god? Nawan, who was paying attention in the kingdom of God, was a little unconfident because of this strange result. Am I an evil god? From the perspective of divine power, Nawan felt that the god he traveled through was undoubtedly an evil god, and he had to be the kind that was considered evil in the evil camp. Otherwise, there was no way to explain his polluted divine power. Even if he tried to find a way to avoid the problem of divine power contaminating mortals, the essence of divine power would not change at all. But there is a bug in the pure evil god theory that makes Norwan unable to justify himself. Norwan's authority can allow him to obtain knowledge about the glowing divine arts or shadow combat skills. The method provided by this knowledge is not to plunder or steal the power of those gods, but to actually obtain the permission of the corresponding gods, so as to release the corresponding combat skills or divine arts. Although Norwan still doesn't know how to establish a connection with other gods, and doesn't know how other gods view his identity. But if the god of glow identifies him as an evil god, there is no reason to allow his believers to use the authority of the glow. Norwan has never seen a monster contaminated by the evil god waving its tentacles to give itself strong healing spell. Norwan previously guessed that perhaps the image of god of knowledge he wove for himself worked. The god of glow identified him as another normal god rather than an evil god. That's why Norman had the idea of guiding believers to fight against the Bloodfawn gang, and further establish a positive reputation for his sect. But at this moment, the result of the divine judgment of detect evil was equivalent to denying Norman's conjecture. The light on the statue was not pure white light. So, in the end, am I an evil god? The god of knowledge, as he once told you, may really be a remnant who has awakened from the long-gone days. A deep male voice sounded, breaking the confused state of the people of the Seeking Knowledge sect in Miranda. A sturdy middle-aged man appeared beside Miranda without warning. Miranda looked up at the sound and was immediately surprised. "Mr. Bahamut, why are you here?" In Miranda's memory, Bahamut was a candidate crusader like her. The three companions who secretly came to the lower city with her were also persuaded by Bahamut. But later, when she was preparing to take action, she forgot about Bahamut for some reason, and only remembered it when she saw him again. Hearing this familiar name, Pete's memory also revived. That interrogation. The non-existent Sheriff Bahamut. "It's you!" After regaining his sanity, Pete now realized that there was something wrong with the interrogation, as well as the mysterious document he signed under stress. "Who are you? What do you want to do?" Bahamut looked at Pete deeply, as if he wanted to see something through him. After a long silence, he slowly said, "It doesn't matter who I am, and it doesn't matter what I want to do. What matters is Pet. Have you never been curious?" Pet was puzzled. "What are you curious about? With your talent and ability, if there is no god of knowledge, can you still master those magics that were once out of reach?" Pet's face darkened. "What do you mean? Do you look down on me?" Bahamut changed the subject and talked about another seemingly unrelated thing. The birth of the new Hueli is to commemorate the coming of the god of radiance to the world. Mortals who are recognized by the gods can obtain the abilities given by the gods from then on, and many gods that appeared later all imitated the radiance to send down their power. What about the world before the new Hueli? This question, let alone Pete, even Miranda was at a loss. For the short-lived human race, the new Hueli is an accurate history that can be verified. Whether it is the advent of the God of Light or the first group of believers who received God's gift, there is solid evidence. As for the part before that, it is completely cut off and belongs to the category of legend. Probably only the archaeologists among the dwarves, the long-standing ant people in the north of the continent, the extremely rare elves, and the dragons that may exist on the plateau can understand a little. How many years did the evil god born from the void first appear? Miranda, who came from the church, answered this question quickly. December 31st, 499 of the new Hueli, the end of the 5th century, the last day of the prosperous era. That day, a strange scene of a black sun in the sky and a dimmed glow appeared. The church established the first crusade the following year and began a long confrontation with the evil god. Bahamut shook his head. No, the evil god was really born much earlier than that time. Even before the god of glow came to the world, countless evils were already brewing in the void. Miranda subconsciously retorted, impossible. If that were to happen, wouldn't the evil god have completely polluted the world long ago? Peter thought of another possibility. You mean, before the god of glow came to the world, there were still a group of followers of the god who were fighting against the power of the evil god? Combined with Bahamut's previous words, Pet said in disbelief, the god of knowledge? Bahamut said with a complex expression, although the first half of your guess is correct, in the past history, there were indeed other believers of gods who fought against evil gods. But he is definitely not the god of knowledge. At least in the history I know, even if it is earlier than the new Hui calendar, I have never heard of his existence. But his sudden appearance is indeed consistent with the characteristics of waking up from a long sleep. Furthermore, believers of the gods of the past, even mortals with insufficient talent, can be recognized by the gods of the present. He also meets this characteristic. The problem is, the gods of the past, before falling into a long slumber, might take the lead in surrendering to the evil god. Not to mention Peter, even Nuven in the kingdom of God was dumbfounded when he heard that. The background he talked about when he made up his identity seemed to come true? What's even more outrageous is, the gods in this background setting may be a group of young people who have taken refuge in the evil gods. Co-author. Irwuzi is actually me? Thanks to Huakayan Ziming, it's not that I'm fat, it's that my clothes are too thin for voting for 2 monthly votes. Thanks to Zhao Zhao Zhao, AI, and G_CB for voting for 1 monthly vote. Thank you for your recommendation and support. Thank you. P.S. A little bit about the worldview, and the title of the first volume, The Remnants of the Old Days Take Refuge in Evil Gods? How can gods take refuge in others? Peter couldn't understand, but he was greatly shocked. Bahamut replied with 4 words very calmly, I have no idea. Ah. Not to mention Pet, Nuven, who was just eating melons and watching a show in the kingdom of God, was also beaten by Bahamut. What I said before is clear and logical, but why does it disappear as soon as the key point is reached? Bahamut spread his hands in a very bachelor manner, with an air of being barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes. That is something that belongs to the gods. How can a mortal know about it? In fact, I don't even know the answer to whether the gods of the past took refuge in the evil god. Everything I know comes from documented records. The gods of old will no longer answer the prayers of mortals at the end of the age. Natural disasters are everywhere, and the world is plunged into chaos. Until the first ray of light of the new era illuminates the continent of Prentis again. A new order was established. That's all. Gale couldn't help but interjected, Your Excellency, I don't understand anything else. I just don't understand one thing. You mean that the person who bestowed blessings on us may be a person? The old god awakening from his long sleep? But the power he gave us has nothing to do with the evil god. We even weakened the threat of the evil god under his guidance. Isn't this a good thing? The power against the evil god is strengthened. With the same power, do we still need to distinguish between old and new? Bahamut nodded seriously. Yes. The distinction between old and new is very important. 2 soldiers, one has a record of escaping or even surrendering to the enemy on the battlefield, and the other has been carefully selected, and his loyalty and courage can withstand the test. If you were a general, who would you choose to join your team? Gale was speechless for a moment. If he really had to choose, the former would be difficult to trust because he had a criminal record after all. Bahamut continued, the most important thing is that the order of the new era has been established. In the new environment, there is no place reserved for the remnants of the old days. The awakening of the old gods means variables, and no one, not even God, can know in advance whether this change will be good or bad. Bahamut looked at everyone in the seeking sect, and finally his eyes fell on Pet. In fact, I have been paying attention to you from the beginning. The variables have had a huge impact. Without his presence, the evil in the lower city will get worse and worse, until a young crusader candidate in the Glow Church steps forward at the most critical moment and becomes a hero who turns the tide. The current situation is, Bahamut was slightly silent. He didn't say the second half of the sentence. According to the current situation, the Blood Fawn gang is about to be completely overthrown by the sudden change of the knowledge-seeking sect. The future that was originally foreseeable to a certain extent is being reversed in an unpredictable direction. Your appearance has destroyed the original order. You shouldn't have shown up. Among the crowd, Brandon stood up with an angry face and said angrily, "What do you mean by this? What do you mean we shouldn't show up? I don't deserve the guidance of gods, and I don't deserve to have power. When danger comes, I only deserve to kneel down and pray, waiting for the so-called hero to stand up, right? I'm not convinced. Obviously I can have power, and I can change everything. Where are the other gods? Do they think letting me gain power is disruptive to order? Only the God of knowledge is willing to tell me how to obtain my own power. Just because I believe in a God who has awakened in the old days, he is not considered as reliable as other gods and will destroy the order of the new era. That's their mistake. If it weren't for my master, I would still have to work hard in the workshop rubbing the bolts, and that old profiteer would keep my wages. I am not wrong, and my lord is not wrong. In my opinion, my lord is more worthy of belief than other gods." During the period after converting his faith to Nobel, Brandon, like many believers who joined the Seeking for Knowledge sect, experienced a huge change in mentality. He once believed that gods were great beings, and only mortals recognized by gods could receive blessings. He made a lot of efforts but failed to get the blessing in the end. It must be because he didn't do well enough, rather than because God had harsh conditions. After believing in the God of knowledge, Brandon discovered that this was not the case. In the knowledge-seeking sect, every path to gain knowledge and change your destiny is extremely clear. How much effort you put in, how much you get in return. Although there is a talent gap among believers, even the mortal with the least talent can get the rewards he deserves through hard work. The God of knowledge treats all his followers equally and without prejudice. After experiencing this kind of life, if Brandon were asked to give up his belief in the God of knowledge and go back to offer his faith to the God of radiance again, it would be absolutely impossible for him to accept it. Therefore, when Bahamut said that the knowledge-seeking sect should not appear, Brandon was completely shocked. In the kingdom of God, Nubbin wished he could give Brandon a medal weighing a ton on the spot. "I didn't expect that this guy who only thinks about fighting can say such beautiful words. Why do you mean there is no place for me in the new era? All the positions of the gods have been allocated. I came late. There is no room left for me, is there? I still try my best to establish a good image for myself and guide believers to fight against evil gods. Does this mean that the new era doesn't need me at all?" Nubbin has figured it out. Without his time travel, the god he inherited might have really responded to the sacrifices of the cultists in the caves and become the trigger of the incident. Together with the evil god who took refuge in the Blood Fawn Gang, he would have brought evil to Green Harbor. Huge destruction occurred until a hero emerged from the Crusaders to turn the tide. Because of Nubbin's arrival, the development of things changed. Under Nubbin's guidance, Peter had the power to resist and directly killed the cultists with his backhand. Pat did not die in that cave, but became a follower of Nubbin and gradually established the knowledge-seeking sect. Coupled with Nubbin's subsequent operations, the number of believers grew stronger and stronger, and they in turn took the initiative to clean up the Blood Fawn Gang. This has produced a huge deviation from the future planned in the New Era order. "Okay. You don't need me, and I still look down on you." Nubbin made up his mind. Since there is no ship in the New Era that can carry him, the remnant of the old party, then, from now on, he will build his own ship. At the scene where the members of the knowledge-seeking sect were confronting Bahamut, the atmosphere became a little solemn after Brandon's outburst. After all, Brandon's words almost refuted everything Bahamut said. To sum up, I don't care about the new era or the old era or the established order. I just surrender to the God of knowledge. This great being is my true heavenly Father and Savior. Anyone who wants to force me to convert is my enemy. The secret of all things revealed. When Shinshu looked at Bahamut, the message he received was very clear: health condition, 95%, mental power, 95%, anger, 0%, bloodline power, 100%, there are 5 or 6 types in the career resources alone. In the status, there are a variety of effects including advanced transformation, which are countless at a glance. However, Norwin did not directly send an oracle to the believers to attack Bahamut. After Bahamut showed up, he took action without saying anything. Instead, he talked very patiently about the old gods and the new Hueli era. This shows that the other party's position is somewhat ambiguous. The worst-case scenario is that Norvin explodes directly, and with a burst of divine power, he creates a bunch of super aberrations on the spot. It's hard for me, and you can't live either. Based on Bahamut's performance, the situation seems to be relatively optimistic. Norvin decided to let the believers negotiate again. So, Lord Bahamut, you chose to appear at this time. Based on your position, do you intend to intervene and restore the changed order? Peter asked in a deep voice. Although he didn't stand up and denounce directly like Brandon, his thoughts were the same as Brandon's. The rest is easy to say. No need to talk about changing your faith.
If it really comes to a life-or-death situation, at worst they will fight. Bahamut was silent for a while, then slowly spoke. If I followed the dogma, I would eliminate the variables in the first place.
But my master once asked me, is what is bound by dogma necessarily correct?
From you, I see another possibility that the master said.
So now I have new ideas.
Bahamut said, pointing to Miranda Warren and her companions who had fallen asleep neatly in a standing position at some point next to them. This change was caused by you. Miranda Warren, she was supposed to be the hero who saved Greenport from the disaster. Without you, she would have come to the lower city with her companions today and found evidence of the Bloodfawn gang's defection to the evil god. The sacrifice of her companions would be the price she had to pay. But now, her trajectory has been disrupted by you. The fate that was meant for Miranda Warren could have spiraled completely out of control.
I can give you a chance.
If you stop praying to the God of knowledge and let the old days continue to sleep, Miranda will not remember the experience of seeing you, and her destiny will be back on track. Otherwise, you will have to bear the cost of changing her fate.
I want to remind you that the Glow Church, as well as sects that believe in other New Era gods, may not be willing to let the order be changed like me. The effect of the detect evil magic on the gods of the past is not clear, which means that you may even be recognized by the Church of Glow as a sect that believes in evil gods. Even though Bahamut gave a warning, the decisions made by Norvan believers were still surprisingly consistent. The latter.
Agree.
No problem.
I don't understand anything about destroying order, but as long as we can eliminate the Bloodfawn gang before the threat of the evil god breaks out, won't order be back on track?
Isn't it just a Bloodfawn gang that has taken refuge in the evil god?
We have killed 2 of the 5 leaders.
It is only a matter of time before they are completely eliminated. Didn't Your Excellency say it all?
The gods of the New Huili era look down on us and think our talents are not good enough, but the great God of knowledge does not despise us. Those churches that don't know how to adapt are not worthy of our faith.
This is not called changing the order, this is obviously changing our destiny. Who dares to say that our Lord is an evil god?
His order is the correct truth. Just as he appeared, a bright light flashed and Bahamut's figure disappeared. At the same time, Miranda woke up from her deep sleep, her body shook slightly, her chest rose and fell a few times, and her memory gradually returned as she shook her head.
The awakening gods of old. A sect whose divine magic cannot be accurately verified.
Believers who act with unclear motives. Before Miranda had time to continue thinking, Peter and Gale exchanged glances, and the latter immediately understood. No matter what, Miranda and the others cannot be allowed to bring the news about the God of knowledge back to the church now.
You have to find a way to keep her here.
Gale walked quickly to Miranda and said with a very serious face, Ms. Warren, there's no time to explain more. You should also know that the Bloodfawn gang has been contaminated by the power of the evil god, and Greenport is facing a huge threat.
Maybe you don't know us well enough now.
But you also saw that we are fighting against the Bloodfawn gang influenced by the evil god. The locations of the Bloodfawn gang's forces that have been discovered so far include, in addition to their headquarters, the Blood Roulette Casino, there is also a stronghold called the Roseberry-style Museum. There are followers of the evil god like the Blood-Red mercenaries in this customs museum, spreading pollution. The situation is urgent. If they cannot be stopped immediately, they will occupy more strongholds, and by then it will be too late. Some of us were injured in the battle just now and lost our combat effectiveness.
Now we are in urgent need of the help of an experienced crusader like you.
Please lend a helping hand and help us eliminate evil. Before Miranda could figure out what was going on, she was filled with information by Gale's righteous words. Seeing Gale's serious and urgent look again, I suddenly felt nervous. Completely out of instinct, she subconsciously replied, of course, God of Radiance is above.
This is the mission of the Crusaders. Gale clapped his hands. Without further ado, let's set off now.
If the first step is successful, when dealing with such a radiant believer who comes from the Crusaders, as long as he puts forward requirements such as mission and righteousness, the other party will most likely agree subconsciously.
If Miranda can be kept temporarily, the next steps will be easier to handle. The best way to prevent someone from leaking secrets is to make her a part of the secret. In this regard, both Pat and Gale expressed their experience. As long as Miranda and her companions can be preached and believe in the God of knowledge, wouldn't all the problems be solved at once? P.S. This chapter is also called, diplomacy failed, the entire district was declared. Thank you Mingxingo for voting for 2 monthly votes, thank FV Thunderstorm Paradise, JSL for voting for 1 monthly vote, thank you all for your recommendation votes, thank you. When Miranda came to her senses, she was already following the Seeking Knowledge sect's army on the way to the third Bloodfawn gang's stronghold. She realized that something seemed to be wrong. What was she planning to do in the lower city? Oh, yes. The divine arts warned her that there was a threat related to the evil god in the lower city. She wanted to find evidence. Now she not only found evidence, but also got something extra. A sect that seemed to believe in the old gods, and this group of people was so bold that they dared to openly pretend to be the Crusaders. The problem is, their purpose of pretending to be the Crusaders seemed to be to attack the enemies who had really been bewitched by the evil god. They even took the initiative to ask her for help just now, asking her to go and destroy another evil stronghold influenced by the evil god. She subconsciously agreed? Miranda was very sure that the Bloodfawn gang had been bewitched by the evil god. Before going to the Roseberry Pavilion, Gale took her to the Blood Red Mercenary for a tour and let her see the environment where several mage believers were cleaning up after the battle. Witnessing the Bloodfawn gang members with ugly tumors on their necks, swollen limbs, and pus spraying out of their wounds, and feeling the familiar disgusting crazy aura on them, Miranda decisively took out the photo crystal to record it. The evidence of the influence of the evil god is irrefutable. But Miranda was in a dilemma when it came to judging the position of the Seeking Knowledge sect. The things before the new Hueli were completely Miranda's blind spot. She didn't have any knowledge about this and the knowledge she could learn from the Glowing God sect. It was Mr. Bahamut who suddenly appeared and told her about these old things. If Miranda had followed her previous thoughts, she would have returned to the church immediately and reported everything she saw in the lower city. Bishopsgate's statement that items related to the evil god were being transported in Green Harbor was definitely wrong. The Bloodfawn gang was bewitched by the evil god, and the evidence was irrefutable. The Crusaders needed to be dispatched immediately to eliminate them. The Seeking Knowledge sect, there are warning signs of divine arts, and it is recommended to pay attention and investigate. With this explanation, her mission was completed. But Bishopsgate likes a one-size-fits-all style. Since the divine arts have been warned, there is a high probability that an order will be issued to expel or even kill the Seeking Knowledge sect. Now Miranda is a little hesitant. The followers of the old gods, are they really going to be counted as the followers of the evil god and eliminated? His followers all look very righteous? Besides, is Bishopsgate's decision really right? It is difficult for mortals who are bewitched by the evil god to hide their crazy aura. Especially the trained crusaders, who can almost detect the difference between the followers of the evil god and normal people as long as they get close. Miranda did not feel any signs of the influence of the evil god on the followers of the Seeking Knowledge sect. They are all very rational and friendly. What's more, these people did not hesitate to disguise themselves as crusaders and fought a desperate battle with the Bloodfawn gang who really surrendered to the evil god. Just by seeing the Bloodfawn gang members lying in all directions in the Blood Red Mercenary base, Miranda could imagine the intensity of the battle. After discovering Miranda and other members of the Glorious God cult, if the people of the Seeking Knowledge cult were really followers of the evil god, the best way would definitely be to kill them directly, so that there would be no danger of being exposed for the time being. As a result, not only did they not harm Miranda and her companions, they even took the initiative to ask her for help to attack the Bloodfawn gang's base. Unconsciously, her attitude had begun to deviate. After cleaning up the scene of the Blood Red Mercenaries and on the way to the raid on the Roseberry Customs Pavilion, Pete made a simple and practical classic tactical allocation. It took some time, and it should be too late to assassinate. But now Ms. Warren and her companions have joined. We can directly change to a strong attack. Warrior friends are at the forefront. Reyna is responsible for the support of the stealth, the mage listens to my command and focuses the fire, the rangers are the same as before, protect the priest, and protect Ms. Warren and her companions. In short, those who can resist, hold on, those who can fight, use their strength, and those who can heal, add. The crowd responded loudly. Miranda looked around in disbelief. Wait, you just assign tactics like this? Pet was a little puzzled. Why, is there any problem? Miranda felt that her worldview was impacted again. This is completely different from other teams she has seen fighting against evil gods or monsters. You just let the warriors stand in the front and take the most dangerous position. Will they be willing? Why don't you make it clear in advance how much extra rewards the first batch of people who meet the enemy will have? Gale, who was next to Miranda, shook his head when he heard this. Oh, you mean that? We don't need it in the Seeking Knowledge sect.
As soon as we heard that we were going to fight against enemies related to the evil gods, everyone's enthusiasm was full. We are just afraid that we will act too slowly, and our companions will finish the enemy, and we won't even have a sip of soup. Gale was clearly speaking the common language of the continent, but Miranda heard the feeling of the heavenly book. Her first reaction was disbelief. This is a fight against the followers of the evil god. Aren't you afraid? How can you be so active? Gale exclaimed, puzzled, and asked back, because as long as we eliminate the enemies who have accepted the power of the evil god, the great god will give us rewards as a reward for our efforts. The more heroic the battle and the more contributions you make, the richer the rewards will be. Will the god of radiance not reward the crusaders for their feats? This question almost made Miranda speechless. This was the first time she knew that fighting against the followers of the evil god could be rewarded by the gods. The crusaders went out to fight against the followers of the evil god, but they never received any rewards from the god of radiance. For people like Miranda, after believing in the god of radiance, the gods responded to her with several divine arts during her long prayers and practice. For example, divine arts such as divine word, shield, and secondary healing, which Miranda could release after chanting prayers, were the powers she received from the god of radiance. As for the possibility of being rewarded by the gods for fighting against the cultists who surrendered to the evil god, Miranda had never thought of this possibility. In order to mobilize the enthusiasm of the members of the Crusaders, the church relied on instilling in them the belief in the mission of eliminating evil. And various tangible material rewards. The first batch of people who fought were the most dangerous, and the church often promised them additional rewards. Not to mention the adventurers and mercenaries who killed monsters in the wild. It is customary for the team members who are responsible for the enemy to take most of the team's income. The number of monsters killed can be exchanged for money or other things as rewards in the glowing god church, with the iconic parts of the monsters as proof. In short, these rewards all come from the church established by mortals who believe in the glowing god, not the gifts of the gods. In Miranda's cognition, the rewards of the gods must be very precious. How come the believers of this old god can get the rewards of the god of knowledge directly just by attacking the evil god's followers? Somehow, Miranda suddenly felt an inexplicable emotion called envy in his heart. Roseberry Pavilion, another evil stronghold controlled by the Bloodfawn gang. If we only talk about evil, the dirtiness here is probably comparable to the Blood Roulette Casino. The reason is very simple. The pavilion is a service place open to the public. As for what kind of services are provided, just look at the content written on the sign outside the door: Pink Berry Room, single service, 1 silver coin per time. Prop interest, 10 copper coins each. Moon Shadow Whisper Room overnight service, 3 silver coins. Specify the dress or race, pay an additional 1 silver coin. Rose Experience Room, enjoy like a king, only 10 silver coins. Bring you the ultimate experience. Looking at the building's exterior painted in rose red from a distance, Reyna spat with a bad look on her face. Even if the Blood Fawn gang hadn't surrendered to the evil god, I had wanted to destroy this place. As long as you have been in the lower city for a while, you will know how much evil this amorous place has brought. The biggest difference between it and those normal service places is that most of the people who provide services in it are not willing. The Blood Fawn gang has a mature abduction of newcomers design. First, they will send people to seduce the poor people living or working in the lower city, and tempt them to go to the casino opened by the Blood Fawn gang to play. When they lose almost all their money, the pawnshop that Evan used to be in charge of will come out and provide them with gambling funds called mortgage funds, which are actually high-interest loans. When these deceived people can't pay back the money, Evan will send people to collect debts, forcing them to sell all kinds of belongings. If they can't squeeze out any money, if there is a suitable woman, they will simply use the reason of paying off the debt to force her here. As long as they are brought here, there is no need to say what to do. I can feel the dangerous atmosphere inside. You are right. This organization called Blood Fawn Gang has indeed completely fallen. Miranda's expression was ugly. The threat of the evil god has grown to such a serious extent in the Green Port that she is responsible for. Raising the statue of the god of radiance in her hand, Miranda chanted the corresponding prayer softly. The brilliant light above the sky, as Miranda chanted, a halo faintly lit up above everyone's head. The effect of the second-level divine art, Healing Blessing, was blessed on everyone. After releasing the divine art, Miranda explained a little embarrassedly, "My ability is limited. Now I only master this kind of blessing divine art. Healing Blessing can make your injuries recover faster, and the treatment effect of receiving the divine art of radiance will be better. If someone is injured in the battle, I will also help provide treatment. There are currently a total of 5 second-level blessing divine arts recorded in the Church of Radiance, namely, healing, strength, protection, purification, and courage. Although Miranda has been praying and practicing to the God of Light very hard, the other 4 divine arts have not received any response from the God. Because of this, she was finally evaluated as a candidate and assigned to Green Harbor. Miranda's companions are in a similar situation. Gale was moving his joints, preparing for the upcoming battle. Don't worry, it's already good. Our priest companions haven't reached level 2 yet, and they don't even have the qualifications to learn this magic. Miranda was stunned again. Qualification? Why do we have to reach level 2 before we can learn magic? Isn't it that the God of Light has given us the ability to use magic, which proves that we have the power of level 2? Gale laughed. It's not like this in the Seeking Knowledge sect. My Lord is a great and selfless existence. He will clearly tell us what conditions we must meet to learn the corresponding magic or magic. After meeting the requirements, we just need to make enough efforts. It may be a bit strange to describe our blessing with a clear price tag, but this is the fact. While Miranda was still surprised, the warriors who were ready, led by Brandon, kicked open the door of the Roseberry Pavilion with great momentum. The Blood Fawn Gang is unforgivable. Today is the doomsday you've been waiting for. Innocent people, please get down immediately. Our only target is the villains of the Blood Fawn Gang. At this time in the morning, it was not open for business. There were only the Blood Fawn Gang members stationed there and the women who were forced to provide services. With the help of status display, Brandon and other warriors locked their targets almost instantly. Those with marked reminders are the Blood Fawn Gang members who need to be eliminated. Those without marks are innocent. The 2 who mastered the charge combat skill rushed in first and knocked the target over. Brandon was so excited that he followed the charging teammates closely, waving a crowbar, and rushed in with a roar. As long as they were marked as Blood Fawn Gang, they would be hit with a stick. In order to use the 2-handed sword in the future, Brandon allocated as many attributes to himself as possible in terms of strength. In terms of attack power, it is much higher than that of a normal level 1 warrior. Several enemies couldn't withstand his huge force with the bonus of anger, and were knocked down. Hedon. Everyone, fight slowly, leave me a few more. I still lack legendary experience to exchange for blessing upgrades from the Lord. Just by destroying a blood-red mercenary stronghold, the contribution points were distributed, allowing Brandon to gain enough legendary experience to be directly promoted to level 15. If he works harder in this battle, maybe the legendary experience rewarded to him can help him directly reach level 17. In addition, the upcoming battle against the Red Roulette Underground Casino can be foreseen. Eliminating the entire Blood Fawn Gang might give him a chance to reach level 20, which is equivalent to the 2nd level of strength. Brandon has already simulated a set of combat skill combinations that can only be mastered by level 2 warriors. What is missing now is the physical attributes that meet the conditions. As long as you defeat the followers of the evil god, you can get legendary experience. Upgrade to get attribute rewards. With such a huge temptation in front of him, Brandon naturally burst out with extremely high enthusiasm for fighting. Miranda, who was being protected with other priests and believers from a distance, saw the followers of the Seeking Knowledge sect acting like a mad dog out of the cage, and her jaw almost dropped in shock. They are not exaggerating. It is really possible for everyone to be so active in fighting against the followers of the evil god. As the leader in charge of this stronghold appeared, an even more shocking situation emerged for Miranda. The damage caused by the boss with level 2 strength cannot be ignored. When several shield-bearing warriors responsible for blocking the attack resisted the attack, Miranda originally planned to chant divine spells to help heal them. Miranda was just halfway through her prayer, and was still waiting for the God of Radiance to respond. The priests and believers who believed in Novan next to her had already finished singing secondary healing very skillfully. The holy golden glow then fell on the attacked companion. Miranda was stunned. She is a candidate priest of the Crusaders who has received professional training, but her treatment proficiency can't keep up with the priests of these knowledge-seeking sects? How can you be so skilled? Why did the God of Radiance respond so quickly to them? Miranda suddenly felt that all her efforts and practice over the past few years had been in vain. Thanks to the unknown rookie, bookfriend 2023062904214621 for voting for 2 monthly votes. Thank Wayamar Wind, bookfriend 201806271909252881, bookfriend 2023020610472780 for voting for 1 monthly vote. Thank you for your recommendation and support. Thank you.
P.S. Also, I'm asking for a follow-up reading as usual on Tuesday, although the data does not look promising for San Jiangha being surpassed in the divine art of radiance, which she was best at, was a big blow to Miranda. In terms of the battle situation, Miranda even felt that even without them, these people from the Seeking Knowledge sect could eliminate all the enemies of the Blood Fawn gang without any danger. Although she said she needed their help, in fact, Miranda felt that her greatest contribution might be the healing blessing. In terms of treatment, she couldn't compete with these people from the Seeking Knowledge sect. Every time, before she had time to finish chanting the prayer, they had already started looking for the next target who needed help. How did you do it? One of Miranda's companions couldn't hold back and chose to ask for advice. When they used divine arts, they needed to chant the first half of the prayer first, and wait for the response from the God of Radiance before reciting the second half of the prayer. Otherwise, the divine arts would not work. But these people from the Seeking Knowledge sect didn't seem to worry about the problem of no response to the divine arts. They chanted the prayers faster than one another, and they could produce accurate results every time. It's very simple. As long as you offer your faith to our Lord, everyone can do this. Maybe this is the characteristic of the old gods. The priests and believers of the Seeking Knowledge sect looked accustomed to it. Gale, with a seductive expression, took the opportunity to encourage, "Do you want to consider adding an object of faith? The Glowing God Church does not require you to believe in one person, right?" When Miranda heard this, she felt like she had seen a ghost. Because she was really tempted. The divine art had given a warning before, and she was not completely sure whether the old gods were worth believing in. But the smooth casting effect of the divine art is really useful. The Glowing God Church did not require believers to believe in the doctrine of only the glowing God. Most people would believe in multiple gods to obtain the blessing effects of different gods. For example, some holy warriors would also offer their faith to the giant bear god Sotok among the foreign gods to obtain the strength and toughness of the bear given by Sotok. Some secular believers would also believe in the gods of wealth and harvest. God, the god of tranquility, and even the god of luck and the god of joy. These foreign gods do not become professionals, simply obtain their blessings, and make life more convenient. Only extremely rare fanatics, often ascetics in the church, mortals who are willing to devote themselves to a certain god, will firmly believe in only one specific God. If you only need to offer faith to this existence called God of Knowledge without other requirements and influences, you can make the casting of the radiant divine art smoother. Miranda feels that, let alone her, most of the crusaders may not be able to resist this temptation. The church will not require the crusaders to only believe in the God of Radiance. On the contrary, as long as it is not the power from the evil god, they can believe in both and obtain different powers. Where is your church temple? What do you have to pay to become a believer? One of Miranda's companions couldn't help asking. Gale's eyes lit up immediately. He believed in the God of Knowledge after being preached by Pete. He hadn't found anyone to complete the task of recruiting people to the church, so now this opportunity has come. Although there is a way to eliminate the Blood Fawn gang members to get rewards, the reward of 5 knowledge points doesn't seem to be much. But the Blood Fawn gang is not the leaks in the field. Up to now, let alone the ordinary members on the periphery, the 3 strongholds have been overturned. When the Blood Fawn gang is eliminated, there will be few opportunities to earn a lot of points in Green Harbor. Knowledge points will not expire, and mosquito legs are meat no matter how small. Faith is not such an inconvenient thing. As long as there is the existence of the Lord in your heart, there is no place that is not a temple. My Lord is great. He is different from other gods. You don't need to prepare gifts or offerings for joining the church. As long as you recite his name sincerely, you will get his response after being recognized. Gale introduced the gods very skillfully, and Miranda's companions were obviously moved, but still a little hesitant. It was still the same problem. The God of Knowledge is different from the gods that came after the new Hueli. The process of establishing faith is similar for several gods or various foreign gods familiar to mortal races. Everyone has been familiar with it for so many years. After selecting the god, find the corresponding church, provide the church with gifts that meet the requirements, and wait for the monks responsible for missionary guidance to organize the initiation ceremony. Start praying under the gaze of the god, and get the blessing of the response, and that's it. However, people like Nawan do not need to offer sacrifices to the gods, and there is no process. Strict initiation ceremony, as long as you calm down and pray devoutly, you can get a response from the gods. Miranda and others have never seen it before. Believers must choose the right gods, and gods are also choosing their believers. Only qualified mortals can get a response from the corresponding gods when they pray.
Logically speaking, only those evil gods who do not consider the situation of believers at all and respond to mortals only to pollute, corrupt, and degenerate them will have no requirements for believers. As long as you dare to pray in the corresponding way, the evil gods will give you power. Gale seemed to have guessed the reason for the other party's hesitation, and pointed to the companions around him. Do you think we look like a sect that believes in evil gods? We use the divine arts and magic that you are familiar with. It's okay. Once you become a believer of the evil god, these divine powers will be distorted and changed. We are all normal. What else are you worried about? It seems, that's right. The fellow crusader who came with Miranda was convinced. Gale was overjoyed. Come, follow me. They are going to clean up the battlefield. Let's go out and find a quiet place. I will teach you the prayer to call on the Lord to respond. Half an hour later. Lord, please bless me and heal the pain. Miranda's companion held the open radiant cannon in his left hand, pointed it at Miranda, and quickly chanted the prayer of secondary healing, and waved his right hand as usual. The golden glow immediately fell on Miranda's body. The companion excitedly gave Miranda a thumbs up. It really helps to use the radiant divine art. This old god is indeed a great existence. While saying this, the companion also sighed with regret. What a pity, if I had known this, I should have offered my faith before coming here. I just joined now and missed a lot of justice points and legendary experience. Miranda, shocked, confused. The level of their candidate crusaders is basically the same, and Miranda is even considered to be relatively strong among them. As a result, not long after that, the opponent's magic effect has directly improved by leaps and bounds, and it seems that he has surpassed himself. Moreover, the opponent is just like those people from the Seeking Knowledge sect, talking about justice points and legendary experience and other words that she can't understand. Miranda hesitated, I believe it a little bit? P.S. The previous content has been slightly modified to unify the purchasing power of currency. At present, it can be roughly converted. 1 gold coin has a purchasing power of about 50,000 R, 1 silver coin is about 500 R, and 1 copper coin is about 5 R. In addition, the denomination smaller than the copper coin is the copper coin, which is a small copper granule not officially minted by the Kingdom of Riyak. 1 copper coin is about 1 R. For example, a townhouse with a courtyard in a border area costs more than a dozen gold coins, which is equivalent to a selling price of about 700,000 R. For example, in Chapter 88, a night of service at the Love House costs 3 silver coins, which is equivalent to 1500 R. If there are any mistakes in the prices that Gwazi didn't notice, please leave a comment to remind me and I will correct it. For Norman, the spontaneous raid organized by the believers to clear the Bloodfang gang's stronghold was a great success. Although the plan was still a bit rough, such as the arrangement of the disguised crusaders was not perfect, and they ran into the real crusaders, which almost caused a misunderstanding between the two sides. But the final result was still good. In less than 2 days, 3 Bloodfang gang leaders and their men were killed in succession. Throughout the operation, because several priests provided timely treatment and the premeditated raids on unprepared enemies, only 4 warriors were careless and accidentally attacked by the Bloodfang gang members. The injuries were relatively serious, and they lost their combat effectiveness and needed to rest for a while. Most of the others were only slightly injured. If they were treated, they would be able to recover to their peak in 1 or 2 days at most. As for the misunderstanding with Miranda and the others at the beginning, well, it was indeed a misunderstanding. After listening to Bahamut's statement, the believers thought that the God of knowledge they believed in was a God who had awakened from the old days. Although he was different from many gods now, he was also a normal god. But no one knew exactly what he was. He was undoubtedly a rational evil god. If you don't believe it, give some divine power to the mortals who believe in him, and I guarantee that they will go crazy. Even if there was another group of gods who resisted the evil gods in the old era, it might have nothing to do with Nawan. He was probably not one of the evil gods who were resisted. According to Bahamut's information, the only thing Nawan could be sure of was that the god he inherited after crossing over was most likely in existence before the New Glory era. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why his believers could still use the power controlled by the God of Glory and other new righteous gods without believing in them. Nawan had some guesses. Perhaps the power controlled by these new gods is like a designed warehouse, and only mortals with permission can get access. The designed warehouse access control can be used to prevent mortals who don't get the password. The evil gods born in the new era are thugs trying to break in. But the gods that existed before their birth, whether good or evil, belong to system loopholes that were not considered at all during the design, and will not be restricted by this. Now one is not sure whether the other gods of the old days will not be restricted like himself. After all, according to Bahamut, the gods of the last era should have all fallen into a long sleep and will not wake up again. Now one even doubts whether he is really awakened from the old days. After all, he is an outsider who traveled through time, and the so-called awakening from long sleep is a statement made up by Nawan himself. As for what the original body was like before this, whether it was really a long sleep, or a sudden change, or was detained in this grey fog space, Nawan has no way to judge. Although the power of Norwan's authority can be used to obtain the required abilities by consuming divine power, there is a serious limitation now, that is, Norwan needs to use mortals as mediators. Only when mortals have corresponding demands can Norwan use his authority to obtain the corresponding abilities or information. At this point, Norwan is also helpless. His believers don't know that the god they believe in is a time traveler. The vast image of God of knowledge has been established from the beginning, and believers will never consider what the God of knowledge looked like in the past. Norwan thought of a way. He took the initiative to write oracles to inspire believers and guide them to be curious, so as to form demands, and he was able to use his authority. As a result, when he used this method to ask questions, what were the gods like before the new Hueli? What kind of existence was the God of knowledge in the past? Why did the gods of the old days fall into sleep? Are there other awake gods of the old days? As long as it is a similar inquiry, when the authority is activated, the grey fog in a certain direction in the kingdom of God will surge violently. It is true that he could get a response, but the information that responded to Nawan was filled with crazy and frantic noises and mumblings. Unprepared, when he was hit by this noise, even though he was a god, Nawan almost fainted on the spot. Nawan could feel that something was interfering with the information he had obtained from the depths of the grey fog in that direction. But this was also a clue. Before he learned about the gods of the old times, the extra divine power that Nawan had obtained was used to expand his activity space. There was no specific direction, but he just tried his best to disperse the vast grey fog that permeated this kingdom of God. At first, when Nawan had only one believer, Pete, the space available for activities was barely enough for him to stand. Later, as the believers provided Nawan with faith and plundered the divine power of the evil god behind the Blood Fong gang, the two were transformed into more and more divine power belonging to Nawan. The clean space was also opened up by Nawan to the size of a classroom, and even the size of the current stadium. Although the place was much larger, it did not seem much more spacious. Because after constructing the device of the mystery of all things, divine art, Norwan also infused divine power into several functions that believers needed to respond mechanically, making corresponding creations, so as to reduce his burden and not have to constantly watch the believers' requests and prayers to respond. These creations will grow larger as the number of believers using them increases, so that now more than 60% of the area is occupied by them. Moreover, their appearance. Norwan tried to make them look normal, but failed. As long as he tried to pinch a shell to cover these creations, they would immediately go on strike. Remove the shell and resume normal work instantly. So Norwan decided to give up. It's okay as long as it can be used, and the appearance will be used to after seeing it for a long time. The one responsible for distributing legendary experience tasks is a shape with multiple concentric ring structures, and the center of the circle condenses the pure divine power collected by Norwan. The problem is that these outer rings are covered with strange synapses and fibers, and they are still twitching and pulsating from time to time. The one who is responsible for the training simulator task is a gray eyeball that is half a person tall and covered with spiderweb like bloodshot. Not to mention the ability to exchange various combat skills, magic, and divine knowledge, the appearance looks like a huge mass of human brain tissue, oval in shape, covered with wrinkles and slurry, and it will agitate from time to time. Previously, the divine power was consumed to open up more space, just to create enough space for these weird creatures to place them, and now at least Norwan has a new direction to explore. He can clear the grey fog in the direction of the grey fog, and go deep to find out what is interfering with his authority. Thanks to Sasa, the rookie Wuming Xiaozu for voting 2 monthly tickets, thanks to Jaya, the book friend 20180615171735389 for voting 1 monthly ticket, and thank you all for your recommendation votes. P.S. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be on the shelves this week, probably on a certain day of 567. I will try my best to publish more after it is put on the shelves. Just do it. After this period of accumulation, Norwan has quite a lot of divine power on hand. After all, the main part of consuming divine power is to use authority to obtain knowledge of various combat skills, magic, and divine arts. These things are completely one-time investments, and the subsequent projects are all return projects. For the mortals who have just become professionals, the knowledge he has exchanged with points from Norwin is the path taken by his predecessors. Norwin does not need to use authority again for this. The recovered knowledge points are equivalent to the divine power accumulated by Norwin. Of course, at this stage, the number of professional believers is limited, and the proportion of this part of income is not high. The real big head is the divine power of another evil god plundered from the members of the Bloodfawn gang. This made Norwin sigh. The evil god hoards food and I hoard guns. The evil god is my granary. If the wool from the believers has allowed Norwin to accumulate more than 10,000 units of divine power, then the harvest from plundering is more than 5 times this number. Relying on the voluntary donation of the unlucky evil god, after leaving enough divine power for various oracles and divine arts to operate on their own and a part of the emergency reserve divine power, Norman began to clear the grey fog in the direction of the grey fog in the kingdom of God before. The process of consuming divine power to dispel the grey fog is a big project. Fortunately, Norman does not need to pay attention to it all the time. As soon as he thinks about it, the divine power he controls will automatically surge and start working. Norman was able to take time to pay attention to the situation of his loyal believers. After comforting the kidnapped prostitutes and telling them that the Bloodfawn gang that forced them to receive customers every night had been eliminated, the believers searched the customs hall and found a lot of suitable spoils. Just the cash income looted, scattered together, a full 13 gold coins, 34 silver coins, 77 copper coins, plus some scattered copper coins. Many believers from the lower city said that they had never seen so much cash in their lives. Among them, the biggest contribution was made to the safe deposit box in the Roseberry Pavilion. When Lena led people to search, they first discovered the secret compartment in the leader's room and found this locked metal box. The box is in the shape of a classic rectangular block, with smooth lines and rounded corners. The surface is covered with a smooth and delicate dark gold coating. The length, width, and height are no more than 30 centimeters, and there is a sturdy and precise lock on the top. When Lena observed the lock, she found that it was emitting a faint breath of arcane energy. After staying with Pete for a few days, whenever Pete cast a spell to activate the magic net, the breath of arcane energy dissipated. Lena is now familiar with it. This means that the lock on the box cannot be forcibly broken by physical means, otherwise it will trigger the anti-theft effect of the magic lock, causing the items stored inside to be destroyed. However, this difficulty is nothing to Lena now. Lena took the box directly to Pete. Knock reinforcement. Level 2 magic, remove the arcane lock, can safely unlock most common magic locks by knocking and resonating with arcane energy. This magic was used by Pete by consuming his spell slots, not the kind of magic he learned from now on by praying to exchange knowledge. Although Pete no longer prayed to the goddess of magic after he had the faith in the god of knowledge, and even secretly complained in his heart that dogs don't believe in the goddess of magic, he did not abandon his faith directly. The advantage of retaining the faith in the goddess of magic is that Pete can now use 2 sets of spellcasting systems at the same time. One is taught by Nowan, by mobilizing the magic network and constructing the learn spell model by himself, and completing the spellcasting at the cost of consuming mental power. The other is the traditional model of the goddess of magic, which relies on consuming spell slots and praying to the goddess to complete the spellcasting. Remove the arcane lock is one of the magics that Pete was once given by the goddess of magic, and it is just right to use it here. As soon as the box was opened, 12 gold coins issued by the kingdom of Riyak were neatly stacked inside, shining with golden light. Brandon, who had never seen so much money since he was a child, swallowed his saliva subconsciously. I can only earn 31 or 32 copper coins by making bolts for a day. Even if I don't eat or drink and don't spend any money at all, I should earn a total of. Brandon began to count on his fingers. He was not good at math. When he was a child, he only learned to recognize a few words under the education of his parents. He could do some simple addition and subtraction, but he couldn't do anything more complicated, so he couldn't figure it out after a long time. Hearing Brandon's mumbling, Gail reminded him, "It's about 1 gold coin a year, plus 3 silver coins." Brandon was shocked. "Oh my god. I have to save the money in this box for 12 years without eating or drinking. Is the love house so profitable?" Gale curled his lips. He and Pete were both from border noble families and had more experience than Brandon. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be only a small part. There are dozens of women who were abducted here to receive customers and sell their bodies. If you count, you will know that if they are open every day, even if it is only the minimum standard, they can earn dozens of silver coins for the Bloodfawn gang. 12 gold coins should only be the income here in the past month. The past income is probably sent to the headquarters of the Blood Fawn Gang, the Blood Roulette Underground Casino.
Brandon's eyes suddenly turned into the shape of Yuan. No wonder the professionals are so rich.
I suddenly feel that the sins of the Blood Fawn Gang have become heavier. I can't wait to go to the Blood Roulette to fight the sins to the death. The cash part of the spoils is easy to deal with, just distribute it equally. The believers who participated in this action, plus Miranda and her 3 companions, totaled exactly 56 people. After Gale calculated, almost everyone could get 23 silver coins, plus more than 80 copper coins. The total amount is not small, but when it is evenly distributed, the amount each person gets is not so amazing. Because no one has enough change to distribute, after everyone's discussion, it was unanimously decided that the money would be given to Pete and Gale for safekeeping. When they take time to go to the Caring United Savings in the upper city to exchange it for enough change, they will meet everyone at the Moni Brothers Tavern tomorrow and take their own share one by one. After the 3 strongholds were destroyed, the Blood Fawn Gang's power in the lower city had been reduced to only the Blood Roulette Casino. This action completely damaged their foundation. In the short term, it is impossible to have the spare energy to harass ordinary people in the lower city, so the Moni Brothers Tavern can be reopened. However, after the distribution of the cash spoils was completed, another problem was placed in front of everyone: how to deal with the various weapons and equipment seized from the members of the Blood Fawn Gang.
Thank you Cosmo for the reward of 500 Chidian coins. I wish you rich every day and never die.
Thank you Miss K5823 for the reward of 1500 Chidian coins. Old readers, thank you especially in the Blood Red Mercenaries garrison. The most abundant thing is various weapons. The mercenaries usually use long swords, short spears, shields, bows and arrows, muskets, as well as various types of weapons such as knives and long sticks. Although most of them are used second-hand goods, the believers of the Seeking Knowledge sect do not despise them. Before believing in Norwin and becoming professionals, these people were the most ordinary workers in the lower city. They earned more than 10 silver coins a month. After deducting the necessary expenses for life, it was considered good to save 1 or 2 silver coins. In the past 2 days, I followed the large army to fight against the thugs of the Blood Fawn Gang. I relied on looting from them to barely subsidize my wallet so as not to spend all my savings on begging on the road. As for this kind of formally made weapons, even if it is placed on the black market in the lower city, the cheapest dagger will sell for more than 10 silver coins. The musket made by the goblins, or the standard longsword forged by the dwarf craftsman, can be sold for dozens of silver coins easily. When attacking the Roseberry Pavilion, the battle went so smoothly because everyone temporarily equipped themselves with convenient weapons, replacing their old weapons with new ones. With more convenient equipment, their combat effectiveness naturally improved. However, now that the battle is over, everyone has a disagreement about the ownership of these weapons, and it can even be said that they are quarreling. The reason is very simple. There are indeed a lot of weapons. But at present, it is not possible to have one for everyone. What's more, different types, even the same type, have different qualities. For example, the hand axe that Evan used and the machete used by the blood-red mercenary leader, both of these weapons can see the marks left by the dwarf craftsman when they were cast. They are real good things, and their value is definitely more than 1 gold coin. For example, there are 2 goblin-made muskets in the spoils, which are very suitable for rangers to use, but now there are 6 believers of the ranger profession.
Who should own this weapon?
Brandon, who only had the word reckless in his mind, didn't think much about it. He was the first to make a suggestion according to what he had heard from the bard in the tavern and the novel. I heard that those adventurers found treasures outside and they were distributed according to their contributions. Whoever contributes more will be selected first. Of course, his proposal was quickly rejected. Not suitable, not suitable. There are only 4 or 5 people in a team of adventurers, and we have dozens of people here, including Miss Warren and others.
How to calculate contribution? It can't be calculated. The priests who provide treatment have made great contributions, right?
Without their assistance, this group of ordinary level 1 warriors alone cannot withstand the level 2 leader of the Bloodfawn gang, and will definitely suffer heavy losses. The problem is that among the spoils seized this time, almost all the weapons are suitable for believers of the 3 professional routes of warriors, stealth, and rangers. The gems with affinity to arcane energy that mages need, or the sacred items that priests need to better cooperate with the glow, these things are not available at all. Let the priests and believers choose first. What can they get? You can't let them choose the most valuable weapons and then sell them for money, right? Everyone knows that the Seeking Knowledge sect is really poor now,
unlike those big churches or mercenary groups, which don't need these little things. Now is the time to use these things to improve strength. Let the weapons be distributed to the right people, which will help to deal with the blood roulette underground casino next. Selling them directly for money is too wasteful. Therefore, the model of selling them for money and distributing them equally like cash loot was rejected. Miranda also provided a suggestion similar to the Crusader model. In the Glorious God cult, the spoils of the mission will be handed over to the church, and the bishop will appoint someone to decide who to distribute the rewards to. However, this suggestion was finally rejected by everyone. Because the Seeking Knowledge sect has developed to the present, the number of people in the sect has expanded to thousands, and it can be said that at least 10% of the people in the lower city have become shallow believers of Norman. There are more than 50 professionals participating in this event, and there are also many people with less talent who are still trying to become Tier 1 professionals, as well as people who do not intend to take the path of cultivation, but simply believe in Norwan and use knowledge points to make their lives more convenient. But there has never been a place like a church or sanctuary in the strict sense. This is unlike the churches of other gods. Even if the number of believers is small and the priesthood is not strong, there will often be a place like a small church for the church staff to organize the initiation ceremony for the believers, or to bless them. The organization of the church means the differentiation of the hierarchical structure. There is a class gap between the bishop and the ordinary believers. The knowledge-seeking sect is different. The believers of Norwan have always maintained an equal state. Everyone can pray to the gods equally and get a response equally. Pete and Gail were from border noble families who came to Green Harbor to study. In their hometown, they were considered noble blood superiors. Brandon and Lena were ordinary people who made a living by working in the lower city of Green Harbor, but everyone had the same status in the sect. They were all believers of the God of Knowledge, that is, Norwan, and there would be no difference due to their origins or other reasons. The reason why he followed Pete's arrangement in command during the action was not because his noble status was more noble, but because he was indeed smarter. He was good at analyzing the situation in the battle scene, and commanding just allowed him to play to his strengths. If everyone had a better idea, then naturally there would be no need to follow Pete's command. The nature of distributing the spoils was different. When distributing the spoils, arranging someone to decide the ownership, wouldn't that mean that this person's status would be superior to other believers? Unable to find a suitable distribution method, everyone stared at the dazzling array of weapons in front of them and fell into a dilemma. Until Lena weakly raised her hand and made a suggestion, or, let's pray to the Lord and see if he has any perfect solution? Everyone looked at each other and suddenly realized, yes. The Lord knows everything, and he must have a fair way. Miss Monia is simply a genius. Let's do it. When Nowan in the kingdom of God paid attention to the prayers from the believers, he was also a little curious. Nowan knew very well that he could not expect all believers to be absolutely loyal and commendable like the soldiers in the RTS games he had played. As the sect developed, there would certainly be disagreements and conflicts among believers. The first disagreement that was difficult to reach a consensus on was the distribution of spoils. However, Nowan had to admit the problem of how to perfectly achieve fair income distribution. This thing, whether before or after Nowan's crossing, is an almost unsolvable century-old problem. What Nowan was curious about was, can he get a perfect solution through his perhaps omniscient and omnipotent priesthood authority? P.S. Editor's notice, it will be put on the shelves at 12 o'clock noon this Saturday, so tomorrow will still be 2 public chapters, and it will be put on the shelves the day after tomorrow. I will try my best to write more without spamming. Thanks, book friends 202211292209333742, Zaiwangshang, Wanderer Premise, and Perfect Stealth cast 2 monthly tickets. Yumu and Qingfeng Shuran cast 1 monthly ticket. Oh my god, this is the day with the most monthly tickets. I almost couldn't finish typing so many people's IDs. In addition, thank you all for your recommendation votes. Thank you. According to the prayers of the believers, Norwan mobilized the power to activate the authority. How to construct a perfect plan for the distribution of these spoils. As the power was gradually consumed, the authority responded to Norwan with a detailed information. This gave Norwan an ominous premonition. He clearly wanted his authority to provide a distribution model that could be used in various situations. But the feedback from the authorities seemed to be different. Norwan remembered that the last time he got such feedback, he wanted to activate the authority to find various combat skills matching solutions suitable for warriors, but the authority only gave a plan for the sword and shield warrior system. For this reason, he could only choose to tinker with the divine function of practice simulation. After reading the specific content of this information, the ominous premonition came true.
Mediocre shield, raw materials, 3 kilograms hardwood, 2 pieces of leather, 10 steel nails, paint. Production method, cut and paste hardwood, cut out the shield shape, apply leather and dry. Production cost without raw materials, 32 divine power, sacrifice not completed, the creation altar has not unlocked the item, fine iron hand axe, raw materials, 3 kilograms fine iron, 30 grams of cold crystal, 0.5 kilograms of wood. Production method, smelt fine iron and pour into the mold, forge into shape, add cold crystal. Production cost without raw materials, 141 divine power, sacrifice not completed, the creation altar has not unlocked the item. For every piece of loot seized by the believers, Norman received an extremely detailed production document, plus a description of production without raw materials. Norman carefully read the document and finally found the key words near the end. If there are no corresponding raw materials, mortals can initiate sacrifices at the creation altar and send items to the kingdom of God, so that the creation altar can be unlocked. After the creation altar responds, it consumes divine power to complete the creation and bestow it on mortals. Nawan's face was completely black. No, wait. Creation altar? Creation altar? What the hell are these two? Why didn't I know there was such a thing in my kingdom of God? Also, this thing requires mortals to initiate prayers at the creation altar, so where is the creation altar? The information that the priesthood authority fed back to Nawan, in theory, did perfectly solve the problem of unfair distribution. Because its solution is to use a thing called the creation altar, which allows believers to give mortals the creation in the kingdom of God without any relevant raw materials, as long as Nawan consumes his divine power. This is indeed a perfect method. It is indeed in line with the concept of the word omnipotent in omniscience and omnipotence. Nor one could understand the logic. This was equivalent to fundamentally solving the problem of insufficient spoils. The gods could create things out of thin air by consuming their divine power. They could create as many identical things as they wanted. As long as Norwin didn't feel bad about his divine power, he could even let his believers use one and throw one away. The believers didn't have to worry about who took it first and who took it later. First, sacrifice the spoils to Norwin through the creation altar, and then according to their respective contributions, they could exchange what they wanted with their knowledge points, and that was it. The problem was, this method was good, but Norwin couldn't use it now. The gray fog that permeated the kingdom of God didn't even distinguish between heaven and earth. Outside the area where Norwin dispelled the gray fog, there was still a vast gray fog above and below the feet. There was no shadow of the creation altar at all. Nawan sighed helplessly. At least tell me where the creation altar and the creation altar are? Unable to find the so-called creation altar for a while, and unable to use the perfect solution provided by authority, Nawan can only make an alternative plan first, just like, the secret of all things, let the believers use it first. Nawan began to think about the differences encountered by the believers. The disagreement on the distribution of spoils can be attributed to two difficulties. First, there are many people and few spoils, so who should be given the ownership? Nawan is not worried about the gap in strength between believers. Different people have different talents, and it is normal to have gaps. The equality that Nawan gives to believers is, everyone can get the due reward through hard work. If all believers are of the same level and strength, it is not called equality of all beings, but absolute equality. If we want to solve the problem of ownership now, the fairest way should be to clearly mark the price. Give a clear value standard, and the difference in strength will only affect the efficiency of meeting this standard. Even if I find the creation altar in the future, I will definitely have to collect knowledge points from believers based on the consumption of divine power. Why not just convert the knowledge points into a universal equivalent recognized by everyone, give it currency and circulation attributes, so that it will be convenient to adjust later? The second difficulty is the unique situation that the seeking knowledge sect is facing now. The currency is insufficient and the spoils are expensive. How to ensure the equality of value? If the spoils can be obtained at a price far lower than the actual value, and everyone will have money in the future, wouldn't the person who took the spoils this time have taken a big advantage? For example, the item worth 1 gold coin was bought with 20 silver coins, not because it has depreciated, but because all the bidders can only bid up to 20 silver coins. When the matter of the Blood Fawn gang is over, they can make a fortune by selling it to vendors. To put it bluntly, the followers of Norwin are too damn poor. Except for Pete and Gale, the two left behind, who are considered rich and can take out 2 or 3 gold coins for pocket money. After ordinary people in the lower city become Norwin's followers, even if the more than 20 silver coins they got this time are counted, most people will not have more than 30 silver coins in their hands now. As for knowledge points, everyone is also stretched. Even if they get a lot of rewards by fighting the Blood Fawn gang, they are still thinking about using the rewards to unlock the special skills of the third activity. If the knowledge points are directly monetized, there will be a contradiction. I donated points for everyone to unlock skills, but the points I have are not enough to buy what I want. Then what should I donate? To solve this problem, Nawan's method is also very simple. He wants to use the right method to give money to the believers. Let them not only willingly donate points to unlock activity skills, but also have enough savings to buy the desired loot. The specific method is also very simple. The believers soon received the oracle from Nawan. The secrets of all things are revealed, and the effect of the magic has been improved. Now you can use the magic of revealing the secrets of all things to reveal information about certain items. The role of knowledge points has been improved. Now you can complete the transaction or transfer of knowledge points on a voluntary basis under the watchful eyes of the great god of knowledge. Limited event, clean up the Blood Fawn gang, stage rewards have been issued. The progress of the event has been updated. The information in the oracle is transmitted to the minds of the believers through the channels that have been built in advance. Thanks to the book friend 20200304181901811 for the support of 100 starting coins. Thank you, big brother. I wish you will become rich every day and live forever. Thank you. Hey! What does the Lord mean? What does this have to do with a fair distribution plan? Brandon's mind was slow. The effect of the revelation of all secrets, spell reminded in the oracle was improved, and Brandon tried it. When he looked at the hand axe that once belonged to Evan, relevant information appeared in his mind. Fine iron hand axe, rating, 141, more information, need to be identified. Brandon was still confused after reading it. Lena also noticed the information on these spoils, but she didn't understand it either. Mr. Pete, what do you think? She turned her head habitually to find Pete beside her to solve the puzzle, but Pete also looked confused. This was different from the will they had received from the god of knowledge in the past. On the surface, Norwin did not directly tell them how to distribute the spoils. This time, Gale became the first believer to comprehend the meaning. Wait. I should understand. I know how to decide who gets the spoils. He was sensitive to numbers. After noticing the oracle knowledge points can be traded, combined with the information provided by the secret of all things, Gale quickly reacted. Gale said excitedly, knowledge points, everyone should have a lot now. Everyone nodded. There was a special reminder in the oracle sent by Norwin, issuing stage rewards for limited activities. This stage reward is actually a dividend, which is the money Norwin planned to give out. It is impossible to directly give equipment to believers, but printing virtual currency and giving out money is still possible. The three special skills of status display, guild perception, and open map require everyone to donate justice points obtained from the activity to activate. In order to solve the problem, Norwin also wanted to motivate believers to hand in points. The original donation was upgraded to the investment model. All donated justice points will be returned at a rate of 120% after the accumulation of full progress and activation of the corresponding special skills. For the first two special skills alone, the believers present have generally donated hundreds of justice points. Now the cost of this investment has not only returned to themselves, but also has additional returns. If converted into knowledge points at a ratio of 10 to 1, it can also be more than 60 points. We can use knowledge points as tokens. As for the basic pricing of loot, now it is converted into knowledge points 1 to 1 according to the score given by the divine arts. Whoever pays the knowledge points can get the corresponding loot. All the knowledge points obtained from the sale of loot will be evenly distributed to everyone. If multiple people want the same loot, leave it to luck and distribute it randomly. Don't worry if you can't get the right weapons and equipment, because you can save more knowledge points if others spend points. When we are ready, the next target will definitely be the Blood Roulette Underground Casino. There are still many enemies of the Blood Fawn gang there. If we eliminate them, we should be able to seize more and better loot. We use the same pricing rules to distribute. At that time, those who have accumulated knowledge points now will also have the opportunity to get the desired loot. Soon someone raised his hand and asked, I have a question, sir. According to the standard, the hand axe is equivalent to 141 knowledge points, but it seems that no one of us has so many points now. How should this be distributed? Gale thought about it and suggested, how about renting it? If no one can buy it directly, then its ownership will still belong to everyone, but the highest bidder can get the right to use it during this period. After we eliminate the Bloodfang gang, everyone should have enough knowledge points in their hands, and we will sell this item again based on the score of the divine arts. The rent paid by the previous renter can be used to offset the bid for this item. What do you think? Everyone thought about it. The channel for obtaining knowledge points is actually linked to the personal contribution of believers. Those with more devout beliefs, those who fight more bravely, those who contribute more selflessly, these people will receive more rewards. Especially in terms of combat contribution. Those who are confident in their own strength can choose to spend a certain amount of knowledge points to buy or rent suitable equipment to equip themselves, so that they can improve their strength. The stronger the strength, the greater the contribution in future battles, and the more points they can get. Those with lower levels, who do not have as many points as others now, can also not rush to get the spoils immediately, but accumulate points first. When the spoils are distributed next time, they will have enough points to buy the spoils they want. Anyway, the value of the spoils is clearly marked in the divine arts, and everyone can see it clearly. What's more, knowledge points themselves are also a kind of hard currency for the believers of the Seeking Knowledge sect. Which one does not need to consume knowledge points if you want to exchange for new knowledge or use the divine arts created by Norone? Learning new knowledge can also make you stronger. Even if you fail to get the right spoils this time, you can get enough knowledge points as a reward. I think it's okay. Pete touched his chin and thought for a while, and agreed to Gail's proposal. Brandon basically didn't understand anything else, but only understood one sentence. The loot is clearly marked, everyone uses knowledge points as currency to pay, and finally the points are evenly distributed. I think it's okay, but this batch of loot doesn't have the two-handed sword-type weapons I'm interested in. I'm still quite comfortable using this crowbar, so I'll wait and see if there's anything suitable for me next time. I think it's okay, no objection. Since the Lord has given the oracle, let's do it this way. Strictly speaking, this kind of sales and leasing distribution still has loopholes that may lead to unfairness, such as malicious bidding and forced sales. However, with Norone temporarily acting as a regulator, this method can make up for the loopholes to a certain extent when transitioning. If any believer dares to make trouble under Norwone's nose, Norone doesn't mind letting him taste what it means to be concerned by the gods and what it means to be beaten hard by an invisible big hand. Oracle warning. Temporarily withdraw the permission to use various divine arts as a punishment. The most serious, Norone can even directly revoke his believer qualifications and ban his account. After watching the believers gradually reach a consensus and arrange the ownership of various spoils in an orderly manner without any trouble, Norone finally felt at ease. He immediately began to send down the second oracle he had prepared. Mainline quest has been released. Quest, the beginning of destiny, the altar of creation. Thanks to Avenber and Shashupet for voting for 2 monthly tickets, FYPL 1990 and Rixie_DA for voting for 1 monthly ticket, and thank you all for your recommendation votes and support, thank you. After many twists and turns, I am back to Jian Yang. It is time to put it on the shelves again. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that it has been 2 years again. Hey, why do I say again? To be honest, before uploading this story, Wuzzy was ready to throw himself into a dog's arms. This is the first time I write an original fantasy story about farming behind the scenes, with some elements of player cultivation. I have no experience at all. I am very worried that I will not write well and readers will find it boring. Unexpectedly, step by step until the day of the launch, the number of readers has actually exceeded Wuzzy's expectations. Before uploading, Wuzzy expected that he would be satisfied with 100 readers. Unexpectedly, the number of readers now is 5 times the expected number. Needless to say, please rest assured that this time it is serious and has an outline. You should be able to see the content of the free chapters. There are many pits buried. Please rest assured that these pits are not dug by my brain on the day of the update, but I have already planned how to fill them later. It can't be rotten at all, and it can't be cut at all. I will write it well to the end if you are willing to read it. Let's talk about the story itself. The source of inspiration. Why do we like games? Because in games, you will get as much reward as you put in. Even in the process of hard work, you can see your progress and know how far you are from success. Unfortunately, EarthOL is not as good as games. Efforts may not be rewarded, and you can't see the progress bar of success. So, leave this beautiful expectation to the world under the pen. God rewards hard work. This is the original inspiration of Gwizzy. The outline and purpose of this story were also born around this. Guzi does not intend to write high-quality characters such as saints, witches, princes, and chosen children that are common in Western fantasy plus God stories. It is a simple and down-to-earth, easy farming adventure story in which a group of ordinary people work hard for their future, get rewards through hard work, and change their own destiny. The first volume, The Old Remnants, is coming to an end. If nothing unexpected happens, the plot of the second volume, Neighboring with the Devil, will begin next week. The believers leave Greenport, open a new map, and officially enter the stage of farming and development. Of course, there are hidden threads in the adventure story. About the protagonist's identity as a god, about this world, about the gods. At least so far, in the comments I've read, no one has guessed the setting or the truth, not even close. These pits buried at the beginning will be slowly revealed later as these ordinary people take risks. Let's talk about something other than the story. This is the first time I've written this type of story and I really have no experience at all. When I wrote Hearthstone fanfiction and League of Legends fanfiction before, if my hand speed was fast, I could code an update of one chapter in 1 hour. This time, just for the public chapters, each chapter took more than 2 hours. Write and delete, think about the plot arrangement repeatedly, and once you feel that there is something unreasonable, you have to overturn the preset scene, delete the written content, and start over. It's really slow to write. I don't intend to use this to sell misery or anything. Readers are the parents who provide food and clothing, it's absolutely true. Just like what I said in my comment on the launch of Dian Yang a few years ago, Wazi's point of view has not changed. I am just a storyteller in a tea house. When readers hear a good plot and give me a subscription fee, it means you respect me and are willing to support me to make a living. If you think that the story is not exciting enough and not worth the price, that is Guizi's own problem. His skills are not solid enough. He can't blame others if he starves to death. How can a storyteller shout and sell misery on the stage to let the guests pity him? Is he still a storyteller? He is not an online beggar. Is it moral kidnapping and the opposite of Tiangang? My parents who subscribe to the genuine version, Wazi thanks you for your support and money. I will try my best to tell you a good story and make you laugh. Some website, some indescribable channel, Wazi also thanks you for your support. After all, everyone is so busy in their daily lives. You are willing to take the time to read this story in your busy schedule. It means you respect Guzi, isn't it? Just like the inspiration of this story. God rewards hard work. Although Earth OL is terrible, hard work may not be rewarded. But Guzi still wants to give it a try. Worthy of the readers, the story, and myself. On July 27th, which is tomorrow, Saturday, the VIP chapter will be launched at 12 o'clock noon. After the V chapter permission is opened at 12 o'clock tomorrow noon, 5 chapters will be uploaded. It's not that I don't want to update more, it's really slow, I'm trying my best. On Sunday and after, the update time will remain unchanged at 1800 hours in the evening. On the premise of ensuring that the plot is not watered down or collapsed, Wazi will try to maintain 5 updates. Rewards and extra updates, just like in the past, I won't increase if prices rise. 10,000 Chidian coins plus 1 update, if there is a reward, I will add, there is no upper limit. If you think this story is not bad, please support the genuine subscription, thank you. P.S. Finally leave a penguin skirt number, 723,715,046, welcome to torture. P.P.S. Let your thoughts fly freely for a while from now on. At this moment, thousands of now unbelievers in the lower city of Green Harbor seem to have pressed the pause button at the same time. Because this time, the scope of Nawan's oracle is all mortals who have established faith in him. Laborers working with their heads down in the workshop, clerks hawking in street shops, stonemasons busy piling bricks, apprentices who bow their heads and are scolded by their masters, coolies carrying goods on the dock, and professionals who have just distributed the spoils. People of different ages, genders, and professions all stopped their actions and read this sudden oracle. The stars ushered in their long-awaited return, and the whispers of prophecy shuttled through the kingdom of God, like the whispers of the gods of the old days. The wheel of destiny turned again, and the altar of creation was about to be awakened by the ancient existence. The great God of knowledge has seen the truth of all things in the world. This is a legend belonging to mortals, a call of mission. Go to the legendary creation altar and kick off a new era. Main quest objective, find the creation altar. Main quest completion reward, titled The Revealer of the Destiny Era. After reading the complete oracle, 99% of the believers had only 2 words to say, bewildered. The oracle information directly transmitted into the mind, even if illiterate, can understand the meaning, but every sentence can be understood, but the final meaning expressed makes everyone very confused. The task given by the God of knowledge should be that the believers need to find something or a place called the creation altar.
But no one has a clue.
This is not like the activity of cleaning up the Blood Fawn gang, which has clear indicators. As long as the members of the Blood Fawn gang are eliminated or their crimes are prevented, rewards can be obtained. The ultimate goal is to nip the outbreak of the evil god threat in the bud. The task requirements this time are just 6 lonely words: find the creation altar.
No hints, no clues, no guidance.
Even Pete, who always claimed to have the best interpretation of the oracle of the God of knowledge, had no clear idea. The believers who had just distributed the spoils looked at each other in bewilderment.
The altar of creation? Has anyone heard of it?
No. Everyone shook their heads like rattles.
Brandon, who was sturdy, stood there straight, thinking hard for a long time, and suddenly said excitedly, "I heard from the bards that a legendary adventurer once went alone for 7 days and 7 nights to the depths of the Twilight Wasteland and destroyed an evil god altar."
The altar of creation, could it be another name for an evil god altar?
Should we ask the bards? Aren't they knowledgeable?
Pate adjusted the headband he had just put on, smiled bitterly and rolled his eyes.
"Are you sure the stories those bards told in the tavern are true?
I remember hearing a drunk bard tell a story about the cardinal of the Church of the God of Light and 2 little boys.
Do you think this can be true?"
Rena, who was listening to Pete attentively, and Miranda, who was not far away, both opened their eyes wide.
They didn't understand, but were shocked.
It is worth mentioning that the headband that Pete wore was the one that Brandon had picked up after the conflict with the Ogre Doom at the Rolling Bolt workshop. When the loot was auctioned, Brandon felt that if Pete had not brought people to support them, they might not be able to deal with Evan and his men, so he decided that this headband of wisdom was also a common loot for everyone. The Divine Arts gave a score of 317, which was the most valuable of all the loot. Pete could not afford so many points for the time being, so he rented it and paid a high price of 100 knowledge points to obtain the right to use the headband of wisdom during this period. In short, the truth of what the bard said cannot be confirmed at all. What if they tell you that the altar of creation is in the northern kingdom at the northernmost end of the continent? Do you still plan to run directly from the southernmost end of the continent to the northernmost end? After complaining about Brandon, Pete proposed a fairly reliable idea.
"That's right. Gale and I will go to the upper city to exchange gold coins for change.
Let's go back to the library of Karen College and look for clues about the creation altar."
"But I think the hope is slim.
Judging from the oracle of the Lord, this thing may not be found by us in a short time."
Miranda also raised her hand and enthusiastically provided ideas. "I will go back to the upper city with you. There are also books and materials in the church. I will see if there are any relevant clues. Or should I ask Mr. Bahamut?" Under Gale's temptation, Miranda finally tried to recite the prayer and established her faith in Norwin.
Therefore, she has now joined the team that was temporarily formed to eliminate the Blood Fawn gang.
Pet glanced at Miranda with complicated eyes. "What's wrong with this girl?"
Pete's first impression of Miranda was that of a young crusader priest who hated evil and was kind-hearted. Why now, as he got to know her better, he felt that this silly kid seemed a bit naive? After the conversation outside the Crimson Mercenary base, Pete could see that Bahamut must be someone extraordinary, and he was elusive. Only he took the initiative to find others, and no one else could find him.
How could Miranda still hope to go to Bahamut for clues? Whether they are willing to show up or not is still a question.
Forget it, if you have a way, just try it.
It's a good thing if you can get clues. It doesn't matter if you can't find anything. Pet couldn't bear to dampen the other party's enthusiasm.
Although the main mission, conveyed in the oracle, seems to be very important, everyone has no clue now, and it is possible that they have spent a lot of time and energy but made no substantial progress.
Our most important task right now is to eliminate the Blood Fawn gang.
After killing 3 boss-level members in a row, the outbreak progress of the evil god threat has been reduced back to 35%, which is considered a very safe number. However, more than half of the duration of this limited event has passed today, with only the last 7 days left. After getting to know Miranda, Peter had figured out why the God of Knowledge had given the so-called time limit in the first place. This also made him couldn't help but sigh, as expected of the legendary God who knows the truth about the operation of all things. He can predict things to such an extent.
This duration may not be a countdown to warn them of the evil god's threat, but a reminder that if the problem cannot be solved within the remaining time, Miranda will report the Blood Fawn gang's contamination by the evil god to the Crusaders.
They have no part in this matter. Thanks to Xiao Sijuan, Chen and Yuebei, and a foldy-deered cat for their support of 100 starting coins.
Thank you to the 3 big guys.
I wish them all the best to get rich every day and never die. Even though she has established additional faith in the God of knowledge, Miranda's main faith is still the God of radiance. As a crusader, Miranda remembers that her mission is to fight against the evil god and protect the mortals living in the city she is stationed in from evil. If there were no people from the cult of knowledge. After Miranda saw the evil aura of the Bloodfawn gang in the lower city, she would immediately return to the branch church of the cult of radiance and hand over the evidence recorded by the crystal to Bishop Sket or other people who can make a decision. Then, normally, the next scenario should be that the crusaders gather and go out, trample the various strongholds of the Bloodfawn gang, and directly blow them up with all the people and buildings, burn the bodies to ashes, and then sprinkle holy water on the building wreckage covered with ashes, and purify it with the magic of radiance. But after meeting the people from the cult of knowledge, Miranda changed her mind slightly. The blood-red mercenaries and the Bloodfawn gang members of the Roseberry Pavilion were all wiped out, proving that those who believe in the God of knowledge do have the strength to resolve the threat of the Bloodfawn gang's evil god. Therefore, Miranda is willing to postpone the time of reporting to the church for a few days. In these few days, if the people of the Seeking Knowledge sect can clean up the Bloodfawn gang and eliminate the evil god threat, then there is no need for the Crusaders to make a big move. If the Seeking Knowledge sect fails in the blood roulette and cannot defeat Desley, and the threat still exists, Miranda will report it to the church normally. Of course, there is also a little bit of Miranda's selfishness in this. After establishing faith in the God of knowledge, she can also get the reward of justice points and legendary experience by eliminating the members of the Bloodfawn gang. If she directly handed it over to the Crusaders, she would be like other people in the Seeking Knowledge sect and could not get rewards by attacking the Bloodfawn gang. Miranda also wants to improve. When she first received training in the church, her goal was to become a genuine crusader of level 3, not a so-called substitute. However, she had not been granted all the 5 blessing spells of level 2 just by believing in the God of Radiance, and she was even further away from level 3. Even in Norwyn, her rating was only level 22 legendary. The help of the God of Knowledge was equivalent to showing Miranda a path to becoming a level 3 priest. Fighting the Bloodfawn gang can reward legendary experience and knowledge points, raising the legendary level until the attributes are sufficient to use the standard of level 3 spells, using knowledge points to exchange for the appropriate level 3 radiant spells, learn them, and then pass the rating assessment of the Radiant God Church. Although this path takes a lot of time and energy, it is better than praying and practicing in the Crusader base day after day without seeing any results, right? Being able to clearly see the distance between herself and the level 3 priest, and knowing which aspects have not met the requirements, is enough for Miranda to work hard for it. After agreeing on the plan, everyone temporarily disbanded the team outside the Roseberry Pavilion and agreed to meet again at the Money Brothers Tavern a day later. Pete, Gail, Miranda, and her 3 fellow Crusaders will return to the upper city together. As for other believers, some plan to practice with the new weapons they just got to enhance their proficiency and some feel physically and mentally exhausted after several days of special training and raid battles, and plan to return to their residence to rest and adjust their condition. Some people said that their liver function is excellent, and it is no problem to work non-stop. With the knowledge points obtained from dividends, they will exchange a few more first-level combat skills and magic, and unswervingly implement Brandon's original slogan, as long as you don't die from practicing, practice to death. Others plan to use the huge sum of more than 20 silvers they just got to find a place to soak their feet and add an hour to cleanse their souls polluted by the world. Lena was going to find her father, Old Moni, to tell him that the Bloodfawn gang was now in a state of panic and that the tavern could reopen. Brandon. This guy scratched his head and asked when Pete was about to leave. Mr. Pete, I want to take a few friends to the Bloody Roulette to find out the situation. What do you think of this plan? Pete smacked his lips and thought for a moment. It's not impossible. As the headquarters of the Bloodfawn gang, the Bloody Roulette is in charge of Disley and the remaining 2 leaders. It is very likely that the cultists who really attracted the evil god are also inside. The risk factor is completely different from that of the blood-red mercenaries and the customs house. Pete can rely on the plan of pretending to be a crusader or simply attacking Hedon to solve a leader of the Bloodfawn gang and his men. But if the Bloody Roulette rushes in and attacks without caring about anything, they may all be defeated. After Norman changed the mechanism of activating the activity skill from donation to investment, the progress bar of the 3rd activity special skill filled up very quickly. However, after unlocking Open Map, Pete and his friends got a bunch of description information full of technical terms, rather than a map that can be directly observed. Without sufficient knowledge of architecture, it is difficult to understand what these terms mean. The information about the leader Dudley is very comprehensive. The information directly shows Desley's current strength, level 10, plus 27, constitution 15, plus 32, strength 17, plus 27, agility 10, plus 22, intelligence 5, spirit 5 will 11 current abilities, heroic strike, sweep, hamstring, mania, evil, ignore pain, evil, evil incarnation, evil, evil breath, evil. These data almost reveal all of Desley's past. Before being contaminated by the evil god, Desley, the leader of the Bloodfawn gang, actually only mastered 3 level 1 combat skills, and his physical fitness was just at the level of a level 1 warrior. But when he accepted the blessing from the evil god, according to Norwin's calculation method, his physical strength in terms of physique, strength and agility has been greatly improved. There are also several special abilities marked as evil. To put it bluntly, most of Desley's power actually comes from the evil god that influences him, and it is with the evil god that he has a combat power comparable to level 3. However, knowing Desley's specific situation cannot make up for the fact that Pete and his team have almost no understanding of the internal situation of the blood roulette. Pete originally had the idea of sending people to get intelligence before officially launching the attack. Brandon's proactive inquiry coincided with Pete's idea. If you want to check the situation, Pete thought for a moment and earnestly reminded, be careful to protect yourself first. If someone suspects you, leave immediately. He still remembered the fact that Brandon, a reckless man, dared to confront Evan and his dozen men hidden with 2 companions. Don't be stubborn. We don't have to rush to figure out their internal situation at once, understand? Brandon nodded sincerely in agreement. Mr. Pete, don't worry, I promise. This time I have completely figured out what to do. Brandon took his 2 companions, the shield warrior and the priest, who had a good relationship with him, and left to the blood roulette to gather intelligence. Pet also started to return to the upper city with Gale, Miranda, and others. The atmosphere in the streets of the lower city was much better than when Pet first came with Rena. Because the gang members who dared to run rampant on the streets in the past were almost extinct. Other gangs were broken up, conquered and integrated by the Bloodfawn gang. The lone ordinary members of the Bloodfawn gang were used as experience packs by the believers of the Seeking Knowledge sect. Without gangsters who would rob people on the road, the sense of security of ordinary people naturally improved a lot. However, the stench from the sewage in the lower city air still lingered. No matter how long it took, Pete could hardly get used to it. He subconsciously covered his nose and cast the purification trick on himself as usual. Gale's actions were the same as Pete's, and he also cast the purification trick on Miranda and her 3 companions. The homeless people who were seen from time to time on the street were wearing clothes made of pieces of cloth with stains and blood. They were thin and haggard, with rough and dry skin, and their exposed bodies were covered with rashes and scars. The weak and hoarse-begging voices of the homeless reminded Pete that he was in the chaotic lower city of Green Harbor, not the upper city where money was like a paradise on earth. The more Miranda looked at these homeless people, the more entangled she became. When she first came to the lower city, she was shocked by what she saw with her own eyes. But later, there were the Bloodfawn gang and the Seeking Knowledge sect, which made her have no time to think about the homeless. Now that she had free time again, she couldn't help asking Gale. Mr. Gale, I don't understand. Isn't the Glorious God Church providing help to the poor homeless people in the lower city? Even if there is no income, at least you can go to the church to receive free relief meals and clothes. Why do they? Gale almost couldn't hold back the aristocratic expression management. He is now sure. Miranda Warren, the candidate priest of the Crusaders, is not only innocent, but also very naive about the world. It can even be said that she is the kind of person who really believes the words used by the Glorious God Church to promote and beautify itself, and really believes that the world is as harmonious and beautiful as described in the church's propaganda, and everyone who needs help can get help. Gale, who is also a border noble, understood a truth very early: this world is not so beautiful. With the conditions of his small noble family, soft and sweet white bread is usually used as the staple food, but ordinary people in the town can't afford to eat expensive food like white bread, and can only buy those rough but cheaper black bread. Is it because these ordinary people don't like to eat white bread? Even the difference in regions will appear. For the same work, the remuneration offered in Greenport will be 2 to 3 times that of the border town of the Kingdom of Riyak. Is it because the people working in the town don't want to get more remuneration? The same reason. Do these homeless people not go to the church to receive relief because they don't want it? Obviously not. Gale didn't even have to think about it. It must be because the Glowing God Church didn't plan to help so many homeless people. Gale had heard about the disorder in the lower city of Green Harbor and the large number of homeless people, so he only believed a little bit of the glowing God Church's propaganda about helping the poor homeless people. He believed that the church was willing to fulfill its doctrine to do good deeds and help others, but Gale didn't believe like Miranda that the church could really help all those in need. It should only be able to help a small part of the homeless people. After explaining the reason to Miranda, Miranda's face was full of disbelief. How could this be? Didn't Bishop Skate say in his speech that under his guidance, the homeless people in the lower city have basically been properly resettled, and he has made outstanding contributions to curing Green Harbor's stubborn diseases? Lord of the glowing God. This is obviously a huge lie. He violated the glowing God's doctrine. Gale couldn't help but sneer. Bishop Skate? The guy who can do anything for his own political achievements and promotion? Can you believe what he says? Seeing Miranda's confusion, Gale asked back, Ms. Warren, have you ever thought about this question? Detect Evil is clearly issuing a warning. Why are you the only ones who have come to the lower city to investigate until now? Normally speaking, as long as there is a red light warning, with Bishop Skate's character, he shouldn't let it go so easily, right? Miranda couldn't refute it. She knew Bishop Skate's temper better than Gale. According to her previous experience, when the Detect Evil spell issued a warning, either an item related to the evil god or a person contaminated by the evil god appeared in the detection range. The former is easy to say. After finding the relevant items, they can be destroyed or sealed for safekeeping. The focus is on the latter. Just like the possibility that Miranda thought of when she first saw the people of the Seeking Knowledge sect. The people polluted by the evil god may not be the cultists who surrendered to the evil god, but normal mercenaries and adventurers. It's just that when they fought with various monsters in the wild, they were infiltrated by the pervasive evil aura, causing the divine arts to issue a false alarm. Generally speaking, as long as they rest in peace for a period of time, the pollution caused by this infiltration will gradually subside and dissipate. But Bishop Skate's attitude towards these people was very rough. The main one-size-fits-all approach. The divine arts issued a warning, and even if the other party was not a cultist, he would expel these people and force them to leave the scope of Greenport, on the grounds that, carrying the polluted aura of the evil god, there is a possibility of endangering the safety of Greenport. This time the situation was very abnormal. Although the warning of the divine arts was getting more and more serious, Bishop Skate always looked indifferent, and even took the initiative to prevent the Crusaders from sending people to the lower city to investigate. I guess the reason is probably that the term of office of Bishop Skate in Greenport is about to end. Gale mercilessly said his previous speculation. According to his achievements in Green Harbor over the past 3 years, he is considered excellent and can be promoted and transferred back to the capital of Riyak. But if cultists who attempt to bring the threat of evil gods appear in Green Harbor in the last few days, he will have to stay here for at least another year to observe and eliminate the subsequent impact. Compared to this, he might as well suppress the matter for the time being. Anyway, as long as he can drag it out for a few days, the threat of evil gods brought by the cultists will not completely erupt and intensify, and he can just pat his butt and leave. In short, in my opinion, Bishop Skate is probably not a good person. I suggest that Ms. Warren be more careful after returning to the church and don't be deceived by that guy. After reminding Miranda, Gale didn't care whether the other party recognized his statement. As he spoke, they had arrived at the trade bazaar that divided the two cities and was filled with the sound of hawking. On his way through the market, Pat bought a suitcase of a suitable size for 20 copper coins. Finally returned to the uptown area where the environment is clean and the air is filled with sweet smell. Peter and Gale were going to the east side of Greenport City Hall, to the Coron United Savings located next to Bilgewater Trading Company, to exchange the 13 gold coins captured as loot for silver coins and copper coins of equal value. Miranda and her companions were going west, and their destination was the Holy Crusaders station near the edge of the upper city. Before they separated, Pat told Miranda the location of Money Brothers Tavern. According to the agreement among the members of the sect, they planned to divide the spoils at the tavern tomorrow morning, and discuss together how to conquer the Scarlet Roulette stronghold. If you want to participate, you'd better not miss the time. Remember to meet at the pub tomorrow morning. After parting ways with Miranda, the process of going to Caron United Savings to exchange for change went smoothly. It took some time to count the silver and copper coins in hand. After confirming that the number was correct, he poured the coins into the suitcase. Peter closed the lock on the box, concentrated on the position of the lock, and whispered the incantation, reinforcement. The second-level magic, Arcane Lock, is twin brother to Unlock Arcane Lock, and its effect is also very simple. It can temporarily lock certain items with arcane magic to prevent others from opening it.
Gale next to him looked a little funny, and he laughed and complained about his friend. Is there a possibility that if someone really wants to steal the contents of the box, considering the quality of the box that sells for 20 coppers, he doesn't actually need to open the lock at all? Can he just smash the box? Peter shook the box angrily and hit Gale. What do you know? I'm not doing this to lock it, but to tell others that the owner of this box is a mage. You have to think carefully before touching it. As a result of, you have time to joke around here. Why don't you think of a way to fill in the intellectual gap by learning the arcane barrage that is required for the third-level graduation mage rating assessment? Gale stopped laughing immediately. No, he was in a worse situation than Pat. For level 3 magic, arcane barrage, the learning requirement given by Nuven is 75 intelligence. Below this requirement, the arcane energy gathered by mobilizing the magic network is simply not enough to complete the guidance. Peter's intelligence attribute is 66 points, while Gale only has 64 points. Even including the 6 points of intelligence bonus provided by the wisdom ring, Pate can only stack up to 72 points of intelligence at most, which still cannot meet the learning needs of arcane barrage. Pete planned to use the experience gained from killing the Bloodfawn gang members to upgrade himself to a legendary level. This way he could gain 3 points of free attributes, which was just enough for him to increase his intelligence to 75. 2 Bloodfawn gang strongholds were wiped out in succession. Each stronghold provided a lot of legendary experience, but there were too many people participating in the operation. More than 50 people were distributed according to their contribution. Even though Peter had used all his strength and was busy giving orders and chanting magic to destroy the target, in the end he only got more than 2,000 legendary experience. Plus the more than 1,000 experience points saved previously. The total is less than 4,000, and there is still nearly half the gap before the next upgrade. It's difficult. Gale was even worse, because even if Peter lent him the Ring of Wisdom, his intelligence attribute was only 70 points. A 5-point attribute gap meant that he had to upgrade at least 2 levels. Pate can still hope to earn a lot of money by conquering the Blood Roulette and completing the upgrade. Gale's gap is equivalent to more than 10,000 legendary experience. Let alone conquering the Bloody Roulette. I'm afraid even if he follows the same process and eliminates an entire Bloody Fawn gang, he won't be able to get the experience he needs. The two of them couldn't help but want to complain about the saying, the goddess of magic. Even dogs don't believe it. Why does the goddess of magic help them allocate their attributes directly when she has nothing to do? Look at those believers who became professionals after believing in the god of knowledge. After they reach level 1 and level 10, they generally have more than 30 free attributes on hand that can be allocated as needed. They can even create wild methods such as dual cultivation of objects and demons. If their current 81 attribute points converted from level 2 to level 27 can be distributed freely, the requirement of learning, arcane barrage, can be easily satisfied. But now they are stuck in this state of neither getting up nor getting down. Sora's level 2 is close to level 3 strength, but the wrong attributes are added, and he actually cannot perform at the level of level 3. Even if I can give you a chance to redistribute attributes, that would be great. He struggled all the way until the dormitory building of Karen College came into view. A classmate from the Arcane School of Law saw the two of them reappearing after many days, and curiously waved hello and asked, "I haven't seen you for a long time. What have you been doing during this time?" Facing Bishopsgate and several of the bishop's attendants who appeared at the Crusaders station with a kind face. The moment she heard the other party's question, Miranda's face suddenly turned pale. She and her companions sneaked out of the Crusader camp at night when no one was paying attention and went to the lower city to look for evidence of the evil god's threat. Before she ran away, she had specifically asked someone to confirm that Bishopsgate would attend a social gathering in the luxurious manor of Munger in the upper city these days and would not return to the church. At that time, Miranda thought, even if no evidence was found, it was just a false alarm. As long as she was fast enough, she should be able to return before Bishopsgate found out. As a result, the other party returned to the church before the party was over, and came to the Crusader base and appeared in front of her. "Be careful of Bishopsgate." Miranda's mind flashed with the words that Gale had said. The Crusaders, including the alternate members, left the station without permission. Bishopsgate looked distressed. "Ms. Warren, what can I say to you?" Miranda tried to defend herself, took out the crystal from her arms and showed it. "Sorry, Bishop, but we have no choice, because the lower city it just shows that you are too sensitive." Bishopsgate suddenly became furious, and his chubby right hand grabbed the crystal, and the sudden speed of the movement made the fat on his body tremble. Miranda subconsciously dodged backwards. Bishopsgate grabbed nothing.
Mental power was injected into the crystal, and the recorded images began to play. Looking at the Blood Fong gang members in the picture with abscesses all over their bodies, swollen limbs, and pus spraying, Bishopskate's face became ugly. These people are just the manifestation of infection with malignant ulcers, and have nothing to do with the so-called evil god threat. After a few glances, Skate seemed to have made up his mind and said firmly, "Compared to that, Ms. Warren's problem is more serious. Not only did you leave the Crusader base without permission, but you also couldn't tell the difference between disease and evil gods. I think you need to be locked up for half a month to reflect on your problems. Thanks, I want to see the blood flowing into rivers." Haidu is running away from the big cat. Book friend 201707191125 Eco. Book friend 201803172338478112. Book friend 201905091953062226. Book friend 202207271448503333. Become a witch. Wu Yenue. Book friend 202402291947253554. Butuan Iniku. Ji. Aching my wife. Gelline. Book friend 1112301922241228. Book friend 202004221210456003. Book friend 202004221210456003. WTSH cast monthly votes for support. Thank you all for your recommended votes. Thank you. The crystal was forcibly confiscated by Skate's servants, and the person was escorted all the way to the confinement room of the Crusaders' base. Miranda's heart finally sank when the door of the confinement room was slammed shut and locked. What Gale told her was right. With Bishopskate's eyesight, it was impossible for him not to see that the situation in the crystal was caused by the influence of the evil god. But he insisted that it was just the so-called malignant ulcer. That only represents one possibility. Bishopskate would rather lie with his eyes open and force the whole thing down. He is unwilling to admit that there is an evil god threat in Green Harbor and the Crusader needs to be dispatched. Miranda just doesn't have the habit of expecting the worst of people, not that she is so stupid that she can't tell good from bad. Why did Bishopskate suddenly appear in the Crusaders' base? Miranda has already thought of the reason. Bishopskate may have suspected that she would sneak to the lower city to investigate the divine warning, so he has been paying attention to the base. Bishopskate clearly calculated the time when Miranda would return to the base, and waited for her here on purpose, so as to cover up all the potential evidence that might cause him to lose control. In another 7 days, once Bishopskate's promotion order arrives, he can directly take the Goblin airship back to the capital, and what happens in Greenport afterwards will have nothing to do with him. The crystal of the image was confiscated. The person is now locked in the confinement room and cannot leave, let alone pass on information to the outside world. Miranda knelt on the hard bed in the room and silently prayed to the God of Light, Bishopskate. How could he do this? Lord, your devout believer Miranda Warren, please tell the truth, isn't Bishopskate's behavior a serious evil? He is condoning the spread of the evil god's threat. Why haven't you punished him yet? As in the past, Miranda's prayers received no response. No oracle. No sudden holy light or thunder. Miranda suddenly felt a strong sense of contrast. Because she thought of the God of knowledge, whose faith she had just established not long ago. Whenever Miranda prayed to this being, she could get a clear response even for trivial matters that might not matter to the gods at all. But the God of Radiance. Lord, why are you so indifferent? Praying to the God of Radiance did not get any help. Not to mention going with the people of the Seeking Knowledge sect to attack the headquarters of the Blood Fong gang, Miranda now even had no means of backup. If the people of the Seeking Knowledge sect went wrong and the Crusaders were kept in the dark, then the evil god threat of the Blood Fong gang would be unsolvable. Miranda finally made up her mind. Bishopskate had abandoned the teachings of Radiance, and the original solid backing had now become a sharp blade stabbing at her. Since Radiance could not help her, then she could only pray to another great being for guidance. In the endless universe, great God of knowledge, your believer Miranda Warren asks for your help. Please guide me in the direction of what I should do to protect Green Harbor and let Bishopskate receive the punishment he deserves. The moment the prayer was completed, the oracle from Norwin immediately descended. The believer's request has been detected. Please pay 5 knowledge points to get the opportunity to query the recommended strategy. Miranda was preached by her companions and established her faith in Norwin, so she also triggered the newcomer reward of the task. The truth of our Lord shines on the earth, and now has the initial 10 knowledge points as a benefit for new believers. Submit the points without hesitation. Suggested strategy: escape from the Crusaders' confinement room. Current success rate 0%. The suggestion is simple, and the success rate is touching.
Miranda was surprised. What does the God of knowledge mean? What should I do? If you want to leave the confinement room, you have to open the locked door. The problem is that Miranda doesn't know what method the Crusaders used. In the confinement room, no glowing divine arts can be used. Miranda, who became a professional by believing in the god of glowing, was locked in, which was equivalent to having her martial arts abolished. It's not surprising that her success rate of escaping is 0% with her own strength. She can't even think of how to increase the success rate. Miranda was extremely confused. After Miranda established her faith, Norwin had been paying attention to the other party's situation, and naturally saw the scene of Bishopsgate lying with his eyes open. Miranda prayed for two reasons. One was to worry about the evil god threat in Greenport, and the other was to hope that Skate would get the punishment he deserved. The former was not a big deal for Norwin. Norwin was now sure that it was only a matter of time before the believers solved the evil god threat caused by the Blood Fawn gang. He activated his authority once to check how sure he was to destroy the Blood Fawn gang and eliminate the threat. After consuming a lot of divine power to deduce and calculate, the final feedback was 100%. As long as the method is correct, the problem can be solved. As for punishing Bishop Skate, Norwin can simply and roughly spread the news of the evil god's threat. Bishop Skate cannot control the situation, and his dereliction of duty and even betrayal of doctrine will naturally be held accountable by the glorious God Church. It is equivalent to Norwin directly helping Miranda to settle all the things. But Norwin will not do that. He is not a puppet of his own authority, and similarly, Norwin does not want his believers to be completely his puppets. He will provide appropriate help to believers when they encounter difficulties, so that they can rely on their own efforts to solve the difficulties, rather than directly helping them to solve all the problems. In addition to the usual recommended strategies that help achieve the goal by consuming divine power, the help Norwin provides to Miranda is more important. Another divine art he just made. When making the divine art of revelation of all things, Norwin had an idea. The essence of the revelation of all things is to analyze the things that believers are concerned about with Norwin's divine power, and then convey the information obtained to believers through the oracle. This process is simply an interaction between gods and believers. But as long as the steps of the interaction are slightly more complicated, the mechanism of the oracle conveying information to believers can completely achieve another effect. The gods only serve as a transfer station for information. A believer gives his message to Norwin, and Norwin then passes it on to another believer intact. Thus, the interaction between believers is realized regardless of the limitations of time and space. Norwin looked at the winged flying snake hovering in the kingdom of God. The slender snake was covered with blood and flesh cysts instead of smooth scales. This was a creation he created by injecting divine power to carry the new divine art. Look at it in a positive way. This creation at least looks normal. It's just that the skin quality is a little poor. What made Norwin feel suffocated was that he might have been used to seeing it in the kingdom of God. Now he actually felt that this winged flying snake had a unique beauty. Just like when the main task was released to all believers before, the new oracle written was conveyed to the minds of every believer under the guidance of Norwin. Divine Art, Instant Messenger, now available. Thank you for your genuine subscription support, thank you. After the release, Wuzzy will try his best to maintain the 5-up status.